Chapter 471. The iron boots sank into the soft sand, and the gray dwarf bandits stood in the waist-deep sea water. They were armed like sardines in a can. Facing the feather arrows flying all over the sky, they could only hold their shields on their heads. The feather arrows shot by these half-blood elf warriors were like free, and they were scattered into the sea in waves. When the waves hit the beach, some feather arrows were rolled to the shore. The gray dwarf bandits were born with short legs. They were not good at running. Otherwise, they would not have retreated from the dense forest of West Island. The jungle was full of traps, and the dense forest was overgrown with weeds. Many thorny vines made the gray dwarf bandits miserable. They are not afraid of deep caves and desolate mountains, but they cannot show their skills in dense forests. Now they are on the beach of West Island, where a large number of gray dwarves are standing in the sea. It is even more desperate for the gray dwarf robbers. They can hardly move in the sea, and they are wearing armor like iron cans, so they can't swim. On the opposite beach stood a group of half-blood elf archers wearing leather armor and holding elven longbows, and feather arrows fell like raindrops. Although shields and armor can cover the vital parts of the body, this kind of full-coverage armor also has connecting gaps. Many arrows pierced the gray dwarf robbers through the gaps, and many gray dwarves were wailing miserably. It was impossible to retreat, so they could only stand in the sea and passively take the beating. This group of gray dwarf bandits had fought with the Silver Moon Elf army in the waters of Queen Awini Islands for so long, but they had never suffered such a crime. They were like a group of old dogs that fell into the water, and could only howl while running away. The gray dwarf bandits were forced into the dense forest of the West Island by the half-blood elf archers, and they dared not show their heads in the daytime. The gray dwarf bandits on the main island pier were also forced into a desperate situation by the Silver Moon Elves, who rushed out of the village. The elven village on this main island originally only had more than 300 Silver Moon Elves living in it. As the gray dwarf bandits always harassed the West Reef Islands, the Silver Moon Elves scattered on the nearby islands also ran to the main island for refuge. During this period, the number of Silver Moon Elf warriors on the main island has reached more than 800. Last night, the fog was thick, and the Silver Moon Elves were worried that the half-blood elf warriors of the Silver Pegasus Legion would be accidentally injured in the dark fog, so they did not come out to fight the gray dwarf bandits. Now it was dawn, and nearly 400 Silver Moon Elves ran out of the village and immediately surrounded the main island dock. There were only less than 200 gray dwarf bandits guarding the dock. They were still very upset that the sheepskin raft was secretly pierced by the half-blood elf warriors. Now seeing a large group of Silver Moon Elves surrounding them, they immediately took up weapons to fight. The Silver Moon Elves quickly took the initiative on the battlefield, and for a time, they suppressed the gray dwarf bandits on the dock and made them breathless. Seeing the gray dwarf bandits on the West Island retreating into the dense forest, Roy immediately ordered the half-blood elf archers to return to the temporary camp to rest. He personally led the remaining 1,500 half-blood elf warriors to cut down trees on the edge of the dense forest on the main island. Then, taking advantage of the gap when the tide receded, Roy dug a trench on the beach connecting the main island and the West Island. Since this beach was covered with fine white yarn, the trench was filled with sea water after it was dug. Roy led the half-blood elf warriors to stand the leafless stalks in the trench, and move some rocks from the reef beach to fill the trench. Soon, a log fence was erected on the beach. In order to prevent the wooden wall from being easily pushed down by the gray dwarf bandits, Roy set up a tripod every 1 meter on the main island. Because 1,500 half-blood elf warriors were mobilized to work together, the dense forest on the beach was full of stalks, which were very easy to cut down. This wooden fence wall was erected in just half a day. When the gray dwarf bandits retreating to the dense forest of the West Island noticed the movement on the beach, a 600-meter-long wooden fence had basically taken shape. A group of half-blood elf archers, who had rested in the temporary camp for a day, stood on the platform at the top of the wooden fence, with only their upper bodies exposed outside the curtain wall. The gray dwarf bandits looked at the high wall by the sea, and their eyes were full of despair. At this time, the West Key Islands welcomed a red sunset, and the night that the gray dwarf bandits had been waiting for was about to come. The gray dwarf bandits were not aware that the half-blood elf guards on the other side were also waiting anxiously for the night to come, because the dark moon elf warriors of the assassination team had all woken up. At night, the gray dwarf bandits on the West Island were already starving. Although some wild fruits could be picked on the island, and some shells and sea fish could be found on the beach, the quantity was very limited. Some gray dwarf bandits ate them, and some even only ate a few mouthfuls of dead leaves and wild grass. At this time, they were already so hungry that their stomachs were churning. The Grey Dwarf bandits didn't dare to push those makeshift rafts into the sea during the day. They were worried that they would be discovered by the half-blood elf warriors. Otherwise, they would use these clumsy rafts to fish in the sea and not starve. The Grey Dwarf bandits found that they had no way to return to the main island pier. Later, they heard from the bandits who escaped from the main island pier that all the sheepskin rafts on the pier were destroyed, so the Grey Dwarf bandits no longer planned to attack the main island pier. They also found that the 11 three-masted sailing ships had not agreed to meet them at the agreed location, and the Grey Dwarf bandits were in disarray in the dense forest of the West Island. Fortunately, several bandit leaders stood up at the same time to calm the chaos, and then led all the Grey Dwarf bandits to build rafts in the dense forest, planning to take the rafts to the sea after nightfall to find those three-masted sailing ships. When the tide rose again, several Grey Dwarf bandit leaders saw that the time was almost right, and immediately called on the Grey Dwarf bandits in the dense forest to push the prepared rafts onto the beach and go directly to the sea. These clumsy rafts are about 30 meters long and only 8 meters wide. They are made of 3 layers of logs. Although they look heavy, they have enough buoyancy, and this long and narrow raft is more convenient for short-distance sailing in the sea. The Grey Dwarf robbers made a total of 20 such rafts in the woods, and pushed them all into the sea at night. Considering that riding such a raft may fall into the sea at any time, the Grey Dwarf robbers took off all the full-cover chain mail on their bodies. Otherwise, if they fall into the sea wearing this set of armor, they may sink to the bottom of the sea in an instant. The Grey Dwarfs pushed the raft into the sea, and all the Grey Dwarfs followed suit and climbed onto the raft. Then, they picked up the oars and paddled vigorously toward the sea. Roy stood on the beach of the main island, looking towards the West Island. The bright moonlight seemed to have fallen a layer of white snow on the sea. In Roy's eyes, the rafts of the Grey Dwarfs on the West Island were only a series of blurred black shadows. 17 flying fish boats and 3 medium-sized sailing ships were moored in the safe harbor near the reef beach. The Dark Moon Elf warriors boarded the flying fish boats and took the lead in leaving the small safe harbor. As for the 3 medium-sized sailing ships, their maneuverability was much worse. If they wanted to leave the safe harbor, they would need to paddle slowly for a while. After being pirates for so long, these Grey Dwarfs are very good at swimming. Even if they fall into the water, you should be more careful when you approach them. Captain Timothy, standing at the bow of the flying fish boat, patiently instructed the Dark Moon Elf warriors. He knew that tonight would be a bloody battle, so Boss Roy had no intention of letting these Grey Dwarf bandits go. The most important thing is that our target this time is not those Grey Dwarf bandits, but the 20 rafts. I don't care what method you use, as long as you destroy all the rafts, you should withdraw immediately. Don't think that we have the ability to hide, so we can fight these Grey Dwarves in the sea, and withdraw obediently. Vice Captain Tennyson added. His tone was not as gentle as Captain Timothy's. But these Dark Moon Elf warriors were very convinced of Vice Captain Tennyson. The flying fish boat broke through a wave, rushed forward a few meters on the wave crest, and then fell back into the surging sea water. This flying fish boat is maneuverable and flexible, and its speed in the sea is many times faster than those rafts. Didn't they escape? Why do we need to deploy so many patrols on the island? This time, you helped us defend Key West again. I will write a letter to the governor of Queen Winnie Islands, asking him to commend you for your contribution to Key West. The old Silver Moon Elf walked over from the edge of the beach with a cane, and said to Roy excitedly. In his opinion, the defense of Key West ended with the defeat of the Grey Dwarf bandits again. Since the victory has been won, it is worth celebrating. Roy turned around slowly, glanced at the old Silver Moon Elf, and said, This battle is not over yet. It's not too late to talk about it after the fight. Since they have landed on the island, it's not so easy for them to leave. If we let them go this time, they will come back next time they find a boat. Besides, we won't stay in the Key West Islands forever. So many Grey Dwarf robbers want to leave by boat. Can you still stop them? The old Silver Moon Elf asked in surprise. I plan to give it a try. After saying that, Roy watched a group of flying fish boats on the sea swarming towards the raft of the Grey Dwarf robbers. The old Silver Moon Elf was startled, and the walking stick in his hand accidentally fell on the beach. They always chased the Grey Dwarf bandits away, and then stopped. The Silver Moon Elves usually liked to stop when they saw the opportunity. But Roy didn't think so. This time he didn't intend to let these Grey Dwarf bandits go. There are boats blocking the way ahead. They are the flying fish boats of the Silver Moon Elves. Some Grey Dwarf bandits have already discovered the flying fish boats blocking the bows and yelled at the Grey Dwarf bandit leader. The leader of the Grey Dwarf bandits hurriedly ran over from the stern of the raft and stood at the front of the raft. As expected, he saw those flying fish boats looming in the dark sea. If they dare to come over, we will hit them as fast as possible." The leader of the Grey Dwarf bandits responded loudly. A group of Grey Dwarfs quickly agreed and paddled forward. At the same time, they also placed the prepared shields beside their legs. But those flying fish boats were like buzzing flies, always wandering around the raft, but not approaching it. What's more, these rafts were crudely made and could not catch up with the most maneuverable flying fish boats. The flying fish boat had been wandering around the raft, but it never approached the raft moving slowly in the sea. The Grey Dwarf robbers were a little strange at first, but soon they heard a Grey Dwarf robber shouting, "Come and help!" The Grey Dwarf robbers looked in the direction of the voice, and saw that 6 or 7 long logs had actually separated from the raft and scattered in the sea. At the beginning, there were only a few scattered logs, and as the Grey Dwarf robbers were still a little confused, they were planning how to deal with it. The Grey Dwarf robbers on other rafts also shouted for help and emergency. Then the Grey Dwarfs saw some translucent shadows in the sea. Although they knew that these guys were causing trouble, they would disappear without a trace as long as they sank into the sea. That night, the Grey Dwarfs guarding the raft once again experienced unprecedented despair. Although they responded actively, they still watched the raft they had worked hard to build for a day fall apart and turn into logs. The Grey Dwarfs fell into the water one after another. They wanted to catch the invisible elves in the seawater, but unfortunately, the elves did not show up in front of them at all. They just waited to completely destroy the raft, and then evacuated. All the Grey Dwarf bandits were soaked in the seawater, and some of them were still holding logs floating on the sea, and they could no longer find the lost 3-masted sailing ships. This place is only a few hundred meters away from the West Island, and on the other side is the dark and boundless sea. Even if they are holding logs, they dare not go deep into the sea, so these Grey Dwarf bandits, led by the bandit leader, returned to the West Island one after another. Some Grey Dwarves are also quick-witted. They plan to sneak into the dense forest of the main island under the cover of night, but they don't know that there are patrols everywhere on the beach of the main island. The Grey Dwarf bandits on the island lost their retreat, and were trapped in the dense forest of the West Island by Roy. Roy did not rush to attack the Grey Dwarf bandits, but used the advantage of the flying fish boat to trap all the Grey Dwarf bandits on the island. When these Grey Dwarf bandits could only eat kelp and wild grass on the island all day, they became like savages. Their eye sockets and cheeks collapsed due to hunger, and they even needed crutches to walk. Only then did Roy launch a general attack on the Grey Dwarf bandits on the West Island. The battle lasted for 2 weeks, and more than 2,000 Grey Dwarf bandits finally chose to surrender to Roy on the West Island of the West Key Islands because they could not bear the hunger. Roy prepared more than 200 wooden cages on the beach this time, and these surrendered Grey Dwarf bandits filled these cages. The West Key Islands won again, and Roy's name also appeared in the merit book of the Silver Pegasus Legion. Chapter 472. On the beach next to the pier in the southern part of Key West, a row of wooden cages were placed outside the dense forest. More than 2,000 Grey Dwarf prisoners were imprisoned in these wooden cages. The sun was scorching, and even with the breeze blowing, the Grey Dwarf robbers in the wooden cages were still drowsy from the vicious sun. They curled up in the wooden cages and dared not move, fearing that any unnecessary movement would cause excessive loss of body water. This group of Grey Dwarf prisoners had been locked up on the beach for nearly half a month. Roy was worried that these Grey Dwarf prisoners would cause trouble, so he only provided them with 1 meal and 2 drinks of water a day. In half a month, the bodies of these Grey Dwarf prisoners became thinner at a speed visible to the naked eye. The main island pier had been rebuilt by the Silver Moon Elves, and this time the rebuilt pier extended 20 meters further into the sea. A fleet of medium-sized sailing ships just docked at the pier, and a group of Silver Moon Elves warriors began to move various military supplies from the cabin. Captain Berkeley also walked down from the sailing ship. This time, in addition to delivering military supplies to Roy, he also wanted to take away the group of Grey Dwarf prisoners from the Key West Islands. In order to transport these Grey Dwarf prisoners, Captain Berkeley brought a total of 7 medium-sized sailing ships. The weather in the Key West Islands is a bit hot. The sea breeze does not feel cool on the face. The beach is steaming with water vapor, and the trees at the edge of the dense forest are all wilted by the sun. In this kind of weather, it is best to hide under the shade of the trees and sleep late, and it is best to drink a glass of cold coconut juice. The victory of the naval battle in the Key West Islands has injected a shot of adrenaline into the Silver Moon Elves on the Queen of Winnie Islands, and everyone has regained the confidence to defeat the Grey Dwarf bandits. Recently, even the Silver Pegasus Legion has not had a particularly outstanding record, causing the soldiers of the entire Silver Pegasus Legion to be full of worries about the future. For this reason, Earl Swinburne even wrote a letter for help to his old friend in Buenos Aires. Captain Berkeley breathed in the warm air and walked out along the sampan on the dock. He saw the gray dwarf prisoners exposed to the scorching sun. If it weren't for the wooden cage blocking half of the sun, I'm afraid these gray dwarves would have been roasted into dried human meat by now. They lay lazily in the cage, and it seemed that they didn't even have the strength to breathe. Then Captain Berkeley saw Roy standing in the shade of the tree and waving at him. He walked over quickly. Roy asked someone to hand Captain Berkeley a cup of fruit tea, and then said, "The beach is too hot at this time. Let the soldiers rest first and wait until the summer heat dissipates in the evening before moving supplies. Captain Berkeley, please allow me to express my sincerest gratitude to you for sending up the supplies at this time. If I wasn't worried that the supplies on the island wouldn't be enough to feed so many gray dwarf prisoners, I might not come here until 3 days later," Captain Berkeley said. He walked to Roy's side, pointed at the row of wooden cages, and asked worriedly, "You didn't let these gray dwarf prisoners die from the sun? How is that possible? They are provided with water every morning and evening, and a free lunch at noon. Since the day they were detained, no gray dwarf robbers in the wooden cages have died," Roy said to Captain Berkeley with confidence. Hearing Roy say this, Captain Berkeley said he was relieved. "Roy, do you know that the battle in Key West completely reversed the decline of the Silver Pegasus Legion? At present, the Silver Moon Elf Guards stationed on the outer islands of Queen Winnie Islands are also imitating your combat methods, dealing with the gray dwarf bandits in the jungle and fighting jungle wars with them," Captain Berkeley said to Roy while sitting on a recliner under a tree. "So, how long will we stay in the Key West Islands of the Queen Winnie Islands?" Roy asked Captain Berkeley. It's hard to say for now." Captain Berkeley couldn't answer this question. "The military's commendation may be issued later. I'm here not only to replenish your supplies, but also to escort these gray dwarf bandits to the prisoner of war camp," Captain Berkeley whispered to Roy. Roy smiled and said, "We really have very little supplies left. Although we only provide 1 meal a day, these gray dwarf bandits have almost eaten all the edible things on the island." The two walked towards the temporary camp arm in arm. As Roy said, the military supplies stored in the camp had already been used up. Captain Berkeley actually saw the wooden wall between the main island and the West Island. He hadn't seen it the last time he came here, but it was there this time. Obviously, Roy had spent a lot of time to win the Battle of the West Key Islands. Captain Berkeley also saw a lot of local products in the temporary camp, and even saw a group of Silver Moon Elves carrying some fruits into the camp. "You have a good relationship with the local Silver Moon Elves?" Captain Berkeley asked curiously. The Silver Moon Elves have always looked down on the Half-Blood Elves, which is almost the norm in the Silver Moon Kingdom, but the Silver Moon Elves on the main island are uncharacteristically friendly to the Half-Blood Elf warriors. "It's okay. Even if we don't have any credit for defending them against the Grey Dwarf bandits, we have worked hard," Roy said casually. "It just so happens that you are here. I was thinking about how to leave the island. Where is your next stop?" "The first step is to escort these Grey Dwarf prisoners to Parham Island, and then the fleet will arrive at Partington Island to load a batch of supplies, and return to the main island of the Queen Winnie Islands." "What's wrong?" Captain Berkeley asked. "I plan to take a 4-day vacation to go home and take a look." "I can just take your ship," Roy said. "Vacation? Who told you that we have the right to take a vacation at this time?" Captain Berkeley asked with an incredible look on his face. "Miss Christine told me that we have 4 days off every month," Roy replied. "Okay. I can send you to Partington Island, and then send you to the supply ship bound for Castletown, but you will only stay in Castletown for 1 day. You have to follow the supply ship back to Partington Island the next day, and then I will arrange a boat to send you back to Key West. You can't delay on the way. After all, the situation here changes rapidly," Captain Berkeley said to Roy solemnly. "No problem," Roy readily agreed. Thinking that he would be back in Castletown in 2 days, Roy's heart was suddenly filled with anticipation. Roy took Captain Berkeley's supply ship, passed through Parham Island, and returned to Partington Island in just half a day. With the help of Captain Berkeley, he boarded a supply ship bound for Castletown at the dock of Partington Island. The supply ship would set off overnight to the port of Castletown. Captain Berkeley still knew something about Roy. For example, he was doing business of low-level magic herbs in the Partington Plain, and transported a large number of metal ingots produced in the mine to Castletown for sale. Such news was almost on the desks of all the high-level leaders of the Silver Pegasus Corps. If Roy did not have the trading license signed by Earl Swinburne, he might have been sent to the military court. Even if Roy was not sent to the military court, Negative news about Roy has frequently appeared in the ears of the high-level leaders of the Silver Pegasus Corps in recent times. Apparently, he had touched some of the Silver Moon Elves' cakes, which was why he was constantly backstabbed by them. In fact, Captain Berkeley had been reminding Roy implicitly recently, but Roy didn't seem to listen. The 2 consecutive naval victories in Key West also gave Roy a thick umbrella of protection. At least no one in the Legion senior management mentioned Roy's business. Captain Berkeley watched Roy board the ship and waved to him while standing on the dock. A row of 5-masted sailing ships were moored at the deepwater dock of Castletown Harbor. These giant 5-masted sailing ships almost filled up the deepwater dock. In the morning, the supply ship from Partington Island just arrived at Castletown Harbor. Roy stood on the deck and looked at the location where the Black Pearl ran aground, but his sight was blocked by the row of 5-masted sailing ships. Carts of goods were also being transported to the big ship continuously, and the half-blood elf boatmen lined up in a long queue at the dock. The flags of the Silver Moon Elf Kingdom, and a flag of the Eagle Lion sword and shield were hung on the bows of these ships. Roy had seen such flags on the human merchant ship. He knew that these 5-masted sailing ships should be from the Roland continent. Roy glanced around the dock. The dock of Castletown Port was still the same. The bustling place was always the fish market on the other side of the dock. The dock was full of various wooden boxes at this time. The half-blood elves were carrying these large wooden boxes to the cabin of the 5-masted sailing ship. Before Roy got off the ship, he saw Woods and Claire standing on the dock, and several servants followed Claire. Woods and Claire were holding 2 lists in their hands, and they seemed to be checking the goods on the dock. Roy held the side of the supply ship and shouted Woods and Claire's names to the dock. Woods didn't hear it, but Claire, who was particularly sensitive to sound, caught Roy's voice at the first time. Claire looked up and saw Roy standing on the deck of the supply ship. He waved to Roy vigorously and shouted to Roy with joy, "Roy, you are back?" Woods also raised his head at this time. The 3 friends met at the dock and hugged each other. Roy said to his 2 friends, "I just came back to take a look this time. I only have 1 day off. I have to take this supply ship back to Partington Island tomorrow night." Claire's face was obviously disappointed. He couldn't help but mutter, "Why are you in such a hurry?" Woods couldn't wait to pull Roy's arm, pointed at the cargo boxes on the dock, and said to Roy excitedly, "Roy, come and see our deal this time. Those merchants from the Green Empire bought all the primary magic potions and magic herbs in our company, and they also bought up all the iron ingots and mithril ingots. I was planning to leave for Partington today to transport all the magic herbs in the warehouse over there." Then he said to Roy happily, "Originally, these primary magic herbs and magic potions were piled up in the warehouse, and now they have completely cleared out our goods." Claire added, "They have cleared out all the magic herbs in the entire Castletown city." It turned out that they were big herbal merchants from Roland continent. Looking at the eyes of Woods and Claire, Roy knew that he must have made a profit from this transaction. "Roy, do you want to go to our alchemy workshop and take a look?" Woods asked impatiently. "How long will it take you to finish? I go home first, and then we meet at the alchemy workshop." "I know where the alchemy workshop is," Roy said. "We can always hand over our work to them." Claire pointed to the waiters following behind her, and said to Roy, "Okay, see you at the alchemy workshop later." Roy was impatient to go home, waved to the 2 of them, and ran towards Brown Street. When passing by the Statue of Liberty, Roy found that the big iron gate of the temple had become rusty, and the cracks in the stone slabs in the front yard were full of weeds. It has been abandoned for the past few years. It was originally said that a shelter for half-blood elf children would be established here, but now it seems that it has never been built. Going further ahead is the intersection of Brown Street. Roy can hear the sound of the Darney River flowing. Just as he passed by Mrs. Winnie's pharmacy, a black oily head poked out from the gap under the bushes, staring at Roy with a pair of green crystal-like vertical pupils, and making a humming sound from his mouth, as if expressing his dissatisfaction. Roy hurried over, squatted beside the shrub wall, and reached out to touch the big cat's head. "Woo!" The night-blade leopard immediately whimpered in dissatisfaction. "Sorry, I've been out for so long. I bring you some food tonight." Roy muttered to the night-blade leopard, touched its head again, and then left. Roy came to the door of his house. The street outside the yard was very clean. He pushed open the door and walked in. The yard was well taken care of. It was obvious that it must have been taken care of by Sabrina and Moira. There were no traces of clothes drying on the clothesline on the terrace, and the doors and windows were all tightly closed. Seeing this, Roy couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Ms. Belinda's trip had not ended yet, and she had not returned to Castleton City. The yard next door was also quiet. At this time, Sabrina and Moira should have gone to the Elf Academy, and Miss Jillian went to the fish market to sell fish, so there was no one in the house next door. Roy opened the door, and all the furniture in the living room was covered with a layer of gauze, and there was a layer of dust on the ground. He pushed open the bathroom door, and found a bucket inside. He drew some water from the Dane River opposite, and poured it into the bathtub. Then he took a comfortable cold bath, changed into clean clothes, and simply tidied up the bedroom. After all, he was only staying for one night, and then hurried to the alchemy workshop. Chapter 473. The alchemy workshop is located at the end of the Magic Street district. It is a little far from the Magic Guild, but it is still within the scope of the Magic Commercial Street. In Castleton City, the rent here is the highest in the entire city. On such a busy commercial street, Claire helped Roy rent a shop of nearly 600 square meters, with her slowly accumulated connections, and some relationships in the family. The Silver Moon Elves like to divide the shops into two areas. The street-facing area is separated into shops, and the back two-thirds of the area is transformed into workshops. The same is true for this alchemy workshop. The front room is a shop selling primary magic potions, and the back is a workshop for refining magic potions. Woods usually refines those primary magic potions in the alchemy workshop. Of course, Woods is not the only magic pharmacist in this workshop. Claire has also recruited 4 magic pharmacists and 7 magic apprentices from the Magic Guild. Usually, everyone refines primary magic potions in the workshop. Anyway, a large number of primary magic herbs are transported from the Partington Plain almost every week. If they cannot be refined into magic potions in time, these primary magic herbs will need to occupy a large amount of warehouse storage. Therefore, this alchemy workshop has been the busiest alchemy workshop on the whole street since its establishment. The most special thing about this alchemy workshop is that it only refines primary magic herbs, which is very suitable for those magic apprentices who have just walked out of the Magic Academy. Many Silver Moon Elf magicians are unwilling to do this boring and heavy work. In just over 2 months, the number of magic pharmacists who were recruited and quietly left is too many to count with 2 hands. However, those magic apprentices cherish this job very much. For magic apprentices, this is simply the best place to improve magic pharmacy. Roy came to the alchemy workshop. Standing in front of the steps, he saw a sign at the door of the shop: all magic potions are sold out. It seems that the human merchant ships on the dock really bought out all the magic potions in his alchemy workshop. When he saw Claire and Woods in the morning, they were counting the number of magic herb packages on the dock. Woods told Roy that this group of merchants even bought all the primary magic herbs in stock. When he walked into the shop, he saw that the shelves inside the counter were empty. 2 half-elf waitresses stood behind the counter, looking at Roy with embarrassment, smiling and apologizing to him. "I'm sorry, all the magic potions in the store are sold out, and it will take about a week to get new magic potions." Listening to the half-elf girl's soft apology, Roy walked into the store and asked her, "Is Woods back? I'm here to find him." "Are you looking for our workshop's chief magic pharmacist? I go to the workshop behind to ask." The young half-elf waitress held up her skirt with one hand, as if that was the only way she could run. She walked lightly, and quickly entered the workshop at the back. Roy curiously walked around the shop. There were scales and magic crystals on the counter. The crystal chandelier on the ceiling emitted a soft halo. The paintings on the wall were not common oil paintings, but some specimens of magic herbs. These completely dehydrated magic herbs were pasted in the frames, and there were very neat text descriptions below. Woods walked out from the back of the alchemy workshop and led Roy into the alchemy workshop at the back. Passing through a row of crucibles that were boiling magic potions, the room was filled with a bitter smell of magic herbs. Woods introduced Roy excitedly. "How is it? This alchemy workshop is pretty good, right? Claire spent a lot of effort to negotiate this. We renovated it, and recruited some magic pharmacists to make elementary magic potions. Originally, the sales of elementary magic potions have not been very good in the past 2 months. Claire also planned to go to Buenos to contact some magic shops to see if we can sell our magic potions." But before he set off, several human merchant ships arrived at the port, and the whole city was buying magic herbs, just like last time. "Are those merchant ships from Roland Continent again?" Roy was a little curious. "Yes, it is said that something happened there. Generally speaking, the plains rich in magic herbs are in war, and their armies are short of priests, so they can only consume a large amount of magic potions. So these merchant ships came all the way to the Elf Continent, intending to buy some magic herbs to take back," Woods whispered to Roy. Roy saw a familiar figure and stopped in front of the crucible. Miss Tiffany was also here. She was guarding a row of steaming magic crucibles with a bottle of solvent in her hand. She checked the state of the medicine in the crucible, and occasionally added some solvent to the crucible. She stared at the crucibles intently, and didn't even know that Roy came behind her. Tiffany is refining some spiritual potion. The concentration grass is extremely unstable, so the magic pharmacist needs to concentrate on the refining process and can't be lax at all. Woods explained quietly beside Roy. The magic district was not too far from the Elf Academy. At this time, the bell for the end of class rang outside. Roy walked to the window and looked in the direction of the Elf Academy. His sight was blocked by a magic tower, and he could not see the shadow of the Elf Academy at all. Castletown was a very comfortable, quiet city with beautiful scenery everywhere. Although there were some conflicts and disputes in this city, it was just that the Silver Moon Elves and the Half-Blood Elves did not like each other. They divided the city into two halves, and did not disturb each other. The attitude of the Silver Moon Elves in Castletown towards the Half-Blood Elves is much softer than that of the Silver Moon Elves in other cities. The upper city here is like a beautiful elf garden, but it is always where the Silver Moon Elves live. Roy prefers Brown Street on the port side of the dock. He always feels that only in the lower city can he feel the lively atmosphere of the city. Miss Tiffany's spiritual potion has begun to be prepared. Moira ran in from outside the alchemy workshop with a few books. She originally came to find Miss Tiffany to go home together, but after rushing into the alchemy workshop, she saw Roy standing by the window with Woods at a glance. She covered her mouth tightly with one hand, her big watery eyes full of surprise. The next second she dropped the textbook in her arms, screamed, rushed to Roy, opened her arms and threw herself on him. Roy held Moira, who was hanging on him like a pendant, with both hands. Recently she seemed to have grown up a lot, and was heavier than before. Smelling the fragrance between her hair, Roy held Moira and turned around in place before putting her down. Moira looked at Roy in surprise and asked happily, "Roy, why did you come back without telling me in advance?" "I have 4 days off, so I wanted to come back to see you," Roy said to Moira with a smile, and stretched out his hand to pinch her tender face. Moira was so happy that she almost jumped up, hugged Roy's arm with both hands, and asked him, "So you came back to see us this time?" "Well, mainly because I miss home," Roy said honestly. Chapter 474. The seaside in Castletown at night is quiet and deep, with the sound of waves hitting the rocks and countless waves turning into foam. The beautiful crescent moon is hidden in the clouds like a green gauze tint. The clouds in the night sky are very thin, and you can even see the wind circle formed around the moon. Every time the wind circle appears, the next day will be windy. At this time, the sea is almost always blowing from the southeast, which means that tomorrow is definitely a good day for sailing. The sea breeze will drive medium-sized sailboats to the highest speed. On the deck of the Black Pearl, the green plant shed on the roof of the ship wafted the aroma of grilled fish. Roy, Woods, Claire, Moira, Sabrina, and other friends sat on the scattered chairs in the ship. In front of Roy was a grill. The grilled fish on the iron net was oozing oil under the charcoal fire. Roy sprinkled some seasoning on it, and the fragrance instantly became stronger. The top of the ship had been turned into a flower garden by Woods. Originally, there were only some flowers of light here, but now in addition to those flowers of light, there are many other flowers, and even some vines have begun to spread all over the ship. The most exaggerated part of the Black Pearl is the main mast. The main mast was damaged in the battle, and could no longer be used as the main mast. However, Woods used the Druid's resurrection spell to make the dead tree sprout new branches. Now the main mast is connected to the keel of the Black Pearl. It can be said that the main body of the Black Pearl is a vibrant tree. Even the observation deck at the top of the main mast has grown a lush tree canopy to provide shade. So although the Black Pearl has been stranded on the beach near the dock for 5 years, the ship has become newer and newer, and there is no sign of decay on the entire hull and wooden boards. Usually only Miss Tiffany would live here. As the chief magic pharmacist of the alchemy workshop, Would usually live there, but would return to the Black Pearl every 2 days to take care of the plants on the ship. Miss Tiffany was still studying at the Elf Academy, and would occasionally go to the alchemy workshop to help out in her spare time. Everyone's eyes were all on Roy at this moment, listening to Roy's narration of the naval battle of the Queen of Winnie Islands. Roy talked about the return to Castletown by boat in one breath, and then he picked up the water cup in front of him and took a big sip. Claire looked at Roy in astonishment. He thought that Roy had been cleaning up the mines on the Pagisto Plateau during this period, but he didn't expect that he would arrive at the Queen Ivany Islands with 5,000 half-elf warriors to join the naval battle. So you haven't been on the Pagisto Plateau in the Partington Plain recently, but fighting with the Grey Dwarf bandits in the Queen Ivany Islands? Roy spread his hands and said, "That's about it." Fortunately, he had 2 victories to show off. Except for Claire, Everyone else looked at Roy with envy. Everyone thought that Roy's trip to the Queen Egwene Islands was simply too cool. But Claire, as a Silver Moon Elf noble, knew a little bit of the inside story. He knew that the current situation in the Queen Egwene Islands was not as optimistic as Roy said. On the contrary, it was more like a meat grinder, constantly dragging elf warriors from all over the world into this battlefield. However, when Claire heard that Roy was in the West Key Islands behind the Queen Egwene Islands, she felt a little relieved. And when she heard that Roy had won 2 consecutive victories recently, Claire said to Roy, "What kind of material resources do you need from us?" Claire usually doesn't participate in the daily affairs of the alchemy workshop. He is only responsible for coordinating the goods between Castletown and Padstow, and handling some things that Woods and others can't solve. For example, this time the alchemy workshop sold all the magic herbs and primary magic potions in the workshop to the human merchant group. It was Claire who agreed to it after inquiring from many parties. Claire usually takes music courses at the Elf Academy, and he also composes some music scores and occasionally participates in some performances in Castletown. He is usually very busy. Hearing Claire's question, Roy shook his head. The Silver Pegasus Legion provides all the supplies, so we don't need them for the time being. Roy thought about the battle with the Grey Dwarf bandits this time. Not only did he capture more than 2,000 Grey Dwarf prisoners, but he also captured some 3-masted sailing ships. Although the conditions of those ships were not very good, they were at least 3-masted sailing ships. By the way, I also seized 11 sailing ships in the Key West Islands. Roy didn't mention the 3-masted sailing ships. Everyone thought that Roy had only seized 11 flying fish boats. This kind of small fishing boat is very common in Castletown port. Miss Tiffany was lying on a rattan chair, her long hair like green algae cascading down the back of the chair like a waterfall, and a thick layer of seaweed mud on her face. At this moment, she suddenly raised her head and said to Roy solemnly, "I will go to the Queen Egwene Islands with you this time." "Ah, what about your courses at the Elf Academy?" Roy asked back. "I only signed up for 2 courses this semester, one of which was elementary fire magic. At the beginning of this month, the fire magic teacher told me that my affinity for the fire element was not enough, which means that no matter how hard I study, I will fail the final exam of elementary fire magic." Miss Tiffany said a little frustrated, then she raised her head suddenly and said with a rich expression, "But I can help you, Roy. Let me go to the Queen Egwene Islands with you. If you really want to go, then okay." Roy had no reason to refuse Miss Tiffany. "Roy, I want to go too." Moira immediately came up and pulled Roy's arm to act coquettishly. "That won't work. You have to finish the course this semester. There is actually nothing fun in the Queen Egwene Islands now. Compared with Castletown, it is simply a countryside. As long as you stay there for 3 days, you can walk around the entire island." Roy would never agree to Moira's adventure to the Queen Egwene Islands, where there are wars almost every day. Sabrina sat aside, saying nothing. Roy didn't want to continue talking about this topic, so he asked Woods, "Woods, how is the alchemy workshop doing recently?" "Well, in the past 2 months since opening, we have been refining primary magic potions every day. Since our primary magic herbs are relatively cheap, the material cost is very low. In fact, the biggest daily expense is the salary of the magic pharmacist and the workshop rent. The profit in the past 2 months is almost equal to the expenditure," Woods said honestly. "This time the human merchant ship arrived in Castletown, and we reached a deal with them. The 9,000 bundles of primary magic herbs and 317 boxes of primary magic potions that were piled up in the warehouse have all been sold. In addition, 20,000 silver ingots, 15,000 tin ingots, and 5,000 mithril ingots were also sold to this human caravan. We should be able to make a profit." Woods flipped through a parchment account book and introduced it to Roy. Roy didn't expect that so many magic herbs, magic potions, and metal ingots would be sold to this human merchant group. He didn't like the human merchant group. Jefferson died at the hands of a group of human crew members. The transaction price of these materials has been determined. Tomorrow morning, Claire and I will go to the ship to get the balance back. Woods finally said, "Roy, do you want to go with us?" "Okay, I go with you." Roy resisted the urge to slap his forehead and agreed. These 2 guys sent so many goods to the ship, but they ran back without settling the bill. But on second thought, the merchant ship was docked at Castleton Harbor after all, so there was nothing wrong with Woods and Claire doing this. Thinking that this batch of goods almost emptied the warehouse in Padstow, and that some of the magic herbs in it belonged to the merchant Augustus, Roy couldn't help asking Woods, "How many magic crystals can we get back this time?" Woods looked at the bottom line of the account book, then smacked his lips and said, About 180,000 magic crystals. Hearing such a large amount from Woods, Roy was also shocked. So much? Woods checked the account and said, well, this is the number. 9,000 bundles of primary magic herbs sold for 45,000 magic crystals, and another 317 boxes of magic potions sold for 63,000 magic crystals. There were also 5,000 mithril ingots sold for 50,000 magic crystals. Add those silver ingots and lead ingots, and it's exactly 180,000 magic crystals. If 180,000 magic crystals were converted into color, it would be just a small goal. A year ago, Roy never thought that he would make so much money in the elf world. When Wood said this number, Moira and Miss Tiffany exclaimed. The barbecue party didn't last long. After everyone left the Black Pearl, Roy walked to the door of Mrs. Winnie's pharmacy with a few grilled fish, and did not forget to visit his old friends here. The next morning, Roy, Woods, and Claire met at the port pier. At this moment, the Castletown port pier was still full of various wooden boxes, and a lot of goods were continuously transported to the pier. Roy could see that some of the wooden boxes were also filled with slightly higher level magic herbs. I didn't expect this human merchant group to be so powerful that they were buying up magic herbs in large quantities at the Castletown port. Roy and Claire had been busy here all day yesterday, and were quite familiar with the situation at the dock. They took Roy directly to a large sea ship on the easternmost side of the port dock. There were many ropes hanging down the side of the ship, and many crew members were tied to the ropes, and were using shovels to clean oysters and barnacles on the ship's walls. Going up to the deck, Claire took out a document, and immediately a crew member took the three of them to the captain's room of the ship. There were several human warriors wearing magic pattern leather armor in the captain's room. They were sitting in front of a round table in the corner, playing cards with great interest. On the sofa in the rest area on the other side, there were several human merchants wearing noble clothes, chatting in a language that Roy couldn't understand. When Roy, Woods, and Claire were led by the crew to several merchants, they immediately stood up to welcome the three of them. Then, almost all of the human merchants' eyes fell on Roy, and they even looked at each other and exchanged a few words. After Woods, Roy and Claire sat down, a human merchant spoke to Roy, but he should have spoken Green Empire language, which Roy could not understand at all, and looked at the human merchant with a confused face. Sorry, I thought you were also an Empire person, so I couldn't help but greet you in Empire language. The human merchant immediately switched to Elvish to communicate with everyone, and his Elvish was very fluent. This was not the first time that others mistaken him for a human, so Roy was very open about it. It's okay, I'm a half-elf, and I've lived in Castletown since I was a child. Roy introduced himself. The elves here call me Roy. The human merchant quickly said, my name is Alvin, and I'm the head of this merchant group. Yesterday all your goods were sealed in the cabin, and there is no problem. Right now, we have two ways to settle the payment. The first one is the simplest. I can immediately move 36 boxes of magic crystals over, so that we can settle the payment. Of course, there is a second way of trading, which I think is more mutually beneficial for you and me. Our business group came here across the endless sea, and also brought some goods. I suggest that you can pick some of these goods. I guarantee that these goods are very good quality and cheap. We can barter, so now please consider it seriously. Recently, Woods has been communicating with these merchants. But at this moment, he hesitated, turned his head to look at Roy and Claire, and pursed his lips. What goods do you have? Roy asked curiously. The human merchant's eyes lit up, and he quickly said, magic cloth, sculptures, oil paintings, jewelry, some magic materials, magic pattern structures, and high-level magic scrolls. Roy frowned. He was not interested in these. Thinking of the old dwarf craftsman, who told him about the magical airship that could fly in the sky on the Roland continent when he was on the Pagisto Plateau, Roy asked casually, do you have a magic airship here? The human merchant stared at Roy with wide eyes, and then explained, that thing is about the same size as this 5-masted sailing ship. We can't bring the magic airship here. When he said this, a human merchant next to him leaned over and whispered to him. The human merchant immediately became energetic again and said to Roy and the other two, although we don't have a magic airship on our ship, when we passed by the dwarf country at the end of the New Zykus Mountains this time, we made some deals with the stand dwarves there and bought a batch of floating devices from them. These floating devices are the power source of the magic airship. Under normal circumstances, a magic airship is equipped with about 16 floating devices. If you want these floating devices, the price will also be somewhat discounted. Chapter 475. Alvin is from Chiyan Province, the southernmost province of the Green Empire on the Roland continent. Their caravan departed from Chiyan Harbor, and bypass the wild swamps. Instead of heading to the Isha Alliance Kingdom like other caravans, they headed north to the Frozen Sea, which is the Dwarf Kingdom in the northwest corner of the Roland continent. In fact, trade between the Green Empire and the Dwarf Kingdom has lasted for thousands of years, and the dwarves here have always been the most steadfast allies of the empire. The people of the Green Empire like to use the refined iron ingots smelted by the dwarves to make equipment, so many merchant groups will purchase a large number of refined iron ingots from the Dwarf Kingdom and transport them back to the Green Empire to sell to blacksmith workshops. The mining and forging technology of the Dwarf Kingdom is more advanced than that of the Empire. This time, Darwin's caravan sold a large number of silk fabrics in the Dwarf Kingdom and purchased magical machines such as floating devices, magic furnaces, or grinders, and/or refining devices. It is said that most of these magical machines are design drawings left over from the Goblin civilization period, and only the dwarves have truly mastered the manufacturing technology. Originally, Darwin's caravan wanted to cross the Frozen Sea in the midsummer season and reach Shanghai City in the northernmost province of the Green Empire, and then go south from Shanghai City to Qian Harbor. This journey just happened to be a big circle around Roland continent. But when they were in the Dwarf Kingdom, they heard that the plain war of the Green Empire had spread to the southern provinces. In addition, the most surprising news was that the Holy Legion of the Statue of Liberty actually took the initiative to withdraw from the Imperial Alliance. All combat priests and priests would not participate in the plain war, which directly led to the Green Empire's construct knights being at a disadvantage in the plain war. At this time, the dark forces of the Abyss invaded all planes. During this period, all planes in the Empire that were rich in magical herbs were caught in war. Almost overnight, the price of magic potions in the Green Empire increased several times. Although this incident was an unprecedented disaster for the Green Empire's army, it was an unprecedented business opportunity for the Green Empire's merchants. Any business, as long as you can seize the opportunity, has a high chance of making money. Darwin immediately decided to sail across the endless sea to the Elf continent to purchase magic herbs and magic potions. Darwin knew that elves like beautiful things, so he brought a lot of crafts, oil paintings, gold and silver utensils with artistic atmosphere, and of course a lot of magic crystals. This time in Castletown City to purchase magic herbs, these crafts, oil paintings and gold and silver utensils have been exchanged for magic crystals. Yesterday Darwin had already reached an agreement with Woods and Claire that this transaction would be settled with magic crystals. Just before the transaction, Darwin, as an excellent businessman, casually promoted the goods on their ship to the three people. Roy was very curious about the magic airship, so he asked about it. Seeing that Roy seemed very interested in the floating device, Darwin said to the three people, "Do you want to go to the cabin to see the floating device? It happens to be in the bottom cabin of this ship." Woods and Claire looked at Roy. Roy nodded decisively and said, "Okay." This 5-masted sailing ship is much larger than Roy's Black Pearl, and the bottom cabin of the ship is also very large, but the air inside is not circulated. After entering the bottom cabin, everyone felt a little stuffy. Several human crew members quickly opened the ventilation windows on the ship, and then they felt much better. There were many large things in the bottom cabin, almost all of which were covered with tarpaulins, and there were large wooden boxes stacked together, with some hay between the boxes. At the signal of the merchant Darwin, 4 crew members worked together to lift a large wooden box to the door, and then open the box with a crowbar. Inside the wooden box was a floating device that looked like an airplane engine. The whole frame was a metal frame, and many parts were coated with a layer of mithril, with many complex magic runes engraved on it. "Is this the floating device?" Roy looked at the new floating device curiously and asked Darwin. "The new Hummingbird V can lift 20 tons of cargo when fully loaded, but it consumes a lot of magic crystals when in operation." Darwin introduced it with great pride. Roy touched the frame of the floating device and felt it was cold. It should be made of forged metal. "How much does it cost to buy a floating device?" Roy asked curiously. 200 magic crystals. This is the price we paid when we bought it from the dwarves. We are selling it to you now. We don't plan to make money from you. We just want to make friends and open up a trade route," Merchant Darwin said generously. Roy curled his lips secretly. He didn't believe that Merchant Darwin would sell this floating device to him without making a penny. But Roy then thought about it, and it seemed that buying a few floating devices was not a bad idea. He pointed to the pile of goods covered with tarpaulin and asked curiously, "What's over there?" "A new type of magic furnace, the latest magic furnace from the Dwarf Magic Forge Workshop," Darwin said casually. In order to transport this big guy to the ship was almost dismantled in Tanton Port. The 4 crew members lifted the tarpaulin covering the magic furnace, and a large furnace came into Roy's sight. If Roy had not come into contact with this kind of magic equipment in the mithril mine, he would have absolutely no feeling when seeing such a set of black and greasy iron cans. But now, when he saw this nearly 3-meter-tall giant, his mouth opened and never closed again. This is much larger than the magic furnace that Claire helped him find in Castletown, and the whole furnace is full of the smell of grease. It is obvious at a glance that it is a brand new magic machine. Moreover, Roy owned several mines on the Pagisto Plateau. If many abandoned mines wanted to resume normal operation, the magic furnace was indispensable. Seeing Roy looking at the magic furnace, Darwin immediately concluded that Roy had a certain understanding of this magic machine, and immediately followed him to introduce the characteristics of this magic furnace to Roy. Then he recommended the ore grinder and ore refining device, two kinds of magic machines that were commonly used in mines, to Roy, and Roy showed great interest in both. Seeing these large magic machines crowded in the cabin, Roy hesitated again, because he was not sure whether he could transport these magic machines to the Pagisto Plateau due to the limited transportation capacity. Then, Roy asked Darwin, "How many floating devices do you have?" 16. I was planning to build a magic airship after returning to Chian City. The merchant Darwin hesitated and said, "Well, I want all these floating devices." Roy said readily, "I see you are also interested in the magic furnace. Would you like to consider it?" Darwin tried to sell it. "It's too heavy. My mine is a bit remote, and there is no way to transport these big guys up." Roy was a little regretful. Darwin took a look at the wooden boxes containing the floating devices and smiled. "If you didn't buy the floating devices, maybe this would be a problem. But since you bought the floating devices, transporting these large magic machines is not a problem. So you can use the floating devices to lift the magic furnace. As long as there are a few horses in front, even if you want to pull this big guy to the top of the mountain, it is not a problem." When Roy heard Darwin say this, his eyes suddenly lit up. Using a floating device to transport large magic machinery to the plateau is indeed a solution. Roy walked to the front of the magic furnace and rubbed the magic runes on the metal surface with his fingers. It can be seen that he is very familiar with the structure of the magic furnace. Darwin realized one thing at this time. In addition to buying a large number of magic herbs, he actually bought some metal ingots. It goes without saying that these guys may also control the mine. Then the sales pitch had to be more powerful, so Darwin focused on introducing the role of the ore refining device. This is an ore refining device. Its main function is to extract the excess impurities of some low-quality ores, which can greatly improve the utilization rate of the ore. Darwin kept chattering. "This grinder is also very good." "Then I take them all," Roy agreed casually. For a moment, the businessman Darwin didn't react. He was stunned, then stared at Roy and asked carefully, "Are you saying that you plan to buy all these magic machines?" "Yes. Please calculate again, how many magic crystals are needed to buy all of these?" Roy said very straightforwardly. Darwin licked his lips. He didn't expect that he was just a little impulsive, and sold all the big iron blocks in the ballast tank twice. "I didn't expect that Roy would buy the magic floating device, magic furnace, or grinding machine and or refining device one after another." After some negotiations, the two sides finally decided to barter. In total, Roy spent more than 50,000 magic crystals in one go, and got 130,000 magic crystals. Darwin also asked a group of crew members to pull these big guys out of the bottom cabin. This was not an easy task, and almost all the seamen on the 7 ships were mobilized. Soon, the transaction was over. Roy waited for these crew members to unload the magic machinery he bought to the dock. In fact, there are very hidden slides in the bottom cabin of the sea ship, and there are also very hidden doors on the side of the bottom cabin. It took nearly 100 young crew members to drag the magic furnace out of the cabin. As the magic furnace was transported to the dock, the ore grinder and refining device behind it were also transported out. The businessman Darwin had been with Roy all the time. Seeing that Roy looked like a human, he talked about the customs and practices of the Green Empire, and suggested that Roy should go to the Green Empire to take a walk and have a look when he had time. Roy was very curious about the food in the Green Empire. When Darwin said that people mainly ate a kind of wheat cake, Roy had some expectations. He had eaten fruits and grilled fish in Castletown, and had long been tired of them. Before they knew it, the two talked about the Statue of Liberty. Darwin told Roy that there was a Statue of Liberty in almost every city in the Green Empire, and almost all the people in the Empire believed in the Statue of Liberty. The area of the Green Empire is probably larger than the entire Elf Kingdom. The Green Empire also has a teleportation hall, which can be used to teleport from one city to another. The only disadvantage is that the teleportation fee is very expensive. In addition, There are magic airships between each city in the Green Empire, and those airport towers are a landscape of the city. After seeing the transaction, all the magic equipment was moved to the port terminal, but 130,000 magic crystals still flowed into Roy's pocket. After thinking about it, Darwin continued to sell it to Roy. These are all machines carefully made by dwarven craftsmen. Do they need printed magic looms? Roy shook his head. He has a mine, but no textile factory. Magic looms, tut-tut. Roy was not interested at all, so he asked curiously, how long did it take you to cross the Endless Sea? If it's just the Endless Sea, it's a smooth journey. In fact, it takes about 8 months to pass through this sea area. In fact, what stands between our two continents is not only the Endless Sea, but also the Twin Sea and the Seven Seas. Darwin introduced it to Roy. Speaking of this maritime trade route, Darwin naturally talked about it with great interest, and he could easily tell a lot of interesting stories about the sea. He seemed to have said everything, but he didn't point out the sea route to Roy. In the eyes of the businessman Darwin, those Grey Dwarf robbers were just the most inferior robbers. They had the courage to operate on the west coast of the Endless Sea. Roy was going to take the Silver Pegasus Legion supply ship to leave Castletown in the evening and rush to Partington Island. So he asked Claire to rent a warehouse near the dock and move all the goods to the warehouse at the dock. There was no need to transport these magic machines to Padstow for the time being. These valuable goods were safer in Castletown for the time being. And Roy was not in the Padstow Plateau, so there was no way to distribute these magic machines. Everything had to wait until he came back from the Queen Uni Islands. In addition, the alchemy workshop in Castletown was about to stop working, and Woods had to go to Padstow to transport a batch of goods back. Roy took Woods and Miss Tiffany to the supply ship. Woods would disembark at Partington Island and reach Padstow through the portal. Roy took Miss Tiffany to Key West. After boarding the medium-sized sailboat, Miss Tiffany showed a hint of pride on her face and kept waving down. Moira looked at Sabrina reluctantly. She also wanted to go to Key West, but was stopped by Sabrina. Claire also waved goodbye to Roy at the dock. He was a little disappointed that he couldn't talk to Roy about music. The supply ship was filled with various supplies in Castletown Harbor, and then it set sail and left the port, heading all the way to Partington Island. Chapter 476. After the supply ship arrived at Partington Island, Roy, Tiffany, and Woods got off the supply ship one after another. Woods needed to take the teleportation pass to Padstow City, and said goodbye to Roy and Miss Tiffany at the dock. Roy and Miss Tiffany waited for another supply ship. After Roy got on board, the supply ship immediately set sail. The sea breeze was very strong today, and the southeast monsoon blew up the sails. This medium-sized sailboat split through the waves and rushed towards the Queen Uni Islands without hesitation. Captain Berkeley's logistics ship had stayed on Partington Island for half a day to wait for Roy. Fortunately, the wind and waves were very strong today, and the strong wind pushed the medium-sized sailboat to full speed. The bow kept hitting the surging waves, and white water splashed on the top of the waves, and suddenly the whole ship would be covered with a light rain. The Silver Moon Elves liked this kind of medium-sized sailing ship with super high speed and very stable sailing even against huge waves. This medium-sized sailing ship defends the last bit of dignity of the elves in the shipbuilding industry. This medium-sized sailing ship is difficult to compete with the three-masted sailing ship, but its biggest advantage is its fast speed. Those large three-masted sailing ships can't catch up with this medium-sized sailing ship known for its speed. On the medium-sized sailing ship, a Silver Moon Elf warrior led Roy to the cabin on the second floor of the ship. This room is next to the captain's room. Usually, Captain Berkeley lives here. Even if Captain Berkeley is not on this ship, no Silver Moon Elf will live in this room. After Roy boarded the ship, the Silver Moon Elf warrior took Roy to this room according to Captain Berkeley's instructions. Miss Tiffany, wearing a light blue dress, stood gracefully behind Roy and followed him into the cabin without saying a word. No Silver Moon Elves came to disturb Roy along the way. Tiffany sat on a chair by the window and looked out at the vast sea through the glass window. 80 years ago, the Nagasea clan and the Silver Moon Elves signed a truce agreement in the Queen Uni Islands. Since then, this sea area has been the territory of the Silver Moon Elves. Almost all Nagasea clan have withdrawn from the coral reefs of the Queen Uni Islands to deeper waters. Roy sat at the desk, carefully looking at the sea charts left by Abbott. In order to find the pirate treasure, Abbott had spent countless time and collected countless sea charts to draw a complete map of the distribution of the islands in the Endless Sea. There were materials from the Castletown City Library, sea charts accumulated by pirate groups, and even some military sea charts. Originally, Roy just kept these sea charts in his magic waste bag. He didn't care much about them. He just regarded them as a souvenir left by Abbott. When he occasionally thought of Jasper and Abbott, he could still flip through these sea charts and recall Abbott. But when he came to the Queen Euany Islands, he got a map of the island distribution of the Queen Euany Islands from the Silver Pegasus military. So, what is the difference between the sea chart issued by the Silver Pegasus military department and the sea chart left by Abbott? He found that this sea chart was completely consistent with the one left by Abbott, and the sea charts drawn by Abbott even marked some seabed topography. It can be seen that the sea charts drawn by Abbott are still very interesting. It's a pity that Abbott, that idiot, lost his most precious life because of the unfounded dwarf treasure. If he could wait until now, how good it would be. Thinking of this, Roy reached out and touched the magic waste bag on his waist. There were 26 boxes of magic crystals in the waste bag, a total of 130,000 magic crystals. It is estimated that the so-called pirate treasure may not be able to store so much wealth. Thinking of the mines on the Padstow Plateau, Roy's smile was bitter. I heard that a plain war broke out in the Green Empire on the Roland continent. Miss Tiffany took the initiative to talk about this matter. Roy nodded and admitted, well, it was probably because of this war that our stockpiled primary magic herbs and primary potions were sold out all at once. There should be more merchant ships arriving at the Castletown port in the future. This time, Woods went to Padstow City to refill the material warehouse in Castletown City. When the medium-sized sailboat left Partington Island and passed by Powham Island, Roy deliberately looked through the window at the Powham Island prison. The journey was very smooth, and the material supply ship arrived at the main island dock of the Key West Islands at least 2 hours earlier than expected. The dock on the main island of the Key West Islands has now been newly expanded. In addition to the mooring of more than 20 flying fish boats, the most eye-catching is the 11 three-masted sailboats moored in front of the deep-water dock. These 11 three-masted sailboats were seized by Roy from the Grey Dwarf bandits, and have now become the private property of the Half-Blood Elf Guard. The Half-Blood Elf warriors on the island also discovered this medium-sized sailing ship early. When the sailing ship was very close to the dock, the Half-Blood Elf warriors found Roy standing on the bow, so a team of Half-Blood Elf warriors immediately appeared on the dock. The sails were lowered, and the ship slowed down. When the ship docked at the edge of the dock, Roy took Miss Tiffany off the ship. There were many Silver Moon Elf residents gathered at the dock of the Key West Islands. When Roy got off the ship, many Silver Moon Elves took the initiative to greet him with respect in their eyes. "You are so popular here," Miss Tiffany sighed softly. "Of course, the Half-Elf Guard has been stationed here for a while, and has won 2 battles. Naturally, it will be recognized by some local residents." Roy nodded politely, and explained to Miss Tiffany. What is obviously different from the main island pier is the row of wooden cages placed in front of the beach, near the edge of the woods. These large wooden cages are arranged from the edge of the pier to the reef beach. A little further over is the island on the west side of the main island. On a white sandy beach, a wooden fence almost cuts the entire beach in half, which can be regarded as completely separating the only connecting area between the west island and the main island. There was a group of half-blood elf warriors on the beach, running under the scorching sun. The 3-masted sailing ships heading to the pier were also full of half-blood elf warriors, who were cleaning the barnacles on the bottom of these dilapidated sailing ships. The more than 2,000 Grey Dwarf prisoners of war on the Key West Islands had all been transferred to Parham Island. Roy found that some half-blood elf warriors actually walked out of the Silver Moon Elf village in groups. After leaving the main island pier, Vitas, who was a daily work assistant, ran over from the camp breathlessly and reported to Roy on the situation on the island in the past 2 days. A lookout tower had been built in front of the temporary camp, and the Silver Moon Elf residents of the Key West Islands also spontaneously organized a defense force. In fact, Roy originally planned to purchase some cannons when he returned to Castleton this time, but there were no such products in Castleton, so Roy had to give up this plan. To deal with pirate sailing ships, it is best to build a fort on the island. The main island has an absolute advantage in mountainous forests, and hiding a few cannons inside will definitely bring great deterrence to ships at sea. In fact, the 3-masted sailing ship of the Grey Dwarf bandits has 4 cannons, and these cannons can only fire a solid bullet that is larger than a fist. These 3-masted sailing ships may be able to attack other ships in naval battles, but using cannons to attack islands is not very effective. Recently, the Half-Blood Elf Guard group is using 3-masted sailing ships to conduct navigation training at sea near the main island of the West Key Islands. The 11 captured 3-masted sailing ships temporarily serve as training ships. These half-blood elf warriors are the crew members on the ship. What they have to learn is how to drive these 11 three-masted sailing ships. Of course, after Roy had 11 three-man sailing ships, The 20 medium-sized sailing ships sent by the Silver Pegasus Corps to assist them had already evacuated from the Key West Islands. In addition, Captain Berkeley established a logistics supply station in the Key West Islands, mainly considering that this place belongs to the rear of the Queen Uni Islands. It is very convenient to store supplies in the Key West Islands to send supplies to any island. Roy listened to Vita's detailed report and could only nod his head continuously, his expression even a little stiff. Miss Tiffany had fought against the Plateau headhunters with Roy in the Jiashi Mountains of the Pajisto Plateau. The Partington Plain is a plateau. As a Naga Sea tribe, Miss Tiffany is not very adapted to the situation there. Long-term dehydration and lack of water have caused Miss Tiffany's skin to have some minor problems. Now this is Key West, and for Miss Tiffany, it's like home. Her water magic seems to be stronger. The war is still spreading in other outer islands of Queen Uni Islands, but Key West Islands are not affected by the war. Roy heard the war situation from the logistics group and always felt that the war would spread here. Every day, he urged the half-blood elf warriors to do intensive training on the island and asked them to become qualified crew members. It's just that the 11 dilapidated three-masted sailing ships are really shabby, and many places need to be repaired. Miss Tiffany first looked at these three-masted sailing ships in the Key West Islands, and then followed the half-blood elf warriors to the sea, sailing in the waters near the Key West Islands for most of the day. When she came back, she ran to Roy and said to Roy, who was practicing swimming with the half-blood elf warriors, "Roy, I saw your 11 ships. They are really old and dilapidated. It's okay to sail slowly in the sea, but once you participate in a naval battle, you may be hit by a cannon from the enemy, and these ships may sink to the bottom of the sea." Roy raised his head and looked at Miss Tiffany. "So what? Is there any solution?" As a Naga Sea tribe member, Miss Tiffany felt that Roy's 11 warships were simply too broken, and would be vulnerable to cannons. "I can get some magic shields, and add a layer of magic shields to these sailboats to resist the cannons on the enemy ships," Miss Tiffany said quickly. "A rune plate with a magic shield?" Roy asked doubtfully. "Almost, but it may cost a lot of money to buy. It's not cheap, but the defensive effect is quite good," Miss Tiffany continued. "If you buy it from the Naga Sea clan, a rune plate with a magic shield will cost at least 200 magic crystals, maybe a little more." Roy didn't even hesitate. He took out 2,200 magic crystals from the treasure chest, found a pocket to put them in, and then handed them to Miss Tiffany without hesitation. "Then help me buy 11 rune plates for magic shields. Wait until I come back." That night, Miss Tiffany walked into the sea with this bag of magic crystals. There was no news from Miss Tiffany for 2 days. It was not until the 3rd day that Miss Tiffany came out of the sea exhausted. Back to the camp, I found Roy and handed him 11 magic rune plates engraved with magic patterns. These magic rune plates were not made of metal, but looked more like square plates polished from some magic beast bones. The magic patterns engraved on them were not ancient elven language, but another rune language that Roy had never seen before. These magic patterns are engraved in ancient Jana language. We usually use this kind of magic rune board to build closed spaces in the sea. When Miss Tiffany spoke, the ends of her long green algae-colored hair were still dripping with seawater. She inserted a magic crystal fragment into a groove on the rune board, and then chanted a spell, and suddenly this black magic rune board began to have some magic halos. When these magic lights filled the magic rune board, hexagonal protective shields suddenly appeared outside Roy's tent. These shield-shaped protective shields could be tightly connected together, looking like a huge semicircular turtle shell. Moreover, the diameter of this tortoise shell reached more than 20 meters. The rune plate actually supported a shield, and the protection range was just enough to completely cover the core of the three-masted sailing ship. How can this be activated normally? Roy looked at the magic rune plate and asked Miss Tiffany. "You only need to put a piece of magic crystal fragment into the groove, but this energy shield consumes a lot of magic crystals, so try not to open it normally," Miss Tiffany reminded Roy. In the following days, Roy installed this magic shield on all 11 three-masted sailing ships. This is the magic technology of the Naga Sea clan, and it belongs to the water magic. It only consumes the energy in the magic crystal fragments, which greatly improves the defense capabilities of these 11 three-masted sailing ships. These three-masted sailing ships have cannons and certain naval combat capabilities. Roy wants to use these three-masted sailing ships to open a patrol route around the West Key Islands. Chapter 477. In fact, when Miss Tiffany offered to accompany Roy to the Queen of Winnie Islands in Castletown, Roy thought that Miss Tiffany just wanted to use her racial ability to help him detect the movements of the Grey Dwarf bandits in this naval battle. Roy never thought that Miss Tiffany would bring back so many magic rune plates with magic shields. The magic pattern array on this water magic rune plate can be regarded as the most advanced academic knowledge of Naga magicians in the field of magic. It is said that the city built by the Naga Sea clan on the seabed was realized by relying on this kind of magic shield. Countless semicircular shields overlap together to open up a rather spectacular city on the seabed. The magic pattern array of this magic shield rarely spreads outside. The 11 three-masted sailing ships, holding up the magic shield at the same time, looked quite spectacular. A row of semicircular shields were connected together, like a semicircular light blue turtle shell. Although these three-masted sailing ships looked a bit shabby, Roy found that the main keel and main mast of the sailing ship were made of expensive ironwood after checking the hull structure. The wooden boards on the outside of the hull were also treated with anti-corrosion. Although they looked shabby, the whole ship was very solid. The Grey Dwarfs even used some triangular brackets to fix the hull. This sailboat is enough to withstand the storm on the endless sea. There are also 4 cannons installed on both sides of the hull deck. This huge cannon can project solid bullets. The total length of the hull reaches 45 meters. In addition to the closed cabin on the bottom floor, there are 2 levels of cabins under the deck, each with 50 cabins. There are 2 bunk beds installed in the cabin, and each cabin has 4 beds. Such a 3-masted sailboat can accommodate up to 400 half-blood elf warriors. In addition, the second floor has 2 floors of shipbuilding, 1/3 of the deck at the rear. In addition to the proposed kitchen, there is a storage room. In addition to the captain's cabin, there are 2 lounges on the second floor. 3 masts are evenly distributed on the 2/3 of the deck in front of the hull. There are 2 triangular sails, and a ball sail in front of the main mast. The ram in front of the bow is a bronze Butah sheep's head. The Grey Dwarf robbers may not have cleaned the barnacles on the bottom of the ship for a long time. After the half-blood elf warriors cleaned the barnacles attached to the hull, they originally planned to paint the bottom of the ship. Unfortunately, it is very troublesome to build a dock here, so they can only paint the hull on the water surface. However, the wood used for these 3-masted sailing ships is very exquisite. After being soaked in seawater for a long time, the wood boards have no gaps and become more and more solid. Moreover, this kind of wood has a faint smell of camphor. Except for the thick barnacles on the surface, there is almost no insect bite on the hull. In the evening, the Key West Islands were shrouded in a red sunset, and even the sea surface was stained with a layer of light gold. Some skuas flew to the rocks on the beach to rest. Their bird nests were there. Several skuas gathered in a shallow puddle, fighting for the small fish trapped inside. After a busy day, a team of half-blood elf warriors returned to the temporary camp with Yunxia on their backs. Roy came directly to the dock and climbed onto a 3-masted sailboat. Miss Tiffany was making the final adjustments to the magic rune board on the ship. "Will it cause trouble if I get these magic rune boards?" Roy's voice sounded from behind Miss Tiffany. Miss Tiffany was filled with a faint breath of water elements and answered firmly, "No, it's not a valuable magic rune array. This kind of magic rune array has long been widely used in magic weapons. Besides, I bought these magic rune boards with magic crystals." The tone of voice showed that I had spent money. The sun slowly sank into the sea, and a layer of light green gauze suddenly appeared on the sea surface in the distance. Every time there is fog on the sea, those Grey Dwarf robbers will come to the island. I don't know if they dare to come tonight, Roy muttered as he stood by the boat. Miss Tiffany blinked and said, "Every year during the rainy season, there will always be fog on the sea surface here, but do those Grey Dwarf robbers really dare to drive a sea ship to the island in the fog at night?" "That's the case these 2 times, Roy replied. Miss Tiffany frowned and said nothing more, but looked up at the night sky and said, "The coral reefs here are so beautiful." Then she stretched her body and jumped from the edge of the ship into the deep sea, and the sea surface suddenly turned up a string of water splashes. The victory of the Battle of the West Key Islands was like a fuse, allowing the Silver Pegasus Corps to suddenly find the key to victory. The top leaders of the Corps finally realized that the advantage of the elf warriors was jungle warfare. As long as they get into the dense forest, those short-legged and fat-waisted Grey Dwarf bandits can't run, and their combat effectiveness is reduced by 3 levels. Now that they have found the weakness of the Grey Dwarf bandits, the Silver Moon Elf warriors began to take the initiative to fight against the Grey Dwarf bandits on the outer islands. So far, the naval battle of Queen Ivany Islands has broken out in full swing, and sporadic small disputes have first unfolded on the remote islands around Queen Ivany Islands. The proud group of Silver Moon Elf warriors actually ambushed in the jungle, which was something the group of Grey Dwarf bandits who ventured to the island never expected. For more than half a month, the Grey Dwarf bandits have suffered losses in the battle for the surrounding islands. This made the Grey Dwarf bandit leaders quite angry. In the past half-month, the islands around the Queen Ivany Islands have been reporting good news frequently. The top leaders of the Silver Pegasus Corps thought that these Grey Dwarf bandits only had this little ability. The Silver Pegasus Corps elf warriors on the Queen Island have even begun to celebrate their victory. It seems that according to this attack rhythm, the Silver Pegasus Corps can eat up all the Grey Dwarf bandits in one go. There is a group of coral reef islands on the southern edge of the Queen Ivany Islands. Many of these coral reef islands are tidal islands under the sea surface, but there are also several small islands that have always floated out of the sea. However, these small islands are not too big. The length of the largest island is only less than 300 meters, and it is a one-sided cliff. This cliff is high in the north and low in the south, and the hillside is covered with lush forests. The island has a beach on one side and cliffs on three sides. The cliff on the north side is almost 100 meters high, and below the cliff is a rugged reef extending from the sea. This is the island where the Silver Pegasus Corps is stationed at the southernmost tip of the Queen Ivany Islands. There is a squadron of 60 Silver Moon Elf warriors on the island. The sky is not full of dark clouds, and the wind on the sea is very strong. Waves several meters high rush towards the reefs on the shore. The visibility on the sea is very low, but there is no fog. 2 three-masted sailing ships were anchored on the sea 2 miles away. The Silver Moon Elf warriors hiding on the island could see the group of Grey Dwarf robbers on the deck, staring at them eagerly. These Silver Moon Elf warriors did not deploy their defenses along the coastline. They lurked in the jungle on the hillside and set up hundreds of beast traps in the dense forest, waiting for these Grey Dwarf robbers to land on the beach under the cover of night and fog. If they rushed into the dense forest at night, the traps in the forest would make them suffer. Night fell over the island again. The sky was gloomy, but there was no fog. A row of ropes appeared on the side of the 2 three-masted sailing ships. The fully armed Grey Dwarf robbers slid down the ropes, climbed onto the boats, and slowly rowed towards the beach. Soon, these Grey Dwarf robbers arrived at the beach in the boats, but when they arrived at the beach, they were not obstructed by the Silver Moon Elf warriors on the island. The Silver Moon Elf warriors on the island seemed to be unaware that they had landed on the island. These Grey Dwarf bandits wore full covering armor like iron cans, held high their dwarf chain shields, and walked out of the waist-deep sea water step by step. The Grey Dwarf bandit leader lifted the visor on his helmet and looked at both sides of the beach. He did not find anything unusual, so he pointed to the dense forest on the hillside to the other Grey Dwarf bandits, signaling them to line up in a neat row and approach the dense forest with shields raised. Just as the Grey Dwarf bandits walked out of the beach and stepped onto the green grass, a sharp and piercing sound came from the night sky. Those were armor-piercing arrows that Silver Moon Elf warriors often used. Since these Grey Dwarf bandits were all wearing metal armor, the Silver Moon Elf warriors were also equipped with armor-piercing arrows that could pierce armor. Archery frequently flew out of the dense forest, instantly suppressing the Grey Dwarf bandits' advance and blocking this group of Grey Dwarf bandits outside the dense forest. There was no sign of frustration on the faces of these Grey Dwarf warriors. They half-crouched outside the dense forest and used their bodies to form an iron human wall. After those armor-piercing arrows hit the dwarf warriors, they were almost all bounced back and scattered on the sand. The Grey Dwarf bandits knew that the dense forest in front of them was full of traps, and they could not break into the dense forest at night anyway. But they had no intention of retreating, and just half-crouched on the grass at the edge of the beach. Late at night, the waves hit the beach. When the waves receded, the anglerfish showed their fleshy backs, opened their blood-red eyes, and looked into the depths of the dense forest on the island. Then, a strange scene appeared. These dark gray anglerfish actually stood up on the beach, with 2 thin and short legs supporting their fat bodies. These fishmen can't even be considered subhumans. They can only be regarded as fishmen monsters with subhuman strength. They hold a harpoon in their hands, step on the soft sand with their big feet with webbed feet, and walk slowly to the shore. There are so many of these fishmen monsters. When they hide in the sea, water lines appear on the sea surface. Now they walk on the beach one by one, and these fishmen monsters suddenly become a large black mass. If you observe these fishmen monsters up close, you will find that they have fish faces, black lumps on their backs, skinny limbs, can hold weapons in their hands, and can walk upright. Their bodies were only about 1.5 meters tall, and they were huddled together, all wet, with mucus dripping onto the beach. A large group of murlocs rushed onto the island beach, which was a spectacular sight. They walked on the beach with difficulty, not much faster than a turtle. 100 meters ahead, you could see the Grey Dwarf robbers standing there. Just as these murlocs hesitated and were unwilling to approach, other figures with snake-tailed bodies emerged from the sea. They had 6 arms, Their faces were covered with scales, sharp teeth, gills, colorful fins behind their ears, and the spine on their backs was exposed. Their bodies were covered with green scales, and there was a light red fin on their snake tails starting from their lower backs. They can't be considered as the Nagasi clan, but as another branch of the Nagasi clan, the Siren. It is said that cursed mermaids will turn into Siren. A row of Siren appeared on the coastline, with a number of about dozens. They were holding long thorny leather whips in their hands, driving these fishman monsters in the sea towards the island. It was not until these fishman monsters crossed the defense line of the Grey Dwarf bandits and stepped into the green grass that arrows flying out of the dense forest continued to shoot at their bodies. Then, the Sirens standing in the sea blew the whistles hanging on their chests. The sharp and piercing whistles rang out in the night, and the fishmen and monsters became crazy in the piercing whistles. A large number of fishmen and monsters shouted Jilihuala and rushed into the rain of arrows. They refused to retreat even when they were full of arrows. They would desperately roll forward and crawl forward even if they fell down, and even left countless fishmen and monsters on the grass. The fishmen and monsters who rushed into the woods kept triggering traps in the forest, and their bodies were even scratched all over by the dense bushes. The dense forest was immediately filled with the smell of fish, and the branches of the low shrubs were covered with mucus and rotten meat. The fishman monsters kept wailing and fell down. But the Silver Moon Elf warriors hiding in the high places of the dense forest found that the situation on the island was heading towards an uncontrollable situation. Those Grey Dwarf bandits followed the fishman monsters into the dense forest, and the traps in the dense forest could no longer threaten them. The number of fishman monsters was huge, and under the carpet search, the Silver Moon Elf warriors hiding in the trees had nowhere to hide. The Grey Dwarf bandits were born with supernatural powers, and they were followed by Sirens, who continuously released ice arrows. The original idea of using the jungle to annihilate all the Grey Dwarf bandits was shattered when the fish monsters rushed up. The Silver Moon Elves retreated while fighting, all the way to the edge of the cliff. Only 20 of the more than 60 Silver Moon Elves were left in this bloody battle. Now the entire hillside is full of fish monsters, and the Grey Dwarf bandits and Sirens are sandwiched among these fish monsters. The surviving 20 or so Silver Moon Elf warriors were also covered in wounds. They stood on the edge of the cliff, with the vast sea behind them. The Silver Moon Elves had already put down the prepared ropes here, which was their preset retreat. One by one, the Silver Moon Elf warriors slid down the cliff along the ropes. Almost at the same time, a large number of fishman monsters rushed up the cliff, and some fishman monsters were pushed down the cliff by the fishman monsters surging up from behind, making sharp and piercing screams. More than 20 elf warriors slid to the bottom of the cliff, quickly boarded the flying fish boats, and left the island overnight. Chapter 478. Time flies and it is June. The Grey Dwarf bandits and the Siren Corps formed a sea coalition and plundered the islands on the edge of the Queen of Winnie Islands. The Silver Moon Elf warriors on the outer islands suffered losses repeatedly. Earl Swinburne had no choice but to order the front line to shrink and concentrate the Silver Moon Elf guards on the outer islands to garrison several large islands in the Queen of Winnie Islands. The Key West Islands belonged to the rear of the Queen of Winnie Islands. Because the Grey Dwarf bandits suffered 2 losses on the Key West Islands, the Key West Islands have not felt the pressure from the Grey Dwarf bandits and the Siren Corps in the past month. Captain Berkeley believes that the Key West Islands were not involved in the war, mainly because the Grey Dwarf bandits and the Siren Legion set their sights on the 3 main islands of the Queen Ivani Islands. However, the 3 main islands of the Queen Ivani Islands are protected by the ancient war trees. After several major battles, the Grey Dwarf bandits and the Siren Legion coalition did not gain any advantage. The Grey Dwarf bandits are currently building bunkers on the outer islands of the Queen Ivani Islands, trying to completely block the sea area. In that case, the next strategic target of the Grey Dwarf bandits must be the backdoor of Queen of Winnie Islands, the Key West Islands. In the past month or so, Roy has transferred 3,000 half-blood elf warriors from the Pagisto Plateau. The half-blood elf guards have been supplemented with soldiers. Even if the wounded half-blood elf warriors have recovered, they can return to the Pagisto Plateau for vacation. Therefore, the total strength of the half-blood elf guards in the Key West Islands has been maintained at about 5,000. After nearly 2 months of training, the half-blood elf warriors were able to skillfully control 11 3-masted sailing ships to sail freely in the waters of the Key West Islands. The Elf Academy in Castletown also began its vacation before the rainy season arrived. On the beach next to the main island pier, Roy and Wood sat side by side on a reef, looking at the sunset in the distance through the 11 3-masted sailing ships. Wood said with some concern, "Roy, I know you have been fighting here, but I didn't expect the situation to be so tense." Some time ago, there was news in Castletown that the Silver Pegasus Legion had found the key to victory. Now why has the Silver Pegasus Legion retreated to the three main islands? The Grey Dwarf Bandits and the Sirens have formed an alliance. The Sirens use the fishmen as cannon fodder to attack the islands. Except for the three main islands, there should be no island in the Queen Uni Islands that can be defended, Roy whispered to Woods. Because of this, Roy has already gathered the half-blood elf warriors on the small islands around the West Key Islands to the main island. Currently, the half-blood elf guards on the main island have reached 5,000. Even if the Grey Dwarf Bandits and the Siren Army arrived at the West Key Islands at this moment, they would have to pay a heavy price to capture the main island. Hearing Roy say this, Woods said with more worry, "What if the three main islands are lost? Do we have to give up the Queen Uni Islands? This is the last springboard for the elves to enter the Endless Sea. How could it be lost?" Roy smiled and said, but there was not much confidence in his tone. "But the current bad situation, doesn't it explain the problem?" Woods was a little anxious, muttering, "I should have brought the Black Pearl here earlier, so that the ship can also contribute to this naval battle. Roy, have you ever thought about what to do if Key West is lost?" Roy paused for a moment before saying, "Then take the fleet and retreat to Partington Island." Then the two were silent for a while. This topic made Roy, and would see no hope of victory for the Silver Pegasus Legion in the Battle of Queen Uni Islands. The other side used Murlocs as cannon fodder on the battlefield, which obviously just restrained the jungle warfare that the Silver Moon Elves were best at. In the distant sea, Moira was trying to chase Miss Tiffany, who had transformed into a Naga mermaid. She was learning to swim recently, and wearing tight leather armor, she was able to deal with Miss Tiffany for a while. Sabrina sat on the beach hugging her knees. She didn't go into the water, but just watched Moira and Miss Tiffany playing in the sea. Sabrina and Moira arrived at Partington Island by boat the day after the Fairy Academy was on holiday. They stayed on Partington Island for a day before finding a supply ship of the Silver Pegasus Corps and took it to Key West. Woods came with them, this time, to deliver 4 boxes of primary magic potions to Roy. It's funny to say that Roy currently controls the market for low-level magic herbs in the entire Partington Plain, and also owns a medium-sized alchemy workshop in Castletown. However, when his own army needed magic potions, Woods managed to bring only 4 boxes of primary magic potions. What put Woods and Roy in this predicament was not that the alchemy workshop was poorly managed and facing bankruptcy. On the contrary, the alchemy workshop in Castletown was currently expanding, and was actively recruiting magic pharmacists. The main reason is that in the past month and a half, the alchemy workshop has sold out all the primary magic potions and primary magic herbs 3 times in a row. Even though the price of these primary magic herbs has increased by nearly double compared to 2 months ago, the primary magic herb market is still in short supply, and even the warehouse in Padstow City has run out of stock. Augustus, the herb merchant in Padstow City, has now led a caravan of 100 people to the Blackwater Swamp to purchase magic herbs. For the first time, the Partington Plain has also ushered in huge dividends brought by magic herbs. In the past month and a half, almost all magic herb-related industries in Padstow have seen some turnarounds, and even new magic herb shops have sprung up like mushrooms on the shopping streets of Padstow. The initiators of this situation are the large merchant groups that came from the Green Empire. After arriving at Castletown Port, large ships immediately started buying. Whether it is magic pattern structures, magic weapons, or magic potions and herbs, or even water magic scrolls, these imperial merchants did not walk into the magic shops and choose at will, but directly booked the magic shops and bought all the magic products. They bought everything, and almost half of the magic crystals they paid for were black. Speaking of these magic crystals, in fact, most of them are magic cores found in the bodies of monsters. These magic cores usually contain magic crystals as big as walnuts. The colors of magic crystals are also varied. According to research by magic scholars, the specific color of the magic core depends mainly on the magic properties of the monster itself. The magic crystals obtained from monsters with air magic elements are mostly white in color. The magic crystals from water monsters are almost all blue. The magic crystals from fire monsters are red. The magic crystals from earth monsters are yellow. And the magic crystals from wood monsters are green. If the magic elements in the body of the monster are very pure, then these magic crystals will be these basic colors. But if a magic crystal has both water magic elements and fire magic elements, then the magic crystal will mostly be purple. These black magic crystals taken out by the imperial merchants look like obsidian without any impurities, and the magic aura contained in them is extremely rich, and they are highly sought after by magicians. All the goods in Roy's alchemy workshop were bought by these imperial merchants. Woods went to Key West with only 4 boxes of primary magic potions. How is Claire doing recently? Roy asked Woods. If Claire hadn't been busy building relationships at the alchemy workshop in Castletown, it would have been gone by now. He is currently preparing for the summer Starry Sky concert, so he couldn't come with us, Woods said. The sunset gradually swallowed the setting sun, and the clouds began to change from red to dark blue. The warm and moist sea breeze blew in the face, and the main island of Key West ushered in the most comfortable moment of the day. Moira in the sea kept calling Sabrina on the beach, looking as happy as a little dolphin. The sky was getting darker and darker, and masts appeared on the sea, and bulging sails gradually appeared. In the dim light, these sails were like a forest on the sea. It was the lookout on the main mast of the 3-masted sailing ship who first discovered the ships, but the half-elf lookouts didn't seem to move. Woods looked into the distance nervously, and even Sabrina on the beach stood up and looked at the sails from afar. Moira and Miss Tiffany swam quickly to the shore. But Roy didn't look nervous at all. He turned his head and glanced at the sea in the distance, and said to Woods, who looked nervous, "Don't worry, judging from these sails, it should be the fleet of the Silver Moon Elves," Roy said casually. He recognized that these sails were only for medium-sized sailboats, because there was a lookout on the mast. Ah! Woods breathed a sigh of relief. Sure enough, these medium-sized sailboats appeared in everyone's sight after a while, but these sailboats did not stay on the main island of the Key West Islands, but passed by the main island and headed eastward towards the main island of the Queen of Winnie Islands. Although it was getting dark, the route chosen by these medium-sized sailboats was very close to the main island of the Key West Islands, so Roy could clearly see the Silver Moon Elf warriors on those ships. These Silver Moon Elf warriors, wearing silver armor, carried elven longbows on their backs. Even the elite troops of the Silver Pegasus Legion were not equipped with elven longbows on them. Roy suddenly thought of what Captain Berkeley said to him when he passed by here a few days ago. Captain Berkeley said at the time that this time, other legions of the Silver Moon Elf Kingdom might intervene in the naval battle of the Queen of Winnie Islands. Roy asked curiously, "Will the Unicorn Army be used?" Captain Berkeley chuckled, "That's not the case. The Unicorn Army will not leave the Holy Land easily. They are probably the Great Elf Archers." Now when Roy saw the silver-armored elf archers on the medium-sized sailing boats, he immediately thought of the group of Great Elf Archers that Captain Berkeley mentioned. This is also an army that can represent the foundation of the Silver Moon Elves. More than 30 central sailing boats full of Great Elf Archers passed by the main island. It was getting dark, and a glimmer of moonlight hung in the night sky. Beams of light appeared at the stern of the medium-sized sailboat behind them. Those beams looked like they were shot down from the moon. There were also 10 medium-sized sailboats of this type. Roy and Wood stood up from the reef with a look of surprise, and looked at the sailboats in the sea in the distance. In the dim light, Roy vaguely saw the flag of the Moon Temple flying on the bow. "It's the priest of the Moon Temple," Roy and Wood said almost at the same time. The two looked at each other. In this situation, no one expected that the Moon Temple priest group would also be dispatched. The Silver Moon Elf Kingdom made such a big move, which meant that it would never give up the Queen Uni Islands. Roy exhaled a breath, sat down again, and said to Woods beside him, "I guess this battle will be decided soon. These Grey Dwarf bandits have never figured out the background of the Silver Moon Elf Kingdom. Well, the Great Elf Archer group and the Moon Temple Priest group, although not as good as the Silver Pegasus Legion and the Unicorn Legion, are also the ace legions of the Silver Moon Elf Kingdom," Woods also said excitedly. Roy jumped off the reef and walked quickly to the temporary camp, saying as he walked, "Although the fleet of the Grey Dwarf robbers did not enter the West Key Islands, we must also strive to get a share of the pie. The tactics of those Siren legions are very simple, that is, to pave the bloody road with the lives of the Fishman monsters. They can do this in front of the Silver Moon Elf warriors, but they are not good enough in front of us. Let's make some preparations first to see if there will be any Grey Dwarf robbers breaking into the West Key Islands." Roy walked towards the temporary camp while mumbling to Woods. In his opinion, the headhunters on the Pagisto Plateau are much more powerful than the Fishmen. In addition, the Silver Moon Elf warriors do not have the tenacity of the Half-Blood Elf warriors, and their fighting spirit on the battlefield is not high. Although their armaments and combat skills are excellent, once they are asked to make a life-and-death decision, these Silver Moon Elf warriors will immediately collapse. At this moment, Moira and Miss Tiffany also went ashore, joined Sabrina, and followed Roy back to the temporary camp. Moira, with a towel on her shoulders, chased after Roy and asked him actively, "Roy, are you ready to go on a mission? Don't forget to take me with you this time." "No, it's just a temporary deployment," Roy said without looking back. Just now, 40 medium-sized sailing ships passed by in one go. If each medium-sized sailing ship is fully loaded with Silver Moon Elf warriors and priests, it means that an elite army of 10,000 elves is heading to the main island of Queen Islands. This also means that a war is coming. So Roy wants the half-blood elf warriors in the temporary camp to be fully prepared. Chapter 479. A large number of three-masted sailing ships appeared in the sea around a large island in the Queen Islands. In the mist, the gray dwarf bandits standing on the bow were faintly visible. The Silver Moon Elf warriors on the island were guarding the beach, and countless Silver Pegasus knights were hovering in the air. The entire coastline seemed unusually quiet, with an atmosphere of impending storms before a war. The sky gradually darkened, and the three-masted sailing ships on the sea were slowly approaching the beach. The Silver Moon Elf warriors on the Queen's Island became nervous. They had been guarding the beach for most of the day, and after dark, they were inevitably a little tired. Although they had a simple dinner, the Silver Moon Elf warriors still had to stay on the coastline. A group of squadron leaders from the Legion came with a Silver Moon Elf officer to inspect the foggy sea, and just said a few words of encouragement before leaving in a hurry. However, the figures of the gray dwarf warriors on the three-masted sailing ship became clearer and clearer under the night. With the sound of the low horn, the gray dwarf robbers on the three-masted sailing ship were the first to land on the island. These gray dwarf robbers jumped into the sea from the ship, climbed onto sheepskin rafts, and rushed towards the beach. Shrouded in a faint mist, it was unknown how many gray dwarf bandits there were. Countless gray dwarf bandits appeared on the sea. The armor on these gray dwarf bandits looked like tin cans. They were holding battle axes, hammers, and shields in their hands, and they rushed towards the coastline with murderous intent. These gray dwarf bandits jumped from the sheepskin rafts into the waist-deep sea water, holding shields, and wading towards the coastline. A large number of black shadows appeared around the gray dwarf bandits. One by one, the fishman monsters covered with pustules appeared from under the sea. They were wet all over, and had shark-like teeth in their mouths. Although these fishmen had thin limbs, they moved very fast. They quickly surpassed the heavily armored gray dwarf bandits, and rushed towards the Silver Moon Elves guarding the beach. A flaming arrow pierced the night sky, illuminating a large area of the beach, and the fishmen hidden in the sea were revealed one after another. Then a rain of arrows was sprinkled from the beach, and suddenly the fishmen were shot through the body by arrows, but the gray dwarf bandits hiding in the group of fishmen were not injured at all. The nearly 1 kilometer-long coastline was full of merfolk and gray dwarf bandits. It was not until these gray dwarf bandits rushed onto the beach that the Silver Moon Elf warriors guarding the beach quickly retreated into the dense forest behind them. The Silver Pegasus knights in the night sky kept shooting feather arrows onto the beach, but the merfolk were not afraid of death at all. Behind the merfolk were some sea monsters, and every time the vines hit the sea monster swung, the merfolk's pace would speed up. Queen Island is already one of the 3 main islands in the Queen Islands. There are more than 10,000 Silver Moon Elf warriors guarding the main island, and they are well equipped. Seeing the gray dwarves landing on the beach, the Silver Moon Elf warriors retreated into the forest. Seeing this situation, the fishman monsters thought that as before, as long as they chased into the jungle and delayed the elf warriors, they could win a small stage of the island battle. At this time, the gray dwarf bandits stood on the beach, unwilling to take another step inside. A group of sirens drove the fishmen into the dense forest. The sirens were a little surprised. Why didn't these gray dwarf bandits covered with a thick layer of iron sheet move forward? Just as the sirens looked at the gray dwarf bandits with hesitation, the group of fishmen in the front had already touched the grass on the inside of the beach. Just as they were about to touch the dense forest, a group of Paglio spears pierced out from the dark dense forest, and immediately turned the fishmen in the front into a hornet's nest. A large number of murlocs were stabbed by the sudden spears, and a group of Silver Moon Elf warriors appeared behind the big tree. The murlocs saw their companions die in large numbers, and they screamed in fear, but they did not stop. They looked at the Silver Moon Elf warriors, and rushed forward wailing. These Silver Moon Elf warriors were highly skilled in martial arts, and hid behind the bushes. The murlocs rushed up and killed them all, until the gray dwarf bandits rushed up with battle axes. These gray dwarf bandits, who were wearing heavy armor, immediately blocked the spears in the hands of the Silver Moon Elf warriors. Almost at the same time, the main forces of both sides collided head-on. At this moment, the support of the Silver Pegasus Knights in the sky seemed insignificant. Just as the Silver Moon Elf warriors on the main island were entangled with the Grey Dwarf bandits, the entire dense forest suddenly shook constantly, and with the sound of collisions that hit the heart, the branches and leaves of the trees in the dense forest all made violent rustling sounds at the same time. A majestic breath of life emanated from the dense forest in the center of the island. An ancient war tree over 100 meters high emerged from the center of the dense forest. An arm formed by a dead tree several dozen meters long grabbed a vine. As the vine swung, countless rich life breaths emanated from the surroundings. A huge life array appeared at the foot of the ancient war tree. The diameter of this array was over 1 kilometer. Under the nourishment of the life breath, countless oak trees in the array had pairs of eyes full of life breath on their trunks. The oak trees that opened their eyes began to vibrate vigorously, and then they pulled out the roots that were deeply rooted in the soil. One by one, the oak trees were purified into tree people, and they quickly moved towards the edge of the dense forest. Just as the Silver Moon Elf warriors and the Grey Dwarf bandits were fighting fiercely, these Tree-Man warriors appeared behind the Silver Moon Elf warriors. One by one, roots and stems emerged from the soil under the feet of the Tree-Man, and countless vines entangled the Grey Dwarf bandits and the Murlocs on the battlefield. This was the life awakening of the ancient war tree, which could awaken a large number of plants around. The Tree-Man warriors transformed from oak trees entered the battlefield and immediately blocked the Grey Dwarf bandits outside the dense forest. The Murlocs were beaten by the Tree-Man warriors' thorny vines, and their bones and muscles were broken one after another. The worst ones were directly turned into a pile of mincemeat. On the tragic battlefield, the bodies of Murlocs were everywhere. But the group of sea monsters following behind showed no fear at all. They lined up in a neat row, slowly swimming towards the battlefield with thorn whips in their hands. The Grey Dwarf robbers were also struggling to resist the joint attack of the Tree Warriors and the Silver Moon Elf warriors. The Tree Warriors were huge. Each of them was almost 20 to 30 meters high. They could use their tree roots to tightly entangle the Grey Dwarf robbers, and then the Silver Moon Elf warriors would rush up to finish them off. These Tree Warriors had no sense of pain and were extremely powerful. Instantly, more than 100 Grey Dwarf bandits were tied up by the Tree Warriors' roots. When the sea monsters behind rushed up, a large group of fish monsters rushed up from behind again. At the same time, a sea beast priest appeared on the dark sea. He stood on the heads of several huge sea beasts. The moment he appeared from the sea, a monster like a giant python poked its head out from under the sea. The head of this giant python was as big as a 5-masted sailing ship, and its larger body was hidden under the sea. It opened its eyes, like a pair of huge searchlights shining towards the coast. The sea beast priest stood on the head of the giant python, holding the horn in front of its nose with one hand, pointing at the battlefield in front, and saying something in a low voice. Then the giant python sank into the sea quickly, turned into a huge vortex and disappeared. A few minutes later, a huge wave several meters high suddenly appeared on the sea in the distance, and while this huge wave was hitting the beach, it was actually constantly increasing. When it rushed to the coastline, the huge wave had grown to dozens of meters high, and the shadow of a giant snake appeared in the huge wave. A large amount of seawater rushed into the dense forest, and the waves knocked these rootless tree warriors to the ground, and countless trees were uprooted, and the beach was also a mess. The Silver Moon Elf warriors disappeared in the dense forest full of seawater under the impact of the huge waves. The Grey Dwarf robbers were also very embarrassed, and they climbed up in the dense forest full of seawater, but the fish monsters and sirens were not affected much. A large group of fish monsters rushed to the front, and the Grey Dwarf robbers and sirens followed behind, stepping into the dense forest. The tree warriors stood up with difficulty under the beating of the waves. The Silver Moon Elf warriors, who had become drowned, also emerged from the dense forest in a panic, walked to the side of the tree warriors, and formed a defensive formation again. Just behind the siren and the Grey Dwarf robbers, a sea beast several dozen meters tall emerged from the sea. It was covered with thick scales, and looked at least twice as tall as the tree warriors, but it was far less than the ancient war tree in the dense forest. The battle on the eastern beach of the main island was in full swing, but on the other side of the island, 40 medium-sized sailing ships landed silently. 8,000 fully armed Silver Moon Great Elf archers landed on the island under the cover of night. They could clearly hear the shouts and sounds of fierce fighting on the other side of the island. The leader of the Great Elf Archer Corps immediately ordered the Great Elf Archers to provide full support. So in the dense forest path of the Queen's main island, nearly 8,000 Great Elf Archers wearing silver armor were running at full speed. In addition, a group of Moon Temple priests were slowly gathering on the beach. They were a group of Silver Moon Elves, wearing silver gray priest robes, slowly following the Great Elf Archers and rushing to the battlefield on the other side of the main island. The Elf Archers came to the beach battlefield at the fastest speed, and found that the dense forest here had turned into a vast ocean. In the center of the battlefield, a giant unicorn snake was entangled in a 100-meter-high ancient war tree, and was about to use its steel and iron bones to strangle the ancient war tree. Other tree warriors were also in the dense forest, separated by countless fish monsters and gray dwarf bandits. When the tree warriors fought on their own, they actually had little combat power. Even though they were huge, their bodies were extremely clumsy. The dense forest was full of seawater, so they could only dig their roots deep into the soil, which meant they could not move and could only stay where they were and be slaughtered. The balance of the battle began to tilt towards the gray dwarf bandits. A big elf archer appeared on the shoulder of the tree warrior. He pulled the elf longbow in his hand to the full, and the elf longbow immediately began to condense wind magic elements to the tip of the arrow. The magic vortexes made the arrow tip look like a blooming flower. As the arrow was shot out, it just hit the gray dwarf bandit, who was rushing towards him. The arrow with the power of wind suddenly shot through the chest of the gray dwarf bandit, and went out from his back. The gray dwarf bandit was wearing the most sophisticated dwarf chain mail, which had an extra armor plate on the chest. Unfortunately, even with such a solid armor, the big elf archer shot through the chest with all his strength. The gray dwarf bandit wanted to open his mouth to say a few words, but his throat could not make any sound, and then he laid down in the dense forest full of seawater. At the moment when the gray dwarf bandit closed his eyes, thousands of big elf archers suddenly appeared behind the big elf archer. A rain of arrows covered the battlefield in front, and a trace of elemental breath almost divided the entire battlefield into several pieces. At this moment, the tree warriors gradually recovered under the impact of the waves, and stood at the forefront of the battlefield again, holding hands and practicing in a row. The great elf archers jumped onto the shoulders of the tree warriors, and shot arrows at the densely packed fish monsters on the battlefield. The moment the arrows flew to the battlefield, the arrow tips exploded, and countless willow leaf wind blades flew out from the arrow tips. The fish monsters almost died in droves. 8,000 great elf archers arrived at the main island battlefield, and immediately reversed the situation of continuous defeat on the battlefield. The Silver Moon Elf warriors also quickly gathered together, ready to cooperate with the great elf archers to harvest the lives of the gray dwarf bandits and sirens on the battlefield. Beams of moonlight passed through the gray clouds and fell on the sea. The fog on the sea dissipated. The moonlight was like snow. A team of Moon Temple priests also rushed to the battlefield in the dense forest. The gray dwarf bandits had long realized that the situation was not good. They quickly retreated to the coastline. A large number of fishmen and monsters died, and many sea monsters were covered with wounds. Then, they were all shot by the big elf archers. The Moon Temple priests appeared in the dense forest behind the battlefield. The appearance of the priests made the moonlight in the night sky particularly bright. But the battlefield in front of them had become a Shura field, with countless corpses lying in the woods. Beams of moonlight broke through the clouds, and fell on the sea near the main island. On the sea in the distance, a sea storm was about to condense. But when the skin of the sea beast came into contact with the moonlight, the scales of the sea beast, like heavy armor, were dissolving rapidly. The sea beast priest saw this scene, and immediately took the sea beast, and fled to the northwest of the island. The gray dwarf robbers saw that the sea beast priests were fleeing, so they fled to the beach, and pushed the sheepskin rafts parked on the beach into the sea. As for the fishmen and monsters, almost all of them were forced to stay on the battlefield in front of the beach. When the sirens retreated, they left the fishmen and monsters on the beach, and even forbade them to escape back to the sea, mainly so that they could successfully escape the pursuit of the Silver Moon Elf warriors. Chapter 480. 2,000 Moon Temple priests stood on the hillside of Queen Island, chanting hymns to the moon at the same time. Beams of moonlight appeared from the night sky, breaking through the clouds in the night sky and falling on the sea surface. The light mist dissipated. The moonlight descended, and the sea snake beside the sea beast priest was shrouded in the moonlight. Its iron-like armor melted and flowed down in an instant like a candle on a bonfire. Although the sea snake several hundred meters long could form a tsunami, it could not stop the lunar eclipse with a hint of divinity. The sea serpent opened its mouth and roared silently at the moon in the night sky, then plunged into the sea and fled along the continental shelf to the Demure Trench. Although the sea serpent had escaped from the moonlight at this moment, the lunar eclipse actually fell on it, causing its body to melt rapidly. In addition to the hard armor, even the flesh and blood of its body turned into pus and blood, revealing the white bones inside its body. The sea serpent twisted its body, and carried the sea beast's sacrifice to the deep sea, ignoring the sea monster army and gray dwarf robbers of the Queen Islands. A 100-meter-tall phantom of the moon god appeared above the dense forest of the Queen Islands. She waved her hand indifferently, and immediately countless Silver Moon Elf warriors felt the powerful force injected into their bodies. Rows of big elf archers stood on the shoulders of tree warriors, shooting sharp wind magic arrows, which exploded in the group of murlocs, causing them to fall one after another. Without the cover of the murlocs, the Grey Dwarf bandits were exposed to the Silver Moon Elf warriors. The Silver Pegasus Knights swimming in the sky took the opportunity to throw javelins, which were equipped with armor-piercing runes and could pierce the dwarf chain mail. Therefore, the Grey Dwarf bandits were also pierced by spears and died while trying to escape from the fleet. A large number of Grey Dwarf bandits boarded the sheepskin rafts and fled towards the fleet. And those sea monsters with 6 arms dived into the sea and dared not show their heads again. The bodies of fish monsters can be seen everywhere on the beach, and the blood flowing from their bodies almost dyed the beach and the sea water blood red. The Silver Moon Elves spent countless costs to take over the Queen Ivini Islands. Although the Queen Ivini Islands are located in the depths of the Endless Sea, the Naga Sea clan has never thought of taking back the sea area for so many years. Not only are they afraid of the Silver Pegasus Legion on the Queen Ivini Islands, but they are also threatened by other Silver Moon Elves. The Silver Pegasus Knights are best at air strikes, and their advantage in naval battles is the flexibility brought by flying in the air. They are not good at island defense battles, which is the main reason why Earl Swinburne led the Silver Pegasus Legion back to the Queen Ivini Islands, and was always suppressed by the fleet of the Grey Dwarf robbers. The tree warriors stopped when they chased to the beach, and the big elf archers standing on their shoulders kept shooting feather arrows into the sea. Only the Silver Pegasus Knights bravely flew forward in the night. Every time they bent down and threw a spear, a Grey Dwarf warrior would be stabbed and fall into the cold sea. The Silver Pegasus Knights had been holding back their anger for the past few months. Now they were finally able to chase the Grey Dwarf bandits and drive them back to the 3-masted sailing ship of the Grey Dwarf fleet. Beams of moonlight fell on the sea, frightening the Grey Dwarf bandits to death. After they boarded the 3-masted sailing ship, they dared not stay in this sea area any longer and immediately drove the 3-masted sailing ship to flee to the north. And in the Demure Trench 200 miles away, a Naga Sea clan army was lurking on the seabed. The Naga Sea clan did not join the fight for the Queen Ivini Islands this time. They had been hiding in the dark and watching the show. In fact, they planned to take advantage of the emptiness behind the Siren Core and seize the Demure Trench. This is an excellent underwater living area, but unfortunately it has been occupied by sea monsters, and there is a sea snake of unknown age lurking in the trench. Now, the sea monster army has suffered a disastrous defeat on the Queen Ivini Islands, and even the sea snake has been seriously injured. At this time, the Naga Sea tribe will certainly not miss this opportunity. A Naga Sea tribe warrior swam back quickly from the Queen Ivini Islands. He swam in the sea like a swordfish. When he approached the ambush circle of the Naga Sea tribe warriors, he immediately found Prince Fairway, the leader of the Naga army here, and reported the battle situation on the Queen Ivini Islands to the young Naga prince. Prince Fairway is the 19th son of King Angeest of the Naga Sea clan in the Endless Sea. After he came of age, he was stationed on the west coast of the Endless Sea. After hearing the report from his subordinates, the extremely ugly Naga prince opened his mouth wide, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth, and said to a group of his subordinates, "Let's go, everyone, it's our turn. Those sea monsters have occupied the Demure Trench for so long, it's time to give them up." A group of Naga officers followed Prince Fairway, and headed towards the Demure Trench dozens of miles away. A large group of Naga warriors emerged from the cracks and coral reefs on the seabed and headed towards the Demure Trench. Roy heard the news of the victory in the Battle of Queen Ivini Island several days later. This news was brought by Captain Berkeley. At this time, the Silver Pegasus Knights were chasing the fleeing Grey Dwarf bandits along the way. The victory of this war did not bring rich spoils to the Silver Pegasus Corps. On the contrary, they needed to pay a large sum of money to the Moon Temple Priest Corps and the Great Elf Archer Corps. In fact, it only took them a week from appearing in Queen Ivini Islands to finally leaving Queen Ivini Islands. This time, Lord Swinburne will probably have to give up some of his properties in Castletown to satisfy the appetite of the Moon Temple priests. In comparison, the Moon Elf Archer's request for 500 sets of sea beast skin magic pattern equipment is really nothing. Captain Berkeley said to Roy beside him, while lying on a lounge chair at the edge of the beach. Roy was also lying on a rattan chair, with 2 cups of fruit tea on a small table in the middle. The warm sea breeze blew, and the white clouds in the distance piled up on the sea, as if to tell all the elves that the rainy season was coming. "Then what is our next mission? How long will we stay in Key West?" Roy asked curiously. "It may not be too long. You can return to the Partington Plain." Captain Berkeley lowered his voice and said to Roy, "After all, this is an army composed of half-blood elves. The upper nobles still hope that you will return to the Partington Plain. Being able to defend the Partington Plain is the biggest concession they can make. Roy nodded. In fact, he did not want to stay in Key West. The sea view here is nice, but there is not much to do every day. This time, there are about 500 half-blood elf warriors stationed in the Key West Islands. Nearly 3,000 half-blood elf warriors were injured and returned to the Partington Plain. At present, the half-blood elf warriors on the Key West Islands are almost all the reinforcements that Roy transferred from the Pagisto Plateau for the second time. However, he also gained a lot from stationing in the Key West Islands this time. In addition to the 11 three-masted sailing ships, there are nearly 2,000 Grey Dwarf captives. These Grey Dwarf captives are almost the largest batch of Grey Dwarf captives so far in the Battle of Queen Uni Islands, which directly led to the overcrowding of prisoners in the prison on the island of Param. In fact, Earl Swinburne had also thought about whether the escaped Grey Dwarf bandits would buy back these Grey Dwarf captives. But now it seems that these Grey Dwarf bandits do not have such an idea. Roy applied to Captain Berkeley for a batch of Grey Dwarf captives. He hoped that these Grey Dwarf captives could go to the mines on the Pagisto Plateau to mine. After all, they are Grey Dwarves. Although they have the blood of bandits in their bones, they are also born to mine and forge. Can I take back a batch of Grey Dwarf prisoners this time? Roy asked Captain Berkeley. How many do you plan to take? The Silver Pegasus Corps is short of all supplies now, except for Grey Dwarf prisoners. If possible, I want to take away 2,000 Grey Dwarf prisoners, Roy said casually. Although this number sounds a lot, it is not impossible to operate. Captain Berkeley scratched his head and said. The next day, Captain Berkeley left Key West. Roy, Woods, Miss Tiffany, Moira, and Sabrina also followed Captain Berkeley's supply ship to leave Key West and arrived at Partington Island a day later. Roy came to Padstow through the portal on Partington Island. This time, he and his friends came to the material warehouse. Under the active preparation of the Merchant Augustus, the two warehouses here were filled with various primary magic herbs. Then Roy hired more than 20 carriages from the carriage and horse shop to transport the magic herbs that had just been stored in the warehouse to the portal in the central square, and left a sum of magic crystals to Rambo, asking him to continue to purchase a large number of low-level magic herbs. Roy returned to Partington Island with 2 warehouses of primary magic herbs, and then borrowed the supply ship of the Silver Pegasus Corps to transport all these primary magic herbs to the alchemy workshop in Castletown. This time when he returned to Castletown, when the medium-sized sailing ship arrived at the port, not only were the deep-water docks full of large ocean-going 5-masted sailing ships, but there were also several large merchant ships moored in the deep-water channel outside the dock. Looking at the flags on the merchant ships, they were almost the emblems of the Green Empire of Roland Continent. At this time of year in previous years, although Castletown port was also very lively, there had never been so many large sailing ships crowded on the dock at the same time, and even had to queue up to dock. A few months ago, the primary magic herbs in the magic market of Castletown were still a slow-selling commodity. But now, those imperial merchant ships are like a huge bottomless pit. No matter how many magic herbs are put into this hole, it can't fill it up. The material supply ship came to the shallow water dock and then docked at the dock, pushing some flying fish boats away. Roy asked a team of half-blood elf warriors to take all the primary magic herbs off the ship, and then find a few cargo carriages to transport all these primary magic herbs to the warehouse behind the alchemy workshop. When getting off the boat, Moira held Sabrina's arm, pouted and complained, "We seem to have just spent a short vacation in Key West and were rescued. We wanted to join the war, but we didn't even see the shadow of the powerful Grey Dwarves. Shouldn't we feel lucky?" Miss Tiffany smiled and whispered to Moira, "I just feel that I didn't help much." Moira lowered her head and responded with some annoyance. As soon as the group got off the boat, they saw Roy and others guarding the primary magic herbs on the dock, and several imperial merchants immediately surrounded them. It seemed that they were used to fighting on the dock, and they surrounded the pile of magic herbs and Roy and his group in no time. If the half-blood elves who were responsible for transporting materials had not rushed to maintain the chaotic situation, these magic herbs would have been snatched by the group of imperial merchants. "Are you selling these primary magic herbs?" "Boss, give me a price for these primary magic herbs, I want them all." "Do you have tranquilizing flowers here?" For a moment, Roy was even a little overwhelmed and didn't even have time to answer their questions. Roy originally wanted to transport these primary magic herbs back to the alchemy workshop, but these imperial merchants raised the price all the way at the dock, and these primary magic herbs were sold to an imperial merchant at 3 times the original price. Then these magic herbs were directly transported to a 5-masted sailing ship. As soon as the magic herbs landed, Roy made a lot of money. In fact, when Roy returned to Castletown this time, in addition to planning to transport back a batch of magic herbs, he also planned to bring back some magic machinery such as floating devices and magic furnaces, or crushers, and or refiners stored in the warehouse in Castletown. He planned to use Captain Berkeley's supply ship to transport these magic equipment to Partington Island. When Roy led the half-blood elf guard back to Padstow, he would bring these magic machines to Padstow. Since Roy was stationed in the Key West during an extraordinary period, he only had 4 days off per month. Apart from the 2 days required to return along the way, Roy had less than 1 day left. So after Roy dealt with the magic herbs as quickly as possible, he began to arrange to transport all the magic machines to the supply ship. A day later, Roy said goodbye to a few friends and returned to Partington Island with these magic machines. With the help of Captain Berkeley, these magic machines can be temporarily stored on Partington Island. After the powerful Silver Moon Elf warriors won the naval battle of the Queen Uini Islands, the sea serpent of the sea beast sacrifice escaped to the deep sea. When the Siren Corps returned to the Demure Trench, it was attacked by the Naga Sea clan. The Siren Corps suffered serious losses and lost the territory of the Demure Trench. It could only migrate to the frozen sea under the drive of the Naga Sea clan warriors. The Grey Dwarf bandit fleet also escaped from the Elf Kingdom along the west coastline of the Endless Sea and returned to the sea area occupied by the Orc tribe. Chapter 481. In July 1408, the Silver Moon Elves won the Battle of Queen Ivany Islands. While the victors were enjoying the fruits of victory, the defeated Grey Dwarf bandits could only escape from the waters of the Elven continent in disgrace. The Grey Dwarf bandits suffered heavy losses in this naval battle, and in the short term, they may not be able to return to the coastline of the Elven continent. The Silver Pegasus Corps won the victory, and regained control of Queen Ivany Islands. Unfortunately, the cake obtained after this victory was destined to be divided up by the Great Elf Archer Corps, and the Moon Temple Priest Corps, and the remaining part could not even make up for the losses suffered by the Silver Pegasus Corps in the naval battle. This is why Earl Swinburne struggled to the end, and asked for help from the capital of Buenos Aires. Fortunately, after Earl Swinburne gave up huge benefits, the Queen Ivany Islands were preserved intact. Even the Moon Temple failed to gain control of the Queen Ivany Islands. In the process of chasing the Grey Dwarf robbers at sea, the Silver Pegasus Knights successively seized 57 three-masted sailing ships, and a large number of treasures looted by the Grey Dwarf robbers from all over the world. These riches were almost completely divided up by the Great Elf Archer Group and the Moon Temple Priest Group. Another beneficiary of this naval battle was the Naga Sea clan of the Endless Sea. After they recaptured the Demure Trench, they had eliminated the largest underwater tumor near the Queen Uini Islands. Captain Berkeley told Roy almost all of the things that happened after the Queen Uini Islands naval battle. As an external core of the Silver Pegasus Corps, Roy had no access to the core intelligence of the Silver Pegasus Corps, but he had a good relationship with Captain Berkeley. The Key West Islands were the islands with the least losses in the naval battle. As a transit point for logistical supplies, they helped Captain Berkeley a lot in the later stages of the naval battle. At the end of July, a sea storm just visited the Key West Islands. After the storm, the beach here was in a mess. The half-blood elves who were used to living on the Pagisto Plateau had never experienced such a storm. Almost overnight, the storm completely overturned the temporary camp on the island. Almost half of the half-blood elf warriors squatted under the big trees and relied on their bodies to survive the storm. After the rain, the half-blood elf warriors had to rebuild the temporary tents, and some of the half-blood elves moved directly to the dormitory on the three-masted sailing ship. The half-blood elf guards have been stationed in the Key West Islands for nearly 5 months. When they rest, many half-blood elves like to sit on the rocks and look towards Partington Island. Roy has been waiting for news from the military these days. The last time Captain Berkeley came here, he told Roy that the half-blood elf guards will be able to evacuate from the Key West Islands in the near future. After all, it is an army composed of half-blood elves. The Silver Moon Elf nobles still cannot tolerate the half-blood elf army appearing in the elf continent, even in the Queen Ivany Islands. The order to withdraw to the Partington Plain was probably already on Earl Swinburne's desk, and all that was left was his signature. But Roy waited for half a month, and the farewell ceremony held by the Silver Moon Elves on the main island of the Key West Islands for the half-blood elf guards had passed for 3 days, and the embarrassing thing was that the withdrawal order had not been delivered. Roy also made a name for himself in this naval battle. After all, he successfully defended the Key West Islands with the power of the half-blood elf guards. The main reason why he was in a hurry to return to the Partington Plain was that a large number of Green Empire merchant ships had arrived at Castletown port during this period. The Empire merchants came to the Silver Moon Elf Kingdom to purchase magic herbs, and Partington was a plain rich in magic herbs. At this time, Roy hoped that he could purchase a large number of primary magic herbs from the half-blood elves on the Pagisto Plateau, and then sell them to those Empire merchants. Finally, a team of medium-sized sailing ships appeared on the sea in the distance. Roy immediately ran to the dock. Sure enough, it was Captain Berkeley's supply ship. The most active ship in the Silver Pegasus Corps recently is the supply ship of the Logistics Department. Captain Berkeley is mainly responsible for the allocation of supplies, and a large amount of military supplies are transported from Partington Island every week. Roy saw Captain Berkeley walking off the ship with a red face and a smile on his face, so he asked Captain Berkeley, "Captain Berkeley, has the transfer order from the military come down?" The two bumped fists. Captain Berkeley said excitedly, "Well, I have brought the transfer order." Seeing Roy's anxious look, Captain Berkeley smiled and said, "Why are you so impatient? Are you so anxious to return to the Partington Plain?" Roy stood there, pointed to the clear sky above his head, and then pointed to the magnificent sea in the distance, and explained to Captain Berkeley, "It's the rainy season now, and I want to take them back to Partington before the second sea storm arrives." Captain Berkeley took out a parchment scroll from his arms, handed it to Roy with a smile, and said, "You can evacuate now." After that, Captain Berkeley signaled his men to move a batch of supplies off the ship, and then walk side by side with Roy along the wooden planks of the dock towards the temporary camp. Captain Berkeley said as they walked, "Actually, the transfer order could have been delivered last week. The reason it was a little late was actually because I wanted to help you get some war dividends. No matter what, we won this time, so we should enjoy the fruits of victory." Last time, Roy heard Captain Berkeley say that the Silver Pegasus Corps might not gain much benefit from this naval battle, and might even suffer a little loss, so he thought there would be no reward. Now that Captain Berkeley said that he had secured some benefits for himself, he was a little surprised. "Ah, can our half-blood elf guard also get some benefits?" Roy said in surprise. Captain Berkeley laughed heartily. "Of course, at least the more than 2,000 Grey Dwarf prisoners belong to your half-blood elf guard. You can find time to bring them back to the Partington Plain." After that, he jumped from the wooden planks built on the dock to the shore, stepped on the soft white sand, pointed to the three-masted sailboats moored side by side on the dock, and said to Roy, "In addition, I have secured a berth for you at the Partington Island dock. You can park these three-masted sailboats at the Partington Island dock." These three-masted sailing ships did make Roy a little distressed, mainly because there was nowhere to put them. Roy originally wanted to drive them back to Castletown Harbor. Now, Captain Berkeley said that these three-masted sailing ships could be docked at the dock of Partington Island, and all problems would be solved. After speaking, Captain Berkeley handed the parchment scroll in his hand to Roy. Roy opened it and took a look. It turned out that the Half-Blood Elf Guard group was dispatched to the Partington Plain. With this transfer order, Roy could return to the Partington Plain with the guard group. Captain Berkeley reached into his magic waist bag again, took out the second parchment scroll, and handed it to Roy. "Captain Roy, this is your commission." Roy took the parchment scroll in surprise, tore it open with both hands, and saw that it actually read, "Commission. Roy is now appointed as the leader of the Half-Blood Elf Guards of the Pagisto Plateau in the Partington Plain, the military headquarters of the Silver Pegasus Corps." There is also a stamp of the military behind it, and the signature of Earl Swinburne. This parchment scroll commission made Roy officially become a captain-level officer of the Silver Pegasus Corps. Captain Berkeley put his hands on Roy's shoulders and explained to him, "It was for this commission that I waited for an extra week at the Silver Pegasus military headquarters. Well, now you are also the captain of the Silver Pegasus Corps. Congratulations, Captain Roy. You have done a good job in the Key West Islands during this period. Thank you for ensuring the smooth transportation line of the rear group." Roy was a little overwhelmed when he held the commission. Although he was the leader of the Half-Blood Elf Guard and the owner of all the mines on the Pagisto Plateau, he had never had an official identity in the Silver Pegasus military. This time, he received this commission, and nominally, he was on the same level as Captain Helix. Captain Berkeley only stayed in the Key West Islands for nearly an hour. After unloading a batch of supplies, he led the fleet to Queen Awini Island. Roy received the transfer order and immediately asked his half-blood elf warriors to prepare to evacuate the Key West Islands. Roy had enough ships, so Captain Berkeley didn't need to arrange medium-sized sailboats for the half-blood elf guards to evacuate Key West. When the half-blood elf warriors heard that they could finally leave Key West, they dismantled the temporary tents on the trees that night and moved to the three-masted sailboats to live. There were nearly 5,000 half-blood elf warriors stationed on the main island of Key West, just filling up the cabins of 11 three-masted sailboats. The next morning, before it was completely bright, These three-masted sailboats took advantage of the sea breeze that suddenly blew in the morning and headed towards Partington Island. When the Half-Blood Elf Guards evacuated from Key West, they also restored the temporary camp to its original state. During this period, they did not disturb the Silver Moon Elf residents on the island. At this time, the guard group was preparing to leave the island. A large group of Silver Moon Elves heard the news and ran out from the village halfway up the mountain. They stood on the dock and said goodbye to the Half-Blood Elf warriors in the guard group. Unfortunately, the ancient Tree of Wisdom on the island did not wake up until leaving the island. Roy did not meet the ancient Tree of Wisdom again before leaving. The three-masted sailboat arrived at Partington Island. Roy led 3,000 Half-Blood Elf warriors through the portal of the Partington Plain and returned to Padstow City. Roy then returned to Partington Island and took a boat to the prison on the Powham Island. He took out 2,000 Grey Dwarf prisoners from the prison and transported them to Partington Island by these three-masted sailing ships. 11 three-masted sailing ships will temporarily anchor at the dock of Partington Island. Then, the Half-Blood Elf warriors escorted 2,000 Grey Dwarf prisoners back to Padstow City. 2,000 Grey Dwarf prisoners appeared in the central square of Padstow City. They were naked from the waist up and only wore a pair of linen shorts on their lower body. They were all bronze skin and their muscles were like iron lumps. Most of the Grey Dwarf prisoners looked weak. Their hands were shackled and connected to the black collar around their necks. Their feet were also tied with chains, and every 10 Grey Dwarf prisoners were chained together. They slept together, ate together, and even went to the toilet together. It can be seen that these Grey Dwarf prisoners suffered a lot in the Parham Island prison. It seems that all the Half-Blood Elves in the whole city of Padstow heard that a group of Grey Dwarf prisoners came to the central square, so the streets around the central square were blocked by Half-Blood Elves. Many Half-Blood Elves came to see how fierce these Half-Blood Elves were. Roy asked the Half-Blood Elf warriors to escort these Grey Dwarf prisoners out of the city. The streets in the city were already in chaos. He didn't want so many Grey Dwarf prisoners to cause trouble in Padstow. At this time, a large amount of supplies were stored in the central square, most of which were covered with tarpaulins. After the Half-Blood Elf guards arrived in Padstow, the Silver Moon Elf warriors of the public security guards came to check their qualifications and identities. Soon, even Captain Helix came to check the situation. Captain Heckless rode over on horseback, followed by a dozen Silver Moon Elf warriors, looking arrogant. When he saw Roy, there was no expression on his face. His horse crossed the cobblestone road in the central square and stopped directly in front of Roy. "Roy, mine owner, please show me your conscription order." Captain Heckless had a sour look on his face, and he turned his head away without even looking at Roy. Roy also knew that this was a routine official business, so he took out the conscription order and handed it to Captain Heckless. "Hey, this is just a call-up order for the Half-Elf Guards. It doesn't mention how to deal with the Grey Dwarf prisoners of war. So bringing so many Grey Dwarf prisoners of war to Padstow City violates the regulations for the management of the Partington Island Plain portal formulated by the military. These Grey Dwarf prisoners of war cannot enter the Partington Plain." Captain Hercules looked at the contents of the call-up order carefully, and then said, "These Grey Dwarf prisoners of war are my spoils of war. I have the right to bring them to the Partington Plain." Roy looked up and said to Captain Helix on horseback, "These Grey Dwarf prisoners have seriously affected the public security in Padstow. I now order you to send these prisoners back the same way." Captain Helix raised his voice, and his tone became a little sharp. The originally noisy portal immediately became silent. Roy was originally leading a team of Half-Blood Elf warriors to the outside of the square. At this time, several Silver Moon Elf guards hurriedly caught up and tried to block Roy's way. The Half-Blood Elf warriors following Roy saw the 4 Silver Moon Elf guards draw their elven swords and point the tips of their swords at Roy, and they immediately rushed forward. They were a group of warriors who had just returned from the battlefield of the West Key Islands. The murderous aura on their bodies had not completely disappeared. Almost in an instant, more than a dozen long swords were placed on the necks of the 4 Silver Moon Elf guards, scaring them so much that their faces turned pale. Chapter 482. For teams of Half-Blood Elf warriors continued to walk out of the portal, and the Half-Blood Elf warriors crowded in front of the portal were gathering more and more, and it seemed that congestion would occur. Once a one-way portal was congested, serious accidents would easily occur. The most fatal thing was to get lost in the space-time rift and eventually disappear completely in the portal. The portal elf guards guarding the portal were sweating profusely, trying to leave more space for the Half-Blood Elf warriors coming out of the portal. Roy looked up at Captain Helix and ordered the Half-Blood Elf warriors, who were surrounding the 4 Silver Moon Elf guards, "Put away all your weapons and clear this road." There are other elf warriors waiting to come out of the portal. If there is an accident, none of you can escape responsibility. After saying this, under the gaze of a group of elf warriors, Roy came to Captain Helix, who had a livid face. My name is Roy, the captain of the Half-Blood Elf Guards. Please don't block the portal. We have obtained permission to enter the Partington Plain on Partington Island. If you have any dissatisfaction or doubts, you can go to the military to accuse me. Roy paused for a moment, then said to the Half-Blood Elf warriors, who were already stagnant in the passage next to him, "Let's go." After hearing Roy's order, the Half-Blood Elf warriors immediately took 2,000 Grey Dwarf prisoners out of the portal. Afterwards, large wooden boxes were transported out of the portal. These large wooden boxes were loaded on wooden flatbed carts, and a group of Half-Blood Elf warriors pushed the flatbed carts out of the portal. The portal guards immediately dispersed the Half-Blood Elves crowded at the exit. The goods on the wooden flatbed carts that came out from behind were covered with tarpaulins and tied tightly with ropes, so it was impossible to see what was inside. The materials transported from the Partington Plain to the Elf continent were almost all placed on this kind of wooden wheel flatbed cart, so the Half-Blood Elves watching around did not find it strange. They came to the central square just to see the Grey Dwarf prisoners. These sturdy Grey Dwarf prisoners were wearing heavy shackles, and they walked to the street in a dejected line. These Grey Dwarf prisoners were chained together. It was unknown which Half-Blood Elf cursed first. Then the Half-Blood Elves rebuked the Grey Dwarf robbers for their evil deeds in the waters of Queen Winnie Islands. The elves did not have rotten eggs in their hands, so they threw some fruits on the Grey Dwarf robbers. The Grey Dwarf bandits were immediately furious, dragging their shackles and rushing towards the Half-Blood Elves on the roadside, but were beaten with sticks by the Half-Blood Elves, who were in charge of guarding them, making them roll on the ground and wail. The other Grey Dwarf prisoners immediately became more honest. Even if rotten tomatoes hit their faces, they just wiped their faces and stared angrily at the Half-Blood Elf residents, not daring to make any more mistakes. Roy arranged for 3,000 Half-Blood Elf warriors to return to Padstow City first and surround the central square in advance, just to prevent these Grey Dwarf prisoners from causing trouble during the escort process. Once the Grey Dwarf prisoners got angry, they didn't care about their prisoner status, they just rushed up and fought first. The Half-Blood Elf warriors had fought several battles with the Grey Dwarf bandits in the Queen Winnie Islands, and the two sides had already had some tempers. When they saw the Grey Dwarf prisoners' team move, they didn't show any mercy, and they just beat them with sticks. Even some Grey Dwarf prisoners had their bones broken, but they could only shrink in the team and grit their teeth to endure it. There was no way, the winner had such power. The Grey Dwarf prisoners lined up very long on the street, and there was a Half-Blood Elf warrior almost every 2 meters. At the central square, carts of supplies, covered with rainproof tarpaulins, were pushed out directly from the portal. Rambo received the news that Roy had returned to Padstow 2 days ago, and knew that Roy would bring a large number of magic machines this time. So he made some preparations here, and hired a lot of carriages from the carriage and horse shop. As soon as these magic machines arrived at the central square, Rambo tied the horses in front of the carts, and let them pull the flatbed carts to the row of warehouses that Roy rented in Padstow. At the edge of the central square, Rambo walked up to Roy and hugged him, saying to him happily, "Welcome back." The news of the victory of the Battle of Queen Winnie Islands, and the safe return of the Half-Blood Elf Guard to the Partington Plain soon spread in Padstow. It is said that the officer who led the Half-Blood Elf Guard into the Queen Winnie Islands of the Elf Continent this time was actually the boss Roy on the Pagisto Plateau. The Half-Blood Elves in Padstow suddenly realized it. Oh, it turned out to be Boss Roy. No wonder the Half-Blood Elf Guards were able to win and return safely. For a while, the whole city of Padstow was talking about Boss Roy. It was said that he first rescued tens of thousands of Half-Blood Elf miners on the Padstow Plateau, and then led the Half-Blood Elf Guards into the Queen Winnie Islands of the Elf Continent and defeated the Grey Dwarf bandits there. Even the primary magic herbs that were hot in Padstow were driven by Boss Roy, and some anecdotes about Boss Roy were spread widely. It is said that the reason why Boss Roy is so caring towards the Half-Blood Elves is because his sweetheart is also a beautiful Half-Blood Elf beauty. There are also rumors that when the Half-Blood Elf rebels were trapped in the fortress village by the Silver Pegasus Legion after the riot, Boss Roy's shadow was there when the rebels negotiated with the Silver Moon Elf military. So many things are not suitable for overinterpretation and imagination, otherwise it will cause a kind of blind worship. At present, the Half-Blood Elves in Padstow City have an impression of Boss Roy that has become extremely tall in the overinterpretation and imagination. The Half-Blood Elves' favorability towards Roy instantly increased a lot. Among the 5 warehouses that Roy rented, one of them was filled with magic herbs shipped from the Blackwater Swamp. Although the merchant Augustus had not returned from the Blackwater Swamp, the goods he sent from the Blackwater Swamp had already filled the entire warehouse. It must be said that the merchant Augustus still had a lot of connections in the Blackwater Swamp. In addition, Latian also transported some primary magic herbs from the Pagisto Plateau and piled them in the second warehouse. There were about 2,000 bundles, which occupied about 1/3 of the warehouse space. The magic machines that Roy brought from Partington Island were stored in the third warehouse. The fourth and fifth warehouses currently store a large number of metal ingots, which were transported from the Pagisto Plateau by Latian's caravan like ants moving their homes. There were large quantities of silver ingots, black iron ingots, and tin ingots, as well as some ordinary spinel ores. Roy roughly calculated that the total value of the magic herbs and metal ingots in the warehouse was estimated to be around 150,000 magic crystals. I thought it was more profitable to open a mine, but now it seems that the business of magic herbs is really lucrative. Langbo stood in front of the magic machine covered with rainproof tarpaulin, lifted a corner of the tarpaulin, and just saw the wooden box as big as a house inside. He couldn't help but smacked his lips and said, "These big guys. Roy, how are you going to transport them to the plateau? Do you want Kaka's griffins to lift these big guys up? This time I have a new transportation plan, which probably doesn't require Latian's caravan or Kaka's griffins, and may consume some magic crystals," Roy said with a smile. Roy did not elaborate on how to do it. After the warehouse was settled, Roy rode out of Padstow City. The half-blood elf guards and the gray dwarf prisoners are currently stationed in an apple orchard outside the city. The apple orchard is the property of the Silver Pegasus Legion, so Roy can arrange the half-blood elf guards and the gray dwarf prisoners there. At least half of the apple orchard is apple trees, and the trees are full of green apples. Of course, there are some other fruit trees in the orchard, but the number is smaller. The most eye-catching one is the breadfruit tree on the west hillside. The breadfruit on each tree is ripe, and the whole tree exudes a sweet smell. The half-blood elf warriors are stationed in the apple orchard, so Roy doesn't have to prepare 3 meals a day for them. After all, this is Padstow City, not the West Key Islands. If the logistics supply team of the Silver Pegasus Corps cannot deliver food in time, the half-blood elf warriors will not starve. However, Roy did not plan to stay in Padstow City. Since he returned to the Partington Plain, he still wanted to return to the plateau as soon as possible. Roy waited until the afternoon before he saw Rambo transport the magic machines to the apple orchard outside the city. Looking at the magic furnace that was much larger than the cabin, Rambo really knew how heavy it was. Just from the city to the suburbs, the wooden flatbed truck got stuck on the soft dirt road countless times. The next step was a long forest road, and the road conditions would be even worse than here. Really don't need Kaka and the others to come and pick you up. Rambo looked at the long row of wooden boxes and said with some worry, "Of course," Roy said confidently. Seeing that Roy was so confident, Rambo stopped worrying and said, "Okay, if you have any questions, come to me in time. My father's caravan has probably entered the Pagisto Plateau. It will probably take a month to return to the transit camp at the foot of the plateau." Roy knew that Rambo said this because he hoped that if he encountered any problems during the journey, he could find Latian as quickly as possible. Roy put his arm around Rambo's shoulders, pointed at the large wooden boxes in front of him, and asked him with a smile, "Do you want to see how I transport these supplies to the plateau?" Rambo's eyes lit up. "Can I?" Roy chuckled. "This is not something worth keeping secret, why not?" After that, he called over a few half-blood elf warriors, and asked them to find the 1.5-meter square wooden boxes among these supplies. Then Roy asked the half-blood elves to open a wooden box filled with hay. It can be seen that they are worried that the goods inside will be bumped during transportation. Roy and several half-blood elf warriors cleaned up the hay. Inside was a magic device that looked like an airplane engine. 6 complicated magic patterns were carved on the inner wall of the ring. This kind of craft of engraving on the inner wall of metal can only be done by a dwarf craftsman, Lombard exclaimed, but he didn't know what the device in front of him was. Roy called a half-blood elf warrior. This half-blood elf had learned some superficial magic knowledge from a magician, and was considered a less qualified magic apprentice. Later, he gave up because he thought learning magic was too tiring. But at least his magic foundation was still there, and he could condense a ball of water in his palm. For Roy, this was enough. What he needed was a magic apprentice who could control the floating device. Roy asked the half-blood elf warriors to place the floating device on an open space in the orchard, and then took out a magic crystal from his waist bag and embedded the magic crystal on the gem base of the floating device according to the instructions of the human merchant. Then he asked the half-blood elf warrior to use magic to activate the floating device. This half-blood elf warrior was not the first time to operate the floating device. He used magic very skillfully to activate the magic pattern array on the floating device. As the magic continued to flow, there was a sound of violent airflow inside the ring of the floating device. Under the control of the half-elf warrior, an invisible thrust made the floating device float in place, and the magical light on the inner wall of the ring was spinning rapidly. Rambo widened his eyes and looked at the incredible scene in front of him. Roy took the opportunity to tie 4 ropes to the 4 pole rings around the floating device. There were hooks at the ends of these 4 ropes. Then he connected the hooks with the hemp ropes that tied the wooden box together, and the floating device immediately lifted the wooden box into the air easily. Then Roy pulled the hemp rope in his hand hard, and the floating device and the big wooden box were easily pulled forward by Roy. It was just like a feather floating in the air. As long as it was subjected to a little external force, it would drift with it, just like a kite connected to a string. This is... Roy, did you get the floating device? Langbo asked with his eyes wide open. Well, I bought it from an imperial merchant in Castletown port, Roy said frankly. No wonder you have a way, but I heard that this thing is installed on the airship, so that the airship can float in the air and become a magic airship. Rambo shouted excitedly. It is still troublesome to build a magic airship in a short time. Now the most urgent task is to transport these magic machines to the Pagisto Plateau, Roy said with a smile. In this way, 5,000 half-blood elf warriors and 2,000 gray dwarf prisoners of war, as well as a large number of magic machines, quietly left the apple orchard outside Padstow on a morning in early August 1408, and headed towards the transit camp at the foot of the Pagisto Plateau. The strangest thing about this team is that most of the supplies can actually float in the air, and the other end of the rope is tightly pulled by the half-blood elf warriors on horseback. Chapter 483. In the 4th week of August, Roy led the half-elf guard to the camp at the foot of the Pagisto Plateau. After 3 days of rest in the camp, he led a large group of people into the southern foothills of the Pagisto Plateau. This time, he not only had to escort 2,000 gray dwarf prisoners, but also a large number of magic machines. Almost all of the magic machines were suspended more than 3 meters above the ground with floating devices, and each magic machine was pulled by 4 war horses. If you hadn't seen it with your own eyes, it would be hard to imagine that 4 war horses could pull a magic machine the size of a room. These supplies were lined up far behind the team. After entering the southern foothills, crossing the mountains was not the most difficult thing. The biggest problem was getting these supplies through the mountain pass. Due to the strong wind at the mountain pass, it would be very troublesome for these military supplies to pass through the mountain pass. Roy mobilized almost 2,000 half-blood elf warriors to get these magic machines through the strong wind pass steadily. A half-blood elf warrior who had traveled in the Green Empire described to Roy the most popular means of transportation near the magic airship. In fact, before this, the imperial merchant had described it to Roy, but due to the rush of time, Roy only understood it vaguely, and did not understand the driving device of the magic airship at all. The half-elf warrior described the structure of the magic airship to Roy in detail, and Roy finally understood that the airship in this magic world was actually a flying sailing ship. The floating device was only responsible for raising the magic airship into the sky, and the magic airship itself did not have a strong propulsion force. They could fly in the air and rely entirely on the wind layer in the sky. According to you, as long as I install these floating devices on a 3-masted sailing ship, the sailing ship will become a magic airship? Roy rode on his horse and turned his body to ask the half-elf warrior, who was talking freely. That's about it, but there are still some differences between magic airships and sailboats. Magic airships actually still have a propulsion device, but the propulsion force is not very strong. It can barely allow the airship to drift at a certain angle in the wind layer. In other words, the wind direction in the wind layer cannot blow the magic airship accurately to the next destination. The propulsion device on the magic airship can adjust the course slightly. In addition, the mast and sail are slightly different. The magic airship is actually lighter than the sailboat. The half-elf warrior introduced it in detail. Roy wanted to build a magic airship to travel between Padstow and Plateau City. In this way, it might only take a few days to get from Padstow Plateau to Padstow by magic airship. When the team was traveling through the mountains on the southern slopes, Kaka and little Eugene, who had received the news in advance, found Roy's team on griffins, and then heard Roy talk about the naval battle in Queen Uni Islands, and immediately regretted not being able to go there in person. The griffin flapped its wings violently and flew Kaka and Roy to the clouds, because Roy wanted to understand the wind layer in the sky. When the griffin broke through the clouds, Roy felt that the whole world became much brighter. The clouds below were like a large soft cotton field. Flying above the clouds, Although the cold wind blowing in the face quickly froze Roy's nose red, the beautiful view, with a wide field of vision, also made Roy deeply understand how vast the Partington Plain is. "Roy, can you have a good rest after coming back this time?" Kaka turned his head slightly, allowing Roy to hear his question easily. It was really cold in the sky, and the view was wide, and one could see far away. Some big birds lined up in a row, flying in the wind layer. "Let me deal with the affairs of the Plateau City first, and then we can discuss the matter of Sun Island Bay. Kaka, how many half-blood elves are currently settled in Sun Island Bay?" Roy asked curiously. Kaka calculated and said, "If all the half-blood elves over there are counted, there are probably more than 20,000 half-blood elves." Hearing Kaka say this, Roy was really shocked. You know, there are only tens of thousands of half-blood elves in the entire Pajisto Plateau. Many elves like to live a hermit life without being disturbed. So many half-blood elves live in the Sun Island Bay, but they can't deal with the group of fishmen in the bay. Roy finds it a bit incredible. The guard group crossed the mountains on the southern foot of the Pajisto Plateau. Such a journey is actually a bit boring. In addition to finding a suitable campsite every day, they just keep moving forward, especially on the mountain road with cliffs on one side and cliffs on the other side, which is a challenge for every half-blood elf warrior. Along the way, Roy sometimes flew up to the sky with Kaka to look down at the terrain of the surrounding mountains from a high altitude, and sometimes looked through the sea chart left by Abbott. The experience in the Queen of Winnie Islands made Roy discover one thing, that is, the sea chart left by Abbott was very accurate and detailed. It was not until mid-September that the half-blood elf guard finally arrived in the southern part of the Pajisto Plateau. This is the main residential area of the half-blood elves on the plateau. Originally, there were some elven villages built in several valleys in this area. Now those villages have almost been destroyed by headhunters, leaving only some ruins of broken bricks and tiles. For so long, no half-blood elves have come back to clean up these ruins. It seems that the half-blood elves do not want to come back to settle down. There is a large grassland in the southern part of the plateau. The guards pass through this grassland, and the road is not difficult to walk. When he came to the first spinel mine, Roy saw that the gem mining work in the mine was actually in order. Some half-blood elves also became miners in the mine, taking the elevator to transport the gem mines underground to the surface. When the half-blood elves saw Roy appear in the mine, they quickly surrounded him and greeted him. The manager of the gem mine is Walker. Like Mulan, he comes from the gathering place of half-blood elves on the plateau and looks very motivated. The mine passage of the first mine is also being upgraded and renovated. It is estimated that a double-carriage water gravity elevator will be built according to the design standards of the elevator of the second mine. Then Roy went to check the warehouse of the gem mine. In the past 6 months, a large amount of gem mines has been accumulated. At present, the output of the gem mine is still far higher than that of the 2 mithril mines in the Sidarso Mountains. Walker reported to Roy that in the past 6 months, 2 more Dark Moon Elf prisoners in the mine had met the conditions for release after serving their sentences. Roy did not hesitate and signed on the spot, agreeing to give these 2 Dark Moon Elf prisoners freedom. They can start a new life in the Partington Plain. Since the portal is still under martial law, they cannot leave the Partington Plain for the time being. The 2 Dark Moon Elves may have been in the mine for too long. Now that they are free, their eyes are full of confusion. Roy stood in front of the 2 Dark Moon Elves carrying travel backpacks. According to the system of the first mine, any elf who regains his freedom can get a travel backpack, which contains not only half a month's worth of elf biscuits, but also a map of the Pajisto Plateau, and some essential travel items such as water bags. Standing in front of the 2 Dark Moon Elves, Roy said to them, "This is a turning point in your life after regaining your freedom, and it is also your new life. You can choose to stay in the mine to adapt for a while, or you can leave the mine directly to see the outside world, but I don't want you to continue on the old path. After all, you still have a long way to go in the second half of your life. I hope you can enjoy life and cherish your current life." The 2 Dark Moon Elves looked at each other and said to Roy, "Boss Roy, we want to go to the fortress town. Of course, there is a road marked on the map. You can get out of the Pajisto Plateau by following this road, but the road is long and the mountain road is difficult to walk. You must be mentally prepared," Roy reminded. Not long after, the 2 Dark Moon Elves carried their bags and a simple map and walked towards the southern mountains of the plateau. A week later, Roy and the half-blood elf guards arrived at the mithril mine in the northern part of the Sidarso Mountains. Miss Jianing held a party in the mine castle to welcome Roy, and the news of the victory in the Battle of Queen Uni Island spread quickly. Faced with the enthusiastic Miss Jianing, Roy was still somewhat embarrassed. The next morning, he led the half-blood elf guards to the plateau city on the Pagisto Plateau. Walking on the grass at the edge of the wilderness, you can see the winding Tolai River flowing from the Jiaxi Mountains to the depths of the wilderness from a distance. On a river bend of the Tolai River, the outline of a stone city stands on the mound, and it can even be said that the stone city has completely covered the mound. The high walls make this plateau city look very large. The stone buildings gradually appearing on the mounds make the city look well planned. Although there is no tree of life needed by the elves in the city, the half-blood elves have planted many trees on the streets of the city, and small fountains can be seen at every intersection, and even some extremely simple sculptures can be found. Many areas in the city have been temporarily planned as gardens, and these places are paved with flat stone slabs. Elves like a comfortable living environment. Although half of this plateau city is designed for plateau headhunters, these streets and buildings are still beautiful. Every time you arrive at a square, you will see a tall stone arch covered with reliefs in advance. Most buildings have long steps outside, and some complex corridors in the garden are planted with purple bushes on both sides. It must be said that the aesthetics of the half-blood elves are also very online. The buildings here are almost all complicated in appearance, and are full of artistic atmosphere and beautiful carvings. Roy learned from Miss Chinning last night that the half-blood elf rebels, led by Captain Heliki, had conquered the ancestral land of Gazan. Now, the half-blood elf warriors not only occupied the Hot Spring Valley, but also captured nearly 20,000 headhunters. However, the supplies Captain Heliki currently has are barely enough to feed the half-blood elf rebels. For these 20,000 headhunter captives, who are difficult to feed, Captain Heliki plans to exile them to the ice peaks outside the mountains in the north of the plateau. If Roy needs these headhunter prisoners, Captain Helik can also escort them to the plateau city here. Mulin stood on the platform at the entrance of the government hall of the plateau city. She was wearing a silver full-length armor, holding her helmet in her arms. The cloak behind her was blown back by the north wind on the wilderness, and her hair was very messy. Seeing Roy leading a group of half-blood elf warriors up the stairs, Mulin's face covered with light freckles showed a faint smile. "Boss Roy, welcome back to the plateau city," Mulin shouted to Roy. Roy strode forward and came to Mulin. This was the platform at the entrance of the government hall, located at the highest point of the mound. From here, you could overlook the entire plateau city. It only took more than half a year, and the city has taken shape. "Well done, Mulin." Roy praised Mulin. "I heard the news of the victory of the naval battle of Queen Yuani Islands, and I guessed that you would be back soon. Sure enough, I just waited for a month and met you, boss. How is it? Are there any troubles here?" Roy asked Mulin. "Things in the city are easy to deal with, and they can be coordinated anyway, but Captain Heliki is waiting for your decision. How many headhunter prisoners are you going to accept this time?" Mulin couldn't help but look at the square below the steps when he said these words. A group of gray dwarf prisoners were crowded in the shade of the square, queuing up to drink water by the fountain. It would be very troublesome to deal with so many gray dwarf prisoners, so Mulin didn't think Roy would take in those Highland headhunter prisoners. "Write back to Captain Heliki and tell him that I can accept all the Highland headhunter prisoners." Roy made the decision without any hesitation. Mulin was slightly stunned. The city still needs to be built, and it is estimated that a lot of labor will be needed. "Let's select from those Highland headhunter prisoners." Roy paused again. "The remaining Highland headhunter prisoners will be arranged in batches to mine in the mines of the mines, and these gray dwarf prisoners will also be arranged to work in the mines." After saying that, Roy walked into the magnificent government hall. The initial planning drawings of this city were designed by Roy, but that drawing was only a preliminary plan, which only marked the construction of a certain building in a certain place, but Roy did not specify the appearance of the building in detail, so Mulin built this government hall like a temple, and the 56 nearly 40-meter-high Roman columns around it almost surrounded the entire building. A nearly 10-meter-high elf sculpture was also erected on the roof of the government hall. Roy walked into the hall step by step, and it was unusually empty inside. Chapter 484. There are now nearly 6,000 headhunter prisoners in the prisoner camp of Plateau City. In addition, there are nearly 10,000 half-blood elves migrating from all over the plateau to this city. The main reason is that Plateau City is under construction, and as long as the half-blood elves in Plateau City, they will not have trouble finding work. On the Pagisto Plateau, most of the half-blood elves were made homeless by the headhunters of the plateau. They came out of the elf gathering place deep in the mountains, and the first thing they had to do was to rebuild their homes. Of course, not all half-blood elves have the courage to rebuild their homes. Many half-blood elves prefer to make do with what they have. So, when the Plateau City recruited a large number of elf craftsmen, these half-blood elves came out of the mountains, and came directly to the Plateau City to find work. In addition to headhunters and half-blood elves, there are also some caravans from Padstow City in the Plateau City. These caravans directly transport goods from Padstow City, and then set up stalls to sell them in the Plateau City. In the past 6 months, the Plateau City has been quietly giving these caravans a certain amount of subsidies. When the caravans cannot sell their goods, the Plateau City is willing to purchase all the goods at the original price, so that these caravans will not lose money even if they come all the way here. Therefore, in the Plateau City, you can often see some caravans, and finally take the unsaleable goods to the government hall. Roy walked into the empty government hall, and looked at the painted patterns on the 4 walls. Each one was brightly colored and vivid. Mu Lin followed Roy into the empty government hall, and introduced to Roy some problems that had occurred in the Plateau City recently. After all, the city is under construction, and the slag hollow bricks transported from the North Black Iron Mine have almost become the main building material of the Plateau City. Whether it is the wall outside the Sky City or the buildings in the city, they are almost all built with these regular hollow bricks. As the manager of the city, Mu Lin has endless things to deal with every day. This time when Roy returned to the Plateau City, Mu Lin wanted to hand over the management of the Plateau City to Roy. Compared with the manager of the Plateau City, Mu Lin hoped that he could serve as the leader of the Half-Blood Elf Guard. Mu Lin has a straightforward personality, and usually doesn't like government affairs. Roy walked around the empty hall, and finally stood on the platform in silence. After a while, Roy said, "This will be the central city of the Padstow Plateau in the future. More Plateau headhunters will live in the concentration camp, and as many half-blood elves as possible will be absorbed." In Roy's early planning for the Plateau City, in addition to the headhunter prisoner concentration camp and the outer city wall, Roy also planned residential townhouses and markets. "Have you heard? Is it some new news about Chief Lucius from the Partington Plain?" Mullen followed Roy and asked him in a low voice. "What's going on?" Roy didn't hear anything about Chief Lucius along the way. He has resigned from his post as Chief of Logistics due to dereliction of duty. Mullen took the opportunity to say. Mullen added, "It is said that the new Chief of Logistics has not yet taken office." Roy did know something about Chief Lucius' dereliction of duty. The main thing was that the Silver Pegasus Legion wanted to transfer the Silver Moon Elf Guard of Padstow City to the Queen of Winnie Islands, but Chief Lucius was slow to send out the support troops. Moreover, the matter of recruiting the Half-Blood Elf Guards in Padstow City has not been completed. At the time of the Battle of Queen Winnie Islands, Earl Swinburne was busy fighting against the Grey Dwarf bandits and had no time to deal with this matter. When the Battle of Queen Winnie Islands ended, Earl Swinburne immediately removed Chief Lucius from his post. The new Chief of Logistics Department has not yet appeared, so it has not had much impact at present. A carriage arrived at the central square before dawn, and 6 Silver Moon Elf warriors escorted Chief Lucius, who was shackled, and walked quickly towards the portal. Chief Lucius was in a state of disgrace. His magic pattern armor had been stripped off by the Silver Moon Elf warriors, and he was only wearing a linen shirt. Before entering the portal, Chief Lucius did not forget to look back at Padstow City, his eyes full of desolation. Captain Helix was also tried by the military court along with Chief Lucius, but when Captain Helix learned that he was about to be sent to the military court, he found an opportunity to escape from Padstow City. Seeing that Commander Lucius stopped and refused to step into the portal, the young elf following behind could not help but urge him. "Commander Lucius, the logistics supply ship on Partington Island is waiting there." Commander Lucius looked down at his fat belly, groaned, and walked into the portal. The news that Commander Lucius was sent to the military court spread quickly in Padstow, and many half-blood elves in the city were talking about it. At the same time, the news that Captain Helix had fled for fear of crime was spreading in the city. The half-blood elves did not have much impression of Chief Lucius, but they were quite impressed by the captain of the Silver Moon Elf Guard. He often rode his horse around the streets of the city, and occasionally punished some elf residents who had made mistakes. There was another piece of news in Padstow City, which was different from the previous 2 pieces of news, and even caused doubts among most of the half-blood elf warriors. That is, Mr. Roy, the mine owner of Padstow Plateau, deliberately murdered the descendant of the Silver Moon Elf nobles. The investigation team sent by the Silver Moon Elf Elder Council has now arrived in Padstow. For a half-elf, this crime is not a trivial matter. Especially the victim is a descendant of the Silver Moon Elf nobles. However, before this news reached Roy's ears, it had already angered many half-blood elves in Padstow. Some half-blood elves immediately began to announce to the outside world what kind of elf the descendant of the Silver Moon Elf nobles in the Partington Plain was. He was a mine owner who sold elf slaves, and he deserved to die. However, Many Silver Moon Elf nobles felt that although Abil was a mine owner who sold elf slaves, he should also be convicted by the Elf Elder Council's trial, and Roy had no right to kill him. Chapter 485. In the mouths of the half-blood elves, Abir is known as the Abir mine owner of the Mithril mine in Mount Vachak. He is a follower of Lord Alvis, and also participated in the slave trade on the Pagisto Plateau. He died accidentally in battle during his escape. But in the mouths of the Silver Moon Elves, Abir, as a descendant of the Silver Moon Elf nobles, has been engaged in the elven slave trade on the Pagisto Plateau, but there is no death penalty in the Elven Code. Even if he is convicted of a crime, it should be the matter of the Inquisition. In the process of rescuing the half-blood elf slaves, Roy, the mine owner, failed to strictly control his half-blood elf warriors, which led to the unfortunate death of Abir during his escape. Therefore, some Silver Moon Elves believe that Roy should report to the Silver Pegasus Military Department and explain the process of Abir's escape. The Silver Moon Elves appealed to the top leaders of the Silver Pegasus Corps through various channels, hoping that the Silver Pegasus Corps would punish the murderer who killed Abir. In the eyes of the half-blood elves of the Pagisto Plateau, Roy is the savior of the Pagisto Plateau. But in the eyes of a group of Silver Moon Elves, this half-elf from Castletown City is simply a troublemaker. It is because he keeps messing around on the Partington Plain that it is difficult for the Silver Moon Elves to live on the Partington Plain. At this time, the afterglow of the victory in the Battle of Queen Uini Islands has not completely subsided in the Elven continent. The Silver Pegasus Corps invested a large amount of military supplies in this naval battle, and suffered huge losses. Although the Battle of Queen Uini Islands was won, the spoils collected could only allow the Silver Pegasus Corps to break even in this naval battle. In recent weeks, Earl Swinburne is reorganizing the Infantry Guard Regiment of the Silver Pegasus Corps. He has no time to consider the petition submitted by the group of Silver Moon Elves. During the Battle of Queen Uini Islands, none of these guys were willing to come to help, but after the battle, these guys stood up and pointed fingers at the officers of the Silver Pegasus Corps. Earl Swinburne didn't even look at the petitions, and asked his assistant to pile them in a corner behind the bookshelf. He didn't want to pay any attention to them, and didn't want to respond at all. At the same time, the magic herb market in the Elf continent was also quietly undergoing earth-shaking changes. As the Imperial merchants flocked to the west coast of the Elf continent on 5-masted sailing ships, the Imperial merchants' demand for magic herbs completely disrupted the magic herb market in the Elf continent. The price of magic herbs is rising rapidly. This makes many elf herbalists feel strange. They think that selling the magic herbs in their hands will mean losing money. So many elf herbalists start to secretly stock up. The elf herbalists are unwilling to sell the magic herbs easily, and the Imperial merchants want to buy a lot of magic herbs, which creates the illusion that magic herbs are scarce in the market. In fact, the output of magic herbs in the Elf continent and the plains owned by the elves has always been in greater supply than demand. But now, even port cities like Castletown have found it very difficult to buy magic herbs in bulk, and the price of magic herbs rises every few days. At this time, the Partington Plain, which is rich in magic herbs, seems to have ushered in spring. As the price of magic herbs in the Elf continent continues to rise, the half-blood elves on the Pagisto Plateau have also benefited. The primary magic herbs that were originally piled up and could not be sold have become valuable, and the enthusiasm of the half-blood elf collectors to collect magic herbs is unprecedentedly high. A large number of magic herbs were transported from the Partington Plain to the Elf continent, and with it, a large amount of magic crystals and a large amount of materials were fed back to the Partington Plain from the Elf continent. After being quiet for several years, the city of Padstow finally became lively again, just like a stagnant pool of water was instantly revived, and the purses tied around the waists of the half-blood elves began to swell. Many herbal merchants in the Partington Plain began to do business in magic herbs again. Everyone can live a worry-free life now. The first person the half-blood elves should thank is Roy. If he hadn't driven the headhunters back to the ancestral land of Gazan, the half-blood elves on the plateau would not be able to collect magic herbs everywhere. More than 10 elf caravans suddenly appeared in the plateau city. In fact, these merchants also came for the magic herbs on the plateau. However, this purchase of magic herbs was destined to make them return disappointed, because the magic herb business of the entire Pagisto Plateau was currently monopolized by Boss Roy. When the half-blood elves on the plateau sold magic herbs, they only recognized Lation's caravan and Boss Roy. The first thing Roy did when he returned to the plateau city was to send the 2,000 Grey Dwarf prisoners he brought back to the castle of the North Black Iron Mine. Here in the castle of the North Black Iron Mine, Roy stood on the high platform again. Behind Roy was the Grey Dwarf's forging workshop, which currently mainly used ordinary iron ingots to stretch some steel bars and provide them to the plateau city. The large magic furnace he brought back from Castletown City also completed the final installation and debugging in the North Black Iron Mine. When the dwarf craftsman put 5 magic crystals into a special gem base in the furnace, magical lights flowed in the rune grooves on the outer wall of the furnace. The magic furnace began to slowly preheat, and then the black iron ore in the furnace cavity began to slowly burn red and melt. Due to gravity, the stone part of the ore floated on the top of the crucible, and the molten metal settled down. Roy looked at the side of the furnace, and saw that the molten iron flowing out of the outlet was pure in color, and there were no impurities. The molten iron slowly condensed into iron ingots in the mold cavity. Before these iron ingots were completely cooled down, they were pulled out by the dwarf craftsman with iron hooks, stacked together, and sent to the blacksmith workshop to be forged into ordinary steel bars. A group of gray dwarf craftsmen skillfully began to fill, hook out iron ingots, and put waste or slag into molds to make hollow bricks. The 2,000 gray dwarf prisoners brought back by Roy were in the open space opposite the forge, watching the gray dwarf craftsmen work. The 2,000 gray dwarf prisoners stood in front of the forge for a whole morning, and then watched the gray dwarf craftsmen in the forge eat lunch with empty stomachs. Today's lunch at the North Black Iron Mine is boiled beans. The dwarf craftsmen lined up to receive the meal, and then sat in the rest area outside the forge to eat. There was almost no supervisor to supervise the group of gray dwarf craftsmen. During the meal, many gray dwarf craftsmen looked over here curiously. Roy asked the half-blood elf to carry the prepared boiled beans to the gray dwarf prisoners. The big iron pot exuded a strong sweet smell. At this time, many gray dwarf prisoners began to growl in their stomachs. Roy did not distribute the food immediately. He stood on a high platform, looking at the large group of gray dwarf prisoners under his feet, and said loudly, "Everyone, I believe that after so many days of long journey, everyone must have figured out their current identities. Yes, you are a group of gray dwarf prisoners who were defeated in the Battle of Queen Islands." Roy's words were like a hook, once again uncovering the bloody scars on the gray dwarf prisoners, and his voice seemed a little low. "You will be undergoing labor reform here for a long time." The tone was full of unquestionable flavor. "I will not consider returning your freedom until your friends or family send you a ransom. But before that, you still have to work hard in the North Black Iron Mine. In addition, in the North Black Iron Mine, the treatment of capable gray dwarves and incompetent gray dwarves is completely different. You see that these gray dwarf craftsmen belong to the capable part, so they can enjoy 3 meals a day, get 1 day off a week, and get a certain amount of work points every day. These work points can be exchanged for spiced dried meat and beer at the mine," Roy explained in detail. "The incompetent gray dwarf prisoners will go to the mines to dig for ore. As for the gray dwarves, who are lazy and disobey the management in the mines, you have 2 chances. I will forgive you for the first mistake, but if you make the same mistake again, the punishment will be very severe, so please cherish everything in front of you." Then the gray dwarves finally had lunch. All the gray dwarf prisoners sat down on the spot, holding their plates and eating the beans in silence. Some gray dwarf prisoners secretly looked at the forging workshop. Roy arranged 2,000 gray dwarf prisoners to the forging workshop in the Black Iron Mine, and the number of gray dwarves in the North Black Iron Mine suddenly soared to 3,000. And as the headhunters sent by Captain Helicky arrived at the Plateau City, the number of headhunters in the prisoner concentration camp instantly soared to 15,000. The prisoner concentration camp in the Plateau City is obviously overcrowded. At present, the wall of the Plateau City has taken shape, and Roy has no intention of raising it. Due to the city planning, there will be culverts on both sides of the city's streets, so before paving the road, the culverts must be dug out, and then the stone slabs in the city are paved. The sudden influx of so many headhunter prisoners in the Plateau City has brought some security risks, but the progress of the project has suddenly accelerated. After Latian's caravan returned to the Pagisto Plateau, he also brought back some news about Padstow City. Since General Lucius left Padstow City and returned to the Elf Continent, he was preparing to go to the trial of the Silver Moon Elf Elder Council to stand trial. The lack of a manager in Padstow has caused the order in the city to fall into chaos again. People in the city have to be careful when trading magic herbs. When Rosander mentioned the chaos in Padstow, Roy couldn't help but worry. If the situation in Padstow continued to deteriorate, the Silver Pegasus Corps would definitely send more troops to garrison. "Who is the new manager of Padstow?" Roy asked Rosander. "I didn't know when I left Padstow," Latian answered. "The top leaders of the Silver Pegasus Corps should have made arrangements," Roy said. Roy has been making preparations for the trip to Sun Island Bay in recent days. Because he promised Kaka that he would help him deal with the fishmen monsters in Sun Island Bay, the Half-Blood Elf Guard Corps had to send several squadrons to the southern part of Griffin Barrier Mountain. Roy had also dealt with the affairs in the Plateau City. He stood in front of the city planning map and was checking the distribution map of the drainage culvert. There was a sound of hurried footsteps at the door. Roy looked back and found that it was Captain Berkeley, who appeared in the Plateau City. "Roy, you built a city on the plateau without saying anything. You are really amazing," Captain Berkeley said loudly and hugged Roy. "Berkeley, why are you here?" Roy asked Captain Berkeley to sit down and asked curiously. "I came here specifically to find you. I guess you know that Lucius was sent to the military court mainly because of a serious dereliction of duty, which led to the continuous delay of the war in the Queen Uni Islands." Roy listened carefully for a long time before he realized that Captain Berkeley had become the new head of the logistics department, responsible for managing the military headquarters of the Silver Pegasus Legion in the Padstow Plain. "So you plan to let me be the head of the Half-Blood Elf Guard?" Roy asked. "Well, apart from you, I can't find any suitable helper. If you are willing to go back to Padstow with me, I believe that Padstow will soon return to its former prosperity." Captain Berkeley was constantly persuading Roy. Roy was not willing to be the captain of the city defense guards. After hesitating for a while, he rejected Captain Berkeley's invitation. Captain Berkeley did not look depressed. He forced a smile on his face and said to Roy, "I thought you would agree without hesitation and come to Padstow to help me. There are too many things on the Padstow Plateau." "Sorry, Berkeley," Roy said again. This time, Captain Berkeley came to the Plateau City. In addition to inviting Roy to work in Padstow, he also brought Roy a letter. It was a letter from High Priest Reed to Roy. The letter was even a little black, and the handwriting on it was not very clear, as if the whole paper had been smoked. Roy quickly took the letter under the sun, and under the sunlight, the handwriting that had originally dimmed suddenly became clear. High Priest Reed's handwriting appeared on the black parchment. "Roy, when I wrote this letter, dark creatures were invading our base. I don't know if you can still receive it. Our expeditionary force entered the depths of the Dark Land and encountered unprecedented difficulties, because in this dark world, I couldn't feel the call of the goddess. We sat around the Holy Grail of Wisdom, feeling the weak power of the Holy Light. I tried to find light in the darkness. I firmly believed that light would shine on this land one day." Read November 1407. Chapter 486. This is a letter written by High Priest Reed at the end of last year. It took nearly 10 months for it to reach Roy through Captain Berkeley. It seems to be a last letter before a battle. High Priest Reed did not reveal much information in the letter, but even in such a desperate situation, he still firmly believed in his faith and longed for light to come to the Dark Land. The letter said that he was very grateful to Roy for finding the Holy Grail of Wisdom. It was the Holy Grail of Wisdom that allowed them, the priests, to absorb a trace of divine power in the Dark Land. After reading the letter, Roy was a little worried about the safety of High Priest Reed. However, the gate to the Dark Land is in Golfito, and it is also the headquarters of the Statue of Liberty in the Elf Continent. Roy is not a priest of the Statue of Liberty, and he can't get close to the gate to the dark. Thinking of this, Roy sat on the chair a little frustrated, and the dusty construction site in front of him couldn't stop the chill rising from the bottom of his heart. Captain Berkeley wanted Roy to go to Padstow to help him. With Roy's reputation in the hearts of the half-blood elves in the Partington Plain, it would be too easy to establish a half-blood elf guard in Padstow. Due to a naval battle in the Queen Uni Islands, the Silver Pegasus Corps changed its military plan for the next few years and shifted its strategic focus from the Partington Plain to the Queen Uni Islands. The Silver Moon Elf Guards in Padstow City will also evacuate the Partington Plain in the next few months. In this case, Padstow City will need a half-blood elf guard. The main reason why General Lucius was dismissed was that he did nothing about this matter, which eventually caused dissatisfaction among the top leaders of the Silver Pegasus Corps, and he was dismissed. But Roy didn't want to reconstruct Padstow, at least not yet. There were still more than a dozen mines on the Padstow Plateau that had not been rebuilt yet. The Plateau City had just taken shape, and the 10 mines under Roy's control had already entered the profit period. Roy also promised the village chief DePrato and Kaka and others that after the Padstow Plateau incident settled down, he would lead the half-blood elf warriors to advance to the Sun Island Bay. In fact, if Captain Berkeley arrived at the Plateau City a few days later, Roy might have already embarked on the journey to the Sun Island Bay. Roy was unwilling to take the position of the leader of the half-blood elf guards in Padstow City, not only because the Plateau City was under construction, but also because there were 15,000 headhunters in the city. If they were not kept a close eye on, once they started to make trouble, it would become an unmanageable situation. In addition, there were nearly 3,000 gray dwarfs in the North Black Iron Mine 80 kilometers away. Roy's mine guards in the Padstow Plateau currently only had more than 10,000 half-blood elf warriors. Once these prisoners rioted, it would be difficult for Roy to quell them in a short time with just the half-blood elf warriors he had, and the Padstow Plateau would enter a chaotic situation of war. Although Mullen was in charge, Roy couldn't put all his chips on such a young half-elf female warrior. Although Roy didn't agree to Captain Berkeley's request, he gave Captain Berkeley a suggestion. If he wanted to recruit a half-elf guard in Padstow, he had to find a half-elf warrior with a high enough reputation to stand up. Captain Berkeley also knew this, so he came all the way here to find Roy, but unfortunately Roy didn't agree. The next morning, Captain Berkeley prepared to leave the Plateau City. He led his horse and several Silver Moon Elf guards along the steps to the north gate. Beyond the city wall built close to the Tolai River, Captain Berkeley could see herds of one-horned bison and antelopes on the vast plains. The Tolai River has abundant rainfall at this time of year, and the river water spreads to the stone foundation under the city wall. It can be seen that Roy also fully considered the problem of the Tolai River water when he built the city wall. On the side close to the Tolai River, the Plateau City actually built a pier. The stone steps on the pier extended all the way to the river, and above it was a large square. Some caravans coming from Padstow City set up some stalls in the square. Captain Berkeley could imagine that it would not be long before this Plateau City would become the most prosperous place in the entire Padstow Plateau. A large number of half-blood elves would gather here, and more caravans would come here to do business. Berkeley still remembered the first time he met Roy. At that time, Roy was just a guide in the Vanguard Cavalry Regiment. Captain Berkeley just felt that it was a bit strange for such a half-elf to appear in the Silver Pegasus Legion. The second time he met Roy, Roy had been appointed as the owner of the first mine by Earl Swinburne. At that time, he was still wondering why Earl Swinburne would let such a young half-elf be the owner of the mine. What was the Earl thinking in his heart? He even found him to talk about it, hoping that he could take care of this young half-elf as much as possible in terms of logistics and supplies. Later, Berkeley discovered that this young half-elf was really thoughtful, and had some unique insights in handling various matters in the mine. He was not a Silver Moon Elf, so he would not discriminate against half-blood elves and Dark Moon elves, and was basically able to be fair and just. So the problems in the first mine were handled very well by him, and then the second, the third. Until now, the mine guards have occupied the entire Padstow Plateau and defeated the Plateau Headhunters. These things were not accomplished by the Silver Pegasus Knights, who came to the Padstow Plateau. Now Roy has started to build a Plateau City in the heart of the Padstow Plateau. Looking at the outer contours of the city wall, Captain Berkeley estimated that when this Plateau City is completed, it will probably accommodate hundreds of thousands of half-blood elves. But at present, the number of half-blood elves in the entire Padstow Plateau is estimated to be no more than 100,000. Just when Captain Berkeley was thinking about it, Roy caught up with him from behind. The street has been paved with stone steps, and the drainage ditch on the left side of the road has been repaired. All that is left is to cover the ditch with stone slabs. Even if the street is initially completed, it may be necessary to build narrow flower beds and street trees in the future. The horse's hooves stepped on the hollow brick road, making a very crisp sound. Captain Berkeley, wait! Roy rode his horse to Captain Berkeley, turned over and dismounted to stop Captain Berkeley. What's wrong, Roy? Have you changed your mind? I plan to go back to Padstow with me. Captain Berkeley's eyes lit up with hope. Roy smiled awkwardly and said, How is that possible? You can see how I can leave the Plateau City at this time. He pointed to the headhunter prisoners digging ditches under the mound. Captain Berkeley, although I can't go with you to Padstow to form a half-blood elf guard, I think someone can help you with this matter. Don't leave in a hurry. I asked for you first, Roy said to Captain Berkeley. Thinking of how Captain Berkeley had traveled a long way to the Padstow Plateau to ask for his help, Roy knew that this matter must be imminent. Captain Berkeley stopped and looked at Roy with a sharp gaze. Lashanda has been living in the Plateau City these days. His pack team has brought a large amount of supplies from Padstow City, most of which are supplies for the mine guards. Because Roy controls the Plateau mines, most of the supplies for the mine guards he has formed on the plateau are currently prepared by himself. The Silver Pegasus Legion only provided standard military equipment, and Roy also spent money to buy these supplies. Some of these supplies were purchased directly from Padstow City, and the other part was transported from Castletown City. The main reason why Lation stayed in the Plateau City was that Roy hoped that he would bring back some scarce building materials from Padstow City, such as rope nets, locks, craftsman shovels, etc. In addition, after each long journey, Lation would rest for a few days before setting off again according to convention. There is a special warehouse area in the Plateau City, which is a place for storing supplies. Next door is the barracks of the Mine Guard Regiment. Currently, there are nearly 7,000 half-blood elf warriors stationed in the Plateau City. Roy walked into the courtyard where Rhazander lived and saw that the courtyard was full of blankets. Rhazander was sitting in the courtyard checking some accounts. Roy walked straight over and sat down opposite Rhazander. He asked Rhazander, who was checking accounts, "Rhazander, the half-blood elf guard group is being formed in Padstow City. What do you think about this?" Rhazander raised his weather-beaten face. He looked older than most half-blood elves now, and his skin was a little rough, but his eyes were shining with wisdom, and he had a faint smile on his face. "Boss, do you just want my personal opinion, or do you plan to do something else?" Roy touched his nose awkwardly and said to Lysander, "You know, there are a lot of changes in the Silver Pegasus Corps. The General Lucius was dismissed 2 days ago. This incident has caused the situation in Padstow to become very chaotic. The new governor of Padstow needs to improve this situation and form a half-blood elf guard. I just think that we should give this trusted governor a little help to help him support a half-blood elf guard. This will also increase the half-blood elf's voice in Padstow." Lysander looked at Roy. "So, Boss Roy, are you going to Padstow? I want to keep an eye on the Plateau City, and go to Sun Island Bay, by the way, to solve all the problems of the fishmen and monsters there." Roy said, "So, I would like you to go to Padstow City, and help Captain Berkeley form a 5,000-man half-blood elf guard." Lysander widened his eyes, stared at Roy, and whispered, "So you throw this troublesome thing to me?" Roy thought that Latian didn't want to deal with this matter. But then, Latian leaned close to Roy's ear and whispered, "If the candidate for the leader of the half-blood elf guard can be a half-blood elf, I guess this matter can be almost settled." Sure enough, the half-blood elves are still more concerned about who is their immediate superior. With Latian's promise, Roy quickly said, "That's great, I contact Captain Berkeley now." In fact, this matter does not leave Captain Berkeley with much choice. He must handle these things as well as possible in the early stage of his tenure. The current situation in Padstow is still in chaos, so he must rush back to Padstow as soon as possible. Roy proposed to form a half-blood elf guard, but the leader of the guard must be a half-blood elf. Captain Berkeley agreed without any hesitation. Then Roy took Latian to meet with Captain Berkeley. "Captain Berkeley, I bring the people to you. You two can have a good talk." Roy was still outside the room, but the voice came in. Captain Berkeley came up quickly, took a look at Rhazander, and then said, "Isn't Captain Rhazander responsible for transporting supplies for you?" "That's right. Rhazander has some connections with many half-blood elves in Padstow City. If he comes forward, it shouldn't be too difficult to form a half-blood elf guard." Roy recommended Rhazander to Captain Berkeley. Rhazander and Captain Berkeley talked for a whole morning and reached an agreement that satisfied both parties. Captain Berkeley was eager to return to Padstow, so Rhazander immediately gave up his short vacation in the Plateau City and took a large caravan with a full load of magic herbs to Padstow. On the third day after Captain Berkeley left the Plateau City, Roy led a force of 2,000 half-blood elf warriors from the Plateau City all the way south through the Sadasso Mountains and arrived at the southern part of the plateau. At the second Spinel mine, Roy managed to gather 1,000 half-elf warriors, and then, under the leadership of Kaka and a group of Griffin cavalrymen, he left the Pagisto Plateau and headed towards the Sun Island Bay on the south side of the Griffin Barrier Mountains. The Sun Island Bay is located south of the Griffin Barrier Mountains. The fastest way for the army to enter the bay is to cross the No. 3 Pass. Obviously, this is not very realistic, and the Pagisto Plateau is located at the western end of the Griffin Barrier Mountains. If you want to cross the No. 3 Pass, you must reach the barrier town. According to the marching route provided by Kaka, Roy could lead his army to bypass the west of the Griffin Barrier Mountains. Although after bypassing the Barrier Mountains, they would encounter a fault zone several hundred kilometers long, but at least there would be no need for the half-blood elf warriors to climb the mountains. The only thing blocking the elf warriors was a natural chasm. With the help of the Griffin cavalry, it would be much easier to build a ladder that continued to extend downwards on this natural chasm than to climb over the Barrier Mountains. Chapter 487. The Griffin Barrier Mountains are like a wall that reaches the sky, dividing the Partington Plain into two. The city of Padstow is located in the forest to the north. The Silver Moon Elves built a city in the jungle to the north of the Barrier Mountains, and spent a huge amount of money to build a plain portal here, connecting the Partington Plain with the Partington Island of the Elven continent. A few hundred kilometers west of the city of Padstow, a rolling mountain range is closely connected to the mountains on the eastern foothills of the Pagisto Plateau. This area is full of rivers and gullies, and is called the Collapsed Land by the half-blood elves. The mountains here have landslides and collapses every day. Even the most experienced local guides are reluctant to enter here. Therefore, the only way to get from Padstow to the Pajisto Plateau is to pass through the jungle in the south of Padstow and enter a hilly area of more than 200 kilometers, so that you can go around to the south of the Pajisto Plateau, which is the entrance to the Pajisto Plateau. In fact, this hilly area is between the Pajisto Plateau and the Griffin Barrier Mountains. Continue to walk west along this muddy and difficult hilly area, and you will find the end of the western end of the Griffin Barrier Mountains. I thought that the Griffin Barrier Mountains and the mountains extending from the southwest of the Pajisto Plateau were closely connected. When Roy led the mine guards through this hilly area, he found that it was not the case. The trend of the western end of the Griffin Barrier Mountains came to an abrupt end on a hilly area. The mountains to the southwest of the Pajisto Plateau continue to extend southwestward. It is said that there are high-level monsters in the deep mountains over there that even griffins have to retreat. There are hills and mountains between the Griffin Barrier Mountains and the mountains to the southwest of the Pajisto Plateau. The closest point of the two mountain ranges is less than 80 kilometers apart. With the Griffin group leading the way in the sky, Roy led the mine guard group to walk south along the hills and mountains. At the end of the hills and mountains is a fault zone that is more than 200 kilometers long. This place seemed to appear between the Griffin Barrier Mountains and the southern mountains of the Pajisto Plateau, a pass leading to the southern Partington Plain. For years ago, Roy wanted to see what the western end of the Griffin Barrier Mountains looked like. The scene in front of him was beyond his imagination. Because the end of the hilly mountains was a fault zone, he and 4,000 elven warriors were standing on the top of the cliff. He stood on a cliff and looked down, and his sight was blocked by a cloud of fog. They seemed to be standing on the top of the cloud. It just so happened that this mine guard group came down from the Pajisto Plateau, and there was the Griffin Wall mountain range, which was thousands of feet high, on the left. But the front was still a bottomless natural chasm. The wind blowing from the north along the hills and mountains suddenly dispersed here at the cliff. The clouds and mist under the cliff were rolled and surged by the cold wind, like a flowing river. The mine guard group that Roy brought out this time was composed of 3,000 half-blood elf warriors, and 1,000 Dark Moon Elf warriors. The assassination team has now absorbed all the Dark Moon Elf prisoners from the 3 gem mines. Under the strict training of Captain Timothy and Vice Captain Tennyson, these Dark Moon Elf warriors have strong combat power at night. 500 Griffin cavalrymen are wandering in the sky. According to Captain Teprado's suggestion, the mine guards can be stationed here. The 500-meter Griffin cavalry of the Griffin Regiment carried them to the northern jungle of Sun Island Bay. But Roy insisted on opening a road to the south here, so he asked the half-blood elf warriors to set up a rope ladder from the top of the cliff, ready to take the mine guards directly down to the bottom of the valley. This cliff does not go straight to the bottom of the valley. The fault here is in the shape of steps, but the view is blocked by the rolling clouds. You can't see the situation in the valley from the top of the cliff. At this moment, the half-blood elf team in front has already descended to the narrow platform of the third step. Kaka and little Eugene fell from the sky on the griffin. The huge griffin brought a great visual impact to the half-blood elf warriors. Especially when they flapped their huge wings and landed on the top of the cliff, the elf warriors felt that they might be blown away by the fierce wind at any time. Kaka jumped off the back of the griffin, ran directly to Roy, and said to him, "Roy, after passing the Sapling Canyon, you will reach the jungle north of the Sun Island Bay. You should come with me to see the situation at the bottom of the valley." "What's wrong? What did you find?" Seeing Kaka's serious face, Roy knew that he must have encountered some difficulties ahead. Although this may be easier than crossing the Griffin Barrier Mountains, it is not so easy. "You should go down and take a look," Kaka said, pointing at his griffin. Roy rode Kaka's griffin more than once or twice. The griffin no longer rejected Roy. Seeing Roy clumsily climb onto the saddle on its back, it just turned its head to the side. Kaka climbed to the front seat skillfully, holding the reins with one hand. The griffin leaned forward, stretched out its huge wings, and flapped them a few times before taking off. Then the griffin carried Roy and Kaka into the rolling clouds. Little Eugene rode the griffin and followed closely behind. The rolling clouds were very humid. When the griffin passed through the clouds, the water vapor quickly condensed into small water droplets between Roy's eyebrows and hair. The cloud layer was not very thick, and the griffin quickly passed through it. Although the canyon was blocked by the clouds, it was just like a cloudy day. After passing through the clouds, you can see the situation below the canyon, but the scene below really made Roy take a breath. Under the misty ravine, there was a bamboo-shaped stone forest. Each stalagmite was almost more than 10 meters high. The top of the stalagmite was sharp like a cone. Each one was lifelike like a bamboo shoot, densely packed together. If a half-blood elf warrior slipped and fell into the canyon, he would probably be pierced by the sharp needle-like stalagmites. Roy discovered the existence of these stalagmites. Even if the half-blood elf warriors went down to the bottom of the valley, they could not walk through the bamboo forest because the bottoms of these stalagmites were almost tightly packed together. The half-blood elf warriors, who were laying ladders on the edge of the cliff, had passed through the clouds and reached the third layer of the fault zone, and they were continuing to build ladders downwards. In fact, Roy did not accept the advice of the village chief Prado to let the Griffin group carry the half-elf warriors across this natural chasm because Roy wanted to open up a passage here. He couldn't always rely on the Griffin group's transportation capacity. Seeing these stalagmites, Roy actually thought that as long as a floating bridge made of giant wood was opened between these stalagmites, and a stepped elevator was built next to the cliff, the Sun Island Bay and the southern end of the hilly mountain area could be closely connected. But now it's just a thought. We can't let the 4,000 mine guards wait on the top of the cliff. After Kaka flew for a while in this stone forest canyon, the end was indeed the intersection of the jungle and the stone forest, where the stalagmites and trees were closely connected. To be precise, the place where the stalagmites below are located can't actually be called a canyon, but only a fault zone. These stalagmites grow at the foot of the mountain in the fault zone. You can't see the end of these stalagmites at a glance when you go east and west, but the width is only less than 1 kilometer. Roy regretted leaving all the floating devices at the first mine. If he had known the terrain was like this, he would have brought a few of them. He originally wanted to ask the old dwarf craftsman at the first mine to design a magic airship so that the magic airship could fly between Padstow and Plateau City, according to the flight time of the Griffins. It would take about 10 days for the magic airship to fly back and forth between Padstow and Plateau City. Just as Kaka passed by a stalagmite forest, Roy found a gap at the edge of the stalagmite forest. Kaka, stop for a moment. Yes, it's here. Roy asked Kaka to land at the gap. Kaka didn't quite understand what Roy meant, and couldn't help but turn back to ask Roy, "What's wrong, Roy?" For elf trainers like Kaka, these fault cliffs and the Griffin Barrier Mountains are not obstacles, so they rarely pay attention to what is happening at the bottom of the cliff. If Roy hadn't brought the mine guards into Sun Island Bay this time, they would never have paid attention to this place. It was still difficult for the Griffin to land in the jungle, because there were some sharp stalagmites hidden in the jungle. If the Griffin made an emergency landing without any protection, it would be easy for the Griffin to get hurt. But Roy wanted to explore here. Kaka was a little embarrassed, but still agreed to Roy's request. He hugged the Griffin's neck tightly with both hands and shouted to Roy, "Roy, hold on tight, we are going to land." Roy was a little confused. It wasn't his first time riding a Griffin. Why did he have to hold the saddle with both hands to land? Aren't landings usually very smooth? Before Roy could ask clearly, he saw Kaka whispering softly in the Griffin's ear, as if it was some kind of spiritual communication. Then the Griffin did not slow down for landing. Instead, it spread its wings and flapped them twice, carrying Roy and Kaka to the sky. The Griffin then let out a loud cry. The Griffin's cry made Roy's ears buzz. Roy just grabbed the handrail of the saddle and looked at the Griffin nervously. At this time, white magic patterns appeared on the Griffin's body. These magic patterns covered the whole body of the Griffin and formed some strange symbols. These magic patterns even covered Roy and Kaka's bodies. Then Roy found that the Griffin's body was constantly turning into steel, and even he and Kaka became Iron Men. At this time, the Griffin suddenly retracted its wings in the sky, and under the pull of gravity, it fell from the sky like an iron ball. Iron Will. Griffins are born with magical skills. A huge iron ball slammed into the stalagmite forest at the edge of the jungle, like a solid cannonball, and fell with a bang. Roy felt that he was falling with the Griffin, hitting the dense and sharp stalagmites hard. For a moment, stone chips flew and dust flew. He was completely confused, but his mind was very clear. At this time, a crater with a diameter of 5 meters was formed around the stalagmite. The Griffin rolled on the ground and climbed out of the crater. Kaka dragged Roy to the side of the Griffin, and then Roy found that the steel state on his body was disappearing rapidly. It was the first time for Roy to experience such a reckless landing. In the dust, he glanced at Kaka. There is no other way. If you wanted not to get hurt in this place, you could only do it this way. Kaka shrugged his shoulders and explained innocently. Roy walked out of the pit in a few steps. As expected, the stalagmites around him also showed damage that splashed outwards. The Griffin's landing in this way was still very shocking. Originally, Roy had only a vague plan in his mind, but now the plan became clearer and clearer in Roy's mind. Roy first checked the damaged area of the stalagmite, and then moved closer to the Griffin to check if it was injured. After confirming that the griffin was not damaged, Roy looked at Kaka. Kaka, I suddenly thought of a way. In this way, we can open a passage in the stalagmite forest, and then we can build a double-car elevator to connect the north and south closely together. Roy, do you want those Grey Dwarf prisoners to open a passage in the stalagmite forest here? Kaka thought Roy would transfer some Grey Dwarf prisoners from the plateau. No, that would be too much trouble. I want to ask your Griffin Corps to do this. Just use the iron will that your Griffin just displayed. I think you can smash a passage in no time, Roy said confidently. This time, it was Kaka's turn to be dumbfounded. Is it human to ask the Griffin Corps to smash a passage in the stalagmite forest? Kaka, we are about to reach Sun Island Bay, Roy said. Kaka patted his forehead helplessly and said to Roy, I will go to talk to the village chief of Teprado, but I can't guarantee that this will succeed. Then Kaka rode the griffin into the sky, leaving Roy alone to check the surrounding environment at the edge of the stalagmite forest. This place is indeed the closest to the cliff of the fault zone, and there is a fallen tree with half of its dead trunk pressing on the stalagmite forest. Roy walked closer to observe the tree. As Roy expected, the tree was 5 meters in diameter, and the trunk was hollow in the middle, and it extended all the way to the middle of the trunk. If we can use this big tree, we can at least reduce the number of passages to be opened by dozens of meters. Not long after, Kaka called over the village chief to Prado. This time, without even discussing with Roy, he directly asked the griffin to use the iron will to smash down, and at the edge of Kaka's smash position, another crater was smashed out. This idea is simple and crude, and it can be solved once and for all, so let's do it. The village chief Teprado stood in front of Roy and readily agreed to Roy's suggestion. Chapter 488. In the sky, a group of griffin cavalry flew over the stalagmite forest. Led by the village chief Teprado, the griffin cavalry lined up in a line, and then flew into the clouds. A moment later, the griffin cavalry fell from the thick clouds one after another. After the griffins activated their iron will, they were like solid iron bullets, smashing down with a sharp sound of breaking through the air. The flying rubble formed a line, blasting a road in the stalagmite forest. The stalagmites that the griffins touched turned into rubble, and the aftermath of the explosion destroyed a large area of the surrounding stalagmite forest. A series of loud noises, and the flying debris even scratched Roy's cheek. This is the most powerful magic of the griffins, which completely steals the body and falls like a giant cannonball. Standing at the edge of the jungle, Roy looked at the scene of flying debris in front of him, and suddenly felt as if he was in the era when a group of bombers dropped bombs in the air and carried out carpet bombing. No wonder the griffin is defined as a 4th-level monster. To be honest, the strength they usually show is far from that of a 3rd-level monster. Although they have strong bodies and powerful flying abilities, most level 3 monsters are actually much stronger than griffins. In terms of combat power, griffins are not even as good as some level 2 peak monsters, such as crystal lizards, crystal lions, and white rock rhinos. Roy always felt that the griffins should be downgraded in the Warcraft encyclopedia. But now, when he saw the griffins falling like cannonballs, raising a stalagmite forest to the ground, he immediately changed his opinion of these griffins. Roy couldn't help asking himself, if this type of air strike is not considered strong, then what kind of air strike is considered strong? Roy walked into the stone path opened by the griffin cavalrymen in the dusty air. After the iron will ended, the griffins crawled out of the stone pit one by one, looking a little weak. The griffin cavalrymen pulled the reins and pulled them out of the stone pit, trying to make them fly back into the sky. Roy found the dusty Kaka in the choking dust. Kaka was comforting the adult griffin beside him. It was obvious that casting the iron will magic put a heavy burden on its body, and it couldn't even fly for the time being. Roy walked over to Kaka, who had a dust-proof scarf covering his face. He turned to Roy and smiled bitterly, saying, "Haven't you always wanted to know why we can't beat the group of murlocs on the coastline even though we have these griffins?" He turned around and stroked the weakened griffins, and then said, "The answer is here. When we raided the murloc villages, although we could inflict a certain degree of damage on the murloc monsters, we would also be surrounded by the murloc monsters. Those guys are not afraid of death at all, and they rush over from all directions, making it difficult for us to resist. These fishmen have now occupied the entire coastline of Sun Island Bay. The half-blood elves in the jungle here can't go to Sun Island Bay to fish, so they can only stay in this jungle. For hunting, in addition to the Griffin Barrier Mountains, there is also the Blackwater Swamp in the east." Roy walked to the side of the griffin, looked at its weak state, and asked Kaka, "Did they drain all the magic power in their bodies, causing their bodies to fall into a weak state?" Kaka thought about it seriously and said, "That's about it." Roy walked around the griffin, stared at the saddle on the griffin again and again, and then said to Kaka, "Have you ever thought that if the griffin's own magic power is not enough to support them to use iron will, then why can't we help them? Such as using external forces to let the magic power flow into their bodies when they use iron will, so that they may not fall into extreme weakness." Kaka's eyes lit up, and then he said with a gloomy expression, "You mean to put magic pattern structures on the griffins? This is indeed a good idea, but the magic pattern structures are too expensive, and we don't even have a channel to buy them." Roy quickly corrected, "I'm not talking about putting a set of magic pattern structures on the griffins. I'm talking about installing a gem base on the saddle, and then engraving the simplest magic pattern for converting mana, so that the magic pattern array on the saddle can convert the energy on the magic crystal stone into magic power, and send it into the body of the griffins. You can think of the saddle as a gem base, and the griffin itself is a magic pattern array. Roy, the method you mentioned seems to work." Kaka's eyes sparkled, and he said to Roy excitedly, "Let's talk about this later. Let's go and see how the tunnel is being dug." Roy put one hand on Kaka's shoulder, took him together, and walked down the tunnel to the bottom of the cliff. Walking in this nearly 10-meter wide tunnel, the griffins seemed to be in a weak state. The half-blood elf cavalry stood beside the griffins and kept comforting them. This road was made up of a series of big pits, but this was not a problem for Roy. He just had to wait for the half-blood elf warriors to slide down from the top of the cliff and gather people to pave the road again. After walking all the way, Roy even thought of a new way of fighting. However, whether this tactic can be implemented depends on whether the griffins can recover quickly. The half-blood elf warriors of the mine guards prepared 30 ropes on the cliff, and they quickly slid down from the top of the cliff to the bottom of the cliff. The half-blood elf warrior, who arrived at the bottom of the valley first, immediately began to clear the road in the stalagmite forest. After passing through the stalagmite forest, the mine guard group entered a dense forest. This is the dense forest west of Sun Island Bay. Sun Island Bay is like Bohai Bay that has been shrunk countless times. This sea area is surrounded by land on 3 sides, and only connected to the sea in the south. There is a round island in the middle of this sea area, which is called Sun Island by the half-blood elves, so this bay is also called Sun Island Bay by the half-blood elves. This dense forest is very vast. In addition to being closely connected to the fault zone here, if you walk east for dozens of kilometers, you will see the southern foot of the Griffin Barrier Mountains. Along the southern foot of the mountain, hundreds of kilometers eastward, there are dense forests. The jungle here is a bit humid and hot. When there is no wind, the air you breathe feels wet, salty and moldy. The trees in the forest are covered with moss. Many trees have begun to rot before they have even withered. Some broken and fallen trees can be seen everywhere in the jungle. There were not many weeds in the forest, and it was covered with moss, wet and slippery. There were ferns growing here, and some parasitic vines were closely connected to some big trees, completely covering the ground. Kaka's village was in this jungle, but it was a little far from the pass. When the team came out of the stalagmite forest, Roy asked the half-blood elf warriors to clear a large open space at the edge of the jungle. When the half-blood elf warriors behind hurried over, they took out tents from their backpacks without Roy's instructions, and set up camp at the edge of the jungle. The elves like this kind of dense jungle without sunlight. After traveling for several days, they camped in the jungle to rest. Every half-blood elf warrior had a happy look on his face. While the half-blood elf warriors were setting up their tents, Roy did not stay in the camp to rest. He was carried by Kaka's griffin and flew directly to the beach of Sun Island Bay. This jungle is actually very vast. If the mine guards want to pass through the stalagmite forest and reach the beach of Sun Island Bay, they will have to walk for at least 2 days before they can see the sea. The jungle vegetation becomes denser as you go south. The blue sea in the distance looks like a piece of clean blue glass from a high altitude. The shape of the entire sea surface is somewhat similar to a shell, and the long coastline presents a perfect arc. The coastline is composed of white sand beaches. On these beaches, Roy saw some fishmen monsters. The stilt-thatched houses they built were almost scattered along the entire coastline. As for the fishmen monsters, they can be seen everywhere. According to Kaka, this group of fishmen spirits originally lived on the Sun Island, but they had almost no natural enemies in the sea area here, and the fish resources were rich, so the fishmen spirits did not hesitate to worry about food. As a result, the fishmen spirits with strong reproductive ability developed rapidly on the Sun Island. Then these fishmen spirits slowly spread to the surrounding seas, and gradually occupied the coastline of the Sun Island Bay. The combat power of these fishmen spirits is far less powerful than that of the mixed-blood elves, and because they belong to the subhuman race, the intelligence of adult fishmen spirits is only that of children of 7 or 8 years old. Their lives are purely dominated by desires. These fishmen spirits do not even have their own language. They even lived in caves on the Sun Island, and only learned to build thatched houses when they reached the edge of the coastline. In fact, Roy had seen this kind of fishman monster in the Queen Uini Islands. Although the fishman monsters here are slightly different from those in the Endless Sea, they are just slightly different in the color of their scales, and some of their features are exactly the same. They go to the sea to fish every day. As long as they catch enough food, they will carry the fish and walk out of the sea to enjoy a day of leisure. These fishman monsters all have fish bodies, but they have thin limbs, are covered with scales, have sharp teeth in their mouths, and even have gills on their faces. The fishmen on the beach sat in groups of 3 or 5, looking very happy. When the fishmen walked on the beach, they were almost swaying and their steps were very slow, but when they walked into the sea, their hands and feet immediately opened and turned into flippers, allowing them to swim freely in the sea. Roy sat behind Kaka and asked, "You are at a loss because of these fishmen?" "We tried several methods, but they were all ineffective. There is nothing we can do. There are too many of them," Kaka said weakly. "This long coastline is almost entirely occupied by these fish monsters?" Roy asked again. "Yes, all the coastlines are in the hands of the fish monsters." Kaka carried Roy at a low altitude. The fish monsters knew these griffins. After seeing the griffins, they immediately climbed up to the attic and roof of the observation tower, picked up their weapons, and threw them at Kaka and the griffins. Kaka immediately pulled the reins to let the griffin fly higher. The griffins flapped their wings vigorously, and flew upwards continuously, successfully avoiding the wooden harpoon thrown by the fishmen. Some fishmen saw Kaka flying high in the sky, and immediately climbed onto the observation tower and roof. These fishmen showed ferocious looks, grinning and showing their sharp teeth, and raised the short flying spears in their hands to constantly taunt the half-blood elf cavalry. The fishmen were covered with a layer of scales, which shone in the sun. They were not afraid of the half-blood elves at all. When they saw the half-blood elves' griffin cavalry, they could even take the initiative to fight back. After investigating the situation near the beach, Roy and Kaka returned to the temporary camp at the edge of the jungle. After getting off the griffin, Roy turned to Kaka and said, "We will rest here for 2 days, and then go to the beach." Roy said this, and Kaka had no objection. The mine guards rested in the camp at the edge of the dense forest for 2 days. During these 2 days, the half-blood elves not only opened up a road in the stalagmite forest, but also fixed the ropes on the cliff. Roy then packed up the camp tents with the mine guards and entered the dense forest first. Because the griffin cavalry transported supplies, Roy's mine guards did not lack any supplies. As expected, it took the half-blood elf warriors 2 days to pass through the dense forest. They did not blatantly station at the edge of the coastline, but in the jungle. Then Roy led a group of half-blood elves to get closer to observe these fish monsters. They passed through a bush, and saw the silver beach through the dense branches and leaves. Those fishmen were walking back and forth on the beach. Although they belonged to the subhuman species, they had no problem with hearing. They heard some noises in the jungle, and immediately sent 2 fishmen to come over here. The 2 fishmen had a hard time walking in the weeds, but they still walked over step by step. A group of fishmen saw the tent hidden behind the bushes, and immediately made some low calls. Then these fishmen could no longer control themselves, and they drew their weapons from their waists and rushed towards Roy's camp. Roy was frightened by the shouts of killing from these fishmen. When he turned around and got out of the tent, he saw a group of fishmen rushing in front of him, and the half-blood elf warriors also drew their swords and shields, and the 2 sides immediately fought each other. Chapter 489. On the coastline of Sun Island Bay, the white sand beach is only a few dozen meters wide. The beach far from the coastline is covered with soft and dense glass grass. If you walk a few steps towards the jungle, you will see a kind of thorny vines covering the sand. These thorny vines are not only tough, but also covered with thorns with poison. If you are stabbed by these thorny vines, the wound will hurt for a long time. Only after passing through this thorny vine area can you reach the edge of the jungle next to the coastline. The mine guards were stationed in the dense jungle. Roy originally wanted to get familiar with the surrounding environment and understand the weaknesses of the fishmen on the beach. The half-elf warriors of the mine guards had just set up their tents in the jungle when the fishmen on the beach noticed their presence. These fishmen crossed the green grass and screamed when they were stabbed by the thorns of the thorny vines, but they still rushed over from the beach. There were a lot of fishmen on the beach, crowded together, and rushed towards the edge of the dense forest. They have completely transparent eyelids on their eyes, and their bodies are covered with a layer of silver scales. They have more fish characteristics than human characteristics. Their feet have completely turned into flippers, waving long swords in their hands. They seem to have long been accustomed to fighting with half-blood elves, and their eyes are filled with greed and bloodthirstiness. On the outskirts of the camp, near the beach, a group of half-blood elf warriors wearing standard light armor, holding a shield in one hand and an elven sword in the other, stood neatly in a human wall. The silver armor on these half-blood elf warriors is all standard light armor provided by the Silver Pegasus Legion. They not only have shoulder armor, chest armor, and trouser armor, but also greaves and combat boots. When walking on the grass full of thorns with a layer of steel boots, there is no need to worry about the thorns piercing you. In addition, the wrist guards made by the elf craftsmen are also very fit to the arms, and the half-blood elves are wearing a pair of hard leather gloves. Compared with these fully armed half-blood elf warriors, the fishman monsters rushing over from the beach are simply a group of refugee beggars. They are not even wearing a single piece of clothing, only covered with a layer of scales, and the weapons in their hands are also some scrap copper and rotten iron. The two sides collided. The fishermen rushed forward almost desperately, regardless of how badly they were injured. As long as their weapons could touch the half-blood elf warriors, they would try their best to leave a wound on the elf warriors. Unfortunately, these half-blood elf warriors were not the half-blood elf villagers on the Sun Island Bay. They first received the baptism of war on the Pagisto Plateau, and then participated in the naval battle of the Queen of Winnie Islands. After experiencing 2 consecutive wars, the half-blood elves have mastered some survival rules on the battlefield. They knew their advantages. Martial arts, tactics, and armaments almost perfectly crushed these fish monsters. The half-blood elf warriors raised their elven swords in unison, holding their shields and taking a step forward, swinging their swords at the same time. Puff, puff, puff. The sound of the sword cutting through the fish scales rang out almost continuously. The half-blood elf warriors had fought against the fish monsters on the Queen of Winnie Islands and knew their weaknesses. The fish monsters had extremely strong vitality, and they had to pierce the back of their heads with a sword to kill them completely. As the elf sword fell, the fish monsters in the front were the first to suffer. The thin arm holding the long sword was cut off, and the fish monsters took the opportunity to pounce on the shield. These fish monsters were shorter than dwarves, and they desperately pounced on the half-blood elf warriors, trying to use their bodies to slow down the elf warriors' forward pace. The half-blood elf warriors in the back row took the opportunity to finish off these fish monsters. Almost at the same time as these fish monsters fell, the half-blood elf warriors in the front row retreated half a step in unison, and the fish monsters in the front row fell in the woods one after another. The half-blood elf warriors used their shields to block the blades of the murloc monsters, and used their elven long swords to harvest their lives. The murloc monsters kept falling in pools of blood, and the half-blood elf warriors were in high spirits, and they actually blocked the murloc monsters that were rushing in like a tide from the jungle. Some half-blood elf warriors even took the opportunity to climb up the trees and shoot feather arrows, nailing the murloc monsters to the grass. The murloc monsters shouted "Wuli Hua La" and rushed into the battlefield desperately. However, there were no sirens behind the murloc monsters on the Sun Island Bay side, so their threat to the fully armed half-blood elf warriors was minimized. The half-blood elf warriors had the upper hand on the battlefield, and Roy even thought that the victory in this battle would be easy. But he didn't expect that there would be so many mermen and monsters. These mermen and monsters were so fearless that even though the grass was already littered with corpses, mermen and monsters continued to crawl out of the sea, running onto the beach with their bodies still wet, and rushing towards the dense jungle by the sea like crazy. This battle lasted from noon to dusk, and the entire beach was bloody. The bodies of the mermen and monsters at the edge of the woods were even piled up together. After the tide rose, waves washed over the silver beach. The bodies of the mermen were beaten by the waves and floated into the sea. The silver beach was dyed dark red by the blood of the mermen, and a lot of blood flowed into the sea. The smell of blood attracted some sharks, who kept swimming in the sea, biting the bodies of the mermen that were swept into the sea by the waves. The half-blood elf warrior thought that the battle with the mermen would subside after dark. But what he didn't expect was that the sky gradually darkened, and the mermen did not stop charging. The half-blood elf warriors in the front row have been rotated 17 times. Almost every half-blood elf warrior holding a sword and shield has fought in the front row for 2 rounds. Even though they are wearing light armor that covers their fingers and toes, many elf warriors are injured by the bites of these desperate fish monsters. After nightfall, under the moonlight, the beach is even more glittering. Deputy Captain Tennyson, who was originally planning to lead the team to sneak to the beach to kill the fish monsters, was stopped by Roy. "Timothy, Tennyson, you two lead the assassination team to cover the rear. I will lead them back to the jungle," Roy instructed the 2 Dark Moon Elf captains. Then he ordered the half-blood elf warriors to retreat in a step-by-step manner, and the tents built in the jungle were not packed up. Rows of half-blood elf warriors took turns to cover and retreated into the jungle. The fish monsters on the beach still rushed up relentlessly. The half-blood elf warriors kept retreating, and the battlefield gradually expanded. As the fish monsters rushed into the dense forest, the assassination team warriors hiding in the shadows of the trees finally began to show their ferocious fangs. Those fishmen, who held blades and went into the bushes, would often lie quietly in the bushes. When the fishmen behind arrived, they found that there were always some puncture wounds on the back of the heads of these fishmen, almost all of which were pierced by bayonets. The half-blood elf warriors retreated in an orderly manner, giving these fishmen a false impression of being useless. The fishmen had always wanted to bite off a piece of meat from these half-blood elf warriors, but they had never been able to do so in this battle. At this time, seeing that the half-blood elf warriors were about to retreat, the fishmen felt the dawn of victory and rushed forward even more desperately, unwilling to let the half-blood elf warriors leave the battlefield easily. But these fishmen didn't realize that as they went deeper into the jungle, the number of their companions who fell in the forest would increase exponentially. It was not until the fishmen who were in the front found that their companions behind them could not keep up that they realized the seriousness of the situation. They looked blankly at the half-blood elf warriors who retreated into the darkness deep in the jungle, turned around and wanted to withdraw from the jungle, but found that the shadows of the big trees around them stretched out daggers, and fishmen kept falling around them. For these invisible and intangible enemies, the fishmen could only squeeze together, and only by holding together could they reduce casualties. The half-blood elf warriors of the mine guards retreated to the depths of the jungle, and the fishmen monsters finally didn't catch up. The half-blood elf warrior sat under the tree to rest, and took the opportunity to eat some fruit. There are simply too many fishmen monsters here. In the Key West Islands, I didn't think the fishmen monsters were so difficult to kill. That's because the Key West Islands are not the main battlefield. Only a few small groups of fishmen monsters ran to the Key West Islands, so it was easier for us to kill them. I heard that in the main battlefield on Queen's Island, these fishmen monsters, under the command of the Siren, almost overturned Queen's Island. They are weak in combat, the only thing is that there are too many of them, and they keep rushing up. If our armor is not good enough, and our swords are not sharp enough, we may not be able to deal with this kind of sea-tide tactics. A group of half-blood elf warriors were reviewing the battle just now, while resting. After all, these fishmen drove them out of the half-built camp. If we don't consider the casualties on both sides, these fishmen are obviously the side that has achieved a staged victory. In fact, the Griffin Regiment where Kaka was also participated in this battle. The Griffin cavalrymen shot arrows from the sky, but the fishmen and monsters didn't care about the arrows falling from the sky at all, and almost rushed into the jungle battlefield under the arrows. So in this battle, the Griffin Regiment seemed to have no sense of existence. After the half-blood elf warriors rested for a while, they began to build a temporary camp in this forest. Kaka and a group of Griffin cavalrymen also landed in this forest area. He didn't expect that the mine guards had just arrived in the jungle of Sun Island Bay, and fought a big battle with this group of fishmen and monsters. Although this place is several kilometers away from the beach battlefield, the smell of blood from there is still very strong. Watching the half-blood elf warriors chopping and killing the fish monsters until their hands were tired, the village chief Teprado and Kaka realized at this time that the reason why they had not defeated these fish monsters was probably because they were not ruthless enough. Now Kaka only needs to close his eyes, and the scene of the bloody beach battlefield will appear in front of him. The blood flowed into the sea, dyeing the coastline within a kilometer red. Kaka and his men rode on griffins in the sky, and the panoramic view of the battlefield was in full view. The corpses of the fish monsters were everywhere, and even the griffins had those fish monsters for dinner today. At this time, Kaka discovered one thing, that is, these griffins did not seem to be picky about food, and they ate these ugly fishmen just the same. Uncle Teprado, if we keep fighting like this, can we kill all the fishmen? Kaka took a few deep breaths, trying to suppress the restlessness in his heart. Of course, if we really keep fighting like this, the fishmen in Sun Island Bay will soon disappear, the village chief Teprado said on the side. In fact, he was also shocked by this battle scene. He and Kaka asked Roy to help deal with the fishmen in Sun Island Bay. In fact, the village chief of Teprado did not have such high requirements. He only hoped that Roy would lead the mine guards to drive the fish monsters back to the Sun Island in the middle of the bay. It would be best if they could restrain the fish monsters and let them live on the island. Now, after a battle, both sides are probably red-eyed, and the negotiation that has not yet started may also fall through. Kaka walked to the center of the camp with a long sword. Roy's tent was set up here, and he was sitting under a tree outside the camp. The light above his head was a faint holy light. Roy was drawing a sketch on a piece of parchment. Kaka walked over and stretched his neck to look for a while. "Roy, what are you drawing?" "Tomorrow's battle plan. I'm going to set up a trap and deal with as many fishmen as possible before they react," Roy said without even looking up. Kaka heard Roy say this and came closer with curiosity. After looking at it for a long time, he still couldn't understand what Roy was drawing. "Uncle Teprado plans to call all the half-blood elves living nearby tomorrow to join the battle," Kaka said to Roy. "It's not necessary now. These fishmen probably haven't reacted yet. I want to take this opportunity to reduce the number of these fishmen." Roy put down the charcoal pencil in his hand, patted Kaka on the shoulder, and said to him, "It's okay, just think of it as pulling the guard regiment out from the plateau for a practical training," Roy said optimistically. There was an assassination team ambushing the fish monsters in the jungle, and these fish monsters had no chance to get close to the guard camp deep in the jungle at night. But when Roy returned to the battlefield with a team of half-blood elf warriors the next morning, he found that all the bodies of the fish monsters on the beach had disappeared. If the beach was not still dark red, it might not be recognized that this was a battlefield with piles of corpses yesterday. And now on the beach, in addition to a large number of fish monsters, there are actually some fish monsters riding strange sea beasts. At first glance, Roy saw that those extremely ugly sea beasts looked like toadfish. Chapter 490. In fact, before seeing the group of merfolk monsters on the beach, Roy was still quite optimistic about defeating them. After all, in the battle yesterday, although the half-blood elf warriors retreated back to the depths of the jungle, from beginning to end, it was the half-blood elf warriors who unilaterally slaughtered the merfolk monsters. The difference in strength between the two sides was too great, so great that no matter how many numbers they relied on, they could not make up for it. But when he saw the large group of merfolk monsters on the beach in front of him, Roy's confidence collapsed instantly. This group of fishmen and monsters seemed to have no idea how to write the word death. There were still a large number of them gathered on the beach. In addition to the ordinary fishmen and monsters seen yesterday, there were even more powerful fishmen and monsters. Those strong fishmen and monsters were riding giant toadfish that were not much smaller than walruses. These giant toadfish were covered with mucus seaweed, and the strong fins on their abdomens could not only support their bodies, but also crawl back and forth on the beach. The strong fishmen and monsters were hung with shells covered with seaweed, and 2 water bags were tied to their legs. Occasionally, they would pour some seawater on these toadfish to keep their skin hydrated. The weapon held by the strong fish monster should be a trident. It doesn't look like it is made of any metal, but more like it is made of fish bones. They are not afraid of death at all, and there are so many of them. Roy felt that if he wanted to defeat this group of fish monsters and drive them out of the Sun Island Bay, he might have to start a protracted war. When the half-blood elves appeared at the edge of the jungle again, their tracks were immediately discovered by the fish monsters on the beach. These fishmen made a wow 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 sound from their mouths, without any hesitation, raised their weapons, and rushed towards the half-blood elves on the edge of the jungle. The blood stain on the beach, so many corpses of fishmen, seemed to be unable to stop the killing heart of the fishmen. The strong fishmen riding on toadfish stayed on the beach. They raised the tridents in their hands, and magical lights appeared on the bodies of these giant toadfish. Then Roy found a huge wave rising on the sea in the distance. At first, this huge wave only formed a row of bulges on the sea surface in the distance. Slowly, this bulge turned into a big wave. When this huge wave appeared on the beach, it was already 4 or 5 meters high, like a herd of horses galloping in the sea, and the wave swept everything towards the jungle. The sea wave pushed a large wave of sea water, and soon lifted up these strong fishmen riding toadfish. The huge wave crossed the beach covered with thorny vines, pushing a group of fishmen riding toadfish to the edge of the jungle. The sea wave also swept the fishmen running in front into it, and all rushed to the big tree at the edge of the jungle. At this time, the half-blood elf warriors subconsciously stood in a row at the edge of the jungle, trying to raise their shields to block the huge wave. Roy's face changed, and he shouted to all the elf warriors in this well-trained half-blood elf squadron, "Retreat! Everyone retreat behind the big tree!" Roy shouted while running into the woods first. The half-blood elf warriors saw Roy taking the lead and running into the woods, and they all retreated. They were agile, especially in the jungle. They could use the branches around them to help jump. As the half-blood elf warriors ran into the jungle, they jumped onto the big trees and moved deeper into the jungle. Then, the huge waves wrapped countless fishmen and monsters, and hit the woods on the edge of the beach. The trees growing in the front row were immediately destroyed by the huge waves. The seawater was filled with a lot of mud and sand, fishmen and monsters, and the trees that were subsequently washed down by the seawater were also wrapped in the tide, impacting the forest. However, the trees in this forest were too dense, and the huge waves only destroyed the front row of trees, and the momentum quickly weakened. Only the seawater containing a lot of mud and sand continued to surge into the forest. At this time, under the leadership of Roy, the half-blood elf warriors hid in some big trees early to avoid the impact of the tide. The forest was full of seawater. The fishmen spirits that were swept into the forest by the tide came out from the muddy seawater between the forests and immediately looked for the half-blood elf warriors. They found that the half-blood elf warriors had hidden in the trees in advance, and immediately made strange noises. Countless fishmen spirits emerged from the turbid seawater in the forest in an instant, and this group of fishmen spirits looked up at the big tree at the same time. At this time, the strong fishmen riding on toadfish also swam into the jungle, and the giant toadfish's bulging eyes kept scanning the surrounding trees. Just as the half-blood elf warriors were about to jump from the trees into the muddy forest to fight a desperate battle with a group of fishmen, the giant toadfish opened their ugly big mouths, and a stream of water arrows shot out of their throats. The half-blood elf warriors reacted quickly and blocked with their shields. Some half-blood elves hid behind the tree trunks nimbly. Those water arrows seemed extremely fragile, but when they hit the shield, the half-blood elf warrior, who was half-crouching on the tree's horizontal branch, suddenly hit his chest with his arm, and the half-blood elf was even knocked off the tree's horizontal branch by the water arrow and fell into the turbid sea water in the forest. A group of fishmen monsters saw the half-blood elf warrior falling from the tree and rushed over. When it ran on land, its two thin legs supported its body, and it swayed as it ran, as if its shoes were thrown into the sky. But now there was a pool of sea water in the forest. Although it was only above the ankles, these fishmen monsters still became very flexible, and surrounded the half-blood elf warrior before he could climb out of the water. When Roy saw the half-blood elf slip and fall into the sea water in the forest, he knew that something was wrong. He did not dare to hesitate, and quickly chanted a prayer on the tree and drew a divine pattern. A hammer of punishment appeared between his hands. Roy jumped to the open space in the forest. As soon as his feet stepped into the water, a group of fishmen and monsters surrounded him before the dirty water splashed. The hammer of punishment, condensed by the power of holy light between his hands, suddenly rotated, spinning rapidly around Roy's body and spreading outward in a spiral. The punishment hammer created a whirlwind, instantly smashing the group of fishmen and monsters that surrounded them, breaking their bones and tendons one by one. All the fishmen and monsters that surrounded them were blown away by the punishment hammer. Roy took the opportunity to approach the half-blood elf warrior, who was surrounded by a group of fishmen and monsters. Other half-blood elf warriors stood on the horizontal branches of the trees and shot feather arrows towards the open space in the forest to stop the siege of the fishmen and monsters. The punishment hammer, which seemed to have spirituality, repelled countless fishmen and monsters. Roy quickly rushed to the half-blood elf warrior, who fell in the mud and water, and stretched out a hand to him. The half-blood elf warrior took the opportunity to stand up from the mud and water, and Roy immediately shouted to the tree, "Let's retreat." After saying that, he and the half-blood elf warrior quickly climbed up the tree. When the fishmen monster surrounded them again, Roy and the half-blood elf warrior had already escaped safely. Hearing Roy's order, a group of half-blood elf warriors did not dare to hesitate and retreated to the north. The fishmen monster standing in the mud and water naturally refused to give up and chased them into the depths of the jungle. Unfortunately, this tide only surged in a distance of dozens of meters. If they ran into the jungle again, dry mud appeared in the open space in the forest, and the fishmen monsters could not run fast on it. A group of strong fishmen riding on toadfish also chased to the edge of the tide and stopped. They could only watch the half-blood elf warriors retreat back to the depths of the jungle. This time, the fishmen learned their lesson and did not rush into the dark woods rashly. After driving away the half-blood elf warriors, they all cheered strangely. Roy did not expect that there were such elite warriors riding toadfish among the fishmen, and these toadfish could not only attract tides, but also spit powerful water arrows from their mouths. In the melee in the jungle just now, the half-elf warriors were clearly at a disadvantage. As long as there was water, the strength of these fishmen monsters would be much stronger. Now it seems that these fishmen monsters are much stronger than Roy expected. You know, last night Roy swore to Kaka that these fishmen monsters were not a concern, but reality slapped him in the face. Originally, he wanted to run to the beach to scout the enemy, but now he could only return to the forest camp in disgrace. When Roy returned to the forest camp, Kaka had just returned from patrolling outside. The griffin landed in the clearing in the forest and ran to Roy and said to him excitedly, "Roy, Today is a rare good weather. There are almost no clouds in the sky. You can just see the whole picture of Sun Island Bay. Do you want me to take you out for another flight? Roy had not finished his battle deployment, and had no intention of fighting the merman monsters. He was somewhat tempted by Kaka's suggestion and agreed, "Okay, if possible, take me to Sun Island to have a look." Then Roy and Kaka rode on the griffin again, and flew into the sky. When the griffin passed by the beach, Roy saw a dense crowd of merman monsters gathered on the beach. The water in the Sun Island Bay was not so clear, and the edge was even a little turbid. In the deeper waters, the water was as clear as sapphire. On the sea, Roy saw groups of fish monsters, constantly gathering towards the coastline where Roy was. The Sun Island is located in the center of the Sun Island Bay. It looks like a pearl inlaid in the sea. Kaka took Roy to fly in the air for nearly an hour before arriving above the island. Moreover, the Sun Island is very large, with a land area of at least 4 square kilometers. This is the nest of the fish monsters. The beaches around the island are full of stilt-round grass houses built by the fish monsters. These grass houses are built in the shallow water area of the beach. The shallow water area around the Sun Island is very vast, and the stilt-round grass houses built by the fish monsters here are almost connected in the sea. The area occupied by these round grass houses is at least much larger than that of the fortress town. On Sun Island, those fishmen and monsters can be seen everywhere. In the stack-thatched houses, groups of fishmen and monster children are running around. It can be seen that the atmosphere of the entire Sun Island is very good. A large number of fishmen and monsters live here. There is also a coral reef around the Bay of Sun Island. The hunting ground of the fishmen and monsters is near this coral reef. The life of the fishmen and monsters is very simple. They hunt in the sea every day. After eating, they will find a quiet place to lie down and sleep. This is the base camp of the merfolk. There are probably more than 100,000 merfolk living on this island. Kaka turned around and said to Roy. Roy thought that there were at least 200,000 merfolk living on Sun Island. It would be best to drive them out of the Sun Island Bay, so that we can have a complete and beautiful coastline. Kaka told Roy about his idea while flying. This is not easy. Not all subhumans are willing to leave their hometown. Roy sat behind Kaka and answered. We also know that this is a little impossible, but at least we have to drive those fish monsters on the North Beach to Sun Island. Kaka decided to lower the requirements, so he said this. Kaka took Roy to fly back and forth on Sun Island for a few times, and the two of them ended this military reconnaissance. Let's go back and prepare well. We must hurt these fish monsters on the beach this time. Roy patted Kaka's shoulder and said. The Sun Island Bay is surrounded by a green land, and only connects to the Southern Sea in the south. The sea area of the Sun Island Bay is hundreds of kilometers wide from east to west. In addition to the hundreds of thousands of fish monsters living on the Sun Island, the other coastlines have also been occupied by these fish monsters. Roy returned to the camp in the jungle, and the fish monsters on the beach had not dispersed yet. No wonder Kaka said that the fish monsters in the Sun Island Bay are difficult to deal with. Now it seems that what Kaka said is not exaggerated at all. For 1,000 elf warriors arrived at the forest camp one after another, and another 500 griffin cavalrymen also found a shelter nearby. On the third day after arriving at the jungle on the north shore of Sun Island Bay, Roy regrouped and led 3,000 half-blood elf warriors to the edge of the jungle. All the half-blood elf warriors put their iris shields upright on the ground, and their swords and spears were placed on the shields. Rains of arrows flew out of the woods and landed on the beach. Some fish monsters were shot by arrows and soon fell on the beach. This time Roy was fully prepared. When he saw a huge bulge on the sea, he immediately called all the half-blood elf warriors to retreat and quickly hide in the depths of the woods. When the indestructible wave came, only a group of fish monsters were left on the battlefield. Although the beach was full of the bodies of fish monsters, and the fish monsters suffered heavy losses, they were still the winners. Chapter 491. Although the half-blood elf warriors retreated to the depths of the jungle without any danger, the fishman monsters won the battle again. The half-blood elf warriors were chased by the fishman monsters all the way. Now they are sitting in a clearing in the deep jungle. Their morale is a little low. Some injured half-blood elf warriors are silently bandaging their wounds. Since the mine guards arrived at the Sun Island Bay, they have been unable to resist the attacks of the fishman monsters in 2 consecutive battles, and have been forced to retreat to the depths of the jungle. Although they killed a lot of fishmen and monsters, the feeling of failure lingered in the hearts of every half-blood elf warrior. A half-blood elf captain wiped the elf sword in his hand. There were various gaps on the light blue blade. He needed to polish it with a whetstone, and then apply a layer of anti-rust grease. Only in this way can the elf sword be sharp enough for the next battle. He folded up the rag with some grease, and put it in his waist pocket, then complained to Roy, "Boss, these 2 battles were really frustrating. Can we fight them again tomorrow?" Other half-elf warriors also echoed, "That's right, Boss Roy, we can hold on a little longer." At this time, Roy was treating a half-elf whose leg was pierced by a trident of a fishman monster. He handed the hemostatic bandage in his hand to the assistant beside him, then raised his head and said to everyone, "I know you are a little unconvinced by the battle in the past 2 days, and I also understand the combat power of each of you, but you have to understand one thing. What appears in front of you now is a group of subhuman fishmen, which are a group of monsters living on the seashore. As for you, you are half-blood elves from the elven continent. The life of every half-blood elf is very precious. I don't want you to encounter any accidents in the battle with the fishman monsters. You can think about how we defeated those headhunters on the Pagisto Plateau, and then think about how we defeated the Grey Dwarf bandits in the West Key Islands. Use all the advantages we have to find the fatal weaknesses of the opponent. On the Pagisto Plateau, we relied on sophisticated armaments to defeat the Plateau headhunters, and on the West Key Islands, we fought an island jungle battle with a group of Grey Dwarf bandits. Now we have come to the Sun Island Bay. These fish monsters are far inferior to us in every aspect. However, in the end, we were the first to retreat to the depths of the jungle after these 2 battles." "What does this mean?" Roy said this. His eyes fell on the faces of every half-blood elf warrior. "They dared to fight us on the battlefield." Then he asked everyone, "Then how should we deal with this situation?" The half-blood elf warriors were speechless by Roy's words. "Yes, how should we deal with such fishman monsters? We should use our advantages as much as possible, and use our excellent equipment to fight a protracted jungle war with them. We must try our best to lure them into the jungle, and then ambush them," Roy said loudly to the half-blood elves around him. Hearing Roy's confident battle plan, the morale of this half-blood elf squadron rose again. After 2 consecutive days of fighting, the half-blood elf warriors also understood the strength of this group of fishman monsters on the beach. With Kaka's help, Roy also figured out the surrounding environment of Sun Island Bay and the real situation behind the fish monsters. So Roy immediately began to arrange a battle plan. The first step was to reduce the number of fish monsters on the beach as much as possible. In fact, most of the elf warriors are good archers. Although they are not as good as the great elf archers, it is still very easy to hide in the jungle and ambush those fish monsters with forest bows. So on the 3rd day, a team of mixed blood elf warriors appeared at the edge of the jungle again. After being discovered by the fish monsters, they immediately retreated into the jungle. The merman spirits patrolling on the beach had almost no hesitation, and immediately shouted "Ula Ula" to summon a large number of companions, and everyone rushed into the jungle on the other side of the beach. However, this time there were only a few strong merman spirits riding on toadfish in the shallow sea area. They could not summon the tide, nor could they ride on toadfish to rush into the jungle, so they could only stay on the beach in great rage. In this battle, there were almost no survivors of the merman spirits that rushed into the jungle, and hundreds of merman spirits all fell in the open space in the forest. A group of half-blood elf warriors ambushed the group of fishman monsters neatly. They first shot down a large number of fishman monsters, then chopped down the last surviving fishman monsters, and then calmly retreated into the jungle. When a large number of fishman monsters rushed into the jungle, the half-blood elf warriors had completely disappeared in the jungle. A wave of seawater surged into the forest, and the group of strong fishman monsters riding on toadfish slid into the jungle from the shallow water. The toadfish twisted their bodies clumsily in the muddy water of the jungle and swung their tails, but unfortunately they could only move slowly in the muddy water. A group of strong fishmen were screaming in anger in the jungle, but they couldn't even find the shadow of the half-blood elf warriors. For several consecutive days, the half-blood elf warriors appeared in the jungle next to the beach, and then led the fishmen on the beach into the jungle to kill them. The griffin cavalry also wandered in the sky, constantly calming the fishmen on the beach. Sure enough, this tactic formulated by Roy caused a large number of casualties among the fishmen in a few days. Unfortunately, this kind of ambush in the jungle only lasted for 4 days. When the half-blood elf warriors appeared at the edge of the jungle again, these fishmen could control their irritable emotions, and would stop obediently when they chased to the sandy ground full of thorns. During this period, Roy's biggest gain was the discovery of many excellent half-blood elf archers. Elves have awakened their affinity for magic elements since the day they were born. They are born to learn magic, just like they are born to be excellent archers. It's just that these talents have not been shown in the mine guards. After several battles, these fish monsters were finally hurt. Then the fish monsters mobilized a large number of toadfish cavalry to stay on this beach. As long as the half-blood elf warriors appeared at the edge of the jungle, they would immediately summon the tide in the direction of the jungle. Every time a tide was summoned, a large amount of mud and sand would be rolled in. After several tides, the beach was almost raised by the fish monsters by 1 meter. The beaches covered with thorny vines were also completely buried. In addition, the edge of the jungle near the beach was often hit by the tide, and the first few rows of trees had been destroyed by the tide. The jungle was gradually being swallowed by the tide. In this week, the mine guards fought 7 consecutive battles with the fish monsters. Roy estimated that at least 30,000 fish monsters died in the battle. However, there were no casualties among the half-elf warriors. The fishmen didn't want to be beaten passively like this anymore, so they mobilized nearly 200 toadfish cavalrymen near the beach. As soon as the half-elf warriors appeared at the edge of the jungle, a huge tide would immediately surge into the woods, and then the toadfish cavalrymen and the fishmen would rush over. If the tide disappeared, these fishmen would quickly retreat, and would never chase into the depths of the jungle. In this way, the mine guards and the fishmen were in a stalemate. In Roy's impression, these subhumans were as fragile as a piece of paper, and a slight poke with a finger would make a big hole. As long as the mine guards arrived at the Sun Island Bay, the situation would soon turn to the mine guard side, but the actual situation was beyond the expectations of all the elves. During the battles in the past few days, although a large number of fishmen and monsters were killed on the battlefield, the situation remained deadlocked. Roy found that if the battle continued like this, the mine guards would not be able to leave the Sun Island Bay in a short time. Compared with the brutal and bloodthirsty headhunters, the fishmen and monsters had only one advantage, which was the advantage in numbers. But it was precisely this advantage, coupled with the help of the toadfish cavalry, that allowed them to hold on to this bloody beach. 200 toadfish cavalry stood in the shallow sea area, and simultaneously fired rain arrows at the edge of the jungle. Those rain arrows spanned a distance of 100 meters, and the speed of shooting in the sky did not decrease. They hit the trees, and those delicate branches and leaves fell continuously. The rain arrows also made a clanging sound when they hit the shields of the half-blood elf warriors. A group of half-blood elf warriors guarded the edge of the jungle, and Roy was also wearing a magic pattern structure and mixed in. He put the Book of Judgment in front of him and blocked several rain arrows for him. Seeing the toadfish cavalry take the initiative to attack, the griffin cavalry also responded quickly in the sky. A rain of arrows fell, and it was unknown how many fish monsters fell on the beach. It was almost dusk, and the half-blood elf warriors and the murlocs had been fighting on the beach for nearly a whole day. Just behind Roy, 1,000 dark moon elf warriors were leaning against a tree to gather their strength. The sky gradually darkened, and the murlocs stopped attacking. According to the habits of both sides in the past few days, the battle would stop temporarily at night. But at this moment, the dark moon elf warriors, who were resting against the big tree, suddenly opened their eyes, and hid their bodies in the shadow of the tree. At this time, Roy walked out of the jungle holding the Book of Judgment, followed by nearly 2,000 half-blood elf warriors. The waves kept hitting the bloody beach, and countless stars lit up in the night sky. Roy raised the sacred scepter in his hand, and shouted to the half-blood elf warriors behind him, "Follow me." The half-blood elf warriors rushed out of the jungle, and killed the fish monsters on the beach. At this moment, the toadfish cavalry in the shallow water area were preparing to swim back to the sea to rest. They didn't expect that the half-blood elf warriors on the opposite side would rush out of the jungle at this time, cross the sand hill in an instant, and fight with the fish monsters on the beach. Captain Timothy and Vice Captain Tennyson took advantage of the night, and led the dark moon elf warriors to the shallow sea area. Under the instruction of Vice Captain Tennyson, a dark moon elf warrior took out a magic flare from his waist bag. Whoosh! The magic flare flew into the night sky, and instantly turned into a dazzling bright flame. At the moment when these lights suddenly lit up, the fish monster found that hundreds of griffin cavalrymen were hovering above their heads. Some griffins had begun to fold their wings and fell headfirst onto the beach. A few seconds later, the griffins with iron will activated fell into the shallow sea area. A fishman riding a toadfish was dragging his tired body, preparing to let the toadfish swim back to the seabed near the coast. Just as he was riding on the back of the toadfish and preparing to take a good rest, a sharp and piercing falling sound came from the sky. He looked at the dark night sky in horror, and saw a huge black shadow quickly appearing in front of him. As the black shadow hit the toadfish cavalry, the toadfish and the fishman almost exploded at the same time, and countless pieces of flesh fell into the surrounding shallow sea. There was more than one shadow falling. The same scene happened to other fishmen and monsters almost frequently. Countless toadfish cavalrymen exploded. Then the assassination team entered the shallow sea area. Under the leadership of Captain Timothy, the assassins bypassed the ordinary fishmen and monsters on the beach, quickly dived into the shallow sea area, quickly eliminated the toadfish and fishmen and monsters that were lucky enough not to die, and protected all the griffins that fell into a weak period. Until these griffins recovered their strength and flew back into the night sky, the Dark Moon Elf warriors also rushed to the beach battlefield from the shallow sea area. Without the help of the toadfish cavalry, these fish monsters on the beach were quickly defeated by the full-scale attack of the half-blood elf warriors. This was the first time in a week that the mine guards had gained an overwhelming advantage on the battlefield, almost annihilating all the fish monsters on the beach and completely eliminating 200 toadfish cavalry. When a group of half-blood elf warriors chopped down the last fish monster on the beach, the sea in the distance was already surging. The griffin cavalrymen who were on sentry duty in the night sky kept issuing warnings. Roy, who was covered in the blood of the fishmen, stood up and looked at the dark sea. The surging waves in the night were rushing towards the shore at a high speed. Roy raised the scepter in his hand that was emitting a sacred light, like a bright light in the dark night, and shouted, "All elf warriors, retreat to the jungle." The half-blood elf warriors, who were already accustomed to this way of fighting, quickly ran towards the jungle. When they ran into the jungle, the surging waves also hit the beach, and the fishmen with shining scales holding weapons quickly crawled out of the sea and occupied the beach full of corpses. A group of toadfish cavalrymen also crawled up from the depths of the sea, and the one surrounded by them in the center was a sea monster with a flowery face and 6 arms. Chapter 492. Under the night, the Griffin cavalry's crash tactics instantly devoured more than 200 toadfish cavalry. The continuous explosions on the beach caused the entire seabed to shake violently, waking up from her sleep on the stone slab on the seabed. She turned her head and looked at the fish maid beside her. The fish maids on the side were frightened and panicked, and they didn't know what had happened. Giazina sat up from the rock, and the fish maids on both sides immediately brought the half-body armor over, skillfully put the metal armor on Giazina, completely wrapped her flawless white jade body, and put 6 arm rings on Giazina before covering her beautiful face with a flower mask. Giazina put on a bone helmet made of seagull beasts, picked up a trident, swung her fishtail violently, and rushed to the sea with her head raised. Seeing the captain rushing to the sea, a group of strong fishmen followed closely behind, rushing to the beach where huge earthquakes continued to occur. Giazina rushed to the sea surface, and saw from a distance that a group of fishmen were surrounded and killed by half-blood elf warriors on the beach. She summoned a huge wave to rush to the beach, but the half-blood elves on the beach took the opportunity to retreat, and even the griffins in the sea soared into the sky. Giazina rushed to the beach on a wave, and saw only the corpses of mermen and monsters everywhere, and the corpses of the toadfish cavalry were nowhere to be seen. Giazina's eyes under the mask were as cold as ice. She swung her fishtail violently, and flashed in front of a merman monster in an instant. She stared coldly at the eyes of the merman monster, raised the merman monster with both hands, drew out a rapier with one hand, and pressed it against the throat of the merman monster, and grabbed the limbs of the merman monster with the remaining hand to prevent him from twisting. "What happened? Why are they all dead?" Giazina spoke in Nada language, her voice chilling to the bone. The fishman monster caught by Giazina was trembling with fear, but did not dare to struggle at all. He just explained in a loud voice, "Captain! Captain, those griffins suddenly fell from the sky and instantly killed all the anglerfish warriors. Without the support of water arrows, the fishman monsters on the beach could not stop the charge of the elf warriors, and almost all of them were killed by the elves." The fishman monster spoke Nada in a somewhat unclear way, but it did not prevent Giazina from understanding it all. The fishman monsters without the support of the rain of arrows would have a hard time beating those half-blood elf warriors, who were equipped with elves and were brave and good at fighting. Giazina knew this very well. The half-blood elf warriors ran away very quickly. When she rushed out, she saw the elf warriors, who were left behind, also went into the jungle. The 6 arms slowly released the fishman monster, making it fall to the ground in embarrassment. At this time, the fishman monster exhaled a long breath, rolled quickly on the beach, and hid behind a sea reef. Without even looking at the fishman monster, Giazina circled the beach for a while, twisted her waist, and came to a sea reef. Her colorful fishtail swung very gracefully, turning into almost invisible neon in the dark night. The fishman monsters quickly cleaned up the battlefield. They were used to this kind of thing. As long as they can survive this battle, they will not be sent to the battlefield on the beach for at least half a month. On the dark beach, there was only a large group of fishman monsters constantly carrying the bodies of their companions into the sea. They would fill these bodies into the gaps in the coral reefs, and then slowly turn them into nutrients in the sea. Giazina leaned against a reef. She looked at the jungle not far away, and was silent for a long time. The half-blood elf warriors she met this time were completely different from the previous ones. The half-blood elves riding griffins in the past could not reach such a large scale, nor were they so well trained and strong in execution. From their appearance to fighting, and then retreating, every step had a very clear combat intention. Not to mention that these simple-minded fishmen monsters in front of them could not find the flaws of these elves. Even if she came here, she still had no way to deal with these elves. She was originally considering sending out an elite group of anglerfish warriors to open up a new situation on the coastline. But what Giazina never expected was that the 200 anglerfish warriors were all buried by the elf warriors in an instant, so fast that Giazina had no time to do anything about it. In the past half-month, the 50,000 fishman monster army under her control has almost been consumed by half. Giazina climbed to the top of a reef, straightened her upper body, looked around the surrounding sea, and made a very bold decision in her heart. She possessed a fishman maid next to her and ordered, "Notify all the fishmen to abandon the northern coast of Sun Island Bay and withdraw to the Coral Reef Island waters to wait for orders." She wanted to give up the beach of Sun Island Bay and use it as a battlefield for the two sides to compete. In the third week of coming to Sun Island Bay, Roy suddenly found that the fishmen had become smarter. Originally, this beach was the living area of a large group of fishmen. But now there are only some stilted round grass houses in the shallow water area, and the fishmen living in them seem to have disappeared overnight, and they all hid in the sea. The half-blood elf warriors celebrated for a long time when they saw the merfolk abandon their beach living area and flee back to the sea. But after the half-blood elf warriors rested for 2 days, they gradually realized the seriousness of the problem. The merfolk hiding in the sea and not coming out was not good news for Roy's mine guards. Once the merfolk hid in the sea and did not come out, the half-blood elf warriors had no way to deal with them. Although the half-blood elf warriors could swim, they were far behind the merfolk who breathed with gills. Roy stood on the beach filled with the smell of blood, looking at the surging sea in front of him. A group of fish monsters were hiding in the shallow water. When they saw Roy, they turned around and swam into the depths of the sea. The fish monsters ran back into the sea, which made Roy distressed. Since there has been no war on the beach recently, the half-blood elf warriors and assassins in the mine guards are resting in the jungle camp. Instead, the griffin cavalry kept flying in the sky, observing the movements of the fish monsters. The half-blood elves living in the jungle in the north of Sun Island Bay seemed to have known that a mine guard army had come to the jungle. This army came specifically for the group of fish monsters on the seashore, and in just 3 weeks, they drove all the fish monsters on the north coast into the sea. Probably because of this news, some half-blood elves in the surrounding elven villages rode griffins to join the Griffin Cavalry Regiment. The original 500-man Griffin Cavalry Regiment, in just 2 weeks, has rapidly grown to 700 Griffin Cavalry. There was no fighting in other war groups, but the Griffin Cavalry Regiment in the sky was able to fly directly to Sun Island, hovering in the sky, and shooting feather arrows at the fish monsters on the island. However, feather arrows thrown from high altitudes are almost completely inaccurate. Therefore, as long as the fishmen on the Sun Island are careful, they will not be hurt by the arrows falling from the sky. Every time the Griffin Cavalry Regiment came to the Sun Island for an air raid, as long as the fishmen hid in the thatched huts in an orderly manner, those feather arrows that completely lost their accuracy could not hurt these fishmen at all. But every time the Griffin Cavalry Regiment came to the Sun Island, the fishmen on the island fled in panic. Although the Griffin Cavalry Regiment did not cause much casualties to the merfolk, it made the merfolk on the island terrified every day, and many of them even hid in the tall grass houses and dared not show their heads. Several other siren leaders on Sun Island gathered together silently, watching the Griffin Cavalry flying freely in the sky. These male sirens were nearly 1/3 taller than Giazina, and their bodies were covered with green scales, which made their faces look a little scary. Not only were they covered with scales, but their entire faces were green and red. These male sirens also have 6 arms, and are extremely strong. It's been terrible these past few days. Even when I was lying on the Sun Island basking in the sun, I had to be on guard against arrows falling from the sky. Isn't Giazina guarding the north coast? How could something go wrong there? You may not know the situation on the north coast. Giazina ordered the merman and monster army to evacuate the north coast and retreat to the coral reefs. This is why the half-blood elves near the north coast are becoming increasingly rampant. How can we give up the northern coast? We spent so much effort and sacrificed so many lives of mermen and spirits to take the coast from the elves. How can we just give up like that? I heard that the elves on the northern coast are very powerful. Jazina's army has been almost crippled. That's why she is unable to guard the northern beach. I mean, if Jazina's mermen and spirits are unwilling to guard the northern coast, then we can complete this task for her. It just so happens that I haven't killed an elf for a long time. It's a rare opportunity. I go talk to the commander. A captain of the Sirens stood up and swam towards the command hall in the center of Sun Island. Other captains of the Sirens stood up and followed closely. Everyone wanted to get a piece of the pie from this naval battle. The captain stationed on the north coast before was Jazina. They had no chance to intervene in the affairs of the north coast. Now that they found an opportunity, they immediately stuck to it like a group of flies. Hearing the summons from the commander, Jazina knew that the successive defeats in the battle on the north coast had reached the ears of the commander. She began to think about how to convince the commander to support her battle plan. The fishermen on Sun Island all looked a little depressed. Jazina came to a cave with half a pool of seawater, and saw the commander lying in the seawater, revealing his golden upper body. He nodded gently at Jazina and said, "Sit down." Jazina sat down by the pool, and put half of her fish tail in the seawater. Our Sirens have lived in the Partington Plain for thousands of years, and have occupied this sea area for at least hundreds of years. When we first came to Sun Island Bay, we chose to stay on this island because we saw that it was a natural shelter. At that time, there was a group of fishermen living on the island. We taught them how to use tools and learn language, so that they could thrive in this beautiful and rich sea. This is not only their home, but also our home. Now the half-blood elves want to occupy Sun Island Bay. Of course, we have to fight back. We have to use our actions to show those half-blood elves how determined we are. I heard that those half-blood elves are hiding in the jungle opposite the beach. The Siren commander said a lot in one breath, without waiting for Jazina to speak. Jazina nodded and didn't say much. The Siren commander's eyes fell on Jazina like two lights, and he said to her slowly, "I know your legion suffered heavy losses in this battle, so I think you should withdraw and rest up. The situation on the north coast does not allow me to relax at all." Jazina stood up quickly after speaking, and took out the map on her body. But before Jazina could refute, the Siren commander stretched out a strong arm, patted Jazina on the shoulder, and interrupted her. "Okay, no matter what the situation is, you will withdraw from the coral reef waters first, and your legion will be stationed in the southern waters of Sun Island Bay to guard the southern estuary." Jazina heard the Siren commander assign a new task, and quickly stood up and agreed. "Okay. Got it, I go back. I also plan to give them some opportunities. After all, it's rare to have a decent war in the Sun Island Bay in a year." The Siren's voice was hoarse and magnetic. "Yes, sir." After that, Jazina walked out of the hall with a mocking smile on her face, but her face was as cold as a piece of ice. The North Coast area has always been where Jazina was stationed, but now it has been divided up by other Sirens for no reason. She is really unwilling to accept it. But Sir has already made it very clear. Jazina knew that since Sir had said so, she would execute it meticulously. Walking out of the hall, I saw several other Siren captains waiting outside. When they saw Jazina coming out, they avoided her gaze and looked a little guilty. Jazina narrowed her eyes and glanced at their faces. Seeing their guilty looks, the words that were originally stuck in their throats finally chose to be swallowed after hesitating for a moment. Seeing Jazina leave the hall arrogantly, several Siren captains breathed a sigh of relief and then walked into the cave in the command hall. When several Siren captains walked into the cave, they had already started discussing how to divide the defense zone of the north coast, and how to drive the half-blood elves in the jungle back to the foot of the Griffin Fortress. Chapter 493. The fishmen who retreated to the coral reef area once again occupied the northern coast of Sun Island Bay. The half-blood elf warrior passed the news back to the temporary camp of the mine guards. Roy was a little overjoyed and left the sand table full of flags. He walked straight out of the tent, came to a towering tree, and climbed up the simple spiral staircase to the observation deck on the top of the tree. The half-blood elf warrior standing on the observation deck quickly made way. Across the dense jungle less than 2 kilometers wide, a group of fishmen can be seen on the beach on the north coast. This time, the fishmen are coming with great force. They have not only recaptured the tall round grass houses in the shallow water area, but also continue to gather on the beach. The scale was much larger than any other one Roy had seen before. Roy knew that the merfolk had strong reproductive capacity, and that the merfolk only had elementary intelligence. The IQ of an adult merfolk was only equivalent to that of a 6 or 7-year-old human child. However, Their tribes trusted the team much more than other subhuman tribes. In other words, these merfolk would never retreat on the battlefield even if they saw their companions die one after another. Roy estimated that there were about tens of thousands of merfolk gathering on the beach on the north coast. Perhaps because there were too many of them, these merfolk looked a little chaotic. Then several hundred toadfish cavalry appeared in the shallow sea, and the merfolk on the beach finally calmed down. Roy knew very well that the other party had gathered so many merfolks on the beach of the north coast, and it was definitely not just to take back the north coast. The half-blood elf warrior teams that were originally active around the beach retreated to the depths of the jungle, leaving the north coast to the merfolks. The sound of waves hitting the reefs came from afar. The sound was very light, but Roy could still hear it. A thick layer of clouds gathered next to the cliff, blocking the sunlight. The only disadvantage of the north coast of Sun Island Bay is that it is impossible to get sun for most of the year. Only Sun Island can get rid of the dark clouds in the sky. The invisible pressure on the eve of the war has been passed on to all the elf warriors in the temporary camp by the half-blood elf warriors, who have withdrawn from the coastline. The elves have all quieted down, sitting under the big tree and silently putting on their silver armor. The standard armor of the Silver Pegasus Legion is not only exquisite in appearance, but also extremely defensive. The elf warriors, who have put on the armor, began to sharpen the blades of their weapons with whetstones. At this time, everyone shut up and stopped telling those insignificant jokes. There are a large number of fishmen and monsters in the Sun Island Bay. Every time a battle ends, the battlefield will turn into a Shura field. For the elves who respect life, this kind of killing is against their faith. I don't know who blew the recorder under the tree, and the melodious tune made the dull atmosphere more normal. The mine guards led by Roy not only experienced the Battle of Pagisto Plateau, which was related to the life and death of the half-blood elves, but also experienced the brutal naval battle on the Queen of Winnie Islands. They have become a combat team with a very mature combat style. They can adjust their mentality before the war and face the war in the best condition. Roy stood in the open space between the camps, high-fived every elf warrior who passed by, and gave them some encouragement. In contrast, the Dark Moon elf warriors of the Griffin Cavalry and the Assassin Squad were mentally strong enough when facing these fish monsters, and they did not care too much about the casualties of the fish monsters. Because the former had been living in the jungle of the Sun Island Bay, and had an irreconcilable grudge with the fish people of the Sun Island. The latter lived in a dark mine, and had even darker experiences in the underground world. The four siren leaders stood on the coast. They had already determined the hiding place of the elves in the jungle in front of them. The coastline they were on was the closest area to the jungle. Nearly 60,000 merfolk gathered on this beach. In addition, they also mobilized nearly 1,000 merfolk warriors riding anglerfish. Using 60,000 merfolk to fight more than 3,000 elf warriors, even in the jungle opposite, the siren leaders had absolute confidence in winning the battle. They even felt that as long as 60,000 merfolk rushed into the jungle, they would surely win the battle with a crushing attitude. Let's get started. I can't wait to taste the fruits of victory. A sea monster leader turned around and told the fishman warrior riding a giant anglerfish behind him. The fishman warrior immediately returned to the team. At this time, a row of giant anglerfish in the shallow sea were lit up with magic glow. The glow formed countless magic runes on the anglerfish, and then those magic runes gathered into a huge magic pattern array. The rich water elemental breath surged in the sea, and the magic breath was like a mushroom umbrella, lifting up countless sea water and forming a high wall in the sea. Then the huge waves suddenly came down, rushing towards the beach with the momentum of 1,000 horses galloping. But the magic glow on these giant anglerfish did not stop there. As magic runes continued to light up around them, magic pattern arrays appeared one after another, and the giant mushroom umbrellas formed by the water elements lifted the seawater high, and huge waves appeared one after another on the sea. The tide was surging, rushing towards the north coast with great momentum. At this time, the fishmen and monsters on the beach were almost all crawling, ready for surfing. When the first huge wave lined up on the beach, it instantly swept a large amount of sea sand towards the jungle dozens of meters away. The fishmen were carried forward by the waves. Surprisingly, they could swim around in the waves under the huge waves. The waves rushed into the jungle, and immediately knocked down the first few rows of trees in the jungle. Many trees were knocked down by the tide, and a large amount of seawater poured into the forest. The sea tides behind surged one after another, and a large amount of seawater continued to pour into the forest. The fishmen swam into the forest under the waves. Soon, the forest in front of the elf camp turned into a vast ocean. Tens of thousands of fishmen were in the seawater, approaching the elf camp. The half-blood elf warriors climbed up some tall trees to avoid the tide. Seeing countless fishmen and monsters swimming along the tide, some half-blood elf warriors stood on the horizontal branches of the big trees and began to shoot brand new feather arrows at the fishmen and monsters in the sea. A row of arrows flew out, and in the dirty sea water, there was a group of fishmen and monsters with arrows stuck in their bodies, floating face down on the sea surface. When the fishmen and monsters in the sea saw the elf warriors appear in the woods, they immediately swung their flippers and then jumped high from the sea. When their bodies rose to the highest point, they threw the tridents or harpoons in their hands towards the trees. Suddenly, the seawater in the forest was full of mermen jumping high. Then these mermen fell back into the sea with a splash. Some harpoons didn't hit anything and fell back into the seawater in the forest, and were picked up by the mermen again. Some harpoons were stuck in the trees and couldn't be retrieved. There were so many mermen jumping out of the sea that the tridents and harpoons thrown out were almost more than the rain of arrows. Roy was also standing on a big tree in front of the camp to observe the battle. Kaka wanted to take Roy to the sky, but Roy refused. The waves had already surged into the temporary camp. Roy did not expect that the huge waves would surge into the depths of the jungle. Almost in an instant, most of the tents in the camp were swept away. This was the second batch of tents Roy had lost at the hands of these fishmen monsters. The temporary camp in the jungle was destroyed. The half-blood elf warriors also relied on hiding in the trees to avoid the huge waves. The merfolk in the sea were more agile than flying fish. They frequently jumped up from the sea in the forest and threw their tridents. Half-blood elves were constantly injured. Although the half-blood elf warriors frequently used bows and arrows to fight back, unfortunately, there were too many merfolk in the sea. The half-blood elf warriors were forced to retreat step by the merfolk. If they retreated further, they would soon reach the stalagmite forest. Behind the elf camp was the stalagmite forest. The elves had no way to retreat into the stalagmite forest, so they retreated to the east of the jungle under Roy's leadership. That was the southern foot of the Griffin Barrier Mountains, and the jungle area was a little wider. As long as they get out of this sea tide, the fighting power of the merman monsters can be at least reduced by half. With the support and guidance of the Griffin Cavalry Regiment, the half-blood elf warriors retreated all the way to the east, and the process was relatively smooth. But the battle between the elves and the merman monsters continued. Wherever the sea water rushed, the merman monsters appeared. Waves of sea tides continued to pour into the jungle, like a flood that knocked down many trees. Tens of thousands of merman monsters mixed in the sea tide, constantly chasing and killing the half-blood elf warriors fleeing eastward. At least 200 half-blood elves have been stabbed by the harpoons of the merman monsters. Watching the elf warriors fleeing eastward in the jungle, the four siren leaders agreed that they had already won the battle with the elves in the jungle. It was only a matter of time before the elf warriors were completely overwhelmed. The battle lasted from noon to dusk. A large area of the jungle at the edge of the beach had collapsed under the constant beating of huge waves. Looking down from the sky, it looked like a huge trumpet-shaped gap in the jungle was washed out by the sea. Even as Roy led the half-blood elf warriors to retreat eastward, the fish warriors riding anglerfish in the shallow sea were slowly adjusting their positions, sending waves of tides into the jungle. As night fell, the assassination team that had been dormant in the jungle for most of the day finally began to emerge from the shadows of the leaves. Captain Timothy found Deputy Captain Tennyson, who had just woken up. The two captains quickly counted the number of Dark Moon Elf warriors on the tree. All the members of the assassination team had assembled. Captain Timothy did not lead the assassination team to attack the fish monsters in the sea, but sneaked to the edge of the jungle. Then, under the cover of the dark night, they all dived into the sea. A group of Dark Moon Elf warriors faced the tide and swam towards the Toadfish Cavalry in the shallow sea area. In the dark night, these Dark Moon Elves were completely invisible in the sea. Captain Timothy got closer and saw clearly that as the giant anglerfishes emerged with magical glow, umbrella-shaped magical auras lifted the seawater high, forming waves in the shallow sea area. There were nearly 1,000 Toadfish Cavalry in the shallow sea area in front of them, and the number of Dark Moon Elf warriors in the assassin team happened to be the same. Timothy and Tennyson communicated with gestures in the sea, and then each led their team to approach the Toadfish Cavalry. After the Dark Moon Elf assassins sneaked into the designated location, they did not attack the frogfish around them. Instead, Captains Tennyson and Timothy released 2 green magic flares into the night sky. As the 2 magic flares exploded in the dark night sky, even the 4 siren leaders, who were commanding the battle on the beach, looked around in surprise. In the dark night, the only thing that was most eye-catching was the giant anglerfish that was constantly emitting magical light in the sea. 1,000 giant anglerfish stayed in the shallow sea area, lined up in a long row, and the magic runes on their bodies lit up, making them look like shining pearls under the night. In the high sky, nearly 700 Griffin cavalrymen were floating under the clouds. After seeing 2 green magic flares explode in the air and bloom with brilliant light, Kaka and little Eugene also fell down with the cavalry. Each Griffin cavalry locked onto a glowing anglerfish in the sky. When all the Griffins were halfway down, almost all of them activated the iron will. The Griffin cavalrymen hit the sea surface in the shallow water almost at the same time. The giant anglerfish and the fish warriors were hit hard before they could even figure out the situation, and they were blown to pieces in an instant. The splashes of water carrying countless pieces of meat and scales fell into the surrounding sea. At this moment, more than 700 Griffins were all in a weak state in the sea, and the surrounding toadfish cavalry that had not been bombed stopped and summoned the tide. A group of fish warriors rode giant anglerfish and rushed towards these Griffin cavalry. They had just started to move when they found that the shadow behind them suddenly stretched out an arm and wrapped it around their necks. Then, there was a sharp pain in the back of their hearts. They wanted to struggle and shout, but found that they had lost all their strength and could not even shout to warn. However, the giant anglerfish below him noticed the danger and tried to sink to the bottom of the sea. Every shadow around him stretched out its arms and stabbed the giant anglerfish with sharp daggers. After struggling violently, the giant anglerfish died one after another. This sea area was blocked by the dark moon elf warriors. It was not until all the Griffin riders flew back into the sky that the dark moon elf warriors hid in the shadows again and dived towards the beach. Chapter 494. On the coastline, the 4 captains of the Siren Regiment watched the Griffin cavalry flying up into the sky, and were so scared that they followed the backflow of the sea water and swam back to the coral reef area. It seemed that only there could they feel a sense of security. More than 1,000 toadfish cavalry were wiped out by the air raid of the Griffin Cavalry Regiment. They stood in the shallow sea area, creating waves after waves that hit the jungle on the north coast. Tens of thousands of fishmen and monsters also took advantage of the tide to rush into the depths of the jungle and fought hard with the half-blood elf warriors. The situation of the battle was once tilted to the side of the fishmen and monsters. The fishmen and monsters were walking on the turbid sea water, throwing out their harpoons from time to time, trying to shoot down the half-blood elf warriors on the trees. After a burst of explosions erupted from the distant coastline, the sea water in the jungle stopped surging forward. The tide that originally pushed the fishmen and monsters forward was getting smaller, and soon the surging tide began to retreat. The fishmen and monsters keenly felt that the sea water in the jungle was decreasing bit by bit. The fishmen can move around flexibly in the sea, but when the tide recedes, these fishmen with thin arms and legs spread their wide flippers, and it is impossible to swim in the muddy jungle. They stagger in the muddy water, looking like children who have just learned to walk. At this time, the half-blood elf warriors, who were fleeing eastward under the big tree, also noticed the changes in the jungle. The sea water under their feet not only did not continue to pour in, but the water level dropped rapidly. Roy was the first to jump into the sea water that was just above his knees, and raised the holy scepter in his hand and swung it at a fish monster. The fish monster was frightened by the holy light on the scepter and didn't know how to dodge. It wanted to use the harpoon in its hand to parry, but it didn't expect the harpoon to be directly broken by the holy scepter, and the tip of the scepter directly embedded in the fish monster's forehead. Blood flowed down the fish monster's scaly cheeks, and the fish monsters next to it rushed towards Roy. Roy held a copper book in his other hand, and he used the copper book to block the 2 harpoons that stabbed at him. With a short prayer, Roy took the opportunity to open the Book of Judgment, and a small silver hammer jumped out of it. The hammer hit one of the fishman's chest hard, and immediately smashed a big hole in the fishman's chest. The silver hammer flew out from the fishman's back and knocked down 3 more fishmen before stopping. The surrounding fishmen gathered around Roy, holding up their harpoons. A group of half-blood elf warriors jumped down from the tree and stood beside Roy. They stood in the mud and held up the iris shield to hold back the fishmen who rushed up. The elf long sword in their hands stabbed along the edge of the shield and accurately pierced the fishman's head, leaving a bloody hole in its head. When these half-blood elf warriors fought against the fishman monsters, they almost completely crushed them with their excellent martial arts and sophisticated equipment. A group of half-blood elf warriors holding Paglio's spears followed behind, aiming their spears at the fishman monsters that were lying in the mud and twitching, and then fired another shot. 3,000 half-blood elf warriors lined up in a long row in the jungle, like a dragnet in the sea, and the fishman monsters in front of them were like a school of fish in the sea, almost completely trapped in the net. The seawater has completely retreated from the jungle, and the clearing in the forest has become extremely muddy. The fishmen and monsters have wide web feet, and can no longer run in the muddy water. The half-blood elf warriors have long legs and wear light combat boots. They can catch a fishman monster in the muddy forest in a few steps. The elf long sword in their hand swings out, just like harvesting cabbage, and easily cuts off the head of the fishman monster. It seems that this group of half-blood elf warriors have vented all the hatred accumulated in their hearts at once. Elves respect life, so there is no death penalty in the laws of the elven continent. They treat themselves like this, and their enemies as well. The elven army is also very tolerant towards prisoners of war. The post-war trial, imprisonment, payment of fines, etc., these systems are very sound. Therefore, the elven army is also slightly less murderous on the battlefield. They often think of how to make the enemy surrender first. It may be better to meet an enemy who cherishes his life, but it will be a bit troublesome if you meet this group of fishmen. Because these low-intelligence fishmen and monsters are almost single-minded on the battlefield, they are not afraid of death at all, and it is even more impossible for them to surrender. Even if they are seriously injured and lying in the mud and water wailing, they want to pounce on the elf warriors passing by and bite off a piece of meat from their thighs. The mine guards led by Roy are fundamentally different from other elf armies in this regard. This group of mixed-blood elf warriors came from the Pagisto Plateau. At the beginning, they were almost killed by headhunters on the plateau. Naturally, they have a clearer understanding of the law of survival. Also in the Queen Uni Islands, these half-blood elf warriors have seen some murlocs. So they will not show mercy to the murlocs on the battlefield. They rush forward, hacking and hacking all the way. There were countless murlocs lying in the mud behind them. The mud in the dark woods was full of blood. The dark moon elf warriors came out of the sea, all wet. When they came to the beach, the backflowing seawater actually exuded a strong smell of blood. At this moment, there were not many murlocs on the beach. As for the 4 siren leaders, seeing that the battle situation was not good, they dived into the sea early and abandoned tens of thousands of fishmen and monsters in the jungle on the north coast. The dark moon elf warriors were like a group of water ghosts, constantly extending outward in the shadow of the night, and a shadow covered the entire beach. The fishmen and monsters had already begun to retreat from the woods to the coastline, but a group of half-blood elf warriors came behind them and killed them, not giving them any breathing time at all. They didn't even look at the beach, just felt that the empty beach was a bit weird. A large group of fishmen and monsters swarmed out of the forest. The deep sea was right in front of them. As long as they were allowed to return to the sea, they could be said to have saved their lives. But when they stepped onto the beach, they felt something was wrong. The beach under their feet was completely swallowed by a black shadow. The fishmen and monsters running in the front wanted to stop, but they were surrounded by the fishmen and monsters behind them and rushed forward, and they couldn't stand up at all. But in the shadows on the beach, countless black daggers emerged silently. When the fishmen and monsters stepped onto the beach, they felt their legs getting cold, and then their bodies fell forward uncontrollably. The bodies of these murlocs were all round, and after falling on the beach, they had no chance to get up. A large number of murlocs fell on the beach, and then one by one the dark moon elves stood up from the shadows of the beach. Under the cover of the night, these dark moon elf warriors were very strong. Almost all the murlocs that ran out of the woods were blocked on the beach by the dark moon elf warriors. On the east and west sides of the beach were griffin cavalry that fell from the night sky. The griffin cavalry and the assassination team intercepted and killed the murlocs on the north coast. Before dawn, the half-elf warriors finally formed a siege. The merfolk monsters that left the sea had almost no fighting power. They also tried to charge several times, but unfortunately they all ended in failure. The sky gradually brightened, and the sun shone through the sea surface into the coral reef bottom more than 10 meters deep. The 4 sea monster leaders, who escaped from the north coast, were now regretting their reckless actions yesterday. But until now, the number of merfolk monsters that have safely retreated to the sea from the jungle of the north coast is even less than 5,000. At this moment, they were powerless to save the fishmen trapped in the jungle, and could only watch as a large number of fishmen were slaughtered by the half-blood elf warriors. These 60,000 fishmen accounted for almost a quarter of the total number of fishmen in the Sun Island Bay. This beach battle severely damaged the Sun Island fishmen. At this moment, several sea monsters were no longer able to launch any wars, and could only flee back to the Sun Island in disgrace. On the battlefield on the north coast, more than 4,000 elf warriors spent 3 days to kill all the fishmen trapped in the jungle and on the beach. The bodies of the dead merfolk were not thrown into the sea, but were buried in the jungle in accordance with the custom of the elves. The muddy jungle was flooded with seawater, and the growth of these trees would be affected for a long time. The elf warriors dug pits under the trees in the jungle, and then threw the bodies of the merfolk into the pits and buried them. It would not take long for these merfolk to become nutrients for these trees. Because there were too many dead merfolk on the battlefield here, at least 2 kilometers of white sandy beaches on the northern coast battlefield were completely dyed red, which was very eye-catching on this coast. Roy had never thought that there would be so many fishmen in the Sun Island Bay. In this battle, the mine guards almost wiped out tens of thousands of fishmen, and the fishmen gave up hundreds of kilometers of the northern coast. The fishmen did not leave the Sun Island Bay directly because of this. Some toadfish cavalrymen could often be seen patrolling on the sea with a large group of fishmen. It was obvious that the sea monsters on the Sun Island did not want to give up control of this bay. The half-blood elf warriors seemed to be very relaxed when fighting with the fishmen on land, but in the sea, these half-blood elf warriors were not sure they could defeat the fishmen. If they wanted to drive these fishmen out of the Sun Island Bay, they had to fight a naval battle. Therefore, Roy has been preparing to build a seawall and a harbor pier on the coastline near the basalt forest. The seawall is mainly to prevent the toadfish cavalry from destroying the pier construction, and the jungle on the north coast by summoning tides again. The reason for building a pier is that Roy wants to build a few sailboats at the pier. Only with sailboats can he fight against the fishmen and monsters in the Sun Island Bay. In order to completely solve the problem of the Sun Island Bay, Roy plans to build a sea ship, and then try to occupy the Sun Island and drive all the fishmen and monsters on the island out of the Sun Island Bay. However, such a plan also has many problems. First of all, there is no wood needed for shipbuilding here, and the elf craftsmen are not very good at shipbuilding. This requires experienced dwarf and human craftsmen. Sun Island Bay is now in a period of calm after a war, so Roy plans to leave the mine guards here, and he will go to Castletown alone to invite some craftsmen, or find some other ways to build some sea ships on the north coast of Sun Island Bay. In order to learn more about the fishmen spirits in the Sun Island Bay, Roy returned to Castletown this time, and planned to have a good chat with Miss Tiffany, who should know more about these fishmen spirits. In fact, Kaka and most of the Griffin cavalry had the same view. Since the fishmen spirits retreated from the north coast to the Sun Island, there was no need to kill them all. The half-blood elves living in the Sun Island Bay only wanted this north coast, and had never thought of occupying the Sun Island. But Roy didn't want to give up. He walked out of the tent with the Book of Judgment in his hand. The dazzling sunlight shone into the clearing in the forest through the gaps between the leaves. Kaka was waiting outside the tent, and his griffin was lying on a soft beach outside the jungle. The two walked directly to the place where the griffin rested. Kaka said as he walked, "Roy, I don't think it's necessary to continue to make a big fuss and build a shipyard here. Since those fishmen and monsters have withdrawn to Sun Island and left us enough living space, we can even fish in the Bay of Sun Island in the future, so there is no need for us to occupy Sun Island." Roy smiled and stuffed the Book of Judgment in his hand into his magic waist bag. Walking out of the jungle, a brown-feathered griffin was lying on the beach. When it saw Kaka, it flapped its wings affectionately and cried out. Not far away was the blue sea. At this moment, there were still some dilapidated round grass houses on stilts on the beach, but many of them had collapsed, and the remaining ones had almost no grass roofs. Looking at the sea from here, there was hardly a single fisherman monster. Roy stopped, patted Kaka on the shoulder, and said, "Don't think that we have truly mastered the north coast of Sun Island Bay just because we won. Once these fisherman monsters are given a chance to breathe, they will definitely come back. The safest way is to completely drive them out of Sun Island Bay while they are still weak. As long as they find a new habitat outside, they will not come back to compete with you for this sea area. Don't underestimate these fisherman monsters. They have a strong reproductive capacity. There are no natural enemies here except us elves. Therefore, as long as they live comfortably here for a period of time, their population will inevitably grow to a terrifying number. At that time, they will also occupy a larger living space for survival. At that time, the only thing they can exploit is this coastline." Roy finished speaking and followed Kaka to ride on the griffin. Facing the surging sea, the griffin flapped its wings fiercely and flew to the high cliff with Kaka and Roy. Chapter 495. Kaka took Roy out of the Sun Island Bay. The griffin flew over the hills and mountains for 3 days, and finally arrived at the outskirts of Padstow on the night of the 3rd day. The griffin stopped at an apple tree outside Padstow, which was bought by Latiand a long time ago. When his caravan came to Padstow, they usually stayed in this apple orchard. After Kaka sent Roy to Padstow, he flew back to the fortress town overnight. Roy stayed in the dormitory of the apple orchard for 1 night, and set off for Padstow early the next morning. The first thing he did after entering the city was to sign in at the Silver Pegasus military headquarters. As the head of the Silver Pegasus Corps Guard Regiment stationed at the Pagisto Plateau mine, Roy needs to report to the Silver Pegasus military department before leaving the Pagisto Plateau. Now the chief of logistics at the military department is no longer Lucius. Roy originally thought it was Captain Berkeley, but in fact, the chief of logistics at the Silver Pegasus Corps is someone else. Captain Berkeley is currently the governor of Padstow City, and also serves as the head of the City Defense Guard Regiment. Roy got off the carriage and walked down the steps into the first-floor lobby of the military department. The military department was still the same, and even the Silver Moon Elf receptionist at the front desk of the first-floor lobby had not changed. Roy signed in at the military headquarters, and then asked the front desk about the whereabouts of Captain Berkeley. At this time, Captain Berkeley is usually in the camp of the City Defense Guard Corps. The newly established City Defense Guard Corps is training every day. The person who told him this was not the Silver Moon female elf at the front desk, but a colleague of Captain Berkeley in the logistics department. This colleague had a good relationship with Captain Berkeley, and knew that Roy was a friend of Captain Berkeley. The two had met in the office on the second floor before. "Is Berkeley busy recently?" Roy couldn't help asking. Well, after all, those half-blood elf warriors are a group of new recruits, and they need to learn a lot of common sense. The colleague shrugged at Roy. "I go to the City Defense Guard Regiment to take a look. Thank you for the information you provided." After Roy finished speaking, he waved goodbye to the colleague. Today's Padstow City is much more prosperous than a few months ago, and there are many shops on both sides of the street. There are also many pedestrians on the street, and you can often see some snack stalls at the street corners. These changes in the city should be brought by the Imperial merchants in Castletown Port. Because they purchased a large number of magic herbs in Castletown Port, the prices of magic herbs in the Elf Continent market have risen in a step-by-step manner. Not only did the magic herb merchants in Castletown make a lot of money, but those plains that are rich in magic herbs also benefited a lot. The originally lifeless city began to rejuvenate due to the popularity of magic herbs. As for Roy, he happened to be the largest primary magic herb merchant in the Partington Plain, almost monopolizing more than 60% of the primary magic herbs in the Partington Plain. Of course, the Silver Pegasus Corps also acquiesced to this matter. Roy was qualified to transport the primary magic herbs from the Partington Plain to the Elf Continent for sale. The camp of the City Defense Guards was in a fir forest. The previous Silver Moon Elf City Defense Guards built many beautiful tree houses in this fir forest. It must be said that the aesthetics of the Silver Moon Elves are still very online. Even the tree houses in the camp were built in a very good way. When Roy walked to the gate of the camp, he was stopped by a half-blood elf guard. Roy showed his identity badge to the half-elf guard before he entered the City Defense Guard camp. A group of young half-elf warriors were training in martial arts in the clearing in the forest. Captain Berkeley was standing on a high platform. It seemed that his task of forming a half-elf City Defense Guard was going smoothly. Roy walked over slowly and stood quietly under a tree, watching the half-elf warriors training. Captain Berkeley saw Roy, jumped down from the high platform with a surprised look on his face, walked straight to Roy, stared at him and teased, "Let me see who has come to the City Defense Guard." It turned out to be Boss Roy from the Padstow Plateau. What a rare guest. Walking on the streets of Padstow, almost no one would recognize Roy just by looking at his appearance. But if an elf pointed at Roy's nose and shouted, "You are Boss Roy," the whole long street would probably be surrounded by people. Now the name Boss Roy has almost spread throughout Padstow. All the half-blood elves know that there is a noble and amiable Boss Roy on the Padstow Plateau. It was he who led a group of half-blood elf warriors to drive away the headhunters on the plateau, and defeated the Grey Dwarf bandits in the Queen of Winnie Islands. Roy's reputation is not only well known on the Padstow Plateau, but also in the city of Padstow, where he has a large number of admirers. When the half-elf warriors in training heard Captain Berkeley shout, they immediately set their sights on the half-elf boy. The two friends came forward and hugged each other, and Roy smiled and said, "I was passing by Padstow temporarily, so I came to see how my old friend is doing. Thanks to Lation's help, I was able to form a half-elf guard in less than half a month. At present, the Silver Moon Elf Guard has completely evacuated the Partington Plain, and the city of Padstow is officially taken over by our half-elf City Defense Guard," Captain Berkeley said with great pride. "What's the matter with you coming to Padstow this time?" Captain Berkeley took Roy to a quiet place nearby and asked him in a low voice, "I want to go back to Castletown to hire a few craftsmen who are good at shipbuilding," Roy said with a smile. Captain Berkeley said with a puzzled look on his face, "Don't you have 11 three-masted sailing ships at the dock of Partington Island? Why do you want to recruit shipbuilding craftsmen? Do you want to form a large fleet for maritime trade?" Then he immediately added, "Roy, listen to me, crossing the endless sea is definitely not an easy task. I just had a preliminary idea, and I don't have a specific plan yet. Roy touched his nose and said, "Oh, by the way, there are many elves in Padstow City saying that you deliberately killed a descendant of a Silver Moon Elf noble on the Padstow Plateau, and this matter has spread to the Elf continent. The Silver Moon Elf Elder Council has a high voice for this, so when you return to Castletown this time, act as low-key as possible and try not to cause trouble." Captain Berkeley warned Roy earnestly. "Has this topic not been settled yet?" Roy was a little surprised. "How is it possible? This time, the Silver Moon Elf nobles colluded with each other and sold half-blood elf slaves in the Partington Plain. This had a great impact on the Silver Moon Elf nobles. His Majesty Ansel even changed a calendar specifically for the Silver Moon Elves," Captain Berkeley said. "Now many Silver Moon Elf nobles are trying to muddy the waters here. Killing the descendants of the half-blood elf nobles can just divert everyone's attention." Captain Berkeley pulled Roy and said with a worried look, "I know. I won't let them catch me so easily," Roy said. "In short, you must be low-key and careful." Captain Berkeley warned Roy again. Roy still had to return to Partington Island through the portal in the central square. He didn't stay too long in the city defense guard camp. Before leaving, the group of young half-blood elf warriors, who were resting in the open space in the forest, stood up one after another. Everyone stared at Roy and followed him to the gate of the guard camp. Just as Roy was about to leave, a half-blood elf warrior stepped forward and asked loudly, "Are you Boss Roy?" Roy stopped and slowly turned to look at the group of young half-blood elf warriors. "I am. What do you want from me?" "Wow!" A group of half-blood elf warriors cheered, but no elf had the courage to stand up and talk to Roy. Roy waved to everyone and turned to leave the camp of the city defense guard. Only then did the chaotic shouts of the half-blood elf warriors come from behind. "Boss Roy, good job." "Boss Roy, thank you." Partington Island was originally just an unknown island, very close to Param Prison Island, less than 100 nautical miles away. Partington Island looks like a mountain from the outside, but a peak is split in the middle by the gods. The town on Partington Island is built in the belly of the mountain, so the size of this town is quite limited. There is a pier on Partington Island, which originally only moored a medium-sized sailing ship that traveled between Castletown and Partington Island. As the half-blood elves on the Partington Plain launched a riot, Partington Island gradually came into the sight of the elves. Partington Island became famous, for the second time, because of the Queen Uni Island's naval battle this summer. The Silver Pegasus Corps transported a large amount of military supplies from the Partington Plain, and Partington Island transformed into a vital material transfer point on the sea. The Moon Temple Priest Corps and the Great Elf Archer Corps have both stayed on Partington Island. So this small island became a military stronghold. Roy's 11 three-masted sailing ships were parked at an edge of the Partington Island dock and had been shelled for a long time. When Roy returned to the Pagisto Plateau, he had left a squadron of half-elves to guard these three-masted sailing ships. This time, Roy returned to Partington Island, left the portal square, and came to the port pier. The half-elf warriors, who stayed on the three-masted sailing ships, had not been idle recently. They almost cleaned all the barnacles on the bottom of the three-masted sailing ships, and repainted the 11 three-masted sailing ships. Even the words Pagisto Mine Guard were written on the side of the ship. These three-masted sailing ships were not damaged at the dock, but were maintained by these half-blood elves to look brand new. Well done, this is how sailing ships should be. Roy walked around the sailing ship and praised the half-blood elf squadron that stayed behind. Although these three-masted sailing ships were not as large as five-masted sailing ships, they were still huge when parked at the port dock. If Roy did not control several mines on the Pagisto Plateau, he might not even be able to afford the maintenance costs of such large ships. Standing on the three-masted sailing ship, Roy was thinking that if he could transport such a big ship to the Sun Island Bay, all the problems there would probably be solved. Unfortunately, such a large sea ship, let alone transporting it to the Partington Plain, even sending it to the dock for a full ship repair, is not possible at present. Returning to Castletown City on the supply ship from Partington Island, Roy saw more than a dozen sailboats waiting to enter the port before the supply ship entered the port. When the supply ship arrived at the port and docked at the diving area, Roy found that the large sailing ships on the deep water dock were crowded together. Almost all of them were Imperial ships that had crossed the ocean. Seeing so many ships crossing the endless sea, Roy felt that crossing the endless sea was not a difficult task. There were still a lot of supplies piled up on the dock, which should have come from the ships at the dock. Many half-elf laborers were carrying large wooden boxes on the dock. In fact, the magic herbs that Roy brought back from the Partington Plain were basically traded to these Imperial merchants. Roy exchanged magic herbs for a large amount of magic crystals in the first few times, and then some magic equipment. Roy felt that the most profitable exchange was some floating devices. Roy returned to his home in Castleton City, but Ms. Belinda still hadn't come back. She hadn't even written a postcard during this period. The yard next door was also empty. Ms. Jillian should be at the fish market, and Moira and Sabrina were also at the Elf Academy. Roy took a simple bath at home, changed into dry clothes, and then came to the Black Pearl. Unexpectedly, Miss Tiffany was still on the ship. "Hey Roy, why are you back? I heard that you went to Sun Island Bay, didn't you?" Miss Tiffany asked. "The situation over there is relatively stable, so I wanted to come back and take a look when I was free," Roy said. "Is the Sun Island Bay beautiful?" Miss Tiffany was obviously very interested in the sea in the Partington Plain. "It's okay, but the sun is rarely seen on the north coast, and it's almost always cloudy." Roy described the situation there to Miss Tiffany. "Are there fishmen there too?" Miss Tiffany asked. "The fishmen are monsters, with almost no intelligence, and they are commanded by a group of sea sirens, which caused us a lot of trouble," Roy said. "Miss Tiffany, I came to Castletown this time. If possible, I would like to ask you to be my translator. I need to communicate with those sea sirens." Chapter 496. As a member of the Nagasea clan, Miss Tiffany is naturally very familiar with the fishmen. The siren can also be called another branch of the Nagasea clan. They have a trace of the blood of the 100-armed giant in their bodies, so their bodies are taller than those of the Nagasea clan, and usually, the siren has 6 arms. There have also been cases where the blood of the 100-armed giant and the siren's body has awakened, and 8 arms have grown on their bodies, but these strong men almost all live alone in the deep sea. Although the siren are stronger than the Nagasea clan, they have been defeated in the battle for the sea area with the Nagasea clan. Later, the siren clan suffered a decades-long purge organized by the Nagasea clan. This action directly led to the rapid extinction of the sirens. At present, the sirens are only distributed in the marginal areas of various seas, and in the desperate situations of some seas. Although there are many sirens scattered in these seas, they are like a pile of loose sand, and there is no connection between them. In fact, the Nagasea clan does not want the sirens to be completely extinct. Their existence can attract the hatred of some foreign races. For example, the Green Empire, which has a very developed shipping industry, has a huge fleet in its hands. When these fleets are sailing on the sea, they often encounter sirens on some reef islands. Many crew members will be confused by the sirens singing. Some ghost ships on the sea are almost caused by sirens robbing imperial merchant ships. Therefore, the imperial people are particularly hostile to sirens, and there are even special demon hunters who hunt these sirens at sea. Miss Tiffany told Roy the difference between the Nagasea tribe and the sirens, which immediately opened Roy's eyes. He thought that the sirens were the title of the strong people of the Nagasea tribe, but it turned out that it was not the case at all. Then Roy talked about the sirens he saw in the Sun Island Bay, and the group of toadfish cavalry that could summon the tide. Miss Tiffany didn't expect that there would be a group of sirens living on the Partington Plain, and these sirens sounded quite strong. "So, a group of sea monsters control the fishmen on Sun Island?" Miss Tiffany asked Roy. Roy nodded and said, "That's about it. These sea monsters took a group of fishmen to occupy the Sun Island Bay. The half-blood elves living in the Sun Island Bay were restricted in their living space, so they asked me for help and wanted me to drive the group of fishmen out of the Sun Island Bay. In fact, the village chief Teprado and Kaka just hoped that Roy could drive the group of fishmen back to Sun Island and give up the beach on the north coast. In fact, Roy has already done it. But Roy felt that once the fishmen had a chance to breathe, they would definitely do something again. So he insisted on driving these fishmen out of the Sun Island Bay to prevent them from causing trouble to the half-blood elves living in the Sun Island Bay area. Now the Griffin Cavalry Regiment, the Assassin Squad, and the Half-Blood Elf Regiment have become the 3 main regiments that are indispensable to the Mine Guard Regiment. Roy naturally did not want any safety risks to be hidden in the rear of the Griffin Cavalry Regiment. The group of Murlocs have now retreated to Sun Island. Next, I want to see if I can hire craftsmen who are proficient in shipbuilding in Castletown City, and then have them go with me to the Sun Island Bay in the Partington Plain to build a shipyard. As long as I can build a few 3-masted sailing ships, I will have the confidence to capture the Sun Island," Roy said to Miss Tiffany. Miss Tiffany then realized that Roy returned to Castletown City this time not only to let her go to the Partington Plain, but also to recruit some dwarf craftsmen with shipbuilding experience. To be honest, the elves don't like building ships very much. They have always had a mysterious confidence in those flying fish boats. When Miss Tiffany heard Roy talking about building ships, she asked him about the various matters related to the preparation of the shipyard. As a member of the Nagasea tribe, Miss Tiffany knew a little about this. However, when Roy mentioned that the wood for the keel and main mast of the sea ship was not ready, Miss Tiffany began to ask Roy tactfully, "Roy, have you ever thought about why the elves don't like building sea ships? Is it because the elves don't have enough technology to build large sea ships?" Roy really didn't think about this. Miss Tiffany shook her head and explained, "It's not that the elves' shipbuilding technology is not good enough. On the contrary, the shipbuilding technology and craftsmanship mastered by the elves are much better than those of the dwarves. Many of the dwarves' technologies are inherited from the Hextech technology of the Goblin era, but the elves inherit their own heritage. The reason why the elves are unwilling to build large sea ships is actually because each large sea ship means cutting down some ancient trees to make keels and main masts. The elves call themselves the children of nature, but they are too busy protecting these ancient trees." When Miss Tiffany said the latter sentence, she pursed her lips slightly, which was quite ironic. Roy really hadn't thought about why the elves didn't like to build large ships. After Miss Tiffany's explanation, he thought about it carefully and found that it was true. "So I suggest you, why not change to another way to build ships?" Miss Tiffany sat on the deck of the Black Pearl, one arm resting on the thick side of the ship, swinging back and forth freely. The mermaid princess turned around gracefully, resting her head on the ship and looking up at the sky, saying, "Aren't those three-masted sailing ships moored at Partington Island Pier idle? Have you ever thought about dismantling these ships and transporting them to Sun Island Bay in the Partington Plain?" Tiffany's casual remark gave Roy a new idea. "You mean to dismantle these three-masted sailing ships and transport them to Sun Island Bay in the Partington Plain to reassemble them? Yes, this idea seems good. If possible, this will not only save the long process of preparing shipbuilding wood, but also reassemble the disassembled ships, which is equivalent to renovating these three-masted sailing ships." Roy couldn't help but start to fantasize. Whenever the Elf Academy is approaching the end of the semester, the students in the academy always have to worry about the final exams, and at the same time, they have to think hard about participating in the final dance. The bell rang for the end to get out of class, and Woods and a group of half-blood elves walked out of the magic laboratory. He was holding 2 books on magic botany in his hands, and he exuded a strange smell of magic herbs. The magic robe he wore was also covered with some ink from grinding magic herbs, which looked a little sloppy. But Woods is a recognized genius student in the Elf Academy. His knowledge of magical botany even surpasses some of the elf lecturers in the academy. At the same time, Woods is also a magic pharmacist. This alchemy course looks like Roy is demonstrating it alone. He used at least 7 magical herbal formulas to make healing potions, and he can also skillfully point out the pros and cons of each potion formula. Some formulas are suitable for batch refining, some formulas can greatly save refining costs without affecting the efficacy, and some formulas have extremely high stability during the refining process, which is suitable for most novices in magic pharmacy to learn. When Woods was about to leave the classroom, he was stopped by Mr. O'Casey on the podium. "Woods, wait a minute." Woods turned his head to look at Mr. O'Casey, stopped and asked respectfully, "Mr. O'Casey, what can I do for you? I want to know if you are interested in being my teaching assistant after this semester. You have a solid foundation in magical herbal medicine and botany, and you know how to study magical potions and alchemy hard. The Elf Academy also needs fresh blood like you." Teacher O'Casey put his arm around Wood's shoulders and asked his favorite student, "After graduation, I will officially join the Zack Aram Adventure Group, so I may have to go to the Partington Plain for training during the holidays this semester." "Sorry, Teacher O'Casey, I'm afraid I can't follow you to learn potion science." Woods almost didn't even think about it, and rejected Teacher O'Casey's invitation. "Well, okay then." Teacher O'Casey looked at Woods with some regret, patted his shoulder, and signaled that he could leave. Almost at the same time, Sabrina also received an invitation from Instructor Virgil. In the sword training hall, Instructor Virgil held a wooden sword in his hand and asked Sabrina, who was sweating profusely, "Sabrina, since you have advanced to become an excellent sword dancer, do you have any idea of joining the Elf Academy and becoming a basic sword instructor?" "Instructor Virgil, please let me think about it." Sabrina hesitated for a moment, saluted Instructor Virgil, then inserted the wooden sword in her hand into the weapon rack, and turned to leave the sword training ground. After leaving the training ground and changing clothes in the locker room, Sabrina said in her heart when she opened the wooden door of her closet, "Sorry, Instructor Virgil, I have made up my mind and am ready to join the Zack Aram Adventure Group." Sabrina, walking on campus, is also one of the celebrities in Castletown Elf Academy. In the past 2 years, Sabrina's swordsmanship has been the best among many elf students. Claire walked out of the music hall, surrounded by a group of followers, almost all of whom were Silver Moon elves, and several core members were even Silver Moon elf nobles. A group of Silver Moon elves almost isolated all the guys who wanted to approach Claire during the break. However, occasionally some lucky elves were able to approach Claire and simply ask a few questions. At this end-of-term celebration of the college, Claire, do you have any new works? Claire glanced at the Silver Moon elf student, stopped and smiled at him implicitly. I don't have any inspiration yet. You know me very well. I like to listen to the sounds of nature. The music I play is not strictly composed by me. I am just a porter of nature, yes, that's it. When he stopped, many students were already looking over here. Claire could only frown slightly. Okay, let's stop here today. Please make way. After walking out of the college gate and sitting in his own carriage, Claire finally breathed a sigh of relief. Now he is the most popular young musician in Castletown, but the end-of-term celebration dance is coming up. He might damage his reputation if he always plays those old works. But Roy is always busy in the Partington Plain. After hesitating for a moment, Claire said to the driver on the driver's seat, Go to Castletown Port Pier. Yes, master. On the Black Pearl ship, Moira, who ran over to find Miss Tiffany, saw Roy chatting with Tiffany on the deck, and shouted excitedly, Roy, it's been so long since the victory of the Battle of Queen Uni Islands. I thought you would come back last month. She has already rushed to Roy and let Roy hug her tightly. Woods also came back to take care of the plants on the deck, and happened to see Roy, and everyone sat on the deck. I am now in the Sun Island Bay in the Partington Plain, trying to deal with the fishman monsters there. Roy explained. Moira leaned on Roy's shoulder and said sweetly, We are going to have a holiday again, and then we will go to the Partington Plain to help. Roy nodded. Okay, you take the supply ship to Partington Island first, and after you arrive at Padstow City through the portal, go to Rambo and let him arrange your itinerary. Then I will let the cavalry of the Griffin Regiment pick you up. Seeing Roy agreed so readily, Moira smiled brightly. Okay. Woods couldn't help but tell the rumors he heard at the Elf Academy. Roy, in the Battle of Queen Uni Islands, the real combat power of the Silver Pegasus Corps was questioned by many Silver Moon elves. Everyone said that the Silver Pegasus Corps was far from being comparable to the Unicorn Corps, and even its real combat power was not as good as the Great Elf Archer Corps. The students of the Elf Academy were not as brave as the Silver Moon elves to talk about the Priest Corps. Roy thought for a moment before saying, In fact, my understanding of the Battle of Queen Iguine Islands is rather one-sided. After all, I was not able to participate in the early stages of the battle. When the Battle of Queen Iguine Islands entered the later stages, the Mine Guards received an order to go to Queen Iguine Islands. At that time, the Grey Dwarf bandits were seizing the outer islands of Queen Iguine Islands, and after we arrived at Queen's Island, we were tasked with guarding the West Key Islands behind Queen Iguine Islands. The Key West Islands are located in the sea between the Queen Uni Islands and Partington Island. It is the island group closest to the Elf continent in the Queen Uni Islands. When we arrived at the Key West Islands, we were attacked by the Grey Dwarf bandits. With the help of the sirens, the Grey Dwarf bandits always attacked the islands at night when the sea was foggy. We were lucky because they were discovered by our elf warriors in time when they launched an attack on the islands. Therefore, the Grey Dwarf bandits did not gain any advantage and evacuated the Key West Islands. Later, the situation in Queen Uni Islands deteriorated rapidly, mainly because the Siren Corps officially entered the battlefield. They used the Murloc Corps as cannon fodder to attack the island, and then the Grey Dwarf bandits hid in the rear and suddenly attacked. This tactic put the Silver Pegasus Corps at a disadvantage in the battle. It was not until the Priest Corps and the Great Elf Archer Corps entered the battlefield of the Queen Islands that the entire battle situation took a turn for the better. If we only look at the battle situation during the last period of the battlefield, the entry of the Priest Corps and the Great Elf Archer Corps into the battlefield was indeed the key to victory. However, if we analyze the situation on the battlefield, it can be said that it was the Silver Pegasus Legion's full deployment of military strength that successfully defended the Queen Ivany Islands that led to the subsequent victory. Fortunately, the Silver Pegasus Legion was stationed here. Otherwise, no matter which legion of the Silver Moon Elf Kingdom was stationed in the Queen Ivany Islands, it would not be able to withstand the siege of the Grey Dwarf bandits. Roy, are you so optimistic about the Silver Pegasus Legion? Woods didn't expect Roy to give such a high evaluation of the Silver Pegasus Legion. The Silver Pegasus Legion is flexible and mobile, but not suitable for city defense. However, if it is to guard the island, the Silver Pegasus Legion still has certain advantages. Roy said with a smile. Chapter 497. Footsteps were heard again at the staircase of the ship. Sabrina walked out of the staircase, and saw everyone sitting under the main mast on the deck. When her eyes fell on Roy, she was slightly stunned. She paused for a moment before walking over calmly. The afternoon sun shone on her body, and the sea breeze blew her long golden hair. Sabrina was wearing a silver armor, and her snow-white long legs under the battle skirt were particularly conspicuous. She had a Sirluki sword hanging on her waist. Although she had restrained her aura, every step she took was very imposing. Sabrina placed her sword on the weapon rack, then sat quietly beside Moira. She glanced at Roy, said hello to him briefly, and then asked Moira, "What were you talking about just now?" "We have been discussing the battle of the Queen Uni Islands." Moira leaned on her sister's shoulder and whispered. Roy looked at Sabrina. Her wood elf bloodline made her much taller than ordinary elves. Moira looked very small next to her. "Sabrina, come to the Partington Plain to help me this holiday." Roy raised his head, looked at Sabrina, and formally invited her. Sabrina majored in swordsmanship in the Elf Academy, and now has been promoted to a first-level sword dancer. Roy knew that she also took the art of war, the potential relationship between tactics and arms, the conversion of attack and defense, and so on in the Elf Academy. If she could serve in the army, then Sabrina would be a very outstanding officer. The Mine Guard just lacked academic officers like Sabrina. Roy hoped that Sabrina could stay in the Mine Guard for a while, so that the half-blood elf officers in the Guard could learn something useful. In fact, Sabrina's training of half-blood elf warriors in Key West was indeed of great help to these half-blood elf warriors. Okay. Although Sabrina was a little surprised, she readily agreed. Seeing Roy invite Sabrina to the Partington Plain, Woods knew that there might be more wars in Sun Island Bay in the next period of time. After all, Sabrina also served as a military instructor of the Mine Guards when she was in Key West. Didn't they say that the war in Sun Island Bay might calm down for a while? Woods asked Roy. Those fishmen won't always be so quiet. They suffered a big loss in this naval battle. I guess the sea monsters will definitely take revenge next, Roy said calmly. He was much more mature and calm than a year ago. He turned his head to look at Miss Tiffany, who was standing on the side of the ship and looking at the sea in the distance, and said, "I came back this time because I wanted Tiffany to go to the Partington Plain in advance to help me." Moira said in surprise, "Ah, Tiffany, are you going to the Partington Plain before us again this time?" Miss Tiffany turned her head and smiled warmly at Moira, the sea breeze messing up her seaweed-colored curly hair, and she casually said, "Roy wants me to go to Sun Island Bay and find a chance to communicate with the sea monsters there." Seeing Moira frowning, Miss Tiffany leaned over with her hands and whispered to Moira's soft pointed ears, "Moira, don't worry, it will be another holiday in a month." If it weren't for Miss Tiffany's enlightenment, the introverted Moira might not have walked out of the yard bravely, let alone go to any plain for adventure and experience. Moira and Miss Tiffany are the best friends. Hearing Miss Tiffany say this, Moira thought carefully and felt that it was right. Due to Woods' excessive transformation, the Black Pearl looks like 5 lush trees, and there is a small plantation on the roof of the stern ship. Originally, Roy planned to transform the top of the ship into a garden for cultivating flowers of light, but he didn't expect Woods to overdo it and directly turn it into a small plantation, so that everyone wanted to sit on the roof, but there was not enough space. When Claire climbed onto the deck, Roy had already started to prepare to set up the barbecue grill on the boat. Seeing Roy unexpectedly appear on the deck, Claire said excitedly, "I always feel that something good will happen today." It turns out that Roy is back from Partington. How long can he stay this time? Claire walked over and put her arm around Roy's shoulders. Roy was pickling sea fish, and Woods helped to light the charcoal fire. "I should stay for a few days. If you don't come tonight, I will go to the college to find you tomorrow morning," Roy said. "Claire, do you have any connections in the shipbuilding industry in Castletown?" Claire first thought of the Black Pearl, but it seemed that there was no need to repair this ship now. "Do you want to repair the ship or build a ship?" Claire asked. Roy answered frankly, "I plan to build some large sailing ships, like 3-masted sailing ships." Claire found that Roy was serious, so she scratched her head and said, "Most of the elf craftsmen are good at making flying fish boats. The medium-sized sailing ships in Castletown port were all bought from the Wood Elf Kingdom. There are no elf craftsmen in Castletown who can build large ships." Roy didn't expect that even in the Castletown port, he couldn't find an elf craftsman who was good at building large ships. He asked again tentatively, "What about the dwarf craftsman?" "I'm going to ask about it tomorrow." Claire sat down and said, "Okay, I wait for your news," Roy said. Claire was a little confused. Why did Roy suddenly want to build a ship? Thinking that Roy had another trouble, she couldn't help but remind Roy, "Oh, by the way, Roy, the news that you killed the descendants of the Silver Moon Elf nobles in the Partington Plain has now spread to Buena City. If the other party refuses to let go, the Buena City Elf Elders Council Tribunal may send investigators to the Partington Plain to investigate this matter, so you must be prepared. Roy had heard about it from Captain Berkeley, and thought that Earl Swinburne had suppressed the matter, but he didn't expect that the matter would spread to Buenos Aires. Do they want to investigate the cause of death of the owner of the Auburn mine? Roy asked. Claire said seriously, well, there are many voices in Buenos Aires supporting the owner of the Auburn mine. Roy shook his head and said, I haven't received any news from here. Claire didn't find it strange, and said to Roy, it should be Earl Swinburne who suppressed the news. Roy also knew that Earl Swinburne had blocked many malicious attacks for Roy. In the final analysis, it was because he was not a Silver Moon elf. Claire looked at the Castletown wharf and whispered to Roy, recently, the Empire merchants have been frequently going to the alchemy workshop. They are buying magic herbs everywhere in Castletown City. As long as a ship is filled, the ship will quickly leave Castletown port. Although Roy also knew that the Empire merchant ships were buying magic herbs on a large scale, he did not expect those merchants to be so crazy. Just when Roy was puzzled, Claire whispered to him, I heard that the plane war in the Green Empire is very intense, and many subordinate planes have fallen, so Roy, you have to be careful on the Partington Plain. I will. Roy nodded. Then everyone talked about the interesting things that happened in the Elf Academy. As the most famous student in the Castletown Elf Academy, Claire recently received an invitation from a royal princess. This invitation was tantamount to a public confession for Claire. If Claire refused openly, it would obviously offend the Silver Moon Elf royal family. But if he accepts the invitation in a high-profile manner, it means that he intends to join the Silver Moon Elf royal family. Claire doesn't want to give up the entire Emerald Forest for a golden branch tree. So recently Claire has been using the procrastination tactic, hiding in the piano room every day to compose music. It's just that the final dance is approaching, and Claire has to play at the dance every time. This time he really wants to play a new song, but after such a long time of trying to compose something, Claire is completely disappointed with himself. Ahem, the final dance is coming soon, Roy. I plan to play a new song at this dance. Do you have any inspiration recently? Claire said with a guilty conscience. Roy looked at the bright sunshine, took Claire in his arms, and walked to the bow, standing on the huge copper ram. The sound of the waves can be clearly heard here. Roy said to Claire, this is easy. After that, he stood on the bow, facing the sunshine, closed his eyes, opened his hands, and looked like he was feeling the warm sunshine. At this moment, the rainy season in Castletown is past, and it is autumn in Castletown. On this sunny afternoon, Roy stood on the bow ram and hummed a melody very clearly. Claire's eyes widened immediately, and she took out the sheepskin book that was always ready from her bosom, and quickly drew a series of symbols on the blank music score. Roy, what is the name of this piece of music? Claire followed Roy and hummed the melody, and couldn't help asking him. Roy stopped and asked his friend with a smile, Claire, what do you think it should be called? Claire was stunned for a moment, and felt that the piece of music just now was like warm sunshine shining on her body, and she was lying in the sunflower field, enjoying the quiet afternoon, so she blurted out, Autumn Sun? Roy felt that the name Claire gave was still a little off, so he said to Claire, if it were me, I would call it Autumn Whisper. Hearing Roy say this, Claire's eyes lit up, and she quickly picked up a pen and squeezed it on the parchment notebook, saying as she wrote, Roy, I think you. Before Claire finished speaking, Roy immediately interrupted him. Claire, feel the bright sunshine carefully again, then calm your whole heart and listen to the sound coming from the wind. Roy, I can only hear the sound of the waves. Claire paused for a long time, and said with some distress, then I suggest you find a hillside with golden clover and feel the autumn sunshine there. Maybe this beautiful melody will emerge in your heart. Roy encouraged Claire again. At night, Claire took a carriage back to the upper city, and was also had to return to the alchemy workshop. Roy, Moira, and Sabrina walked home along Brown Street. The Statue of Liberty was still vacant. The cracks in the stone in the courtyard were full of weeds. It looked like it had been abandoned for a long time. Even the Statue of Liberty in the center of the dried-up pool had collapsed. When passing the street corner, Roy seemed to have a feeling and glanced at the pharmacy at the street corner. Then he stopped and said to Moira and Sabrina, who were walking in front of him, I'm going to see my old friend. You go first. Moira knew that the old friend he was talking about should be the big black cat in Mrs. Winnie's house, so she obediently pulled her sister Sabrina home. Roy turned around and came to the bush wall of Mrs. Winnie's pharmacy, just in time to see the night-blade leopard sticking its head out from under the bush wall. But before Roy squatted down, he saw a pair of exquisite leather shoes next to him. Looking up along the thick carrot legs, It turned out to be Mrs. Winnie. Mrs. Winnie looked at Roy with a smile on her face and greeted him. "Roy." "Hello, Mrs. Winnie," Roy said respectfully. Speaking of which, this Mrs. Winnie also helped Roy. "I heard that you have been working in the Partington Plain," Mrs. Winnie asked Roy. Roy nodded. "I usually work in the mines in the Partington Plain." Mrs. Winnie stared at Roy and said to him, "I came to you this time because I want to ask you for something." Seeing Mrs. Winnie's serious look, Roy also became serious. "You said? I will definitely do what I can do." Mrs. Winnie squatted down with difficulty, and it seemed that her knees were not feeling well. She squatted beside the night-blade leopard, stroking its head with her hand. Her eyes were like staring at her own son. Mrs. Winnie's voice was a little hoarse, a little sad. "This little guy is grown up. In the past, I could feed him by picking up some fish at the fish market. Now, the food he eats is enough for our whole family to eat for 2 weeks, and he needs a wider living space. If possible, it would be best to return to his tribe, but he has been living in the world of elves. I am worried that he will not be accepted by his tribe, so I would like to ask you to help take him to the Partington Plain and let him live in the jungle over there for a while to regain some of his wildness." Then she looked at Roy, stared into his eyes, and said, "I know that it has a good relationship with you and trusts you. You will help me take care of it, right?" "Of course, Mrs. Winnie." Roy was shocked by Mrs. Winnie's behavior and said, I will take care of it, but Mrs. Winnie, are you really going to let it return to the jungle?" "Yes, only by returning to the jungle can its life become complete." Mrs. Winnie pulled the fur on the face of the night-blade leopard with her hand, and the night-blade leopard just turned its head slightly to avoid it, not daring to show the slightest dissatisfaction. Chapter 498. In the autumn of Castleton, the night sky is particularly clear. When countless stars twinkle overhead, Roy actually wondered if one of them could be the sun. There were almost no pedestrians on the clean brown street, only the sound of the flowing water of the Dane River. The night-blade leopard followed Roy with its head down. After all, it was a magical beast. An adult night-blade leopard had the intelligence of a 7- or 8-year-old child. Although it could not speak Elvish, it could understand. Mrs. Winnie asked it to follow Roy. Although it also yearned for the outside world, the moment of leaving home still made it feel quite emotional. Roy opened the gate of his house with the night-blade leopard. The lights in the yard next door were on, and Sabrina could be seen walking around in the living room through the glass window. At this time, Moira sat on the wall of the yard, pushed her hands hard, and landed lightly in Roy's yard. Seeing the night-blade leopard beside Roy's legs, Moira widened her eyes, squatted in front of the night-blade leopard, and tried to touch its soft fur with her hands. The night-blade leopard lowered its head, staring at Moira vigilantly with a pair of eyes, and made a humming sound. Moira was so scared that she quickly retracted her hand and asked Roy, "Hey, why did you bring it back?" Roy quickly comforted the night-blade leopard and took it to the porch, saying, "Mrs. Winnie wanted it to return to the jungle, but she didn't want to do such a troublesome thing herself, so she entrusted it to me and asked me to take it to the Partington Plain." Moira's eyes widened and stared at Roy. "So, you really want to take it to the Partington Plain?" Roy shrugged his shoulders and said helplessly, "This is the only way." Roy walked into the house. The house was probably cleaned frequently, so there wasn't much dust. He took a shower, washed his clothes, and hung them on the second-floor terrace to dry. During this time, Moira practiced stabbing alone on the terrace. This was the most common skill used by assassins to ambush enemies. It turned the body into a beam of light and went straight to the opponent. There were several pots of green plants on the rooftop, 2 of which were Roy's favorite flowers of light. Although the holy light particles produced by the flowers of light were of little help to Roy, these flowers of light were still well taken care of. Seeing Roy wearing shorts and a vest and holding a wooden basin upstairs, Moira blushed and wanted to help. Roy did not refuse. He asked Moira to wipe the clothesline on the rooftop with a wet rag, and the 2 of them quickly hung up a set of clothes. Then, they sat on the bench on the rooftop, back to back. Moira curled up her knees, hugged her calves with both hands, and looked up at the starry sky. She rested her head on Roy's shoulder, and her pointed ears trembled from time to time, and it would feel a little itchy when they touched Roy's short hair. Both of them were enjoying the silence for a moment, and no one spoke. When Moira turned her head to secretly look at Roy's profile, Roy happened to turn his head as well. Everything seemed so natural, and Roy couldn't help but peck her lips gently. Moira's lips were very soft, with a faint sweetness, the taste of an elf. He never dreamed that he would kiss an elf one day. Roy felt that his heart was about to jump out of his throat at this moment. Moira's eyes seemed to melt, and she looked at Roy with a dazed look. Her white arms were wrapped around Roy's neck. At this moment, the gate of the next door was pushed open with a creaking sound, and Miss Jillian walked into the yard from outside with a flatbed cart. Sabrina hurried out to help, and the sound of Miss Jillian and Sabrina talking in a low voice came from the yard. Moira stood up quickly in fear. Her face was like a ripe red apple. She stepped on the railing of the roof with one foot, and her body turned into a shadow, quietly landing on the window of the next door. Her body was as light as a civet cat, and she swooped into the house. Not long after, Moira also came out of the house in a suspender pajamas, standing under the eaves with sleepy eyes, posing as a good girl. Roy threw the letter to Weiser into the mailbox. He was not in Castletown recently, so there was not much news that he could write in his heart. The biggest change in Castletown at present is that a large number of Green Empire merchant ships have arrived at the port. These merchant ships are buying magic herbs, magic pattern structures, and mithril ingots. The most exaggerated thing is that in the magic market, the price of magic herbs has almost tripled so far. Many elf magicians in the city had to cut down on expenses as much as possible when preparing magic herbs. There was no other way. Magic herbs were too expensive now, and even had some impact on the lives of the elves. After mailing the letter to Weiser, Roy hired a carriage from the carriage shop in the lower city. The carriage drove out of Castletown and drove along a road towards the Megala jungle. It took a whole day for the carriage to travel from Castletown to Ellington Castle. The closer to the Megala jungle, the harder the road became. Roy did not plan to ride a horse. Although the carriage was a bit bumpy, it allowed him to sit in the carriage and think continuously. He had already drawn the Sun Island Bay area on a piece of parchment. As for how to drive away the fishmen on the Sun Island, Roy still had no good idea. This time, Roy went to Ellington Castle to fulfill his previous promise to Earl Amelia. He would visit her at the castle when he had time and talk to her about what happened in the outside world. In fact, a lot of things happened during this period. The carriage drove into the Margara jungle, where the scenery of autumn has already appeared. Many berries along the way have entered the ripening period, hanging on the treetops like bunches of black grapes. Ellington Castle is still so dilapidated. The two sculptures at the gate are only left with the two big feet of the statues besides the stone pillars. The carriage stopped at Ellington Castle. Roy walked out of the carriage, paid the coachman 100 kohlers, and made an appointment with the coachman to pick him up here tomorrow. The coachman drove the carriage and hurriedly left Ellington Castle. If we leave later, it will probably be dark before the carriage leaves the Malaga jungle. Walk into the castle along the arched stone bridge at the entrance, and enter the small square inside the castle through the city gate. There are many traces of camping here. Ellington Castle has always been a paradise for beginner explorers. There are many interesting rumors hidden here, which make ordinary elves stay away. This is also a very meaningful historical site. This castle just witnessed the rise and fall of the Elven dynasty. The desolation of Ellington Castle also indirectly confirms the end of the Elven dynasty. He took out a simple bag from his magic waste bag and set up a tent on the corridor outside the weapons warehouse. Roy then walked along the secret path to the platform where the breadfruit tree was planted, and then he climbed up the tree to pick a breadfruit. Just as Roy cut the breadfruit with a dagger and took out a piece of fruit pulp from it, he felt a cool breeze blowing by his side. He turned his head to look under the shade of the tree next to him, and Count Amelia was sitting there quietly. "Let me think about how long it has been since I last saw you, little guy. The last time I saw you was probably a year ago." Count Amelia held her chin with one hand and sat there talking to herself. "Sorry, Lord Count Amelia, I have been busy with some things in the Partington Plain during this period, and I am not in Castletown, so I can't come to Ellington Castle to visit you." Roy felt that he should explain to Count Amelia. "What are you busy with in the Partington Plain?" Earl Amelia asked curiously. "It's a long story. It all started when Lord Alvis sold elf slaves in the Partington Plain." Roy slowly told the story of the Partington Plain and the half-blood elves living there. "I have heard about the Partington Plain, but you said that the Grey Dwarf bandits are going to attack the Queen of Winnie Islands recently?" Earl Amelia was completely attracted by this matter. "Yes, they have joined forces with a Siren army to try to seize the Queen of Winnie Islands," Roy said. "Oh! It seems that someone must have forced these Grey Dwarves into a corner, otherwise they would not have been able to attack the islands where the Silver Moon Elves are stationed." Earl Amelia made a firm judgment. "Recently, a large group of Imperial merchant ships came to Castleton City. They are purchasing a large number of magical herbs. I heard that a plain war broke out in the Green Empire." Roy continued to tell Earl Amelia about the news he had learned. Earl Amelia nodded, then closed her eyes and said, "Every once in a while, those abyssal forces will always be ready to move. This time, they have set their sights on the Empire. The Elven continent will not be affected too much. Humans, elves, and dwarves have been allied until now, and those guys are still trying to find a breakthrough from the human world. If conditions permit, those human merchants should be helped. Roy sat under the breadfruit tree and chatted with Earl Amelia for almost the entire night. Earl Amelia always has unique insights into many things, which benefited Roy a lot. After fulfilling his promise to Earl Amelia, Roy took the carriage that came to pick him up at noon the next day and hurriedly left Ellington Castle. Roy didn't get a good rest last night, so he took a nap in the carriage. He slept almost all the way, and when Roy took the carriage back to Castletown, it was just past midnight. The carriage stopped at the door of Roy's house, and Roy pushed the door and walked in. The Nightblade Panther was lying on a slab in front of the house. He looked up at Roy, flicked his round tail, and ignored him. There was a simple message in the mailbox at the door. Roy, meet at Castletown Port Dock at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. I have already heard about the dwarf craftsman. The signature at the back was Claire. Roy was familiar with Claire's notes. There was no doubt that this was a message written by Claire herself. Roy pushed the door and walked into the living room. When he passed the dining room, the fruit basket on the dining table was full of fresh fruits. Roy guessed that this should be Moira's handwriting. He took a few berries and stuffed them into his mouth, took a shower, and went to sleep. The next morning, Roy arrived at the Castletown port on time and saw Claire standing in front of a merchant ship. Claire was followed by several Silver Moon Elf followers, who were talking to several Imperial merchants. Roy walked over quickly. Claire's eyes lit up when she saw Roy, and she introduced him to the Imperial merchants. This is my close friend Roy, and he is also the employer of the dwarf craftsman this time. The Imperial merchant was stunned when he saw Roy's human-like face, and then said, "We can discuss it in detail on the ship, but I will carefully communicate with the dwarf craftsman on our ship according to the preparation conditions you mentioned yesterday. If there is no suitable wood, it is almost impossible for you to build a seagoing three-masted sailing ship in the near future." At the invitation of the Empire merchant, Roy and Claire boarded the sea ship. Roy came to the deck and saw dwarves among the crew. The Empire merchant took Roy and Claire to the captain's room, where there was a very comfortable conference table, and a group of people sat around the conference table. The Empire merchant, who spoke fluent Elvish, took the initiative to sit opposite Roy and asked him, "I heard that you want to build three-masted sailing ships. Can I ask where these three-masted sailing ships will be built?" "On a plane." Roy had never thought of telling anyone about the Partington plane. The Empire merchant hesitated for a moment, frowned and asked tentatively, "Do you have any wood reserves in advance?" Roy said honestly, "No, but the forest resources in that plain are very abundant, and giant trees hundreds of meters high can be seen everywhere. Directly cut wood cannot be used to build ships before it is completely dry." The Empire merchant whispered to Roy. A dwarf craftsman walked in from outside, saw the Imperial merchant and saluted, and asked, "Boss, you are looking for me? If you are given enough manpower and asked to build a three-masted sailing ship on a plane without any preparation, how long will it take you to build it? If you can use local materials, it will take 4.5 years. The old dwarf craftsman answered without hesitation. Roy didn't expect it to take so long, and he was a little dumbfounded for a while. It's impossible for him to wait for 4 years for a three-masted sailing ship. He suddenly remembered that night, when everyone was chatting together, they said that if the existing three-masted sailing ship was dismantled and then assembled in the Sun Island Bay on the Partington Plain, it might greatly shorten the shipbuilding time. So Roy asked the old dwarf craftsman, "If I have a three-masted sailing ship, but I want to dismantle this three-masted sailing ship, and then transport it to that plain, and assemble it at the port dock there, is it feasible?" The old dwarf craftsman did not speak immediately, but looked at the Imperial merchant. Seeing the Imperial merchant nodded, he said, "Although there are some difficulties, they should be overcome." Chapter 499. In the merchant ship conference hall, a group of seamen brought up some exquisite silver trays with steamy fruits on them. Several Imperial merchants sat together and discussed something. They spoke in the Imperial language, which Roy could not understand at all. The old dwarf craftsman sat opposite Roy, and he used his thick fingers to dip into the water stains in the teacup and drew a simple outline on the table. With just a few strokes, he drew the main keel of the sea ship, and then said to Roy, "The most core component of a sea ship is the keel of the hull. The quality of the keel material determines the service life of the sea ship and the upper limit of the wind and wave resistance. Generally speaking, it is best to use ironwood to build a three-masted sailing ship. Of course, ironwood is relatively rare at present, so the price is high. We usually choose indigo wood instead. The main purpose of dismantling the existing three-masted sailing ship is to preserve the main keel and main mast intact. As for the other parts, they are not so important. What I want to tell you is that it is not easy to dismantle the main keel of a three-masted sailing ship. It almost means dismantling the entire ship completely. After hearing the detailed explanation of the old dwarf craftsman, Roy understood the extent of the difficulty he mentioned. How long will it take to dismantle the ship and reassemble it? Roy hesitated for a moment, and asked the dwarf craftsman again. The old dwarf craftsman said with a firm look, "It will take about a year and a half, and we can't lack materials in the middle." Roy frowned again. The war in Sun Island Bay could not last that long. At this time, the imperial merchant sitting next to the old dwarf craftsman coughed, and everyone's attention was focused on him. "Ahem, I have an idea, Boss Roy. I heard you say that you currently have three-masted sailing ships, but these three-masted sailing ships are not on the plane you need, right?" "That's right." Roy nodded in agreement. The Empire merchant asked again, "You want to dismantle the three-masted sailing ships, just to transport them to that plane, right?" "That's right." Several Empire merchants looked at each other, and the one sitting in the middle said, as tactfully as possible, "If that's all, why don't you consider transporting the three-masted sailing ships as a whole to that plane?" The Empire merchant paused and asked again, "Could it be that the plane portal cannot carry the huge volume of the entire three-masted sailing ship?" Roy was stunned for a moment. He had never considered transporting the entire three-masted sailing ship to the Partington plane. Roy said uncertainly, "The upper limit of the portal should not be a problem, but I really can't imagine what kind of transport capacity can tow that big guy away. After all, it is a big guy that is more than 70 meters long and nearly 17 or 18 meters high. The buoyancy of the seawater can make it float steadily in the sea. Once we push it to the shore, I am worried that it will break into two pieces." The eyes of the imperial merchant lit up. He looked at the old dwarf craftsman sitting opposite Roy and said to Roy loudly, "Speaking of this, I think we still have some experience. Mag sitting in front of you is the engineer who is best at ship modification in the dwarf kingdom. As long as you agree to install a few floating devices on the three-masted sailing ship, we can help you transform the three-masted sailing ship into a magic airship. You can simply buy these floating devices and pay us a little modification fee. What I want to say is that it is actually quite suitable to use a three-masted sailing ship to modify a magic airship. In this way, it is still feasible to control the magic airship through the portal. If you don't want to transform the three-masted sailing ship into a magic airship, then it is also very easy to do. These floating devices are considered as rented to you by me. When we transport the three-masted sailing ship to the designated location, you can remove the floating devices and leave. At that time, you only need to pay us a rental fee and transportation fee." Roy heard the Empire merchant say that they could transform the three-masted sailing ship into a magic airship, but he didn't really listen to the rest of the talk. In fact, he had already bought a few floating devices more than 2 months ago. These floating devices are currently in the second mine in the Pagisto Plateau of the Partington Plain. Roy has urged the old dwarves in the mine to start studying how to build a magic airship. He had never thought that a magic airship could be transformed from a three-masted sailing ship. Now that these Empire merchants have taken the initiative to bring it up, it has given Roy some ideas. As for paying a sum of money for the transformation of the magic airship, that is actually a small matter. I would like to ask Mags, the chief engineer of the magic airship transformation, to go to the plane portal for a field survey. I would like to hear the opinions of professionals on whether the three-masted sailboat can pass through the portal. In addition, I need to see a transformation plan for the magic airship." Roy asked directly. The imperial merchant promised decisively, "These are absolutely no problem." Roy knew that these imperial merchants invited Claire to the merchant ship just to reach a deal on magic herbs in private. Since we are going to continue cooperating with the other party, it is necessary to talk about the business of magic herbs. Then let's move on to the next topic. What kind of goods do you mainly purchase when you come to Castletown Port? I can only take out primary magic herbs, primary magic potions, spinels, mithril ingots and black iron ingots, and some ordinary metal ingots. I don't have other goods here." Roy said straight to the point. The Empire businessman looked at Roy with a particularly bright look. He leaned forward and said to Roy, "We came to the Elf continent this time to mainly purchase magic herbs and magic potions. We will take as much as you can take out. We don't need too many mithril ingots and black iron ingots. 100,000 each will be enough." Roy was a little speechless. Even if all the mithril ingots on the Pagisto Plateau were put together, they might not be able to get 50,000. This imperial merchant asked for a huge sum of money, and wanted to purchase 100,000 mithril ingots at once. It was really a big deal. Magic herbs. Roy and Claire started a new round of discussions on the magic herb trade with these imperial merchants. Since the tone of cooperation had been set, The subsequent discussions were relatively smooth, and there was no difficulty between the two. The Empire merchant finally said to Roy, "We use magic crystals to set the price for each transaction. We provide magic devices, and are responsible for modifying the three-masted sailing ship. The specific price will be written on the last page of the modification plan, and you provide us with primary magic herbs, potions, and magic metals. Each transaction is based on the contract price, and everyone gets what they need. We are from Haines City. The headquarters of the company is built in the Green Empire. We also have branches in Tanton City in the Dwarf Kingdom, and Aiden City in the Isha Alliance Kingdom. You can entrust us to purchase any goods you want." The Empire merchant was very sincere when he spoke. Roy also felt that the magic herbs from the Elf continent were destined to flow into the Green Empire. Unlike other elves, he did not have a sense of crisis in his heart. Instead, he felt that supporting the Green Empire in the Plain War could prevent the Plain War from spreading to the Elf continent. Claire had always been in charge of the affairs in Castletown. Roy was responsible for preparing the next few batches of primary magic herbs in the Partington Plain. The next afternoon, Roy took Miss Tiffany, the old dwarf Mags, and the big cat from Mrs. Winnie's house on a supply ship to Partington Island. The old dwarf Mags was accompanied by several younger dwarf apprentices. These young dwarves, who liked to braid their beards, had big feet and strong waists, liked to peek at Miss Tiffany in addition to drinking. However, they were a bit introverted and only peeked from a distance. They had no courage to come over and talk to Miss Tiffany. Miss Tiffany sat on the side of the boat with some boredom, with her legs hanging outside the side of the boat, one hand on the rope, feeling the sea breeze. In fact, she was thinking about whether to jump into the sea directly while sitting on the side of the boat. Swimming across the sea was more comfortable than taking a ship. Two half-elf crew members came over and told Miss Tiffany in a tactful way that it would be very dangerous to sit on the side of the ship. If a huge wave hits, Miss Tiffany will easily fall into the sea under the violent turbulence. Judging from the current wind direction and wind speed, once the ship rushes out, it may take half an hour to return to its original position. For an elf who can swim, it is also dangerous to soak in the seawater for such a long time. The two half-elf sailors were reminding Miss Tiffany when a huge wave suddenly pushed the bow of the supply ship into the sky. As the huge wave was split by the bow, the supply ship suddenly smashed down. The huge drop made everyone on the ship shaken up, and Miss Tiffany was thrown out of the ship just as the sailors said. At this moment, Roy and the old dwarf Mags were discussing the modification of the magic airship on the top of the ship. In addition to the 16 floating devices brought on this supply ship, there were also 2 propulsion devices, which were the main power devices on the magic airship before it rose into the wind layer. In addition, the 2 propulsion devices installed on the left and right sides of the tail of the hull will also keep the hull of the magic airship in line with the wind when it is moving. This huge wave made the old dwarf Mags jump up from his chair, but the old dwarf quickly grabbed the railing beside him and stabilized his body instantly. Roy was standing aside. When the huge wave came, he staggered and almost fell. His eyes fell on the deck, and he saw Miss Tiffany, who was sitting on the edge of the ship, being thrown out. 2 half-blood elves wanted to grab Miss Tiffany, but they were a little late and did not catch Miss Tiffany's arm. A scream rang out. The person who screamed was a half-blood elf crew member. He watched Miss Tiffany fall into the sea, and hurriedly fell to the side of the ship, trying to throw a rope into the sea. But he saw Miss Tiffany's voice suddenly flew out from the blind spot under the side of the ship. She was riding a magic broom, and she was flying side by side with the supply ship on the sea with surging wind and waves. Her long green algae-colored hair was blown straight by the wind, and she had a sly smile in her eyes. At this moment, Miss Tiffany was in high spirits. The supply ship arrived at Partington Island as scheduled, and several medium-sized ships of the Silver Pegasus Legion were moored at the small port on the island. A group of half-blood elf workers were carrying a batch of supplies to the ship, and the supply ship was also safely moored at the dock. Roy's 11 three-masted sailing ships were moored in a sheltered harbor next to the dock, and these ships were not completely docked. Roy called 2 flying fish boats and took them to the anchorage of the three-masted sailing ships. On the beach not far away, you can still see some half-blood elves swimming, which is one of the few entertainment activities on Partington Island. Soon, the old dwarf Mag saw 11 slightly old three-masted sailing ships. Seeing the hull shape of these three-masted sailing ships, the structure of the entire ship and the cabin design, and the representative bow ram, the old dwarf Mags did not climb onto the ship, but said to Roy, "These three-masted sailing ships were originally designed by us dwarves, and the owners who customized these three-masted sailing ships must also be dwarves. Many designs on the ship are designed for the height and body shape of dwarves. Yes, I seized these ships from a group of Grey Dwarf bandits, Roy said frankly. That's right, we dwarves will not go to the west coast of the Endless Sea to take risks. The old dwarf mags laughed. The sails of the 11 ships were completely rolled up and stuck on the bottom crossbar of the mast. Roy was the first to climb up the ship along the ladder, followed by the old dwarf mags, and behind him were several dwarf apprentices. Miss Tiffany did not follow, but ran to the sea reef beach not far away to bask in the sun. The old dwarf casually inspected these 3-masted sailing ships, mainly checking the damage to the main keel and main mast, and also checking the strength of the keel support frame. When walking down from the 3-masted sailing ship, the old dwarf mags gave Roy a positive answer. These 3-masted sailing ships should have no problem being converted into magic airships. Roy took the old dwarf mags to see the one-way magic portal located in the central square of the town. Although it was only a one-way magic portal, the size of this magic portal was enough for the 3-masted sailing ship to pass normally. The old dwarf mags told Roy that there was no problem with this portal. Roy asked the old dwarf mags and his 4 apprentices to stay on the 3-masted sailing ship, and the hull modification project started immediately. In order to install a floating device on the 3-masted sailing ship, 16 reinforcement brackets needed to be installed on both sides of the ship, which were used to fix the floating device. Roy asked the captain of the Half-Blood Elf Guard group guarding the 3-masted sailing ship to be responsible for coordination. If any materials were missing, they could go to Padstow City to find Rambo to solve it. Roy took Miss Tiffany and arrived at Padstow City through the magic portal. Chapter 500. This is not the first time Miss Tiffany has passed through the portal of the Partington Plain. When I came to the Partington Plain several times before, there were always some military supplies stored in the squares on both sides of this portal. This time, the supplies piled up in the central square of Padstow City turned into magic herbs. These magic herbs are packed in wooden boxes, but the types of magic herbs are clearly written on the outside of each wooden box. They are basically intermediate magic herbs such as heather, royal blood grass, and golden thorn grass. These magic herbs are also the mainstream magic herbs in the magic market of the elf continent. The primary magic herb management rights that Roy obtained do not include these intermediate magic herbs, but only primary magic herbs such as silver leaf grass and concentration grass. The silver Pegasus core is the one that eats the cake of intermediate magic herbs in the Partington Plain, so the magic herb export business in the Partington Plain is completely monopolized by the military. A large number of imperial merchants have poured into the west coast of the elf continent, and the magic herb industry in the elf continent has become prosperous. Even the primary magic herbs that were originally ignored have now become hot-selling products in the port cities of the elf continent. Speaking of this, we have to talk about the naval battle of the Queen of Winnie Islands of the Silver Pegasus Core. Fortunately, the magic herbal business of the Partington Plain continuously transfused the Silver Pegasus Core, which enabled the Silver Pegasus Core to maintain sufficient supplies in the logistics of the Battle of the Queen Winnie Islands. Roy took Miss Tiffany through the portal, followed by a sturdy and slender Nightblade leopard, which was particularly conspicuous among the elves. At present, the Partington Plain is still in a banned state, but the military has not restricted the elves from the elf continent to enter the Partington Plain. It is just that the review of the teleportation pass from the Partington Plain back to the elf continent is relatively strict, which is easy to enter but difficult to leave. Many half-blood elves came here from all over the world because they heard that the Partington Plain was a gathering place for half-blood elves. Although the slave trade incident and the half-blood elf riot that broke out some time ago cast a shadow on the Partington Plain, many half-blood elves still came here. Before returning to Castletown, Roy went to the military camp of the City Defense Guard to visit Captain Berkeley. Therefore, many half-blood elf guards have seen Boss Roy, who has almost become a legendary figure in the Partington Plain, in the military camp. In addition, Roy is a half-elf with a body shape similar to that of a human, which makes him extremely easy to identify among the elves. So when Roy passed through the Partington Plain portal this time, the half-blood elf guards guarding the portal saw Roy and saluted him. This made the elves and the team look at Roy. Originally, Roy was quite low-key this time. After all, he was going to take Miss Tiffany across the border, and there was a big black cat with him. He didn't want some sharp-eyed elves to see Miss Tiffany's true identity. But now all the plans were disrupted by the half-blood elf guards in front of the portal. Roy could only stand up straight and return the salute with the same military salute. After walking all the way, Roy felt that his arms were a little sore. "I didn't expect you to be quite famous in Padstow." Miss Tiffany got into a carriage and smiled at Roy. Roy kept soothing the irritable Nightblade leopard, sat opposite Miss Tiffany, and said to her, "There is nothing we can do about it." At the beginning, the mine owners in the Nicobar Mountains of the Pagisto Plateau collectively abandoned their madness and fled. In order to delay the pace of the mine guards, these mine owners actually locked all the elf slaves in the mines. At least 2,000 elf slaves died of starvation and disease, so I issued a hunting order to these mine owners in the Nicobar Mountains. Those who fled are almost all in Padstow. The half-blood elves in Padstow probably left a deep impression on me because of this incident. Miss Tiffany stared at Roy's face. Compared with most elves, Roy's face was not so handsome, and his features were a little tougher, but he exuded a faint sense of brightness, like a warm sun in winter. Miss Tiffany clearly remembered that she met Jasper and Roy during the most bleak days. It was because of them that all the Naga sea tribes on the ship were rescued. Later, Tiffany couldn't stand the gossip in the tribe, so she ran away secretly. Then she fell in love with a very sunny half-elf, but unfortunately, before the bud of love was fully blossomed, Jasper was killed by his friends. Miss Tiffany stayed in Castletown, wanting to avenge Jasper. Later, she gradually became familiar with Roy and got used to life on the Black Pearl. The carriage was moving forward on the flat road, and Miss Tiffany's eyes fell on the shops on both sides of the street. I remember that when I came to Padstow last time, this main street was still in a state of depression. I didn't expect that due to the influence of the magic herb market, Padstow has suddenly become lively. Many trading companies are engaged in magic herbs, but they have no way to transport these magic herbs back to the elf continent. These trading companies will buy back the magic herbs, and there are basically 3 ways to deal with these magic herbs. The first is to sell them to the military of the Silver Pegasus Legion, but the biggest disadvantage of doing so is that you can't make much money, because the purchase price given by the military is very low. The second way is to let magic pharmacists make magic potions that are more convenient to carry. At present, the restrictions on magic potions in Padstow are not that strict. There are also disadvantages. There are few magic pharmacists in Padstow. If you want to make magic herbs into potions, it is estimated that the cycle will be very long, and there are certain risks. Once the military notices it, it may be a waste of time. The third way is the simplest and crudest. It can be summed up in 2 words: smuggling. Bribing the military personnel of the Silver Pegasus Corps, using them to bring magic waste bags full of magic herbs to the elf continent. This method is simple and violent. Once the smuggling is successful, the bosses of these trading houses will probably get 300% profit. Of course, it is also very dangerous. Once reported, they will face the most severe punishment from the Silver Pegasus Legion. That ticket will definitely make you never want to mention the word smuggling again in your life. Because of the mixed blood of the half-blood elves, the elves on the street have obvious differences in skin color, appearance, and height. The difference between the beauty and ugliness of the half-blood elves is also quite large. You can always see some stunning beauties on the street, and there are also many half-blood elves with ordinary looks. Miss Tiffany looked out the window at the street scene. Roy told the coachman to drive to the warehouse he rented in Padstow. Roy had just concluded a deal with an imperial merchant for primary magic herbs. This time, he went to Padstow to personally confirm how much primary magic herbs were in stock in the warehouse. In addition, Roy wanted to talk to Augustus again to see how much magic herbs were produced in the Blackwater Swamp. As soon as he got off the carriage, Roy found 2 half-elf guards on horseback at the entrance of the warehouse. They saw Roy the first time and rode over immediately. 2 half-elf guards came to Roy, dismounted early and saluted him, then said very respectfully, "Captain Roy, Captain Berkeley sent us here. He hopes to make an appointment with you. Tomorrow morning, I will go to the city defense guard to see him," Roy said straightforwardly. I didn't expect Captain Berkeley to know that I had arrived in Padstow so quickly. It seems that he did a very good job in controlling the city defense guard. Roy looked at the 2 half-elf guards and couldn't help thinking. After getting a clear answer, the half-elf guards also quickly mounted their horses and left. Roy and Miss Tiffany walked into the warehouse yard together. Rambo was counting magic metal ingots in warehouse number 1. Yesterday, Lation's caravan had just transported a batch of metal ingots from the Padstow Plateau. Now Lation has successively formed 5 caravans, and a caravan will arrive in Padstow every other week. Lation has been preparing goods on the plateau recently. The caravan leaders are all young half-elven he brought up personally. The supplies transported here are basically magic herbs, gemstones, and metal ingots, all of which are specialties of the Pagisto Plateau. When Rambo saw Roy, he said, "Roy, you came at the right time. I just wanted to talk to you. There are too many supplies stored in the warehouse here. You have to find a way to transport these supplies back to Castletown as soon as possible. At present, the 5 rows of warehouses are almost full. If the caravan delivers new goods next week, there will be no more space here." Roy looked at the large number of wooden boxes piled in the warehouse and asked, How come there are so many supplies all of a sudden? Are these supplies transported from the Pagisto Plateau? Only 3 warehouses have supplies from the Pagisto Plateau, and the other 2 warehouses are filled with primary magic herbs brought back by Augustus. This guy is still deep in the Blackwater swamp, but every day a caravan brings the primary magic herbs he brought back here. Lombard kept complaining. It's not alfalfa for feeding horses, and I don't know where this guy got so much from. I arranged to transport these magic herbs. Do you have enough working capital? Roy asked Rambo. Enough? The alchemy workshop always brings in a batch of magic crystals. Rambo replied. That's good, come on, take me to see those magic herbs. Roy, Rambo and Miss Tiffany walked out of warehouse number 1 and went directly to the magic herb warehouse number 4. When Rambo asked the warehouse manager, the half-blood elf, to open the warehouse door, the primary magic herbs inside were almost all piled up in bundles, and were already piled up at the door. I kind of regret not bringing what's here. Seeing the piles of primary magic herbs, Roy couldn't help but say something. Partington is really a plain rich in magic herbs. Even if these magic herbs grow together like grass, it will probably take a large area of land. Just when Miss Tiffany couldn't help but complain, the night-blade leopard leaped deep and lightly jumped onto the beam of the warehouse, hung its body on it, yawned lazily, turned its head and closed its eyes. Just now, Rambo didn't notice the half-hidden night-blade leopard. Until it jumped, he was frightened by the more than 3-meter-long night-blade leopard. "Ah, Roy, why did you bring such a big guy here?" Langbo felt his legs go weak. This adult monster put a lot of pressure on him. "Don't worry, it's usually very well behaved. It's probably a little tired from the boat ride and wants to have a good sleep. Let it stay with you for now. You have to find a way to get it some food every day. When I leave Padstow, I will take it away," Roy said, holding Langbo's shoulders. "Ah, I've never taken care of a night saber leopard before. I don't even know what it likes to eat," Rambo said hesitantly. "Meat, okay, this thing is really hard to get in Padstow City, it also eats fish." After saying that, Roy walked out. He was going to contact the carriage shop to transport these magic herbs to the central square as soon as possible, waiting for the portal to reverse from the Partington Plain to Partington Island. Before that, he had to find a hotel with a bathtub for Miss Tiffany, so that she could soak in the bathtub as soon as possible to replenish water. After settling Miss Tiffany, Roy went to the carriage shop again and hired 10 carriages at a cost of 100 kohlers per carriage per day. It was agreed that starting from tomorrow, these carriages would go to the warehouse to deliver magic herbs. This time, Woods did not come with him, so Roy had to personally deliver these primary magic herbs through the portal, and then arrange a ship on Partington Island to send them to Castletown Port. Because he was very familiar with the captain of the supply ship of the Silver Pegasus Corps, Roy did not even need to escort him by ship. He only needed to write a letter to Woods and ask him to go to Castletown Wharf to pick up the goods. When Roy signed the trade contract with the Imperial Merchant, he was still worried that if the primary magic herbs stored in the Partington Plain warehouse were not sufficient, and the mithril ingot stored in the mithril mine could not meet the other party's needs, what should he do? Now it seems that all the worries are unnecessary. In the office of the Chief of Logistics of the Silver Pegasus Military Department, the new Chief of Logistics, Baron Kempfred, frowned and looked at a commendation letter on the table in silence. He had already opened the commendation letter, which clearly stated, "In the Battle of the Queen Uni Islands, the mine guards performed outstandingly and defeated several attacks by the Grey Dwarf bandits in the West Key Islands. Roy is hereby awarded the Silver Pegasus Medal of Freedom and promoted to the position of Governor of the Pagisto Plateau." The last signature is the Silver Pegasus Military Department. There are also 3 scarlet seals on it, which obviously obtained the unanimous consent of the top leaders of the Silver Pegasus Corps. Chapter 501. Looking at the commendation letter on the table, General Kempfred remained silent. The previous General Logistics Officer, Lord Lucius, was dismissed because he made no achievements in the Battle of Queen Uni Islands. When the Silver Pegasus Corps first occupied the Partington Plain, this plain rich in magic herbs did not show great value. But when the Imperial merchant ships arrived at the west coast of the Elf Continent, the price of magic herbs in the Elf Continent continued to rise, and the price of Partington Plain also rose accordingly. Now I don't know how many nobles in the Corps has set their eyes on the position of General Logistics Officer. General Kempfred stood out from many competitors. In addition to the family's support behind General Kempfred, another reason is that General Kempfred is a typical moderate on the issue of half-blood elves. At present, at least 95% of the residents in the Partington Plain are half-blood elves. Although the Silver Pegasus Corps nominally controls the Partington Plain, due to the naval battle of Queen Uni Islands, the Corps has transferred all its troops to Queen Uni Islands, so that currently only a small number of management personnel in the Partington Plain are still Silver Moon elves, and Half-Blood elves are gradually becoming managers. Therefore, the Silver Pegasus Corps needs an official who has a mild attitude towards the issue of Half-Blood elves to govern the Partington Plain. This is the main reason why Kemp Fred can become the chief of logistics. In the Battle of Queen Uini Islands, the Mine Guards led by Roy became the only unit to preserve the dignity of the Partington Plain. Although this commendation letter came a little late, it is at least a recognition of the Mine Guards by the Corps. The only controversial point is that this is a unit composed of half-blood elf warriors. Some high-ranking officials of the Silver Pegasus Corps were quite suspicious of this. In the Padstow City Defense Guard camp, Roy came early, and Captain Berkeley was training a group of half-blood elf guards in martial arts on the playground. Seeing Roy coming to the barracks, Captain Berkeley threw the teaching stick to the instructor behind him, walked quickly towards Roy, and took him to the office. "Captain Berkeley, you are so anxious to see me. Is there something urgent?" Roy asked Captain Berkeley, still thinking about transporting the primary magic herbs in the warehouse to Partington Island. He had already made an appointment with the carriage and horse company to transport the primary magic herbs to the central square in the morning. "I have 2 pieces of news about you. One good news and one bad news. Which one do you want to hear first?" Captain Berkeley leaned against the window and poured Roy a glass of water. "Then let's hear the bad news first," Roy said. "The Elf Elder Council of Buenos City has passed the accusation against you. At least half of the members of the Elf Elder Council think that you have committed dereliction of duty in this matter, especially since the other party is a descendant of the Silver Moon Elf nobles, so they asked you to write a detailed written report on this matter. It is estimated that the report notice will be delivered soon," Captain Berkeley said. Roy was mentally prepared for this matter, so he was not surprised to hear Captain Berkeley say this. "I guess the investigation team has entered the Partington Plain, and may even go to the Nicobar Mountains on the Pagisto Plateau to investigate and look for evidence. You should pay more attention recently," Roy said indifferently. "If they want to investigate, let them investigate. This matter is very simple. The owner of the Abir mine was unfortunately killed in battle while fleeing for fear of crime. This is the fact. What I want to say is not this. I mean that when those investigators enter the Pagisto Plateau, you should try your best to let them know how those mine owners oppressed the elven slaves. It would be best to find more evidence about the crimes of the mine owner Abil. You should make those investigators believe that Abil is a vicious slave trader on the Pagisto Plateau." Captain Berkeley leaned close to Roy and whispered in his ear. "Got it. I will find a way to prove it," Roy said. Captain Berkeley asked with a smile, "Do you want to hear good news?" "Of course," Roy said with some anticipation. "The Silver Pegasus Military Department's commendation for you should have been sent to the Silver Pegasus Military Department in Padstow City. I guess you will receive a notice soon. I heard that you may be promoted this time," Captain Berkeley said to Roy. "Captain Berkeley, do you want to know why I came to see you so early?" Roy took the opportunity to ask back. "What can you ask me for? Hey, you are not going to cut in line to enter the plane portal again, are you? How much cargo do you have this time? If the cargo is too much, I suggest you transport it through the portal at night, so that it won't attract too much attention," Captain Berkeley reminded Roy in a low voice. "The quantity of cargo is a bit large this time, so I came to say hello to you," Roy replied. Roy's trade license on the Partington Plain was issued by Earl Swinburne himself. On the Partington Plain, only the Silver Pegasus military and Roy can transport the supplies here to the Elf continent. Captain Berkeley naturally wouldn't bother Roy with his supplies, so he agreed without thinking. When Captain Berkeley arrived in front of the portal in the central square at noon, he saw the primary magic herbs that Roy was going to transport to the Elf continent piled up like a hill in the northwest corner of the square. Roy was checking out with the people at the carriage shop at the edge of the square. Captain Berkeley looked at these primary magic herbs and asked in surprise, "Are these all yours?" Roy nodded and said, "I cooperate with a local magic herb dealer, and these primary magic herbs are almost all brought back by him from the Blackwater Swamp." Without asking any more questions, Captain Berkeley turned around and came to the portal to communicate with the portal guards in person. Nowadays, almost all of these portal guards are half-blood elf warriors from the City Defense Regiment. So even if Captain Berkeley didn't come, there wouldn't be any portal guards from Boss Carowie. A large number of primary magic herbs were sent to Partington Island, and Roy transported them to the supply ship of the Silver Pegasus Corps. The ship will depart tonight and arrive at Castletown Harbor early tomorrow morning. Roy did not return to Castletown Port with the ship, but wrote a letter to Clare and Woods, asking them to pick up the goods at Castletown Port. Sure enough, as Captain Berkeley said, on the third day after Roy arrived in Padstow, Chief Kempfred summoned Roy. This notice was delivered to Roy by a half-blood elf warrior guarding the city. If this notice had been delivered an hour later, Roy might have left Padstow with Miss Tiffany. Since he had received the summons sent by Chief Kempfred, Roy had no choice but to come to the Silver Pegasus military headquarters in Padstow again. Walking up the familiar stairs, Roy was already well known in Padstow. Many officers and logistics personnel in the Silver Pegasus military headquarters knew Roy, and some Silver Moon elves even came forward to greet Roy. Roy walked to the door of the chief's office and waited. Not long after, he was summoned by Chief Kempfred. Chief Kempfred sat on a chair behind his desk, with his hands crossed on the table, and looked at Roy seriously. Roy, the head of the Pagisto Plateau Mine Guard, greets the commander. Roy stood in front of his desk and saluted the new chief of logistics. Are you Roy? I know you, but I didn't expect you to be so young. What is the current situation on the Pagisto Plateau? If you need support from the military in terms of supplies, please submit some written applications. As long as they comply with the regulations of the Corps, I can sign them for you. General Kempfred spoke slowly and observed Roy while speaking. Thank you for your care, General. Roy hurriedly thanked him. General Kempfred pushed the commendation notice in front of Roy and motioned him to pick it up and take a look. Roy picked up the notice and read it, only to find that he had inexplicably received a Silver Pegasus Medal of Freedom, and he didn't know what this medal could be used for. Then he saw the appointment letter from the Silver Pegasus Military Department, in which Roy was promoted from the head of the Mine Guard Regiment to the governor of the Pagisto Plateau. This was somewhat beyond Roy's expectations. It seemed that the Silver Pegasus Corps would not send garrisons to the Partington Plain in the short term. Roy stood in front of General Kempfred and thought for a moment. He felt that he should reveal the information from Sun Island Bay. He hesitated for a moment before saying, speaking of which, the Mine Guards do need the support of the Legion. Currently, the main forces of the Legion are concentrated on the Queen of Winnie Islands, so I hope the Legion can support some military supplies, such as feather arrows and elf biscuits. General Kempfred didn't expect that he was just being polite to Roy, but Roy actually climbed up along the bamboo pole. Roy quickly took out a map with the Pagisto Plateau and the Griffin Fortress Mountains. At the bottom of the map, there was clearly a Sun Island Bay. Roy pointed to a forest in the Sun Island Bay and introduced it to General Kempfred. The Mine Guards crossed the hills and mountains and arrived at the Sun Island Bay in the south of the Griffin Fortress Mountains a month ago. The Legion is currently stationed in the jungle on the north coast of the bay, and is in a stalemate with the fishmen and monsters of the Sun Island. The reason we came to the North Coast jungle is mainly to help the half-blood elf residents living here. They have been oppressed by the Gulf fishmen every day for a long time. In order to let the half-blood elf residents here own the North Coast, the guards decided to go to war with the Gulf fishmen of Sun Island. Roy slowly introduced the current situation of the Mine Guards. It is obvious that the Mine Guards are expanding their territory on the Partington Plain. In this case, the Silver Pegasus Legion must give more support to the Mine Guards. General Kempfred looked at the young half-elf who was talking in front of him, watching him point to a hand-drawn map and clearly and concisely describe his battle plan. General Kempfred found that this half-elf now showed amazing military talent and was very aggressive, actively advocating the development of unknown land. At this moment, a half-elf threat theory he had seen a long time ago appeared in his mind. General Kempfred never thought that the cake after the victory of the Ivini Islands naval battle did not satisfy Roy's appetite. With the current position of his guard group, he not only wants to control the hilly mountains and the Chianan Mountains, but also aims at the Sun Island Bay. In October, Roy finally returned to the Mine Guard camp in Sun Island Bay on Kaka's Griffin. This time, Miss Tiffany and Mrs. Winnie's Night-Blade Leopard also accompanied him. In Miss Tiffany's eyes, there is no sea in the Partington Plain. Kaka took Roy directly from the number 3 pass of the Griffin Barrier Mountains. When the Griffin rushed out of the Griffin Barrier Mountains, Miss Tiffany saw a Sun Island Bay surrounded by 2 long and narrow lands on the back of the Griffin. Because they had to cross the Griffin Barrier Mountains, Kaka's Griffin flew very high. In clear weather, the entire Sun Island Bay appeared in Miss Tiffany's eyes very clearly. It was like a sapphire, inlaid in a green sea. This bay is so beautiful. Miss Tiffany sat on the back of the Griffin and couldn't help but praise loudly. But those fishmen are also very fierce. It was little Eugene's Griffin, carrying Miss Tiffany, and he couldn't help but say to Miss Tiffany, "Those brainless fishmen will not do anything smart. The real threat to you is actually the sea monster standing behind the fishmen," Miss Tiffany said. Roy had just returned to Sun Island Bay when he heard the squadron leaders of the Mine Guards report something. Recently, in the northern coast of Sun Island Bay, The sound of sirens can often be heard at night. These sirens have deceived more than a dozen half-blood elves into walking into the sea and drowning in the sea. Recently, the sirens have made the half-blood elf warriors in the camp panic. Although the camp is strictly managed, half-blood elf warriors are still constantly being affected. The fishmen spirits hiding on the Sun Island were also ready to move again. A large number of them were hiding in the coral reef area, obviously wanting to take the opportunity to regain control of the north coast. This time, Miss Tiffany came to the barracks of the Mine Guard Corps and went to the beach that night to investigate where the sirens were hiding and singing. In fact, there is a biggest flaw in the singing of these sirens, which the half-blood elves don't know. That is, the singing of sirens can only confuse male elves, and has no effect on female elves. That's why Miss Tiffany took the Night-Blade Leopard to the beach at night. Roy was a little worried about Miss Tiffany's safety. Unfortunately, the half-blood elf warriors of the Mine Guard Corps who came to the Sun Island Bay this time were all male. Chapter 502. The Sun Island Bay at night is deep and silent, and the sea breeze pushes layers of waves onto the beach. The waves recede, leaving only some foam on the beach. The clouds at night are very thick, covering the starry sky and the bright moon. The humid sea breeze blows into the jungle, and you can vaguely hear the melodious and long singing. The singing is soft and graceful, and the elf warriors will easily be fascinated by it. Once obsessed, the elf warriors will fall into a hypnotic state. The elf warriors will be guided by the singing and slowly walk towards the sea. Those half-blood elf warriors who died because of the singing were all deceived by the singing and drowned in the sea. The half-blood elves in the camp were already accustomed to the singing every night. When they heard the singing coming from the seashore, they quickly plugged their ears with cotton wool. Roy was discussing the matter of the siren in Sun Island Bay with Captains Timothy and Tennyson in the tent. He could vaguely hear a faint siren singing coming into the tent from outside the camp. Tennyson frowned and took out 2 cotton balls from his waist bag and handed them to Roy. "Boss, put this in your ears, so you can't hear the siren singing." Timothy also put cotton balls in his ears, stood up and walked out of the tent, saying as he walked, "I'm going to patrol the camp and check." Recently, there are always soldiers who don't have time to put in their earplugs and are confused by the singing. Roy was a little worried about Miss Tiffany, who was going to the beach for reconnaissance. After all, the beach area on the north coast is the territory of the fish monsters. Miss Tiffany had just arrived at Sun Island Bay and didn't know much about the situation here. He reached out and took the cotton ball that Tennyson handed over. The faint singing made Roy feel relaxed, as if listening to the song could relieve his fatigue. But at this moment, a warmth emanated from Roy's heart. Seeing Tennyson looking at his chest with a strange expression, Roy lowered his head and looked at his chest. Roy found that a faint holy light appeared in front of his chest. Although this holy light was not strong and dazzling, it was warm, and even had a slightly tingling burning sensation on his body. It was this burning sensation that made Roy wake up instantly. Then a layer of holy light surrounded Roy's body, instantly dispelling all negative emotions. As the holy light on his body slowly spread, Roy found that the entire tent was covered by a layer of holy light. Seeing that Roy did not put the cotton balls in his ears, Tennyson also tried to take them off. "Boss, it turns out that you are not affected by the siren's song," Tennyson said in surprise. Just like when he was in the mine, the holy light emitted from Roy's head could make all the dark moon elves hidden in the shadows appear. Now, Roy exudes a faint holy light, which can make the elf warriors around him not be confused by the siren's song. "Let's go around the camp." After saying that, Roy walked out of the tent and stood in the jungle camp. The siren's song in the distance became clearer. Except for the elf warriors patrolling in the camp, all the elf warriors hid in a tent. Captain Timothy checked at the gate of the camp. Roy took Deputy Captain Tennyson to the outside of the camp, and sure enough, the siren's song did not affect them. Deputy Captain Tennyson called over a few more Dark Moon elf warriors, and asked them to stand beside Roy and take off the cotton earplugs under the holy light. These Dark Moon elf warriors were not affected by the siren's song under the holy light. "Boss, since we are not bewitched by the siren's song, why don't we go to the beach? If there is a chance, I want to kill the siren directly." When Deputy Captain Tennyson said this, he was filled with murderous intent. "You can give it a try," Roy agreed decisively. Tennyson quickly formed an assassination team with the Dark Moon elf warriors around him. 6 Dark Moon elf warriors surrounded Roy and moved towards the beach along the forest path in the night. Ever since the siren leaders were defeated on the coastline in the north of the bay, they have been hiding on Sun Island and dared not go anywhere. A battle actually killed 60,000 fishmen and monsters. The siren leader was furious and summoned back Saina, who was stationed in the southern waters of Sun Island. Giazina led her fishmen and monsters back to the north coast, and quickly occupied the coral reef area. She did not let the fishmen and monsters return to the shore to occupy the dilapidated stilt-round grass houses, but lurked in the shallow sea and waited quietly. And she would run to the shore covered with sea rocks every night, and use her singing to confuse the elf warriors in the military camp deep in the jungle. At first, some elf warriors were confused by the singing and rushed into the sea and drowned. But this situation only lasted for 3 days. After 3 days, no elf warriors were fascinated by the singing, and no elf warriors would foolishly walk out of the military camp to die. Although Giazina's singing could no longer seduce the elf warriors in the military camp, it made them afraid to leave the camp at night. Giazina had already begun to prepare for the fishmen and monsters hiding in the coral reefs to return to the stilt-round grass houses on the beach. The sea breeze at night was a bit strong, with a strong salty smell, blowing on Giazina's body, and soon her skin became a bit dry. Compared to this kind of windy day, she prefers the night full of thick fog, at least that way her skin will not be too dry. She sat cross-legged on a pointed reef, with her long half-tail resting in the seawater. The upper body could only feel the sea breeze, and the fine scales on both sides of her ribs were a little dry and itchy. Giazina supported herself on the reef with 2 hands, covered her chest with the other 2 hands, and clenched the top 2 hands into a trumpet shape around her mouth. This way her singing could be heard farther. After singing a song, she drank a mouthful of seaweed juice to moisten her throat, and scooped some seawater from the cracks in the reef, and poured it on her body. The moisture of the seawater made her body feel less uncomfortable. She pulled the half-body armor on her chest. It would be very troublesome to breathe when singing in this kind of metal armor. The fishmen on alert were still looking around on the surrounding reefs. No fishmen or monsters gave warnings, but Giazina had a bad feeling in her heart. She looked around vigilantly, and found nothing special. She subconsciously touched the 2 scimitars hidden behind her, and her heart was a little relieved. A gust of sea breeze blew, and she smelled a special fishy smell in the salty and humid sea breeze, like the saliva flowing from the corners of the griffins' mouths. Giazina was so scared that her whole body was trembling, and then she quickly pressed her 2 lower hands on the handle of the knife. The 2 hands in the middle, the left hand holds a war hammer, and the right hand holds a shield. When her slender waist twisted 180 degrees, her eyes looked towards a sea reef not far away, and a night-blade leopard that almost merged with the Black Sea reef suddenly jumped out, turned into a faint shadow under the night, and flew towards Giazina. The moment it approached Giazina, it suddenly opened its bloody mouth, and 4 half-foot-long white fangs suddenly appeared in the dark night. Giazina's face was raised with a faint smile, and the 2 hands above her mouth had already drawn a magic pattern array on her head. As a short spell was sung, a layer of golden light shield covered Giazina's body. The moment the night-blade leopard flew over, it was first blocked by the light shield. Then, Giazina swung the shield and hit the night-blade leopard in the face, and the 2 knives in her hand stabbed the night-blade leopard's chest at the same time. The night-blade leopard's sharp teeth could not bite through Giazina's light shield, and its body twisted backwards the next second. But the shield came too fast, and still hit the night-blade leopard's face firmly. Seeing that the 2 scimitars were about to pierce the night-blade leopard's chest, suddenly a white light condensed from the front of the night-blade leopard into a semicircular ice shield. The double knives in Giazina's hand stabbed the ice shield, and the ice shield immediately exploded. Countless ice fragments flew towards Giazina. Giazina raised her shield to block her chest and face, and countless ice fragments flew over, condensing a thick layer of frost on her body. At the same time, Miss Tiffany's figure also appeared behind a sea reef 30 yards away, and the night-blade leopard was able to escape and quickly ran towards Miss Tiffany. The fishmen and monsters around the sea reef saw the night-blade leopard at the same time, and they all chased after the night-blade leopard with harpoons in their hands. Giazina sat on the sharp sea rock. The singing had stopped at this time. She laughed a series of clear and crisp laughter like silver bells, and said in Nanda language, "Since you are here, do you still want to escape from my hands?" Her snake tail coiled around the sea rock, but her body suddenly swelled up a lot. She shook her shoulders vigorously, and rushed towards Miss Tiffany quickly. Miss Tiffany knew that there were fishmen and monsters all around her, and the strength of the sea monster in front of her was much stronger than her. She didn't dare to fight at all. The staff in her hand quickly pulled up an ice wall between her and Giazina. Then Miss Tiffany hurriedly called the night-blade leopard to flee into the jungle. But when Giazina was chasing Miss Tiffany, her 2 hands were still constantly drawing magic patterns and uttering a spell. 6 stone pillars covered with seaweed appeared above Giazina's head. These stone pillars were engraved with Naga runes, and a 6-pointed star-like magic line, was formed in the middle of the 6 stone pillars. 6-star stone prison. Miss Tiffany also saw the magic of the sea monster Giazina, and her heart suddenly sank. This magic is almost the most powerful forbidden magic under the second turn. Once tied up by the stone prison, Miss Tiffany will not be able to cast any magic in the stone prison, and she will not be able to escape from the stone prison before the magic ends. Sure enough, almost a breath later, 6 stone pillars appeared above Miss Tiffany's head. With a loud bang, one stone pillar after another fell beside Miss Tiffany and pierced deeply into the sand. Suddenly, magic lines spread from the stone pillars along the sand, and the 6 stone pillars surrounded Miss Tiffany and formed a 6-pointed star pattern of magic woven net under Miss Tiffany's feet. The magical aura emitted by the stone formation isolated all the surrounding magical elements. The 6 stone pillars even formed a transparent light shield, trapping Miss Tiffany in it. Miss Tiffany swung her staff, and used the last bit of magic power in the staff to form an ice arrow. The ice arrow hit the light shield of the 6-pointed stone prison, and was quickly rebounded and flew past Miss Tiffany's cheek. The sea monster Giazina trapped Miss Tiffany, and quickly chased after the night blade leopard. She waved her hands, and turned into a magic pattern formation again. A wave surged behind her, pushing her body forward quickly. The hand holding the square hammer swung it out violently, and the square hammer smashed towards the night blade leopard. Although the night blade leopard did not look back while running, it had already sensed the danger behind it. Its body contracted like a spring, then stretched out suddenly. The night blade leopard's body quickly turned into a black smoke and rushed towards the bushes at the edge of the jungle. The square hammer flew past the night blade leopard's back almost and quickly drilled into the soft sand. There was another spear in Giazina's hand. She twisted her slender waist, leaned back slightly, and threw the spear in the most standard posture. As circles of magic light lit up on the spear shaft, the space in front of the spear tip suddenly cracked, and then a space crack appeared on the back of the night blade leopard. The tip of a spear flew out of the space crack. The night blade leopard felt the danger again, and twisted its body in the air. Unfortunately, it was too late. The spear pierced through the night blade leopard's shoulder blade, and pinned it to the beach. Giazina came to the stone prison with her shoulders shaking. Looking at Miss Tiffany's tricolor fishtail, she smiled and said to Miss Tiffany, "I didn't expect to meet the blood of the Naga royal family here. If I drink your blood, will I also have a beautiful fishtail?" "You?" Before Miss Tiffany could speak, a beam of light suddenly fell from the dark night sky. The light seemed to break through the thick clouds, falling straight down, covering the stone prison that bound Miss Tiffany. Purification. In the holy light, the light and shadow of the 6-star stone prison gradually faded, and soon turned into nothingness. The moment Miss Tiffany escaped, she casually threw out an ice cone, and countless frost stars fell from the tail of the ice cone. The sea monster Giazina stared at the light column with wide eyes, propped up the shield in her hand, and blocked the ice cone thrown by Miss Tiffany. But the next second, a silver hammer from the jungle kept spinning and smashing towards Giazina, and the silver hammer exuded a dazzling holy light. The hammer of judgment. The sea siren Giazina raised her shield to parry again, and she had a layer of light shield on her body, so she didn't even think about dodging, and even her 2 hands were constantly drawing magic patterns on it. The moment the silver hammer touched the shield, Giazina completely regretted it. Because the obsidian shield in her hand was directly smashed by the silver hammer, and the power of the silver hammer did not decrease, and then broke Giazina's arm, and the silver hammer flew out again, brushing her ribs, and cut a bloody wound on her abdomen. At this moment, the fishmen and monsters surrounding Giazina rushed up one after another, and Giazina plunged into the sea water in the gap between the sea reefs, twisting her snake tail, and disappeared in a blink of an eye. Chapter 503. Hiding under a coral reef, Giazina found that her body was shaking uncontrollably. She tore off the golden half-body armor, and the blood from the wound spread in the seawater, attracting several small sharks to wander on the coral reef. A layer of ointment was applied on the wound on the arm, and the bleeding stopped quickly. Only 1 arm and 3 ribs were probably broken. The broken ribs were reset by Giazina, but the broken arm bone was not so easy to reset. For the first time, Giazina felt that she was so close to death. If she hadn't twisted her body at the most critical moment to avoid the vital part of her chest, the silver hammer might have smashed a bloody hole in her chest. A beam of holy light directly dispelled the 6-star stone prison, which Giazina had never expected. Although it was at night, Giazina could see clearly that a human priest rescued the Naga magician at the edge of the jungle. Thinking of this, Giazina couldn't help but narrow her eyes. The human priest in the magic pattern costume held a thick sacred prayer book in one hand and a scepter in the other. "Ah!" She opened her mouth and screamed. The fish around the coral reefs were frightened and retreated, and the sharks hovering above their heads disappeared in an instant. A group of fishmen fled back to the coral reefs in panic. Giazina brought nearly 200 fishmen and monsters with her at night, and only most of them escaped back to the coral reefs. She arranged these fishmen around the reef beach in the hope that they could find the approaching danger in time. Apparently, she had overestimated the abilities of these fishmen. Miss Tiffany's face was pale, which was the most common condition after the mana was exhausted. In more serious cases, it could cause vomiting, nausea, dizziness, shock, etc. She, half lying on the beach, took out a bottle of light blue spiritual potion from her belt and poured it into her mouth. Roy ran over dragging the Book of Judgment and found that Miss Tiffany had no injuries on her body. He breathed a sigh of relief and asked Miss Tiffany, "Tiffany, how do you feel?" Miss Tiffany waved her hand at Roy. "I'm fine, but I've consumed too much mana and I'm a little exhausted. I rest here for a while. You go and see the big cat." The Nightblade leopard was lying on the beach not far away, turning its head to lick the wound on its shoulder. The spear was still stuck in its body, making it unable to move. Roy walked over quickly. He first squatted down to confirm that the spear did not hurt the Nightblade leopard's organs, and then he directly cut off the spear handle. Perhaps it hurt the Nightblade leopard. The Nightblade leopard suddenly turned its head and put Roy's bloody hand in its mouth, but did not bite it. Roy looked at the Nightblade leopard's head that was bruised by the shield, and hurriedly used his hand to comfort the somewhat irritable Nightblade leopard. The Nightblade leopard narrowed his eyes, seeming to enjoy Roy's comfort at this time. Roy pressed a ball of holy light on the wound, then clenched the sharp tip of the spear and pulled the spear out of the Nightblade leopard's body. The Nightblade leopard suddenly jumped up and whimpered, but this time he did not bite Roy again. He took out the hemostatic ointment from the magic waste bag, applied it on the Nightblade leopard's wound, and bandaged it with a bandage. The Dark Moon Elf warrior killed some fish monsters near the sea reef, and then withdrew from the shallow sea area one after another and stood beside Roy. Soon, Vice Captain Tennyson also came out of the sea, all wet, and slowly walked over, sitting on the beach. "I heard that the skin of the merman can also be used to make magic leather paper. Why don't I see you collecting these merman skins on the beach?" Miss Tiffany's face regained a little color, and she walked to the side of the Nightblade leopard, helping Roy check its injuries while speaking to him. "Oh really? I haven't seen merman leather in Castleton," Roy asked uncertainly. "Well, we don't have magic parchment made of magic antelope skin over there. Most of them are magic parchment made of murloc skin. This kind of magic parchment is water-friendly, and it will increase the power of water magic," Miss Tiffany said. "Tennyson, do you Dark Moon Elves mind peeling these murloc skins?" Roy turned his head and asked Tennyson. "No, most of these Dark Moon Elf warriors used to be jungle hunters. They hunted monsters in the jungle, and were used to peeling skins to get magic cores," Tennyson said calmly. "Then try to peel some and dry them. If there is a market for this kind of fishman leather, we can make a profit," Roy said to Tennyson. "Everyone, do you hear me? Hurry up and act." Deputy Captain Tennyson immediately ordered several Dark Moon Elf warriors around him. The military camp is at least 2 kilometers away from the north coast, and there is a dense jungle in between. But even so, Miss Tiffany did not choose to live in the camp. Instead, she rested on the beach for a while, and then walked into the sea. "There are fishermen everywhere around here, Tiffany. Be careful." Seeing that Miss Tiffany insisted on living in the sea, Roy could only remind her seriously. "Roy, have you forgotten that I am a Naga? How could they threaten me?" After saying that, Miss Tiffany suddenly jumped forward and jumped into the sea with a splash, leaving only a layer of shallow waves on the sea surface. Roy returned to the camp with the Nightblade leopard. Deputy Captain Tennyson also returned to the camp with nearly 70 pieces of fishman leather. These leathers had a strong fishy smell, so Deputy Captain Tennyson hung these fish skins in the corner of the camp to dry. Some Dark Moon Elf warriors even ran out of their tents to help. The Griffin Cavalry Regiment was not stationed in the jungle camp. They usually lived in a camp on the top of a hilly mountain cliff. The large amount of supplies brought by the mine guards were also stored in the camp here. Hundreds of griffins squatted on wooden boxes to rest. The camp was crowded with people, and the Griffin Cavalry gathered together. These Griffin Cavalry were all half-blood elves who followed the village chief to Prado out of the Sun Island Bay. They had the skills of animal trainers and could tame griffins into companions. Kaka and Eugene also stood in the crowd. At present, the Griffin Cavalry Regiment has grown to more than 700 Griffin Cavalry, which accounts for almost 60% of the total number of Griffin tamers in Sun Island Bay. Everyone sat together, and the atmosphere was a bit dull. As the head of the Griffin Cavalry Regiment, The village chief Teprado stood in the middle of the crowd, first asking everyone to be quiet, and then said, "Now I don't need to say it, everyone knows that it is a group of sea monsters hiding behind the fish monsters, which makes sense. Why do some compatriots in each village always disappear for no reason? For so many years, we have never discovered that there are sirens hiding in the Sun Island Bay, ah." The head of Teprado village sighed, and then said, "The mine guards can't just stay in the Sun Island Bay like this. There are more than 10,000 headhunters on the Pajisto Plateau who need to be watched. I originally planned that as long as the mine guards could repel the Murloc monsters and curb the expansion of the Murlocs to the jungle on the north coast, the initial strategic goal would be achieved. But Boss Roy wants to solve the problem once and for all. He wants to build a harbor on the north coast, then build a batch of ships, and then attack Sun Island to completely drive these sea monsters and fishmen out of Sun Island Bay. This way, of course, we can eliminate future troubles, but how much the mine guards will cost is probably something we can never imagine. In fact, we only need the area along the north coast and the offshore area, and we don't need the Sun Island at all. So I plan to make a suggestion to Boss Roy tomorrow, and we can negotiate with those sea monsters. If they can give up the north coast, we are willing to cease fire. I called everyone here tonight just to hear everyone's opinions." The camp became very quiet, with only the occasional cry of a griffin near the wooden box. "Captain Teprado, we have no objection. If we can negotiate, as long as everyone does not invade each other, that's fine." Some half-blood elves stood up and expressed their opinions. "Yes, as long as these fishmen can give up the north coast, we can go to the seaside to fish and live a more comfortable life." "That's right." When the village chief Teprado saw that everyone had expressed their opinions, and no half-blood elf stood up to raise objections, he breathed a sigh of relief. Then it's settled. I go to Boss Roy to talk about this matter tomorrow morning, so that the war in Sun Island Bay can end sooner. Every extra day the mine guard stayed in Sun Island Bay, the camp consumed a lot of supplies. Watching the continuous transportation of supplies from Pajisto Plateau and Padsto City, the village chief Teprado suddenly realized how high the cost of launching a war was. In fact, he also hoped to drive all the fishmen and monsters out of Sun Island Bay, but now it seems that in order to do this, Boss Roy may have to build a fleet in Sun Island Bay. This is also the reason why the village chief of Teprado hesitated again and again before proposing peace talks. The village chief of Teprado, Kaka, and Eugene walked into the jungle camp early in the morning and found Roy, who had just crawled out of the tent. Roy was about to go to the beach to check the location of the port pier. This pier needs to find a deep water area close to the shore, and it is best to have a wide and unobstructed natural waterway, at least so that the three-masted sailboat can dock smoothly. "Hey, why are you guys here so early?" Roy stood outside the tent and looked at Kaka. "Roy, the village chief of Teprado wants to have a good talk with you." Kaka walked to Roy and said, "Sure, you can tell me any questions." Roy asked the three to sit down. There was an open-air conference table outside his tent, and several people sat around the table. The village chief of Teprado immediately expressed his thoughts. Roy was also very clear about the concerns of the village chief of Teprado. The longer this matter was delayed, the greater the cost of the war would be, and the hatred accumulated by both sides would become deeper and deeper. "Do you really want to negotiate with them?" Roy stared at the village chief of Teprado and asked. The village chief of Teprado nodded slightly and said, "The resources here are sufficient. We only need the living space from the northern jungle to the northern coast to live well." Roy said he understood, then smiled and said, "Since we are here this time, it is impossible for us to only have such a small benefit, but we can indeed talk to them. I also want to contact them." Roy brought Miss Tiffany to the Partington Plain, and his original intention was to contact these fish people. Since he wanted to negotiate with the Murlocs, Roy asked Miss Tiffany to write a letter to the leader of the Siren in Nada language. The letter was very short, with only one sentence on it, which roughly meant, "Now the war in Sun Island Bay has reached a stalemate, so do you have any idea of peace talks?" In order to let the leader of the Siren see it, Roy asked Miss Tiffany to write 5 letters in one breath, and then stuff them into the bodies of 5 Murlocs and ask them to take them back. Siren leader Lattimore was in the cave of Sun Island, looking at the letter in his hand, which looked like a piece of paper, and his face became more and more uncertain. Josina stood at the entrance of the cave, staring at Siren leader Lattimore, whose body was so thin that he was almost just a skeleton. In recent years, in order to suppress the injuries on his body, his health has been getting worse and worse, and it is unknown how long he can hold on. However, Josina did not dare to guess, because the corpse of the Siren leader, who made a random guess, was still soaking in the pool of water in the cave. The other siren captains were able to gain Lattimore's trust not because of their outstanding strength, but because they were stupid but absolutely loyal. "Commander, what are you going to do?" Jazina waited for a long time and finally couldn't help asking. "Talk to those half-blood elves first, and see what kind of requests they will make." Commander Lattimore's voice was very hoarse, probably because the muscles around his throat were gradually shrinking. "Yes, Commander." Jazina didn't even dare to look into his eyes full of dead air. "You go back and agree on a place for peace talks with the other party first. I will let Captain Staven be responsible for negotiating with them." After saying this, Commander Lattimore immediately poured a thick green medicine into his stomach. The bowl of medicine seemed to have a miraculous effect. As soon as he drank it, Commander Lattimore's body was like a long-dried riverbed that gained water, and his body quickly filled up. The blood vessels between his arms and neck became clearly visible, and his originally extremely dry skin began to shine. Commander Lattimore breathed a sigh of relief. This bowl of medicine greatly relieved his physical symptoms, but he seemed to be afraid to look at the bowl full of green juice. "Jazina, I have to ask you to follow up on the early contact with the group of half-blood elves." Commander Lattimore's eyes became brighter, and he leaned in front of Jazina, looking greedily at Jazina's flawless white jade profile. "Yes, Commander." Jazina calmly moved her body back and answered carefully. Chapter 504. She didn't want to stay on this sun island any longer. The whole island was now filled with a rotten smell. The fishmen on the island seemed to have become machines for reproduction. Commander Lattimore needed the number of fishmen to expand rapidly, so the female fishmen living on the sun island were giving birth and preparing for pregnancy. Groups of fishmen were running around on the beach. At this time, they could not enter the sea alone. Many large fish in the sea liked to feed on fishmen cubs. Jazina shook her shoulders and swam towards the sea without saying a word. Her pale golden snake tail left a winding trace on the beach. Wherever she passed, the fishmen and monsters retreated. The wound on Commander Lattimore was caused by the backlash of magic when he was studying summoning magic. At that time, Commander Lattimore wanted to summon a poisonous frog from the Dark Land, but he didn't know what went wrong with the summoning array. A headless knight with a breath of death walked out of the summoning gate. The headless knight walked out of the summoning gate, stabbed Commander Lattimore in the chest with a sword holding a death breath, and then quietly entered the summoning gate before it closed. Commander Lattimore got injured in this way. Although he immediately used magic to seal the sword wound on his chest, the death energy from the wound spread all over his body bit by bit. He now needs to use the Fountain of Life in the cave on Sun Island to suppress the death energy in his body. Jazina is a follower of Commander Lattimore. Admiring the strong is a common problem for all sea monsters, and Commander Lattimore is indeed a strong one among the sea monsters. Compared with those sea monster kings, Commander Lattimore is just a little bit less lucky. Wrapped in the seawater, Jazina felt her body recovering. She swam towards the north coast, thinking about how to communicate with the half-blood elves in the jungle. To be honest, she was still a little timid at this moment. She was even a little worried that once she climbed ashore, a small silver hammer would fly out of the jungle and knock her unconscious on the beach. The waves pushed her to the shore. She emerged from the sea, revealing her beautiful face. The beautiful mermaid who sang on the beach the night before suddenly appeared on the beach, and immediately startled Miss Tiffany. Miss Tiffany didn't expect that she would dare to show up. At this time, she could only walk out of the gap in the reef beach, leaning against a Black Sea reef, silently watching the charming mermaid. The Nightblade leopard squatted on a high rock pillar, leaning down, with its limbs slightly arched, staring at the mermaid with a fierce look, as if it would pounce on it in the next second. The Nightblade leopard couldn't help licking his beard with his scarlet tongue, and the next moment, his sharp fangs were exposed. There were countless half-blood elves standing on the branches in the jungle, so that the dense leaves on the edge of the jungle were shaking constantly. There were 4 griffin cavalry hovering in the sky, and it seemed that they had no intention of flying away for a while. 30 yards away from Miss Tiffany, Zaina stopped, and then looked at Miss Tiffany without saying a word. After Roy received the news that a sea monster messenger was sent by the opposite fishmen in the jungle camp, he immediately put down what he was doing and rushed over. The fight on the beach the night before was actually carried out in the endless darkness. At that time, Roy only saw Miss Tiffany in danger, and when he ran out of the jungle, he threw a holy light hammer and smashed the mermaid on the opposite side. In fact, it was pitch black all around, and Roy didn't see the face of the mermaid on the opposite side clearly, but he knew that the other party was a very powerful weaver. This time, Roy rushed to the beach and saw the beautiful 6-armed mermaid in front of him. Her body was more than half a meter taller than the Naga mermaid, and her snake tail was longer. If the whole body was fully stretched out, Roy felt that the body length of this mermaid could reach 6 or 7 meters. The beautiful mermaid stood on the beach, and Roy's head was just level with her chest. Red lips, fair skin, and a pair of green eyes with vertical pupils were even more charming. Roy secretly felt sorry that a perfect and charming face grew on a mermaid. Her upper body was a 6-armed human body, and her lower body below the waist was a snake body, with a clear outline of the buttocks under the light golden scales. One arm was tied with a bandage, seemingly hanging weakly in front of the chest, and there was a very obvious narrow and long damage on the ribs of the half-body armor. The moment she saw Roy, Giazina's pupils stood up, and she looked at Roy with a sharp gaze and hatred. Roy naturally knew that she was the siren who sang on the beach the night before, and the wounds on her body should be caused by him hitting her with the hammer of judgment. He didn't expect the sirens of Sun Island to send it out. Roy stood on the beach, silent for a moment, and then said, "I am the highest commander of this elf army. Can you negotiate with me on behalf of all the fishmen in the Sun Island Bay?" Miss Tiffany walked up to Roy. She had transformed into an elf woman, wearing a long dress with a mermaid pattern, looking extremely dignified and decent. She stared at the beautiful mermaid and translated Roy's words. Giazina suppressed her anger and said in Naga, "The commander wants to determine the location and time of the negotiation." Roy smiled, turned his head to look at Miss Tiffany, and said casually, "The location of the negotiation. Let's set it in the stilt round grass house on the beach. The negotiation time is up to you." Without thinking, Giazina pointed to the round grass house on stilts in the shallow sea not far away, and said in Naga language, "We will be waiting for you there tomorrow evening." After that, she turned around and swam back to the sea without looking back. Miss Tiffany translated Giazina's words to Roy word for word. Roy stood on the beach, watching the beautiful mermaid gradually sinking into the sea, and couldn't help sighing. Learning a foreign language well is really too important. There is a bilingual talent like Miss Tiffany around me, but I never know how to study hard. In a blink of an eye, it was the evening of the next day, and the two sides agreed to negotiate in the stilt house in the shallow sea area. The fishmen of Sun Island appeared in the sea area very early, but the sirens have not appeared yet. Densely packed fishmen and monsters emerged from the shallow sea area, and the number of these fishmen and monsters was at least over 10,000. They swam around in the shallow sea area. The Griffin cavalry also saw a group of toadfish cavalry in the sea. It was not until the sky gradually darkened that 4 male sirens with ugly faces slowly walked to the agreed high-legged round grass house. They were wearing armor made of magic black iron, and even their snake tails were covered with armor pieces. It was impossible to see the expression on their faces, and their faces seemed to be covered with a layer of masks. The 4 male sirens were very strong. Their upper bodies were covered with scales, and their muscles were in an explosive state. The two sides did not sit down to talk. The 4 male sirens stood in the sea. Their bodies more than 3 meters tall allowed them to look directly at Roy, who was standing on the platform of the round grass house. Tiffany smiled and stayed by Roy's side, and there were no other half-blood elves around. The male siren standing in the middle introduced himself, saying that his name was Staven. His voice was dry and cold. "Since you propose peace talks, I want to hear what your conditions are." Roy said fearlessly, "I need you to withdraw from Sun Island." Then Miss Tiffany translated it. The 4 male sirens looked at each other. Staven, the siren standing in the middle, shouted in a hoarse voice, "That's impossible. Sun Island is our foundation. We can't withdraw from Sun Island. This time, the most we can give you is the beach on the eastern part of the north coast." After listening to Miss Tiffany's translation, Roy couldn't help laughing. "Haha, we have occupied the entire north coast. Do we still need you to give it up?" This question made the sirens not know how to answer. Roy did not wait for the sirens to reply, and said, "You have killed so many half-blood elves living in the jungle north of the Sun Island Bay coast. Now we have taken back the north coast, and we will build a harbor here. When we build ships, we will attack your Sun Island as soon as possible. Let you leave the Sun Island now. At least I can let you retreat unscathed." Seeing Roy's arrogant look, Staven was so angry that veins on his forehead jumped. "If you say that, there is no need to talk anymore." Roy was not to be outdone and said, "This time I'm talking to you and asking you to give up Sun Island. Next time we talk, I might ask you to get out of the entire Sun Island Bay." Hearing Miss Tiffany's translation, the 4 male sirens were furious. But they resisted the urge, and did not turn hostile on the spot. The male siren Staven left a sentence. "I will be waiting for you on Sun Island." After that, the 4 sirens slowly sank into the sea. Then the sea surface gradually calmed down. Countless fishman monsters and toadfish cavalry also disappeared from the sea surface one after another. The peace talks failed, and Roy and Miss Tiffany walked back to the beach. I don't think you have any intention of negotiating. Miss Tiffany stared at Roy with a puzzled look and whispered. Roy spread his hands and said with a smile, if we can drive them out of Sun Island Bay through negotiations, it would be the best. If they refuse to leave, we can only use our fists to tell them that we are here. Don't you plan to share this bay with these sea monsters? Tiffany pulled down her skirt, turning her legs into a beautiful tricolor fishtail, and then stopped in the waist-deep sea water. How can the sirens and the elves share the same sea? Even if I agree, they might regret it if the conflict intensifies one day. It's better to solve the problem completely this time. Roy stopped, turned his head and looked at Miss Tiffany and suddenly asked, Tiffany, what do you think of this Captain Staven? He should not be the leader of these sirens. At least he can't suppress that one. Miss Tiffany replied. But he happens to be the person in charge of this negotiation. It seems that this group of sirens is not so united. I will investigate this carefully. Roy nodded and said to Miss Tiffany, tomorrow I will go back to the Plateau City and then go to Padstow City to see how the three-masted sailing ship has been renovated. You must be careful here. I know, don't worry about me. The first peace talks with Sun Island ended in failure. The day after the peace talks failed, Roy took Kaka's griffin back to the Plateau City of Padstow. This city built on the mounds on the banks of the Tolai River is rising from the ground little by little. More than 10,000 headhunter prisoners have become the main construction force in the city. A large number of hollow bricks made of slag have been piled up to build some stone pillars with elven beauty. The city is full of unfinished buildings, and many wooden frames are wrapped around the surface of huge buildings. Those headhunter prisoners are on these frames, like hard-working ants constantly building this city. No matter where you are, never doubt the aesthetics of the elves. Roy stood in the square in front of the city hall, which is the highest point of the mound and can overlook the entire city. Mullen stood behind Roy, looking at his back, and couldn't help asking, Boss, when can you bring the guards back to the plateau? When saying this, Mullen was particularly helpless. There are currently more than 13,000 headhunters serving as laborers in the Plateau City, but the number of half-blood elf warriors stationed in the Plateau City is far less than this number. It will probably take a few months, maybe even longer, Roy said casually. Mullen stared at Roy with wide eyes, and complained a little irritably. Building such a big Plateau City, you actually took the mine guards to the Sun Island Bay to fight against the fishmen. Hey, Boss Roy, in your eyes, are these headhunters not a threat to us at all? Roy turned around and said with a smile, so we need to divide them into areas, limit their range of activities, formulate a strict reward and punishment system, and create a comfort zone in the prisoner of war camp, so that they know that as long as they work honestly, they will be rewarded and look forward to this reward. Mulin felt a black screen in front of his eyes when he heard this, and he wanted to quit the job. Roy turned around, looked at Mulin and said, I came back this time to communicate with you. The Buenos Elf Elders Council may have set an investigation team to investigate the cause of death of the Abyll mine owner. His death can only be absconding from the battlefield and accidentally died in the melee. Mullen calmed down from the edge of rage and said to Roy, I know, I will take care of this matter. Roy took the opportunity to ask, what's the news from Captain Helike? Not yet, he should still be cleaning up the remnants of the Plateau headhunters there. Mullen replied. It's best not to let the investigation team know about the existence of Captain Helike, and try not to mention the Griffin Cavalry Regiment, Roy reminded Mullen. I know. Before leaving the Plateau City, Roy kept reminding Mullen, when building this Plateau City, you must pay attention to details and have some brains. Before paving the road, you must repair the drainage ditch. Don't dig and pave again. Goblins will not do such brainless things. Chapter 505. From the Plateau City to Padstow City. If you go by land, you need to go through the mountain pass in the south of the plateau, follow the dangerous cliff road to the foot of the mountain, then go through the hills and mountains to reach the Griffin Fortress town, then turn north through the dense jungle, and you can successfully reach Padstow City. This journey, even for Lation's caravan, it will take a month. If the Griffin cavalry flies directly to the east, it only takes 3 days and 3 nights to reach Padstow. This time, Roy set out from the Plateau City and took Kaka's griffin to take this air route. The griffin only needed to fly into the wind layer, spread its wings and glide all the way, and soon it flew over the Nicobar Mountains and entered the sky above the collapsed land. When there were no clouds, Roy rode on the back of the griffin and could clearly see the sharp mountains below like blades. Even when flying in the sky, Roy could see these mountains rising continuously, countless rocks breaking and collapsing, and then smashing into the deep ravines on both sides. The crust of this area is always moving, countless mountains are rising from the ground, and countless mountains are collapsing rapidly in the dust. This is the collapsed land between the Pagisto Plateau and the Padsto Forest. The griffin flew over this collapsed land for a whole day, and when it reached the edge of the collapsed land, the violent fluctuations of the crust eased, and the mountains that were as sharp as blades became flat here. There are countless swamps and lakes between the mountains, and these lakes converge into rivers and flow into the Padsto Forest. Roy saw a vast sea of forests, and he knew that it would not take long to reach Padsto. This time, Kaka took him to fly in the wind layer in the severe cold, and Roy wanted to survey the route in the wind layer. He was going to Partington Island to check the progress of the magic airship transformation. After the first magic airship was successfully transformed, Roy planned to open shipping between Padsto and the Plateau City. Now there are a lot of metal ingots stored on the Padsto Plateau, but the 3 caravans of Latian have limited transportation capacity, and there is no way to transport these metal ingots to Padsto. With the magic airship, the problem of insufficient transportation between Padsto and Plateau City can be largely compensated. After the griffin arrived in Padsto, it landed in the orchard outside the city. Roy would rest in the orchard for one night, and then ride to Padsto. Kaka rode the griffin to the barrier town overnight, where he would wait for Roy. When Roy arrived in Padsto, he went to the warehouse to meet Rambo. The primary magic herbs in the warehouse had been emptied, and what was left in the warehouse were ordinary metal ingots that were not worth much. Roy, where did you find the buyers? They have such a big appetite that they ate all our primary magic herbs in one go. Langbo said excitedly to Roy, holding a thick stack of invoices in his hand. Langbo, is there a market for trading Warcraft materials in Padsto? I have some Warcraft leathers to sell. Roy pulled Langbo aside and asked in a low voice. Now the Warcraft material transactions are all done by the designated trading houses of the Silver Pegasus Legion. They keep the purchase price very low here, and then transport the goods to the Elf continent and sell them at a high price. They make money from the difference. You'd better send the goods to the Elf continent. As long as you can pass through the door in the central square, the price can at least triple. Rambo whispered to Roy. Roy thought about it, and thought it would be better to take it to the Elf continent to sell it. After all, he was going to Partington Island this time, to check the progress of the magic airship's transformation. Okay, got it. Roy did not stay in the warehouse. He rode to the Silver Pegasus military headquarters to sign in, and then ran to the City Defense Guard camp to visit Captain Berkeley. You came at the right time. The investigation team sent by the Buenos Elf Elders Council quietly left Padsto a week ago. They did not even use the guides provided by the Silver Pegasus Legion, but hired a local adventure group in Padsto. They probably planned to quietly enter the Pagisto Plateau. Captain Berkeley saw Roy and immediately told him the bad news. Roy nodded and said with a smile, without the help of the Silver Pegasus Knights, they will have to walk for at least a month to reach the southern part of the plateau. I still have plenty of time. Now the price of magic herbs in the Elf continent has been rising. I have to say that you really have a business sense. Captain Berkeley praised, and then asked Roy, what do you want to see me this time? Roy smiled at Captain Berkeley and said, I plan to build an airport on the edge of Padsto City. I need your support for this. Airport terminal. Roy, you want to buy a magic airship? Open a route on the Partington Plain? Captain Berkeley stared at Roy with wide eyes. Well, the first magic airship is being renovated on Partington Island. Roy replied. Roy, you are really brave. Have you ever thought about what to do with the magic airship you spent a lot of money to renovate if the application for the airport terminal is not approved and the plan fails? Captain Berkeley asked Roy anxiously. Then transport this magic airship to the Plateau City and let it fly around the Padsto Plateau. Roy said casually. You are really brave. Captain Berkeley pointed at Roy's forehead and said. Roy left the city defense camp only after Captain Berkeley agreed to help Roy apply for the construction of an airport terminal on the outskirts of Padsto. Arriving at the central square, Roy led his horse to the portal and stood at the end of the team waiting to pass through the portal. Today, he was lucky. When he arrived at the central square, the portal happened to lead from Padsto to Partington Island. A large amount of material stored in the central square had been transported there, and now it happened that the elves with passes were passing through the portal. Roy found that most of the elves who could freely enter and exit the Partington Plain were Silver Moon elves. When he arrived at the portal, the half-blood elf guards did not even check Roy's teleportation pass. They saluted directly and let Roy pass through the portal in the surprised eyes of countless Silver Moon elves. Partington Island seemed crowded and busy, because a large number of supplies transported from Padsto were piled up in the town square. When Roy came over, many carriages were parked around the square, transporting these supplies in full swing. When he came to the edge of the square, Roy was already very familiar with this town. He chose to take a detour out of the town. When he came to the beach, he could just see the sea where the three-masted sailing ships were anchored. Roy found a flying fish boat on the beach and negotiated the price with the flying fish boat owner. The half-elf owner took Roy to the safe harbor where the three-masted sailing ships were anchored. After the economic recovery of the Partington Plain, life on Partington Island has also improved a lot, right? Roy sat on the flying feather boat and asked the half-blood elf driving the fishing boat. Well, a large amount of supplies are shipped from the Partington Plain almost every month. When you are short of money, just go to the dock and wait, and someone will take the initiative to hire you. The owner of the flying fish adjusted the angle of the wind wing, and a gust of wind blew over, and the flying fish broke through the waves. The flying fish approached a three-masted sailing ship that was being renovated. Roy saw 6 support frames installed on the left side of the ship from a distance, and a group of craftsmen were still busy on the three-masted sailing ship. Roy asked the flying fish boat to come closer. The half-blood elf warriors on the three-masted sailing ship found that a flying fish boat was approaching, and several flying fish boats immediately surrounded it. When these elf warriors saw that the person coming was Roy, they immediately sent Roy to the three-masted sailing ship that was being renovated. The old dwarf Mags was standing on the deck, leading a group of half-blood elf crew members to disassemble a large wooden box. The wooden box contained a brand new floating device. Mags personally pulled off the dust cloth covering the floating device. The outer diameter of this floating device is more than 2 meters, and the height is about 1.5 meters. It takes some effort to fix it to the bracket on the edge of the ship. However, the old dwarf Mags has installed a set of pulleys on the main mast, and with the help of the crossbar on the main mast, it has been converted into a hanging bracket that can rotate in place. Under Mags's command, the floating device was steadily hoisted up and slowly moved towards the support frame. As the floating device reached the predetermined position, Mags asked 2 dwarf apprentices to put a few wooden wedges under the floating device to assist in falling, and then let the floating device slowly fall down. The floating device sat firmly on the carved sleeve of the support frame on the side of the ship. Then the wooden wedges around were removed, and the floating device was firmly fixed on the support frame with some iron rivets. The elves and dwarves around cheered happily. Roy walked up from the back. The old dwarf Mags noticed that many half-blood elf crew members were focusing their eyes on one place. He also looked there, and saw Roy walking towards him. The old dwarf Mags's body, which had been relaxed, immediately tensed up again. "Don't be nervous. I just came to see the progress of the transformation of the magic airship here. It seems to be going well?" Roy smiled, and waved to the old dwarf. The old dwarf Mags took out a handkerchief from his arms, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and said to Roy respectfully, "Boss Roy, the modification of the floating devices on both sides of your sailboat will be completed soon. Later, 2 sets of propulsion devices will be installed at the stern. This can only be done after the installation and debugging of the floating devices are completed." Roy nodded. The half-blood elf crew began to install another floating device. Roy called the old dwarf Mags to his side, and then asked him, "After this three-masted sailboat is transformed into a magic airship, can it be put into use directly?" "Yes, but before it is put into use, it needs a systematic inspection." The old dwarf Mags rolled his swollen eyes, and said to Roy honestly, "How long will it take to complete the transformation of the first magic airship?" Roy asked. "If everything goes well, it will take about 4 weeks. The next main task is to build a repair platform for the three-masted sailboat on the beach. We need to lift the three-masted sailboat so that we can install the propulsion device at the stern." The old dwarf Mags had already taken out a blueprint from his arms, and then pulled Roy to a table on the deck, pointing at the blueprint and introducing it to Roy. Roy could hardly understand the many professional terms that came out of the old dwarf Mags' mouth, but he still gave Mags an encouraging look. Roy stayed on Partington Island for 3 consecutive days, until all 12 floating devices were installed. The Imperial merchants in Castletown Port also took the opportunity to come to Partington Island. This time, they also brought 2 propulsion devices and a human magician. The 12 floating devices on the three-masted sailing ship were all installed, and the three-masted sailing ship was about to enter the first test run stage. The magic pattern arrays of these floating devices were activated, and a magician was required to operate them beside them. To be on the safe side, the old dwarf Mags asked a human magician who lived on the ship in the port to come here and personally operate the 12 floating devices. The magician inserted the magic crystals into the gem grooves of the floating devices. Roy and the Imperial merchant stood side by side on the observation deck on the top of the ship, watching the scene quietly. After the first batch of primary magic herbs were loaded on the ship, they left the port and set off on their return journey the day before yesterday. The Imperial merchant said to Roy, "This whole ship of primary magic herbs can be converted into magic crystals, which is enough for you to modify 3 magic airships. We only brought 30 floating devices to the elf continent this time, and we can only modify 2 magic airships for the time being. The remaining floating devices may have to wait a year before they can be transported from the dwarf kingdom." Roy turned his head and stared at the Empire merchant. He had never said before that they could only transform 2 magic airships. "How many propulsion devices are there?" Roy asked. "We brought 10 this time." "Does that mean the existing propulsion devices can be installed on 5 magic airships?" Roy asked again. "Yes." The Empire merchant did not expect that Roy was actually a big herb supplier. Even if he took out all the chips in his hand, it would not be worth the first batch of magic herbs. Roy frowned and said, "I also bought a few floating devices before. If I bring them back, I can probably install 3 magic airships. In addition, I need to install support frames on all 3-masted sailing ships, and use the floating devices to transport the 3-masted sailing ships to other places. The renovation of these 11 3-masted sailing ships will continue. Okay, I will let Mags keep an eye on this to ensure the quality of the renovation project," the Imperial merchant said very tactfully. Roy nodded. At this time, under the debugging of the human magician, the magic pattern arrays of 8 floating devices were running rapidly. The huge buoyancy made the entire 3-masted sailing ship shake violently, and then the 3-masted sailing ship slowly broke away from the sea and floated in the air. Chapter 506. More than 200 half-blood elf warriors stood on the beach, with a rope as thick as a wrist lying under their feet, which stretched all the way to the sea. As the 3-masted sailing ship in the distant harbor slowly broke away from the sea and floated on the sea, the half-blood elf warrior standing on the main mast observation tower waved the flag and issued instructions to the half-blood elf warriors waiting on the beach. Seeing the flag signal from the bow, the half-blood elf squadron leader on the beach hurriedly blew the whistle on his chest. A sharp and piercing whistle awakened all the half-blood elf warriors, and then the half-blood elf squadron leader raised his right hand high and shouted loudly, "All half-blood elves, get ready." When he shouted loudly, he stretched out the last word very long. More than 200 half-blood elf warriors grabbed the cable on the ground in their hands, and the elf warriors stood on both sides of the rope like tug-of-war. 1, 2. As the rhythmic slogan was shouted out, each half-blood elf warrior grabbed the rope with both hands and leaned back. Following the slogan, everyone stepped hard on the soft sand. The other end of the several hundred-meter-long rope was connected to the 3-masted sailing ship. As the half-blood elf warriors pulled the rope slowly backward, the rope was straightened little by little. The tension transmitted from the rope made the 3-masted sailing ship suspended in the air slowly move towards the beach. Roy stood on the bronze ram of the bow of the 3-masted sailing ship. The huge green sheep head had a weird smile, and the huge horns were like clenched fists. As the 3-masted sailing ship slowly floated towards the beach, Roy's slightly nervous heart finally relaxed a little. Only 6 of the 12 floating devices are currently operating at full capacity, which can keep the 3-masted sailing ship in a suspended state. Roy could imagine. When the 3-masted sailing ship is fully loaded and the magic arrays of the 12 floating devices are all activated, the scene will be very spectacular. The old dwarf Mags was standing next to the side of the ship, staring at the temporary fixed frames installed outside the side of the ship. These fixed frames were equipped with floating devices. If the fixed frames were not firm, once the floating devices were separated from the hull during flight, it would cause a major accident. Therefore, the fixed frames on both sides of the ship's side were actually symmetrical and connected in pairs with steel cables at the bottom of the ship. At this time, a huge hull bracket has been set up on the beach of Partington Island. This bracket has more than 50 support points, which will allow the 3-masted sailboat to hang on the beach. Then the old dwarf Mags will lead the craftsman to install a propulsion device at the rear of the hull. In addition, if this 3-masted sailboat wants to move forward in the high-altitude wind flow layer, it can only adjust the direction, install some wind deflectors on the hull, and install triangular sails and directional ball sails on the bow. The Imperial merchant stood at the bow with Roy, and he secretly observed Roy. It is said that the magic pattern structures made by the elven inscription masters on the elven continent are as exquisite as works of art. The elven magician's understanding of water magic is far superior to that of the Imperial magicians. When he saw Roy wearing a thick leather magic pattern structure, he couldn't help but ask Roy, "Boss Roy, do you have any channels to purchase magic pattern structures?" Now that the plain war has broken out in the Green Empire, the Empire's inscription masters are working hard to make magic pattern structures every day, but the production speed still cannot keep up with the huge losses of the war. At present, the magic market in the Green Empire is in a completely chaotic state. Magic herbs have almost completely disappeared from the magic market, and magic rune structures can only be bought at auction houses. My magic rune structure was customized in Castletown. If you are interested in magic rune structures, I can introduce you to the inscription workshop. When Roy said this, he couldn't help but think of Miss Edith. At the beginning, his magic rune structure was successfully made with the help of Miss Edith. It seems that the inscription masters in Castletown need to make appointments in advance. That's great. A hint of joy flashed in the eyes of the Empire merchant. Roy saw the three-masted sailboat approaching the coast little by little. Where does the magic paper used by the magicians of the Green Empire come from? Most of them are from the magic antelope skins of the Pipe Plateau. There are a lot of magic antelopes there, and a large number of adventure groups hunt magic antelopes every year. Nearly half of the magic parchment of the Green Empire comes from the Pipe Plateau. He thought for a while before taking out a pile of fishman leather from his magic waste bag. These fishman leathers are not cooked, and look hard. The body outline of the fishman monster can be seen in the whole piece. Although it is pressed flat, it is still an unprocessed low-level monster material. Are you not interested in this kind of fishman leather? Roy asked the Empire merchant. The Empire merchant turned around and looked at the fishman leather carefully, frowned and thought for a long time, then turned around with the fishman leather and talked to the two assistants behind him in the Empire language for a long time, and then said with some embarrassment, "For us, the added value of fishman leather is too little. At present, the Green Empire is most short of magic herbs, so we will get the most profit by purchasing magic herbs. Of course, since the plain war consumes a large number of magic pattern structures, high-level magic beast leather and mithril ingots can also make high profits when shipped back to the Green Empire. As for the fishman leather, although we can make money, if we don't make much, we will lose money." Although the Imperial merchants said it very tactfully, they were very sure that they would not do business with fishman leather. Since the Imperial merchants said they didn't need it, Roy didn't say anything more. Miss Tiffany said that these fishman leathers are hot-selling products in the magic market of Castleton City, so there must be a market for them. The Imperial merchants came to Partington Island mainly to tell Roy that the goods on the ship were not enough to cover the total price of this batch of magic herbs, and they would use magic crystals to make up the difference. It was confirmed that Roy would continue to transform the magic airship, and they would repurchase a batch of floating devices from the dwarf country. After discussing these things, the Imperial merchant handed over more than 75,000 magic crystals to Roy in person. These magic crystals actually did not fall into Roy's pocket. Not only did he have to pay these magic crystals to the merchant Augustus, but Roy also had to take out 11,000 magic crystals from his pocket to settle the account with the merchant Augustus. In addition to Roy being able to get 3 magic airships, the transformation of the remaining 8 three-masted sailing ships will also be handled by the old dwarf mags. For the next half-month, Roy stayed on Partington Island and followed the old dwarf mags to transform the magic airship. Considering that the half-blood elf warriors here had little experience in operating magic airships, Roy also asked the old dwarf mags to help him train a group of elves who could operate magic airships. In mid-November, the first magic airship was finally transformed on the beach of Partington Island. It took the old dwarf mags more than 2 months to transform the magic airship. The first test flight was also successfully completed, flying around Partington Island. Roy then went to the Silver Pegasus military headquarters in Padstow City and applied for an entry permit for large ships to enter the Partington Plain. General Kempfred didn't even know what kind of ship Roy wanted to transport to Partington, but he stamped the permit. Of course, General Kempfred was able to agree so readily, and there was also some face from Captain Berkeley. The day after the entry permit application was approved, Roy prepared to send the magic airship to the Partington Plain. Partington Island has no airport terminal. After the magic airship is modified, it can only be parked on the support frame on the beach. Seeing that the floating device of the second magic airship is about to be installed, the next step is to install the propulsion device. The first modified magic airship naturally has to give up the beach position. On the first morning of the 3rd week of November, Roy came to the beach early and boarded the magic airship hovering on the support frame. The half-elf warriors on the ship were ready to go, standing on both sides of the ship. The old dwarf mag stood in front of the control panel at the stern, doing the final safety check before departure. 4 half-elf warriors followed him, and Mags explained the advantages and disadvantages of this magic airship to them as he walked. Seeing Roy boarding the ship, the old dwarf Mags hurried to Roy and asked him respectfully, "Boss Roy, can we set sail?" "Yes." Roy nodded. All day today, the portal leads from the town of Partington Island to the city of Padstow. The old dwarf Mags looked like he had taken a big sip of rum, and a blush appeared on his face with excitement. He walked back to the control panel quickly. The floating devices on the ship lit up with magic glow one after another. As the magic glow of the sixth floating device was all lit up, the magic airship shook slightly twice. Roy felt his body shaking a little, and then he took off again. The sea breeze was blowing on Partington Island. Although all the sails on the magic airship were down, the whole ship was still blown by the sea breeze towards the direction of Powham Island. Mags then turned on the propulsion device at the stern of the magic airship and introduced it to Roy. Before the magic airship rises into the high-altitude wind layer, use the propulsion device to move the magic airship in the air, which is very cost-effective. As the propeller generated huge thrust, the magic airship began to turn around slowly. It no longer drifted with the wind, but flew towards the mountain pass of the town of Partington. The old dwarf Mags stood in front of the control panel, on which there was a small bottle of gin. The old dwarf Mags held the steering wheel steadily, controlling the magic airship to move slowly in the sky and slowly fly into a mountain crack. It must be said that the magic airship still needs some flying skills to fly in the mountain crack. Looking at the cliffs protruding from the rock wall a few meters away from both sides of the ship, if you are not careful, the main mast and the rear ship building of the magic airship will directly hit the rock wall. A group of half-blood elves walked out of the town. They were about to go to the dock to find something to do, and they saw a shadow suddenly appear above their heads. When everyone raised their heads, they saw a huge monster quietly appearing above their heads. It was a three-masted sailing ship, and now it was slowly flying towards the town in the belly of the mountain. A group of half-blood elf laborers opened their mouths wide, and their Adam's apples kept making gurgling swallowing sounds. Is this big guy a three-masted sailing ship? A half-blood elf couldn't help asking. It's the one that has been parked on the beach. I thought it was undergoing repairs. My God, it actually flew. The half-blood elf laborer couldn't hide his surprise. Entering the belly of the mountain. Although there are many rock pillars hanging above the town, the space is quite large. Mags quickly drove the magic airship to the town square and stopped in front of the tall portal. The portal was more than 20 meters high, just enough for the magic airship to pass through. Recently, Roy had been holding a rope in front of the portal, and he didn't know how many times he had measured it. It happened to be morning, and the news that the magic airship on the beach entered the town quickly spread in the town, and almost all the half-blood elves in the town were watching. In the elf continent, this kind of large-scale product that combines magic and technology is rare. It's mainly because the proud elves look down on the goblins. They think that the Hextech technology created in the Goblin era is simply a blasphemy against traditional magic. Although these floating devices were invented by Goblin engineers, the goblins have been extinct for thousands of years. The blueprints of the magic airship were passed to the dwarves, and after several improvements, they became what they are today. Magic airships are rarely seen in the elf continent. Elves prefer to use more traditional means of transportation, such as riding horses or carriages. In fact, the elves have also built teleportation halls in many elven cities, but the teleportation fee is ridiculously expensive, and only a small number of upper-class elven nobles can afford the teleportation array. The news that Roy modified a magic airship on Partington Island this time has spread to the Silver Pegasus military. Many Silver Moon Elf leaders in the Silver Pegasus military wanted to see the magic airship on Partington Island. However, the application was directly suppressed by the Silver Pegasus military. There were even military investigators, who came to ask Roy about various matters related to the magic airship. In response, Roy told the military that all the magic airships being transformed would be transported to the Partington Plain. These magic airships were used to expand the territory of the Partington Plain and would never appear on the elf continent. The magic airship arrived in Padstow, and all the half-blood elves in the city came out to watch. The half-blood elves filled the streets and alleys, and near the central square, many half-blood elves even stood on the roofs of tree houses. Everyone was looking at the magic airship floating above the central square. It is said that the route from Padstow to the Plateau City will be open soon, and the half-blood elves are full of expectations for this, mainly because everyone has heard that many mines on the Padstow Plateau are preparing to resume work, so there will be more job opportunities waiting for them. For ordinary half-blood elves, what they care about most is how to live a better life in this plane. Although the booming magic herbal medicine industry has greatly boosted the economy of Padstow City, there are still many half-blood elves in poverty in the city. If they can find a good job on the Pagisto Plateau, they can leave Padstow City. Chapter 507. When the magic airship entered the Partington Plain through the portal, the huge ship floated in the air, and slowly passed through the mirror-like gate. The strong sense of oppression made the half-blood elves around the central square hold their breath at the same time. Everyone stared at the behemoth in front of them, as if it appeared out of thin air. The next moment, cheers, like a tsunami, came from all around the central square. Then the magic airship completely emerged from the portal, and hung in the air 30 meters above the ground of the central square. The whole airship even had a strong smell of the sea, and there were clear traces of corrosion from the sea on the outside of the hull. Roy stood on the bronze ram horns on the bow, and a group of portal guards saluted when they saw Roy. Some of the half-blood elves around the central square also seemed to recognize Roy standing on the bow. I don't know who was the first to shout "Boss Roy," and then the call kept getting louder. When all the half-blood elves around the square called out this name, the sound wave surprised the old dwarf Mag standing on the driving console. He didn't expect that such a young half-elf could have such a high reputation in the main city of the elves in a plane. For dwarf apprentices were leading the half-elf warriors to control the angle of the sails, so that the magic airship was suspended in place. The magic airship rose to a height of 200 meters from the central square and stopped. In the Partington Plain, only the vast forest around Padstow was there, and the sea of trees formed by this forest seemed to have no edge at a glance. And the city of Padstow was the center of the entire forest. There were densely packed tree houses on the big trees here, and the forest on the entire hillside was like this, which looked very large. I didn't expect that I would enter an elf city right after I got out of the portal, and it was also a gathering place for half-blood elves. Mags, the old dwarf standing in front of the steering wheel of the control panel, even had some fantasies at this time. It would be wonderful if I could open a hotel in this city full of tree houses, and it would be best if there was a small wine house under the hotel. At my age, sleeping in a tree hole should be more comfortable than in a cellar. The magic airship stayed in the air above the central square for 3/4 of an hour before flying towards the airport terminal being built outside Padstow. This magic airship will not stop in Padstow. This time it will fly to the unfinished airport terminal, and it will also use the real data of the hull to compare with the airport to prevent the airport from being unable to accommodate this magic airship. Although the airport terminal of Padstow City is located on the edge of the city, the airport terminal was transformed from a giant oak tree, but it has not yet been completed. The platform and internal stairs for docking the magic airship are still being renovated. With the help of the propulsion device, the magic airship took more than an hour to cross half of Padstow City. This giant oak tree, more than 100 meters tall, is definitely a standout in this forest. Its crown is almost completely separated from the sea of trees, like a huge green umbrella sticking out of a patch of green grass. When the magic airship approached, a group of half-blood elf craftsmen were repairing a horizontal branch. They used ropes to hang the trimmed branches to the ground, covered this horizontal branch, which could almost be called a bridge, with a thick layer of oak boards, and added fence handrails on both sides of the oak boards. This oak plank passage was laid all the way to the end of the horizontal branch, where there was a very neat cut surface. This was the stop for the magic airship. Ah, is this the airport terminal that is about to be completed? The half-blood elf warrior on the ship looked at the giant tree in front of him, and said in surprise. In fact, Roy was also a little surprised because it was his first time here. Before, he had only heard from Captain Berkeley that he had helped Roy choose a giant tree on the outskirts of the city that could be transformed into a tower. But Roy never thought that this giant oak tree would be so tall. This tree is really big. The place where we dock is just one of its horizontal branches. The only inconvenience is that this is the suburb of Padstow City. Although the docking point on the terminal has been built, no shock absorption and anti-collision equipment has been installed for the time being. The magic airship did not dare to approach it at all. Because even if it is the slowest translation, the impact force of the magic airship is still very terrifying when it touches the terminal. The old dwarf Mags talked to the half-blood elves around him. These half-blood elves would soon be responsible for driving the magic airship, so the old dwarf Mags was currently conducting intensive training. A good captain needs to be able to clearly judge whether this magic airship, which is converted from a 3-masted sailing ship, will cause damage to the magic airship if it slowly approaches. If the preparations for berthing are not done well, once this side of the ship approaches, it may cause a slight crack, or even the entire hull may be smashed. If it is a larger airship, we need to be more careful. Generally, we only need to hover at a close distance. Since the airship has better stability in the air, we can put a sampan on the ship and connect it to the tower. A half-elf student asked, "Teacher Mags, should we stop there?" The old dwarf Mags waved his hand and said, "Forget it this time. The purpose of our coming here was to see if the reserve space in the tower is enough to park this magic airship. Now it seems that I was completely overthinking. This natural airport does not need to consider the parking space problem of magic airships. If everything is okay here, we will go to an apple orchard in the suburbs. The half-elf student pointed the map stand in his hand at a location outside the city of Padstow, and said in a low voice, "Our magic airship only has 2 propulsion devices. Now it is in the trial stage, so there is nothing to say about flying like this. Normally, try not to use the propulsion device as the main power to fly. Our flight route is between the 2 airport terminals. After leaving the tower, try to rise directly to the height of the wind flow layer, then fill the sails, and sail in the wind flow layer with the help of wind power until you reach the destination, and then land at the airport terminal. Try not to make such short-distance flights at ordinary times, which will consume a lot of magic crystals." The old dwarf Mags explained patiently. The half-blood elf student couldn't help asking, "Teacher Mags, can this magic airship enter the high-altitude wind layer?" "No problem at all." The old dwarf Mags patted his chest and assured. Then Mags began to introduce to several half-blood elf students how to make the magic airship quickly rise into the wind layer, how to deal with various emergencies during the rise, etc. This group of half-blood elf students have not experienced sailing in the wind layer yet. Although the old dwarf Mags has been explaining how to enter the wind layer, and how to leave the wind layer, for them, this kind of paper talk has no memorable points at all. However, these half-elf students were serious and eager to learn, and they all took notes, meticulously. After the magic airship slowly flew to the apple orchard on the outskirts of the city, it hovered over the forest. Roy and the old dwarf Mags got off the magic airship in a hanging basket. A carriage was waiting in the orchard. When the half-elf coachman saw Roy and the old dwarf Mags coming, he quickly jumped off the carriage and opened the door. Roy took the old dwarf Mags into the carriage and let the carriage take them away from the apple orchard. The carriage was running in the forest road, and the trees outside the window kept sliding backwards. "Can your 4 students control this magic airship?" Roy sat in the carriage and couldn't help asking the old dwarf Mags. Yes, each of them has independent sailing experience. However, controlling a magic airship at high altitude is not something that can be done by only an excellent captain, but also requires a group of crew members with rich sailing experience. Once entering the wind layer, adjusting the angle of the sail is not a simple matter. The old dwarf Mags muttered as he sat opposite Roy. "I hope that through this voyage, these elf students can grow up quickly." This time, the old dwarf Mags got off the magic airship in the apple orchard in order to rush back to Partington Island to preside over the magic airship renovation project there. Accompanied by Roy, the old dwarf Mags successfully returned to Partington Island through the portal. Magnus left the 4 dwarf apprentices around him on the magic airship. The next leg of the voyage was to let these 4 dwarves explain how to fly at high altitudes. Roy returned to the apple orchard on the outskirts of Padstow alone. Rambo was already in charge of loading supplies in the apple orchard. The piles of wooden boxes were filled with elf biscuits and dried fish, and there were also a lot of apples and breadfruit waiting to be loaded on the ship. Dozens of half-blood elf warriors stood on both sides of the ship, lowering ropes one by one, using the cranes to hoist the supplies up and move them into the cabin. Rambo looked at the huge thing floating in the air and said to Roy excitedly, "Is this the magic airship you modified on Partington Island?" "Well, when the route between Padstow and Plateau City is opened, most of the supplies can be transported by magic airships," Roy replied. "Is this the power of goblin technology?" Rambo rubbed his sore neck, still unwilling to retract his gaze. "Now it can also be called dwarf technology. The most important floating device and propulsion device on this magic airship are from the dwarf kingdom. With this big guy, it will be much more convenient to transport supplies in the future." Rambo sighed. Roy on the side shook his head and whispered, "Transporting supplies is only one of its abilities. This time I also ordered 40 ship-mounted magic cannons from the Imperial Merchant Corps. Once installed on the magic airship, it will become a war fortress. At that time, if those fishermen want to leave the Sun Island Bay, it depends on whether I am willing or not." Rambo stared at Roy with wide eyes. Thinking of such a huge ship floating in the air and constantly bombarding an island, he felt a little chilly just thinking about it. "Please prepare some more elf biscuits and other food in the warehouse. The demand for food in Plateau City is increasing. Before Sun Island Bay is recaptured, this demand will continue to increase. Therefore, the materials transported from Padstow City to Pagisto Plateau should still be mainly food and daily necessities," Roy explained to Rambo. As the person in charge of the Padstow City Material Transfer Station, Rambo needs to be responsible for some material procurement work. "Don't worry, leave the things here to me." Rambo put on an expression that said, "Don't worry, I'm here." Since the floating device on the magic airship is always in operation, the magic airship will burn more magic crystals every day it stays. So Roy did not stay in the apple orchard outside Padstow for a long time. When the magic airship is fully loaded with supplies, the 12 floating devices are all in operation to hold the magic airship steadily. Roy gave the order to set sail to the 4 dwarf apprentices on the ship. The floating device on the magic airship was fully activated, and the magic light almost overflowed outside the magic pattern array. At this time, the magic airship began to slowly rise into the air. In the captain's room of the ship, Roy smiled and asked the dwarf apprentice, who was holding the steering wheel steadily, "In the dwarf country, are there magic airships between almost every city?" Roy's words immediately attracted the attention of the half-blood elf students around him, and everyone's eyes fell on the dwarf apprentice. The dwarf apprentice smiled innocently. He was probably very young. Only the beard above his lips was braided, and his chin was still bald, which looked funny. However, the dwarf apprentice had a gentle personality and liked to talk. In fact, this kind of magic airship is rare in our area. The dwarf apprentice's answer made Roy slightly startled. After all, it was a production base for floating devices, so how could there be no magic airships there? Why? Roy couldn't help asking. The dwarf apprentice talked freely. It's mainly because our cities don't need them very much. Our cities are on the mineral veins, and they are almost all semi-underground cities. These cities are connected by mineral veins, and many mineral veins have been dug through by us. In fact, underground rail trains are more convenient than this kind of magic airship, but the construction cost is very high, and underground operations have a little threshold for construction teams. It seems that only the dwarf country has underground rail trains. As for magic airships, you will know how expensive this kind of transportation is. The biggest problem restricting magic airships is the need to have air superiority. Thunderbirds often appear in our area. Once a level 4 magic beast is targeted, it can shoot down a magic airship by releasing a lightning bolt in the air. That's why we don't have airports or magic airships. The place where magic airships are really popular is in the Green Empire. There are airports in every city there, and their routes weave a network across the entire empire. Roy listened carefully. The dwarf apprentice told Roy about a world that was completely different from the elf continent, which made Roy very interested. Chapter 508. The dwarf apprentice told Roy that air supremacy is the most important factor restricting the development of magic airships. If you don't control the sky in this area, don't try to open a route in this area. The Green Empire was able to develop the shipping of magic airships because it had the Royal Eagle Lion Knights. In fact, the Silver Moon Elves should not have such troubles. After all, the Silver Moon Elves also have the Silver Pegasus Legion, a flying unit. In the eyes of the dwarf apprentices, the elves don't need to worry about the harassment of magic airships by flying monsters. Roy was not worried about the flying monsters from the Partington Plain, but it was not because his Silver Pegasus Corps could provide air support to the Partington Plain, but because he had a Griffin Cavalry Regiment under his control. At present, his Griffin Cavalry Regiment has grown to more than 700 Griffin Cavalry, almost forming a flying army. In the Padstow Forest, Griffin Barrier Mountains, Pagisto Plateau and Sun Island Bay of the Partington Plain, this Griffin Cavalry Regiment is considered the most powerful flying unit. As for the Blackwater Swamp, Roy really didn't want to set foot in that area for the time being, not only because there were countless poisonous horned black anacondas lurking in the Blackwater Swamp, but also because of the group of dragonflies deep in the swamp. At present, Roy has set his sights on the 3 areas of Padstow Plateau, Griffin Barrier Mountains, and Sun Island Bay. The reason why Roy set his sights here is mainly because the plateau has rich mining resources, and Sun Island Bay has high-quality fishery resources. Combined with the large orchards around Padstow City, it can form a comfortable circle that is most suitable for elves to live in. This is also the main reason why Roy is determined to take back this natural fishing ground. In this way, the Pagisto Plateau will have sufficient supplies, and will not be overly dependent on woods in Padstow City for supplies. The Roland continent described by the dwarf apprentice is a prosperous place. This reminded Roy of what High Priest Reed had said. High Priest Reed also told Roy, "If I have a chance, I must go to Roland continent to take a look. I must go to Roland continent to take a look if I have a chance." Roy stood aside and said to the dwarf apprentice with confidence. The magic airship entered the cloud layer, and the surrounding fog was filled. The wet air quickly wet the entire magic airship. The 12 floating devices on the airship were all turned on, and the magic pattern arrays emitted a faint blue light. The 4 dwarf apprentices took turns to come to the control panel, chat with Roy, and introduce to the half-blood elf students various matters that the magic airship should pay attention to when taking off. In fact, As long as you try to avoid the thunderstorm area when passing through the clouds, it will be very simple to control. Just try to avoid those cumulonimbus clouds. A dwarf apprentice said naively. When the magic airship passed through the clouds, the scenery in front of us was like a fairyland. The clouds under your feet seemed like you could walk in the clouds, and more like the ground paved with countless snow-white cotton. When the airship rose to this point, you could feel the dazzling sunlight above the clouds, but at this time, there was already a lover apprentice holding an anemometer, standing on the deck to measure the wind's speed and direction. Do you want to continue to rise? Roy said, pursing his lips. We are looking for the wind layer. After flying above the clouds, we actually need to measure the wind direction on board, so that we can find a route to the Plateau City. The dwarf apprentice answered. After hovering for nearly a quarter of an hour, the magic airship continued to increase its altitude. Although there is plenty of sunshine here, it is also very cold. These dwarf apprentices are very familiar with this magic airship. Under their skillful control, the magic airship finally entered the wind layer. The biting cold wind made Roy feel a little cold. Roy stood on the deck and stared at several dwarf apprentices. After the magic airship entered the wind layer, they did not rush to raise the sails. Instead, he quickly ran to the bow and opened the secret compartment under the deck and took out a roll of canvas from it. The two dwarf apprentices walked to the left and right ends of the deck and quickly tore open the canvas, letting the strong wind blow it up. Roy found that this sail was more like a parachute bag, which was blown up by the strong wind and quickly separated from the hull. This is a ball sail. When the ball sail flew out of the hull, it quickly straightened the swaying magic airship in the wind layer. According to the dwarf apprentice, this ball sail determines the flight direction of the airship. Then 3 triangular sails were pulled out, and the magic airship began to move in the wind layer with its bow facing the direction of the wind. Seeing that the magic airship gradually stabilized, the dwarf apprentices raised the sails under the 3 masts. The propulsion devices on the left and right sides of the magic airship currently only help the magic airship adjust its flight direction. In the wind layer, it is impossible to turn around. Even a turn of more than 10 degrees is impossible, and the entire magic airship is blown by the wind. Entering the Collapse Mountains, the Nicobar Mountains, and finally the Jiashi Mountains, and the wilderness appeared in the distance. This magic airship took 3 days to finally reach the Plateau City in the heart of the Pajisto Plateau. The time spent sailing all the way is about the same as that of the Griffin Cavalry, but sitting in the cabin is much more comfortable than riding on a griffin. Roy did not stay in the Plateau City, but threw half of the supplies on the ship, and then immediately flew towards the Sun Island Bay. At this time, a caravan happened to be along the Tolai River, along a road by the river, heading towards the Plateau City. There were also several Silver Moon Elf merchants in the caravan, who were considered outsiders traveling together. According to their own introduction, they were in Castletown City, and when they heard about such a business opportunity, they immediately decided to go to the Partington Plain to look for business opportunities. You have transported supplies here more than once, right? How long will it take to sell these goods you brought in the market? A Silver Moon Elf merchant asked the head of the caravan. We will stay in the Plateau City for 5 days, and we will set off to return to Padstow regardless of whether the goods are sold out or not. The head of the caravan said casually. What about the remaining goods? Sell them to the mine guards. They will pay a little more than the market price and collect all the materials shipped from Padstow. The head of the caravan said honestly. At this time, an elf in the caravan pointed to the sky and shouted, Look, everyone, look quickly, there is a 3-masted sailing ship floating in the sky. This sentence attracted everyone's attention. All the elves resting by the river raised their heads. Sure enough, there was a huge ship in the sky slowly leaving the Plateau City. What is that? Some elves asked curiously. Chapter 509. A 3-masted sailing ship slowly descended from the clouds, with all the sails on the hull falling onto the horizontal pole. Standing on the bow was a group of half-blood elf warriors, who kept looking down at the ground. When they saw that an elf had noticed them, they waved their hands with exaggerated expressions. The 3-masted sailing ship was constantly approaching the Plateau City. Today, not only has the city wall of the Plateau City been repaired, but even the city hall, which symbolizes the center of power, has been built at the highest point of the mound. 32 Roman columns over 20 meters high set off the magnificent city hall. The hillside is filled with buildings lined up one after another. The biggest difference between this Plateau City and other elven cities is that it is not a forest city, which does not conform to the aesthetics of the elves. Whether it is the city of Darnassus built by the Wood Elves on the World Tree, the city of Inahouse built by the Dark Moon Elves in the Evernight Forest, or the city of Buenos inhabited by the Silver Moon Elves in the central area of the Elven continent, The most obvious sign of these cities is that they are all forest cities. In fact, not only these three elven capitals, but other elven cities are also built in the forest. The most fundamental thing about an elven city is that there must be a tree of life in the center of the city. These plateau cities actually don't have one, and this place was originally a bare mound. Now a city has sprung up here, and the trees on both sides of the street are transplanted. After several months of careful cultivation, they have begun to sprout rapidly. Countless headhunter prisoners carrying bricks and stones raised their heads, looking up at the sky, with horror in their eyes. A huge ship floated silently in the air, with half-blood elf warriors standing on the bow, like a huge shadow covering the hearts of every headhunter on the plateau. Originally, some headhunter prisoners were eager to struggle for freedom, but now there was a mountain with almost invisible peaks pressing behind them, which immediately made countless headhunters break out in cold sweats. When the three-masted sailing ship docked at the edge of the city wall, a team of half-blood elf warriors carried boxes of supplies off the ship. These headhunter prisoners had already slowly retracted their gazes under the scolding of some supervisors, and continued to carry heavy hollow bricks, walking up the hillside one by one. Recently, there are only about 7,000 mine guards stationed in Plateau City. However, there are more than 13,000 headhunters serving in Plateau City, almost twice the number of mine guards. Although these headhunters are unarmed, recently, countless headhunters have seen the guards of Plateau City and have the idea of escaping. Some headhunters have already made escape plans in private, and some bold headhunters even want to capture Plateau City. But when they saw the huge ship above their heads, all their unrealistic thoughts seemed to vanish in an instant. The existence of such a three-masted sailing ship flying in the sky means that the half-blood elf warriors can be invincible in battle. As long as there is a group of elf archers standing on the ship and throwing arrows at the ground, these unarmed and unarmored headhunters will be unable to resist. The elves in the caravan stood up one after another and looked at the three-masted sailing ship flying quietly above their heads in amazement. A sailing ship that can fly in the sky. I heard that this kind of magic sailing ship is very common in Roland continent, but it is very rare in our elf continent. The head of the caravan stood up to explain to everyone. A half-blood elf couldn't help asking, "What is this magic sailing ship doing in the Plateau City?" The head of the caravan looked a little ugly, and couldn't help saying, "It is probably to open up the trade route between Pagisto Plateau and Padstow City. In the future, caravans like us. Life will become more and more difficult." A group of half-blood elf employees in the caravan had bitter expressions, and were all worried about the future. The head of the caravan said again, "But there is no need to worry too much. The operating cost of such a magic sailing ship must be very high, and there will always be some living space for our caravans." Although he comforted the other elves in this way, his brows were still furrowed. Several investigators sat by the river to rest. They disguised themselves as Silver Moon Elf merchants and followed the caravan all the way to this Plateau City. They also took the opportunity to inquire about a lot of things about Boss Roy on the road. It has to be said that Boss Roy has a very high reputation among the half-blood elves. Almost every half-blood elf seems to know Boss Roy on the Pagisto Plateau, and knows that he controls the mines on the Pagisto Plateau. What the investigators didn't expect was that although Roy was a half-elf, the half-blood elves also had a very high opinion of Boss Roy, saying that he came to the Pagisto Plateau to rescue the half-blood elves here from the suffering of dire straits. Almost every half-blood elf can tell some stories about Boss Roy on the plateau. The merchant group usually travels far and wide, and has collected many such rumors. It is said that before the Silver Pegasus Legion came to the Pagisto Plateau, the headhunters on the plateau, instigated by the mine owners, began to capture half-blood elves throughout the Pagisto Plateau. Not only that, the headhunters also constantly destroyed the elf villages, and squeezed the living space of the half-blood elves. At that time, the Silver Pegasus Legion was like a flash of lightning, sweeping across the entire Pagisto Plateau at lightning speed, and even fought all the way to the land of the ancestors of Gazan in the north of the plateau. The half-blood elves thought that their hard days on the plateau were over, and from now on, they could live peacefully on the plateau. But no one expected that the Silver Pegasus Legion would suddenly disappear from the Pagisto Plateau overnight. At this time, the real suffering for the half-blood elves on the plateau had just begun. The plateau headhunters made a comeback on the Pagisto Plateau, almost retaliating against the half-blood elves on the Pagisto Plateau. It was at this time that Boss Roy, who was in charge of the mine, received an order from the Silver Pegasus Military Department to organize a mine guard team on the Pagisto Plateau. Originally, this mine guard team was only guarding several gem mines in the southern part of the plateau. Later, as Boss Roy recovered the mithril mines in the Sadasso Mountains and the black iron mines in the Gaxi Mountains, he fought several battles with the headhunters in the process. Finally, In the southern part of the Jiaxi Mountains, the headhunters were stopped from moving southward. Then, in just over half a year, the entire Pajisto Plateau was completely occupied. The number of half-elf miners rescued exceeded 20,000. Listening to the people in the caravan talking about such a young half-elf was like talking about a legendary figure. The Silver Moon Elf investigators naturally didn't want to hear this. They waited until the caravan leader finished talking about Boss Roy's glorious deeds before they couldn't help asking. I heard that Boss Roy hated those mine owners so much that he often killed some mine owners for no reason when he recaptured the mines. The head of the caravan was slightly startled, and his eyes fell on the 3 Silver Moon Elf merchants again, and his eyes became somewhat complicated. Those mine owners are a group of slave traders. They colluded with headhunters to persecute the half-blood elves on the plateau. It is not unreasonable for Boss Roy to hate them. But if you say that Boss Roy harmed the mine owners, how could such a thing happen? In fact, those mine owners were almost captured when the Silver Pegasus Corps first rushed into the Padstow Plateau. Most of the mine owners were escorted to the court in Padstow City. I heard that some of them fled for fear of crime. I don't know much about those. After the caravan leader said this, he hesitated for a moment before saying, "The Plateau City is ahead. You have been with our caravan all the way here, and now it's time to separate." The 3 investigators looked at the caravan leader, and then at each other. Since they couldn't get any information from the caravan, they also wanted to go into the city to take a look. In fact, it would be best to blend in with the caravan, at least it wouldn't attract too much attention. But the leader had already said this, so the 3 investigators had no choice but to separate from the caravan and walk into the Plateau City alone. The caravan leader stared at the 3 Silver Moon Elf merchants walking into the Plateau City, and then heaved a sigh of relief. Then he told the half-elf employee in the caravan, "Let's pack up and get ready to go into the city." On both sides of the clean street are 2 rows of houses made of hollow bricks, arranged neatly, and in a uniform style. The street is built on a gently sloping mound, with several main roads leading vertically to the top of the mound. There are steps every few sections of the road. This main road is only suitable for pedestrians, and carriages have to go through the winding streets around the mound. Some headhunter prisoners pulled a flatbed truck full of hollow bricks to the construction site. 3 Silver Moon Elf investigators dressed as merchants followed these headhunter prisoners into the Plateau City, which was surrounded by walls and square buildings. There were few green trees and shrubs in the city. For several Silver Moon Elves, this place was too depressing, and it was full of dust everywhere. The investigators could only take out white silk to cover their mouths and noses, standing in the shade of the street and moving their feet into the city little by little. They saw the free market near the edge of the city wall, but that area was even more chaotic. The market was crowded with people, and some merchants spread their stalls on the ground. The investigators wanted to walk around the market, but they stopped immediately when they saw a row of bloody cow legs hanging on the edge of the market. The market here actually sells fresh meat, and the 3 investigators' faces are almost frozen. Why is there still killing here? The investigators looked at each other in bewilderment. Could it be that the half-blood elves here still eat animal meat? Then, they finally saw some headhunter prisoners with iron chains on their feet, who actually appeared in the market, and even took out a stack of kolar from their pockets and happily bought a thick beef leg. Headhunter prisoners can actually enter and leave the market freely here? They stood at the crossroads of the city, looking at everything around them, and always felt that everything was so new. Seeing some half-blood elves looking at them, the 3 investigators immediately retreated to the corner of the street and stopped at a place with few pedestrians. Looking at the magic airship parked at the edge of the city wall, one of the investigators couldn't help but complain. He actually built a magic airship here. This shameless half-elf probably doesn't understand the history of elves. How can he bring goblin culture to the elf world? Hey. We are here to investigate the accidental death of a bear. Everything here is completely contrary to the culture of the elves. Let's not worry about the magic airship for now, and don't pay attention to these things in the city. Our current task is to investigate the task clearly. Another investigator immediately reminded. That's right, the magic airship is not within our scope of responsibility. We should investigate the cause of a bear's death first. The 3rd investigator quickly echoed. Most of the half-blood elves in the city are soldiers of the mine guards. We will be easily noticed wherever we go, so what should we do? Then ask around to see if there are any elf slaves in the city who have returned from the Nicobar Mountains. I guess there must be some elves who have escaped from the Nicobar Mountains. We need to find out the truth from them. I don't think those half-blood elf slaves will necessarily tell the truth. We need to expand the scope of the investigation a little bit. I heard that many families of mine owners stayed on the Pajisto Plateau. As long as we find this group of elves, we can get the answer closest to the truth from them. Yes, we can ask around. On a tower near the magic airship on the city wall, Roy and Kaka stood next to the parapet, watching the 3 Silver Moon elves hiding in the streets outside the market. Although they were dressed as merchants, they didn't look like merchants at all. Roy, what do you think the 3 of them are talking about secretly over there? Kaka leaned on the parapet with one hand and looked down. Who knows? Roy said casually, as he watched the supplies on the magic airship being transported to the bottom of the city wall. He saw that some half-blood elf warriors wanted to move the boxes full of arrows on the deck, and quickly stopped them. Hey, don't move those boxes, they are going to be transported to Sun Island. Mu Lin, wearing a standard battle armor, slowly walked to Roy and Kaka. What should we do? Otherwise, I will come forward to find a way to drive them out of the city. Roy then cast his eyes on the streets below the city, with an intriguing smile on his face, and said, let them wander around the city. Since they are here to investigate the cause of death of the mine owner Abir, they must find something to be satisfied. Kaka and Mulin were a little confused about what Roy was going to do. But since he said so, they didn't say anything else. Chapter 510. Jerome mine owner lazily lay on a rattan chair in the shade. There was an open coconut on the small table beside him. He scooped a spoonful of cold coconut meat from it, and put it into his mouth. Jerome mine owner's brows immediately relaxed. Coconuts are not a product of the Pajisto Plateau, but they are sold in the free market of the Plateau City. Jerome mine owner is not short of money, so this fruit produced in the Elf continent naturally appears on Jerome mine owner's table. Now he is in charge of the 5 mines in the north of the plateau. He recently transported a batch of mithril ingots to the city of the plateau. By the way, he bought a small courtyard in the city through Mulin's relationship. The owner of the Jerome mine plans to hand over several mines in the north of the plateau one day in the future, and then he will settle in the city of the plateau. The afternoon sun shines on his body, making the owner of the Jerome mine warm and drowsy. Hearing footsteps coming from the door, the owner of the Jerome mine opened his eyes. The owner of the Jerome mine has few friends in the plateau city, except for Mulin, who is busy all day long. There shouldn't be any visitors at this time. The owner of the Jerome mine opened his eyes, and looked at the door, and saw 3 white-skinned Silver Moon elves standing at the gate of the yard, peeking into the yard. Excuse me, who are you looking for? A mine guard brought from the mine stood in front of the 3 Silver Moon elves, and asked in a calm voice. At this time, the owner of the Jerome mine was also observing the 3 Silver Moon elves dressed as merchants. We are merchants from Buenos Aires, looking for business opportunities in the Plateau City. Sorry to bother you. One of the Silver Moon elves said to the guard, but his eyes were looking into the yard. Before the mine guard could reply, the owner of the Jerome mine sat up from the rattan chair, put on a gesture of keeping people away, and said to the 3 Silver Moon elves at the door, well, we rarely deal with merchants, and we don't know much about business. The 3 investigators looked at the owner of the Jerome mine carefully. They saw that he was wearing a set of precious magic pattern equipment, and sitting on the rattan chair, with the posture of a superior. The 3 investigators thought they could get some useful information from the half-blood elf. The investigator immediately asked, who are you? I am a mine owner. Jerome, the mine owner, felt that his identity was simply infamous on the Pajisto Plateau. The 3 Silver Moon elves would definitely show disgusted expressions when they heard what he said, and then hurry away without looking back. But the expressions on the faces of the 3 Silver Moon elf investigators were exactly the opposite. When they stared at the face of Jerome the mine owner, their eyes were almost shining. The 3 of them even looked at each other secretly. There are not many mine owners alive in the Pajisto Plateau now. Excuse me, how long have you been the mine owner? A long time ago, I ran a very small mine in the north of the plateau. Jerome, the mine owner, answered truthfully. Now, I am also the manager of this mine. The 3 Silver Moon elf investigators smiled, and were very happy in their hearts. Who said there are no mine owners in the Plateau City? Who said there are no mine owners? Isn't that right? I heard that Boss Roy recaptured all the mines on the plateau a while ago, and those mine owners were sent to the Silver Moon Elf Council's Inquisition. You are so lucky to have escaped this disaster. One of the investigators said immediately. Jerome mine owner laughed and explained, my mine is very small. Although there are some elf slaves in the mine, I usually treat these half-blood elves as formal miners. They are paid in the mine, and my mine is more like a refuge for them. Besides, I have never blamed any half-blood elf, so Boss Roy just wrote a statement for me, and did not send me to the Inquisition. He also asked me to help him manage the mine. The 3 investigators said in succession, you did a great job. I heard that the Silver Pegasus Corps entered the Pajisto Plateau to rescue the half-blood elf slaves. You treated the elf slaves so well, Why did Boss Roy confiscate your mine? How could he do such a thing? The owner of the Jerome mine had already heard something wrong at this time. What were they trying to do? Now on the Partington Plain, few elves dared to talk about Boss Roy in such a tone. My situation is still good. Those mine owners, who have killed elf slaves, and whose hands are stained with blood have suffered a miserable fate. Some of them fled for fear of crime, and died on the way, while others were sent to the court. Boss Roy felt that he should end this topic as soon as possible. Just as he was thinking about how to tactfully ask the 3 Silver Moon Elves to leave his yard, he saw the 3 Silver Moon Elves surrounding the mine owner Jerome, and asked in a low voice, I heard that there is a Silver Moon Elf mine owner in the mine over the Nicobar Mountains. You mean the owner of the Abyll mine, right? I know him. Jerome answered truthfully. Do you know him? Jerome explained immediately. Of course, that guy has a large-scale mithril mine in the Nicobar Mountains. He is very famous in the Nicobar Mountains. Famous? The 3 investigators' eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He has the most elf slaves in his mine, and they are the same as you, Silver Moon Elves. Since His Majesty Janray's Ansel announced the slave trading calendar, he was the first group of people who dared to openly oppose the Silver Moon Elf calendar. I heard that he is also a close friend of Lord Alvis, but when Lord Alvis was captured, this guy hid on the plateau and escaped. The owner of the mine, Jerome, narrowed his eyes and said, there was some sarcasm towards the Silver Moon Elves in his words, which made the 3 investigators feel uncomfortable. However, in order to investigate the cause of death of the owner of the mine, they could only be thick-skinned and pretend that they did not understand the sarcasm of the owner of the mine, and continued to ask, then do you know how the owner of the mine, Abyll, died? Hearing the 3 Silver Moon Elves asking this, the owner of the mine, Jerome, understood at once that these 3 Silver Moon Elves were not looking for business opportunities. They clearly came to the plateau to investigate the cause of death of the owner of the mine, Abyll. Hey, if you talk about this, I won't be sleepy anymore. Why don't you come to my yard and sit for a while? The expression of the owner of the Jerome mine suddenly became rich, and he ordered a mine guard beside him. Go, open 2 coconuts I bought from the market for the guests. The 3 investigators looked at the expression of the owner of the Jerome mine, and felt that there seemed to be a little clue in this matter. They walked into the yard excitedly, sat on the chair opposite the owner of the Jerome mine, and asked hurriedly, tell us quickly, how did Abyll die? The face of the owner of the Jerome mine instantly became serious, and then he looked around mysteriously, lowered his voice, and said, I heard that it might be a murder of passion. Ah? The 3 investigators suddenly felt a little unwell all over. How could this matter be related to a murder of passion? The owner of the Jerome mine sat on a rattan chair and began to tell the love history of the owner of the Albar mine in detail. The owner of the Albar mine had a lover named Olysis. This Olysis was a very good sword dancer. He was tall and strong. It was said that he was also an adventurer who traveled from Buenos Aires to the Partington Plain. He fell in love with the owner of the Albar mine at first sight. Later, the 2 lived in the castle of the Mithril mine. Later, the Silver Pegasus Corps mine guards left the northern part of the plateau and recaptured the Mithril mine of the Albar mine owner. At that time, the Albar mine owner was determined to be sent to the trial in Padstow City by the mine guards, but his lover Olysis did not want to be tried, so he escaped from the mine's secret passage at night. The Albar mine owner couldn't let Olysis go, so he fled with Olysis. Who would have thought that Olysis was worried that the Albar mine owner would follow him and make him bear the crime of slave trading? So during the escape, he took advantage of the Albar mine owner's carelessness in the secret passage and directly cut the Albar mine owner's throat with a dagger. The owner of the mine, Jerome, described this story vividly, which naturally stunned the 3 investigators. It was not that there were few bayonet fighters among the Silver Moon Elf nobles, but that the owner of the mine, Abyll, was killed by his lover in a secret passage. Once it was made public, it would become a scandal among the Silver Moon Elf nobles. Once such a thing spread, it would definitely become a topic of conversation after dinner on the Elf continent. At that time, it would naturally be the face of all the Silver Moon Elf nobles that would be lost. The 3 investigators looked at the owner of the Jerome mine suspiciously. They wanted to know where the owner of the Jerome mine got all this information from. The owner of the Jerome mine immediately put on a smiling face, and then began to ask the 3 investigators about the situation in Buenos Aires. The 3 investigators were all from Buenos Aires, so it was easy for them to describe Buenos Aires clearly. Then, the owner of the Jerome mine talked to the 3 investigators about trade, the market situation of metal ingots, etc. These things were naturally things that the 3 investigators did not understand. The series of questions made the 3 investigators speechless until the 3 Silver Moon Elf investigators almost fled from the yard of the owner of the Jerome mine, with sweat all over their heads. As soon as the 3 investigators left, the owner of the Jerome mine asked a mine guard to secretly follow them. Then he thought for a moment, took out a roll of parchment, quickly wrote down the situation of the 3 Silver Moon elves, and asked his mine guard to deliver the letter to the city hall and give it to Mulin at the city hall. There was no hotel in the Plateau City. What surprised them was that the 3 wanted to stay in the city for a few nights, but they asked many half-blood elves in a row, but they were all rejected by these half-blood elves for various reasons. So when night fell, the 3 investigators could only set up 3 tents in a secluded corner of the free market. They spent their first day in the Plateau City in the tents on the corner. After nightfall, the streets of the Plateau City in November were cold and windy. The merchants gathered in the free market had dispersed, leaving only the mess on the ground. Although it was late, there were still half-blood elves holding brooms, carefully cleaning up the garbage in the free market. The tents set up by the 3 investigators were at a corner of the free market. A gust of wind blew, and the temperature that had just gathered in the tent disappeared instantly. There was a round breadfruit in front of the 3 investigators. As Silver Moon elves, they had not eaten breadfruit for many years. But now, apart from a breadfruit, they could hardly even buy apples. The main reason was that the Plateau City was still under martial law. As soon as night fell, the entire Plateau City was under martial law. The free market, which was originally bustling with people, suddenly disappeared in an instant under the whistle of martial law, leaving only garbage all over the ground. The 3 investigators did not get a single cent in the market. On this trip to the Pagisto Plateau, they had already eaten up all the elf biscuits they brought with them. Originally, they were planning to resupply supplies in the Plateau City. Unfortunately, they didn't have time to buy food before the market closed. Fortunately, the breadfruit vendor walked a little slowly, and the 3 investigators hurried to buy one. After nightfall, the magic airship was ready to take off. Roy left part of the supplies on the magic airship in the Plateau City, and then prepared to take the magic airship to Sun Island Bay. In addition to a large amount of food, the magic airship also had a batch of military supplies, which would also be transported to Sun Island Bay. Roy walked onto the magic airship along the sampan, and the crew on the airship began to untie the ropes on the parapets and pull back the sampan on the city wall and the hull. Mulin rode in hastily. She had just made a routine tour of the city and saw Roy preparing to leave the Plateau City on the magic airship, so she said to Roy, "Boss Roy, are you leaving so soon?" Roy held the wooden railing of the ship with both hands and responded, "Well, I want to deliver these supplies to Sun Island Bay as soon as possible." Mulin frowned, looked up and asked Roy, "What about the 3 Silver Moon Elf investigators?" Roy smiled, waved his hand, and said nonchalantly, "Let them stay in the city for 2 days. When they feel that they can't proceed or have obtained useful information, they will naturally leave." Mulin put his hands on his waist and complained with a bitter face, "Since these 3 investigators dare to enter the city to investigate so blatantly, why don't they just reveal their identities? Wouldn't it be more convenient that way? Why do you care so much?" Roy stood beside the ship, waved to Mulin and said, "I let little Eugene stay here. If there is anything, send little Eugene to Sun Island Bay to see us off. It is definitely impossible to rely on the mine guards over there, but at least the Griffin Cavalry Regiment can come back at any time." "Got it." Mulin responded weakly, turned around and walked down the city wall, his standard armor shining on the city wall. Chapter 511. The fishmen in the Sun Island Bay are still entrenched in the coral reef area. They rarely go to the beach on the north coast, but they are always monitoring the movements on the beach. Once the Griffin Cavalry appears in the sky, the fishmen in the sea will sink into the sea to avoid the Griffin Cavalry shooting in the sky. However, the Toadfish Cavalry, with their hard scales, are not afraid of the feather arrows that suddenly fall from the sky. So the toadfish in the Sun Island Bay have been particularly rampant recently. There are even frequent toadfish nights gathering on the north coast, summoning huge waves to hit the elf village in the dense forest. Whenever this happened, the Griffin Cavalry would fly to Sun Island and launch an indiscriminate rain of arrows at the fishmen on Sun Island from high altitude. Under the call of Teprado, the half-blood elves living in the jungle in the northern part of Sun Island Bay migrated to the southern foot of the Barrier Mountains. Although the fishmen in Sun Island Bay were not eliminated, the Sun Island Bay War greatly increased the prestige of the village chief Teprado in the Sun Island Bay area. Almost every day, some corpses of fishmen would float to the beach, and occasionally the Griffin Cavalry would be attacked by the water arrows of the Toadfish Cavalry lurking in the sea when flying at low altitude. The docks built on the north coast were often destroyed by the fishmen. Even if there were assassination teams lurking near the docks, they still could not stop the harassment of these fishmen. Every time the newly built log piles were messed up by these fishmen. This pier that has never been built looks like a ruin on the seashore. Another group of fishmen from Sun Island rushed onto the beach. They cut down the pillars standing in the sea. When they saw a group of half-blood elf warriors rushing out of the jungle with longbows in their hands, the fishmen on guard immediately started to yell. The fishmen who were destroying the unfinished pier stopped immediately. Then countless splashes appeared on the sea surface of the pier, and the fishmen quickly dived into the sea. The dock was in a mess. The magic airship, loaded with military supplies, passed through the southern part of the Pajisto Plateau, the hilly mountains, and the Chianan Mountains, and successfully arrived at the Sun Island Bay 2 days later. When the magic airship arrived at the dense forest camp on the north shore of the Sun Island Bay, almost all the half-blood elf warriors ran out of the camp. Looking at the three-masted sailing ship floating above their heads, the elves seemed very happy. Since there was no airport here, the magic airship had nowhere to dock, and a large amount of supplies could only be suspended along the ropes, and the magic airship could only float in the air. Roy returned to the Bay of Sun Island, and saw that there was not much change in the jungle camp. The fishmen of Sun Island certainly did not dare to come to the land, let alone go into the jungle, so the battlefield between the fishmen and the elf warriors was only near the beach. Occasionally, some toadfish cavalry would appear and hide behind to launch sneak attacks. As long as the toadfish cavalry ran out, the griffin cavalry regiment here would immediately fight back, but due to the lack of arrows in the camp, the griffin cavalry did not go to Sun Island to cause trouble for the fishmen recently. This time, the magic airship arrived at the Sun Island Bay and brought a large number of armor-piercing arrows. Roy came to the beach and found that the place where the pier should have been built was now a ruin. There were many logs propped up in the shallows, and some logs were even floating in the sea. These logs were everywhere. There were traces of being cut. After so long, the pier has become like this? Roy asked with a frown. Boss, the group of fish monsters often come here at night. They push down all the standing logs in the water. We arrange people to ambush them, and they turn around and swam back to the coral reef. It is usually difficult to catch them. A half-elf captain explained in a low voice. So, you haven't found a way to deal with these fishmen? Roy asked back. Well, there is no good way to stop these fishmen for the time being. The half-elf captain replied in a low voice. Roy walked on the soft sand to the ruined dock, and saw several fishmen lying on logs not far away jumping into the sea. It seems that the beach is gradually being occupied by the fishmen. Roy frowned and waved his hand, signaling the squadron leaders not to follow him. He walked towards a rocky beach. Miss Tiffany lived here. When she walked to the edge of the black reef, she found the night-blade leopard lying on the sea reef. It was hidden in the reef, and could blend into the sea reef. Roy walked in front of the night-blade leopard, and could not find it. After the night-blade leopard appeared, it jumped and came to Roy. It circled Roy, smelled his breath, and then whimpered twice. Roy bent down and touched its silk-like smooth fur. Perhaps it had eaten a lot of fish recently, so it was obviously fatter, and its fur was shiny. Walking into the reef, Roy remembered that there was a cave in the reef. Half of the space in the cave was seawater, and Miss Tiffany moved her residence here. Roy walked to the entrance of the cave, and the night-blade leopard following behind Roy jumped in front of Roy and walked into the cave. Now the tide had just receded, and when he walked into the cave, the seawater was only above his knees. When Roy walked into the cave, he found that there was no one inside, and Miss Tiffany was not here at all. Roy squatted down, touched the soft fur on the night-blade leopard's neck, and whispered to it, "Where did Miss Tiffany go?" The night-blade leopard roared towards the depths of Sun Island Bay, and the meaning was very clear. Miss Tiffany went to Sun Island Bay. Roy was speechless. He was a little worried about Miss Tiffany's safety. The night-blade leopard jumped to a pile of rocks high above the cave, where it would not be flooded by the sea even if the tide rose. It used its thick claws to push away 2 rocks, picked up a note written on magic paper, and then jumped in front of Roy. Roy took the note, and the handwriting on it was indeed left by Miss Tiffany. She learned Elvish very well. At least, she could write some letters fluently. Miss Tiffany, Roy, if you can see this letter, it means I haven't returned from Sun Island yet. I am going to explore the situation of Sun Island this time. Please don't worry about me. I still have some self-protection ability against these sea monsters. This time, I just want to see who is ruling these sea monsters and Sun Island fishmen here. Perhaps it was a very powerful sea monster, or perhaps a sea beast priest who could make other sea monsters obey him. But this is exactly what I find strange, because I think if there was such a sea monster or sea beast priest, he would not have been able to endure until now and still hide in the Sun Island. But if there was no such sea monster that could convince the people on the Sun Island, these fishmen and monsters on the island should have fled in all directions after so many failures, and would never have stayed on the Sun Island and waited to die. So, based on these reasons, I decided to go to the Sun Island to investigate the other side. Written by Tiffany on November 6, 1408. Looking at the beautiful handwriting on the letter paper, Roy's eyebrows almost twisted together. Roy turned and walked out of the cave quickly. The Nightblade leopard followed closely behind Roy. Since it saw Roy, it has been following him closely. What's wrong? Did you encounter danger around the beach, or did you meet someone you couldn't deal with? Don't worry, I can help you, Roy said to the big cat beside his legs. What? The Nightblade leopard let out a proud growl, obviously telling Roy that it was not like that. As a Nightblade leopard, it also has dignity. Are you worried about Miss Tiffany? The Nightblade leopard did not continue to whimper. It squatted beside Roy. Even if it did not completely enter the latent state, its body was still translucent, as if a layer of light black mist covered its eyes. I am a little worried too. Let's go and look for her around the Sun Island Bay. After Roy finished speaking, he quickly ran out of the reef area, took the Nightblade leopard back to the jungle camp, and then climbed up the ladder to the magic airship floating in the air. A group of half-blood elf warriors lived on the magic airship, and they were sitting on the deck to enjoy the cool air. Everyone saw Roy climb up with a serious face, and they all stood up from the deck. Roy instructed a dwarf apprentice, "Start the propulsion device immediately, and we will patrol around the Sun Island Bay." Boss Roy, the magic airship is not suitable for low-altitude flight. If the two propulsion devices are fully turned on, it will increase the consumption of magic crystals. The dwarf apprentice was holding a glass of foaming beer in his hand. I know, but now I need you to do as I say. Roy didn't want to listen to the dwarf apprentice's nagging, especially the dwarf who had drunk some wine. The dwarf apprentice immediately drank the beer, trying to drop the last drop into his throat, then wiped his mouth and said, "Okay, since you insist on doing this, I will listen to you, Boss Roy." In fact, the dwarf apprentice only needs to stand in front of the control panel to give some instructions. Now these half-elf warriors have basically mastered the control of this magic airship. And in the case of low-altitude flight, in order to ensure the stability of the magic airship, there is no need to raise the sail. As long as the floating device keeps the magic airship floating in the air, all the driving force comes from the propulsion device. Therefore, the propulsion device at the stern must be fully started to make the magic airship fly. When the magic airship flew to the coastline, the fishman monsters patrolling in the sea immediately dived into the sea, and did not dare to show their heads at all. Only some frogfish cavalrymen were hiding in the sea, following the magic airship. But only their shadows could be seen on the sea surface, and even if feather arrows were shot into the sea, they could not be hurt. In order to see the situation on the sea surface clearly, Roy asked the magic airship to lower its flying altitude so that the situation in the sea could be seen more clearly. The half-blood elf warriors held longbows in their hands, standing on both sides of the ship, staring at the sea intently. The dwarf apprentice, who was a little red from drinking, was still nagging Roy at this time. "Boss Roy, if you really want to transform this magic airship into an air battleship, in addition to the necessary flying troops, you actually need to install some defensive magic rune cloth on the magic airship, which is almost a magic protective cover. In addition, at least 2 sets of propulsion devices should be added on both sides of the hull. It is estimated that the maneuverability of the magic airship can be improved. Otherwise, it can only be a magic airship shuttling between the wind flow layer and the tower." At this time, a cry of surprise was heard from the half-blood elf at the stern. Roy turned his head to observe after hearing the cry, and found that a huge wave several tens of meters high had quietly surged behind the magic airship. A row of toadfish cavalry appeared on the top of the huge wave, riding the wind and waves and rushing towards the magic airship. The half-blood elf warriors found the huge wave behind them, and quickly reported it to the dwarf apprentice at the control console. Then, under the orders of the dwarf apprentice, all 12 floating devices were immediately activated, and then the magic airship began to rise slowly. Even though there were huge waves carrying the toadfish cavalry forward, they always kept a distance from the magic airship. Of course, these toadfish cavalrymen didn't want to let the magic airship go. All the toadfish's bodies began to turn light blue, and the strong smell of water elements began to spread around. Ice spears appeared in the mouths of the toadfish, and then when they opened their mouths, the ice spears sprayed out of the mouths of the toadfish. A series of water arrows formed a gorgeous water curtain in front of the huge waves. Some water arrows flew past the bottom of the ship, and some water arrows hit the bottom of the ship directly. Then the water arrows exploded, causing the magic airship to shake continuously under a series of huge shocks. At this time, Roy was standing on the ship's tower. The violent vibration made Roy hit the door frame violently. Roy quickly leaned out from the railing of the ship's tower to observe the damage to the bottom of the ship. At this time, the Griffin cavalry scattered around the magic airship quickly began to approach the magic airship. Some Griffin cavalry also flew over the huge waves, and then shot a few arrows at the Toadfish cavalry on the huge waves. The Toadfish cavalry saw the Griffin cavalry in the sky shooting a rain of arrows, and they were not surprised at all. They didn't even try to avoid it deliberately, but just stretched out one arm to cover their faces. They were covered with a layer of hard scales, and the elves' arrows couldn't penetrate them at all. But just as the Toadfish cavalrymen raised their hands to block the rain of arrows, they heard a series of puff 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 sounds, and then blood splashed everywhere. These arrows easily pierced the hard scales on the Toadfish cavalrymen. For a moment, no one knew how many Toadfish monsters fell into the sea. These armor-piercing arrows hit the thick-skinned Toadfish and deeply penetrated into the Toadfish's body. Chapter 512. Countless Toadfish cavalrymen shot by armor-piercing arrows fell into the sea, and the waves were dyed red by blood. The huge waves summoned by hundreds of Toadfish cavalrymen formed a water wall several dozen meters high on the sea surface. The red waves rubbed the bottom of the magic airship and hit it. Although it only scraped a little, the magic airship still vibrated violently. The entire wooden hull made a creaking sound, and some thick wooden boards became loose. Huge waves were raised on both sides of the ship, splashing more than 10 meters high. All the elves on the ship were thrown into the air by this huge momentum, but fortunately most of the half-elf warriors landed back on the deck steadily with their excellent balance. Several dwarf apprentices were not so lucky. However, they were too heavy, and the magic airship was hit by the waves this time, and it failed to throw the dwarf apprentices out of the ship. Only a cry of surprise came from the magic airship. Then the magic airship broke away from the waves, and with the floating device running at full capacity, the magic airship quickly flew into the air. Those Toadfish cavalrymen wrapped in the waves could only dive down to the sea surface with the waves. Roy held the railing on the ship's tower tightly with both hands, steadied his body, and stretched out one hand, and took the opportunity to pick up the dwarf apprentice beside him. The dwarf apprentice fell down, and was rolling uncontrollably on the ground under the impact of the huge wave. At this moment, he was picked up by Roy, and after standing firmly, he hurriedly thanked Roy. The Toadfish cavalrymen, who fell back into the sea with the huge waves, looked at the magic airship above their heads with some reluctance. As long as this huge wave was 3 meters higher, the wave head would be able to roll the magic airship into the sea. Unfortunately, the magic airship was just a little short of rising to the sky. These Toadfish cavalry could only shake their tails again and dive back into the seabed. After the sneak attack by the Toadfish cavalry, Roy did not let the magic airship return, but quickly summoned all the Griffin cavalry. Nearly 700 Griffin cavalry guarded the magic airship and slowly approached the Sun Island. As long as a fishman monster appeared on the sea nearby, the Griffin cavalry would immediately approach and shoot it. In this way, the magic airship, surrounded by a group of Griffin cavalry, killed all the way to the Sun Island. Some of the fishmen and monsters active in the bay also felt the threat of the magic airship in the sky. They quickly put down everything in their hands, flipped their flippers, and returned to Sun Island as quickly as possible. Looking down from the sky, you can see that white lines suddenly appeared on the sea surface of Sun Island Bay. As long as you get closer, you will find that these white lines are almost all formed by the fishmen and monsters rushing back from all directions. They swim very fast, and after their bodies break through the waves, they immediately form a white line on the sea surface. A large number of fishmen and monsters retreated to Sun Island, making the already crowded island even more chaotic. Countless Toadfish cavalrymen wandered in the sea area in front of Sun Island. A large number of fishmen holding weapons crowded on the beach of Sun Island. These fishmen wore ragged armor pieces, and some of them even had thick shells hanging on their bodies. These fishmen could only shout restlessly on the beach. Several sea monsters stood on a huge rock on the shore, looking up at the distant sky at the same time. A magic airship and a large group of Griffin cavalrymen turned into a dark cloud, flying over from the distant place where the sky and the sea met. Several siren captains looked a little embarrassed. Among these siren captains, there was no sign of Zaina. Have all the Angler Knights been called back? The siren captain standing in the front asked in a deep voice. Since the failure of the last negotiation, the siren captains have been waiting for this day. A siren captain wearing armor immediately replied, "Yes, the Angler Knights have been assembled." The siren captain pondered for a moment, turned his head and looked at the beach, and ordered, Evacuate the fishmen and monsters on the island as soon as possible. Let them escape to the trench in the east. These guys will only cause trouble if they stay on the island. Yes, sir. Go to Commander Lattimore. Never mind, I do it myself. The leader of the siren turned around and jumped off the boulder, quickly running towards the island cave. Hundreds of Griffin cavalrymen were like a dark cloud in the sky, and the core of the dark cloud was a three-masted sailing ship floating in the air. The fishmen and monsters in the Bay of Sun Island had never seen three sailing ships before, and they felt panic when they saw such a huge ship floating in the air. As the fishmen and monsters began to flee into the sea in large numbers, a panic appeared on the coastline of Sun Island. This situation made the toadfish cavalrymen start to get agitated. There were dark clouds overhead, the waves kept rushing towards the beach, and the sky was terribly gloomy. The leader of the sea monster swam to the outside of the hidden cave on Sun Island at almost the fastest speed. He stood outside the cave and did not go in directly, but shouted into the cave, "Commander Lattimore, you come in. Why are you here at this time? What happened outside?" Commander Lattimore's dry voice came from the cave, and it even had an echo. The siren captain immediately explained, "The half-blood elf army in the dense forest on the north coast attacked us, and their air force will arrive at the island soon. In addition, their air force is very powerful. In addition to hundreds of Griffin cavalry, there is also a flying magic sailing ship slowly approaching." The siren captain stood trembling at the entrance of the cave, and was trembling when he spoke, fearing that his words would anger Commander Lattimore in the cave. "Got it. Although I can't leave the island to fight, since they dare to come to Sun Island. Let them understand one thing. We, the Sun Island fishmen, have the final say over this Sun Island Bay." Commander Lattimore's hoarse voice was full of confidence. Hearing Commander Lattimore say this, the siren leader was immediately relieved. "I go to the battlefield ahead to supervise the battle," the siren leader said hurriedly, and left the cave immediately. It seemed that he didn't want to stay any longer. The commander of the Lattimore in the cave also laughed like a wild beast, and seemed extremely excited. There were no mountains on the Sun Island in front of him. The white beach surrounded a dense jungle, forming a distant island. The magic airship kept approaching the island, and several sea monster leaders on the island were ready to face a great enemy. The flying speed of the Griffin cavalry was many times faster than that of the magic airship. They swept over from the sky like a swarm of bees, shooting a rain of arrows at the toadfish warriors hiding in the shallow sea. Chapter 513. Roy stood at the bow of the magic airship. The sea breeze was so strong that the flag on the bow rang loudly. Two teams of half-blood elves were on both sides of the ship, carrying longbows on their backs. Two half-blood elf magicians controlled 12 floating devices and 2 propulsion devices, allowing the magic airship to float steadily in the air while slowly sailing forward. Since the Griffin cavalry completely controlled the sky above the Sun Island Bay, Roy was not worried that the magic airship would be attacked. It was just that the huge waves summoned by the toadfish cavalry almost swept into the sea, and it was now nearly 200 meters away from the sea surface. Huge waves surged around the island, and countless fishmen and monsters jumped from the island into the sea, and soon their bodies disappeared in the sea. The Griffin cavalrymen in the sky launched a round of dive volleys at the toadfish cavalrymen around the island. These Griffin cavalrymen moved in unison, and in one round of dives, they fired dense armor-piercing arrows. Although the toadfish cavalrymen were prepared, they had fought with the Griffin cavalrymen several times before, and they had long understood that the feather arrows shot by the Griffin cavalrymen could not hurt them at all, so they floated in the sea without caring. At this time, many toadfish cavalrymen heard fishmen shouting in the distance, "Get out of the way! Get out of the way!" The fishmen shouting these words were the toadfish cavalrymen, who had withdrawn from the distant sea. But the toadfish cavalrymen near Sun Island had no idea that danger was approaching. Before everyone knew what was going on, a barrage of arrows had already fallen head-on. The moment those arrows fell, they actually made a whizzing sound through the air. The toadfish cavalrymen just casually raised their hands to protect their faces. But as these armor-piercing arrows hit the toadfish cavalry, blood splattered everywhere. A group of toadfish cavalry fell into the sea, and the huge toadfish kept rolling in the shallow water. The entire northern coastline of Sun Island seemed to be boiling, with surging water everywhere. Several sea monster leaders looked up at the Griffin cavalry flying in the sky, and their faces showed anxiety. Several heralds, who went to the southern waters of Sun Island Bay, were unable to see Zaina. Originally, they hoped that she could hum a lullaby for the enemy elves before the war began. Unfortunately, until the Griffin cavalry launched the first round of attack on Sun Island, Giazina had not appeared yet. At this moment, the other siren captains could only join forces to take on the challenge. The sky above was overcast, and the cold and humid sea breeze made the sea surface turbulent, with waves crashing onto the beach of Sun Island. This wave of attack by the Griffin cavalry caught the Toadfish cavalry off guard, and the Toadfish cavalry did not expect that the Griffin cavalry had replaced the armor-piercing arrows. As soon as the two sides came into contact, the Toadfish cavalry in the sea were injured one after another, and those giant anglerfish were also turning over in the shallow water, and it seemed that they were also seriously injured by this round of arrow rain. Several siren captains released water arrows, and hundreds of Griffin cavalrymen shuttled back and forth in the water arrows. These griffins flew very fast, and the speed of the water arrows shot by the siren and a group of Toadfish cavalry was average, so these water arrows could not hurt these griffins at all. In desperation, looking at the Griffin knights flying randomly in the sky, the siren captains looked at each other, and everyone understood what each other was thinking, so they could only work together again to summon a mountain-like peak. Seeing the huge waves rising higher and higher, the Griffin cavalry immediately flew away. The Sun Island Sea battle officially started. At this time, the magic airship that Roy was riding had already flown near the Sun Island, but Roy had not found any trace of Miss Tiffany until now. The magic airship finally arrived above the Sun Island, and a rain of arrows was thrown from the magic airship. Unfortunately, the fishmen on the beach could no longer be seen, and the Toadfish cavalry hid under the sea again. Therefore, shooting arrows from the magic airship cannot cause casualties to the Toadfish cavalry. It can only suppress the Toadfish cavalry in the sea. Kaka, what secrets do you think are hidden on this Sun Island? What makes this fishman army unwilling to give up this place? Roy asked Kaka behind him. I heard from the village chief Prado that there may be a strong man hiding on the Sun Island. There was a very powerful monster hunter in our village before. He had sneaked into the interior of the Sun Island several times. He found that as long as he landed on the Sun Island, he would be discovered by the fishmen on the island immediately. He thought that there must be a second-level strongman hiding on the Sun Island. As the two talked, the sea below continued to surge. The entire island was shaking. Several sea siren leaders stood on the water wall, and sea blue ice balls appeared between their hands. A series of huge six-pointed star snowflake-shaped magic arrays appeared under their feet. As these magic arrays slowly gushed out endless mana, the ice balls between the sea siren leaders' hands quickly condensed, and then dragged a snowflake tail and crashed into the Griffin cavalry in the sky. The Griffin cavalry flexibly dodged the flying ice balls. But the next second, these ice balls exploded in midair, and countless cold air swept the entire sky. The surrounding Griffin cavalrymen were shrouded in this cold wave. Many griffins flying in the air were quickly covered with a thick layer of frost. The half-blood elves riding on the backs of the griffins felt their bodies instantly become extremely stiff, and the griffins under them were also covered with thick ice and snow. Many griffins with frozen bodies fell from midair. After falling for only a dozen meters, these griffins dispelled the cold air on their bodies, and began to struggle to fly high. A large number of Toadfish cavalrymen also emerged from the sea water under the sea monster leader, opened their abyss mouths, and continuously shot water arrows into the sky. Suddenly, the sky seemed to be filled with countless brilliant fireworks. The Griffin cavalrymen hurriedly increased their flying altitude. Many griffins were frostbitten by the ice balls. Some Griffin cavalrymen struggled to fly towards the magic airship and landed on the deck of the magic airship. In the cold pond cave on Sun Island, as his body gradually turned into a corpse, Commander Lattimore could only hide in the cold pond every day. The cold pond in the cave contains a large amount of preservatives. Commander Lattimore originally found this place because he saw the specialness of this cold pond. He looked for many places in the Partington Plain, and only this cold pond could curb the speed of his body turning into a corpse. During the years of hiding in the Sun Island, Commander Lattimore has been looking for a magic potion that can cure the corpse poison in his body, but unfortunately the Elven continent lacks the most basic understanding of the necromancer. He has also tried many other methods, but none of them can stop his body from turning into a corpse. Commander Lattimore now feels that his whole body has become stiff, and he looks like a dead tree. At this moment, his whole body is immersed in a freezing cold pool, with only his old face exposed above the pool. A layer of faint death has condensed between his eyebrows. He feels that the muscles in his chest and abdomen have completely stiffened, and every time he breathes, he can hear the bones creaking. As the most capable follower, Giazina has been silently following Commander Lattimore for these years. But recently Giazina seems to have shown signs of a breakthrough. The look she gave him was less respectful than before, and more ambitious. So recently, Commander Lattimore has been on guard against Giazina everywhere. Commander Lattimore's body under the water was almost covered with a thin layer of ice. He closed his eyes, and endured the last bit of pain brought by the cold. Suddenly, a slight ripple appeared in the calm cold pond, and a huge shadow appeared under the cold pond with a diameter of only more than 20 meters. Commander Lattimore sighed slightly, and then said hoarsely to the pond, "Old friend, I woke you up from your slumber because a group of enemies appeared on the island. They are half-blood elves living in this plane, and they want to occupy this island." Commander Lattimore only said so much, and a large number of bubbles appeared in the cold pond. Then the dangerous atmosphere under the cold pool completely disappeared, and the dark cave returned to its previous calm. The vibration of Sun Island became more and more obvious, and even the sea water at the edge of the island began to become turbid and splashed like a boiling pot. Roy stood by the boat, ready to let the magic airship land a little. But before he could communicate with the dwarf apprentice, a strong breath rose from the island. Roy felt that the sharp breath wanted to stab the sky with a sword. The dwarf apprentice on the magic airship also smelled the dangerous breath at the first time, and hurriedly raised the altitude of the magic airship. The Griffin cavalrymen lying on the deck also left the magic airship one after another. Before Roy could see what was happening under the island, dozens of huge tentacles suddenly stretched out from the ground close to the edge of the coast of Sun Island. These huge tentacles were like octopus tentacles, but they were many times larger than octopus tentacles. One by one, the tentacles broke through the beach and rushed straight towards the magic airship in the air. Since the magic airship was floating 200 meters above the sky in advance, these tentacles had no chance to touch the magic airship. One tentacle was at least several dozen meters high, swaying constantly at the edge of the island, stretching upwards. Only some flexible Griffin cavalry were still flying freely over the island, occasionally galloping through the area full of tentacles. There is a sea beast priest on the island. This huge sea beast should be a deep-sea monster. The magic airship quickly took off and calmly dodged these tentacles. Seeing that the Sun Island was turned upside down by the magic airship, Roy walked quickly to the main mast and rang the bell in his hand vigorously. A series of crisp and pleasant bells rang, and the magic airship began to turn around and return. Although he didn't find Miss Tiffany, Roy knew that it was meaningless to stay in Sun Island. This time, the magic airship had no preparations and had no way to deal with the giant monster under the island. The magic airship evacuated from Sun Island, and the giant sea beast did not follow. The airship flew all the way to the north coast of Sun Island Bay, and then it was suspended in the air. This coastline became extremely quiet. At this time, Roy was standing at the stern, looking towards the sea area of Sun Island Bay. The sea was vast and boundless. He was a little worried. It was not easy to hunt a sea beast hiding under the island. But if they want to occupy Sun Island and drive those fishmen out of Sun Island Bay, they can't get around the giant sea beast, and they have to find a way to kill it. Roy was pondering at the bow, when he saw a vague figure on a rock in the reef area, waving at the magic airship. The enchanting figure, and long seaweed hair flying in the wind were clearly Miss Tiffany's figure. On seeing Miss Tiffany, Roy let out a long breath and put his heart back in his stomach. Roy took Kaka's griffin and flew directly from the magic airship to the beach reef area. Miss Tiffany looked a little pale, with dark circles under her eyes, and looked a little tired. Seeing Roy getting off the magic airship on a griffin, Miss Tiffany smiled and waved again. Roy came to Miss Tiffany and complained to her, "I thought you were caught by the fishmen on Sun Island. I took the magic airship to Sun Island, and was almost attacked by the sea beast under the island." Did you see the sea beast too?" Miss Tiffany was smiling, but she was surprised to hear Roy say that. "I didn't see its full appearance, but I saw a lot of tentacles with suction cups on the magic airship," Roy replied. "What a coincidence. I also went to investigate what dangers there are on Sun Island. According to my investigation, there is a sea beast priest on Sun Island, and this deep-sea octopus is a sea beast. For some reason, this sea beast priest can only live on Sun Island." Miss Tiffany sat on the sea reef, throwing the sea fish in her hand to the night-blade leopard, and told Roy the news she had heard in the past few days. "Roy, if you want to occupy Sun Island, you have to find a way to deal with this big guy," Miss Tiffany said. "Wait for me to transport these 3-masted sailboats to Sun Island Bay first, and then we can talk about the rest later," Roy said, looking at the ruins of the dock not far away. After this battle, the fishmen and monsters on Sun Island calmed down again, and they no longer took advantage of the night to attack the unfinished dock. Under the leadership of Roy, the half-blood elf warriors began to build a dock on this beach. A week later, on the beach closest to the jungle camp, a simple pier built with wooden planks was finally built. The magic airship hovering in the air slowly landed next to the pier. Then, under the leadership of 4 dwarf apprentices, the floating devices and propulsion devices on the magic airship were all removed, but the support frames on the side of the ship were all left. The magic airship turned into a 3-masted sailing ship again, and the 12 floating devices and 2 propulsion devices were all loaded into wooden boxes. These materials will be quietly transported back to Partington Island by Lation's caravan. Next, the 3-masted sailing ships on Partington Island will be transported to the Sun Island Bay in the Partington Plain one by one in this way. Chapter 514. The 3-masted sailboat was moored beside the simple dock. The sea breeze blew, and the flags on the masts fluttered in the wind. This dock built with logs and planks was once a ruin due to the harassment of the fish monsters. But since Roy took the magic airship and raided the Sun Island with more than 700 Griffin cavalry, the group of slug-like fish monsters in the sea disappeared all at once. In the waters of the north coast, it is difficult to see the fish monsters who walk swayingly. On the coastline, a team of Griffin cavalry brought some sharp stone pillars from the air. These stone pillars were brought back from the stalagmite forest 2 kilometers away. They lined up and threw the slender stone pillars into the sea 200 meters away from the pier. The stone pillars were nailed into the sea, forming an arc-shaped seawall. This seawall only left a gap of 15 meters in the middle. 15,004 or 5-meter-long stalagmites were nailed into the sea, outlining the outer contour of the seawall. The Griffin cavalry then flew to the top of the cliff farther away, and brought some bluestone weighing 400 or 500 kilograms from there, and filled the gaps in the stone pillars little by little. When all the gaps in the stone pillars were filled with bluestone, the seawall was considered to be initially formed. This method of reclaiming land and building embankments to resist the fishmen of Sun Island was not something Roy had thought of. When the Silver Moon Elves and the Nagasea clan went to war in the Queen of Winnie Islands, the elves used this method to resist the sudden attack of the Nagasea clan army. Although it was a bit troublesome, it could block the tide to a certain extent. Currently, the Griffin cavalry has been in a semi-resting state. Finding something for them to do can actually reduce the burden on their hearts. The mine guards have been stationed in the Sun Island Bay for more than 3 months, but the battle situation in the Sun Island Bay is still not so clear. Although the fishmen monsters have temporarily retreated to the vicinity of Sun Island, no one knows when they will suddenly appear on the north coast. This is because the Griffins are all level 3 monsters. They can easily grab a unicorn with their sharp claws, and hundreds of pounds of stones are not difficult for them at all. In just 1 week, the outline of the seawall was drawn on the seashore with stalagmites. Now the Griffin riders are filling the seawall with stones every day. The seawall is built on both sides of the pier and extends into the sea. When Roy left the jungle camp, the 2 seawalls had extended more than 100 meters into the sea. Miss Tiffany and the village chief Deprado were jointly responsible for the construction of the seawall. Lashanda's caravan has already rushed to Padstow City from land with 12 floating devices and 2 propulsion devices. Roy took Kaka's Griffin and flew to Padstow first. In addition to the 4 dwarf apprentices, he also went to Padstow with 60 half-blood elves who came with the magic airship. These half-blood elves are currently learning how to operate the magic airship from the 4 dwarf apprentices, and they will drive these 11 3-masted sailing ships in the future. These 60 half-blood elf warriors were the first group of elves to follow Roy. They were extremely loyal to him. Roy sat on the back of the Griffin, facing the wind, squinting his eyes, and the words Miss Tiffany told him emerged in his mind. I heard that the fishmen in Sun Island Bay said that Sun Island was occupied by a sea beast priest a long time ago. When the sea beast priest came to Sun Island Bay, he brought a large group of sea sirens, but later some sea sirens left Sun Island Bay one after another. Now there are only 6 sea sirens left in Sun Island Bay, and it is said that the sea beast priest is about to die. He lives in a spring cave on the island. Now the whole cave exudes a strong stench of corpse decay. I guess that the sea beast priest must have been hit by the magic of the dead or curse, and only had his last breath left. He hid in the cave and survived. And I heard that the remaining sea beasts were not so harmonious. They were roughly divided into 2 factions. 5 of them were the confidants of the sea beast priest Lattimore, and the other sea beast was a loner. He was originally the most capable confidant, but later I don't know why there was some estrangement. The singing sea beast we met on the beach was the loner sea beast, and the sea beasts we met during the negotiation were the confidants of the sea beast priest Lattimore. I heard that there is a rift between the sea monster and the sea beast priest. So, I have been trying to contact the lone sea monster recently, but she is very vigilant, and has been unwilling to contact me. When she said this, Miss Tiffany sighed softly, as if she felt a little regretful for not being able to chat with the sea monster. The above news was heard by Miss Tiffany from some fish monsters in the Sun Island Bay. It is too easy for a Naga sea tribe to extract information from those fish monsters, whose intelligence is only that of a 7 or 8-year-old child. Although Miss Tiffany has some self-protection methods, Roy still does not approve of Miss Tiffany taking such a risk. After all, she was facing a group of sea monsters that were stronger than her, and sea monsters and Nagas were born enemies, just like elves and orcs. Moreover, Miss Tiffany had fought with this sea monster before. If Roy had not arrived in time, Miss Tiffany might have been killed by the sea monster. Now she was actually thinking of coming to the door, which was simply seeking death. There was a sea beast priest hidden on Sun Island, which Roy had never thought of. The sea beast priest himself was a second-level strongman, and each sea beast priest had a powerful contracted sea beast. The contract partner of the sea beast priest on Sun Island is a giant octopus. When the magic airship arrived at Sun Island a few days ago, Roy also witnessed the horror of this giant octopus. Roy didn't know how big its body was yet, but several tentacles covered with suction cups and stripes stretched out from the sea, reaching more than 100 feet into the sky, which showed that this giant octopus was definitely not too small. Before leaving, Roy also told more than a dozen squadron leaders of the Mine Guard group that if a huge sea beast appeared in the bay of Sun Island, they must not fight hard, but must retreat from the beach to the dense forest in time. If the dense forest was not so safe, they would retreat to the stalagmite forest. I originally thought that Sun Island Bay was just occupied by a group of subhuman fishmen, but I didn't expect that there was actually a sea beast priest hiding on Sun Island. In fact, Roy had also considered whether to lead the Mine Guard group to withdraw from Sun Island Bay to Pagisto Plateau. After all, the opponent was a powerful second-level strongman. Even if it was a second-level strongman who was about to die, he was still a strong man. Roy thought for a long time, and finally decided not to withdraw the Mine Guard group for the time being. Not only would he not withdraw the Mine Guard group, he would also build a seaport pier on the north coast of Sun Island Bay, and also build a seawall outside the pier as a defensive fortification. According to the information that Captain Berkeley revealed to Roy, there are actually some second-level masters in the Silver Pegasus Legion, but those second-level masters are all high-ranking members of the Legion at the same level as Earl Swinburne. In the past 100 years, the second-level masters in the Legion have rarely appeared, and their existence is more like a symbol of the strength of the Silver Pegasus Legion. Roy thought that in this quarter, the mining income paid by Pagisto Plateau to the Silver Pegasus Legion has exceeded 100,000 magic crystals. The money has been paid. Since such a thing has happened, the Silver Pegasus Corps should also provide some military assistance. Although the Silver Pegasus Corps' troops are firmly tied to the Queen of Winnie Islands, if the Corps wants to send 2 second-level strongmen, they should be able to deal with the dying sea beast priest. If the Silver Pegasus Corps is unwilling to send second-level strongmen to Sun Island Bay, Roy has actually made another preparation, which is to go to the Mercenary Union in Castletown City to hire 2 second-level strongmen and ask them to come to Sun Island Bay to completely deal with this sea beast priest. Recently, Roy not only made a lot of magic crystals from the trade of metal ingots, but also made a lot of money from the trade of primary magic herbs. In a nutshell, his wallet was full of magic crystals. Roy had already thought about it. If the Silver Pegasus Corps was unwilling to send a second-level warrior to the Partington Plain for support, then he would use the money to send 2 second-level warriors. As for the reason why Roy was unwilling to give up the Sun Island Bay, it was not only because of the request of the village chief to Prado, but more importantly, he had already seen the Sun Island Bay. Once it was controlled by the half-blood elves, the rich fishery resources might meet the food needs of the entire Partington Plain. By then, even if the portal is still closed, the Partington Plain will have both fisheries and orchards, and the half-blood elves will not have to worry about food in the future. This is also the second reason why Roy insisted on occupying the Sun Island Bay. In addition, Roy wanted to occupy the Sun Island Bay mainly because there were nearly 10,000 half-blood elves living in seclusion in the jungle north of this coastline of more than 300 kilometers. At present, the total number of half-blood elves on the Pagisto Plateau does not exceed 70,000. In order to have enough control on the Pagisto Plateau, after all, the headhunter prisoners of war in the Plateau City have exceeded 10,000. Roy could only let the Mine Guard group expand madly. The current Mine Guard group has almost 10,000 half-blood elf warriors, accounting for 1/5 of the total half-blood elf population of Pagisto Plateau. But these troops, compared with the existing prisoners of war on the plateau, are still below the danger line. That is to say, once the headhunter prisoners of war in the Plateau City riot, Roy will not be able to control the riot in the first time. Not only that, the development of the Pagisto Plateau is severely restricted by the half-blood elf population. The mines in the Caldam Mountains and the Nicobar Mountains are still in a state of abandonment, and there are not enough people to develop other mines on the plateau. Therefore, if the half-blood elves in the Sun Island Bay can be absorbed, the total population of half-blood elves can be increased a little bit. Roy arrived at Padstow City smoothly with 4 dwarf apprentices and 60 half-blood elves. He did not stay in Padstow City, and returned directly to Partington Island through the portal. The second magic airship on Partington Island was installing a propulsion device on the beach. Under the command of the old dwarf Mags, the transformation of the 3-masted sailing ship was progressing quickly. After sending the 4 dwarf apprentices back to Partington Island, Roy came to Padstow City again. Because the herb merchant Augustus came back from the Blackwater Swamp, Roy needed to talk to Augustus about the next magic herb purchase plan. As the magic herb market became more and more popular, although the Silver Pegasus core blocked the portal of the Partington Plain and restricted various trades in the Partington Plain, the smuggling gangs in the Partington Plain also gradually developed. Moreover, most of these smuggling gangs are Silver Moon elves, and they are also inextricably linked to the Silver Pegasus core. At present, even Roy's trade in primary magic herbs has been affected. Because magic herbs have multiple channels to flow into the elf continent, the magic herb market in Partington is also rising. Roy has signed large orders for primary magic herbs, so he hopes that the market price of magic herbs will remain stable, or at least not continue to rise. Roy walked out of the portal in the central square, and immediately found a carriage to go to a restaurant where he had an appointment with the merchant Augustus. Perhaps because he had stayed in the Blackwater Swamp for too long, when Roy saw Augustus, he felt that his face had become much more vicissitudes. He was wearing a brand new set of magic pattern leather armor, and standing in front of a tree house waiting for Roy. Seeing Roy get off a carriage, he hurriedly came to greet him, and the two shook hands tightly. "Boss Roy, long time no see." "Long time no see, Augustus." Augustus led Roy into the tree house, walked up the spiral staircase, and came to a built terrace. There was only one square table on the terrace, and it was very secluded, perfect for chatting. After the two sat down, Augustus poured Roy a cup of lemon tea. Roy took the cup and asked directly, "How many magic herbs can be collected from the Blackwater Swamp?" The market for magic herbs has not been very good in recent years. In the past 4 or 5 years, herb collectors have hardly set foot in the Blackwater Swamp. There are a lot of magic herbs growing deep in the swamp, especially several common primary magic herbs. As long as you dare to walk into the depths of the swamp, you will find some primary magic herbs everywhere. Augustus sat opposite Roy and said to him, "The only problem is that the deep swamp is very dangerous. It requires some skilled collectors who can avoid the ferocious monsters in the swamp. My procurement channel is to know some herb collectors. Even if there are large orders like the one above, I can meet the supply of primary magic herbs," Augustus said confidently. "Will the recent smuggling of magic herbs have some impact on your purchase of herbs?" Roy asked. Augustus smiled proudly. "Even if they smuggle, they will smuggle some medium and high-level magic herbs. Who will risk taking these primary magic herbs through the portal?" Chapter 515. Augustus stood at the door of the treehouse, watching Roy take a carriage and disappear at the end of the noisy street, and then he retracted his gaze. He was full of admiration for the boss Roy who single-handedly saved the half-blood elves on the Padstow Plateau from the dire straits. As a magic herb merchant in Padstow City, he knew this plain much better than other half-blood elves. In order to find better magic herbs, he went to many places, including the Blackwater Swamp and the Griffin Barrier Mountains and the Padstow Plateau. In fact, the half-blood elves living near the Blackwater Swamp had the hardest life. There were many high-level magic beasts living in this area of the Blackwater Swamp, among which the poisonous horned black anaconda and dragonfly posed the greatest threat to the half-blood elves. In addition, the swamp was full of poisonous insects, snakes and ants. Only the most experienced collectors could enter the depths of the Blackwater Swamp to collect magic herbs. The danger of the Griffin Barrier Mountains is obviously much less. Although there are griffins attacking elves every year, there are only a few times a year. Although there are no offensive monsters on the Padstow Plateau, there are mineral veins everywhere on this land. There are many mine owners here, which have always been the back garden of Lord Alvis. In addition, there is a group of plateau headhunters, who plunder everywhere on the plateau. After Lord Alvis was escorted back to Buenos Aires by the Silver Pegasus Legion 6 years ago for trial, the mine owners on the plateau have been lingering on. Augustus has always thought that the Silver Pegasus Legion is going to take over the mines on the Padstow Plateau. I never thought that the Silver Pegasus Legion didn't even know about the existence of the Padstow Plateau. The Silver Pegasus Legion blocked the Partington Plain, originally to restrict the half-blood elves in the Partington Plain from returning to the elf continent, but it unexpectedly dealt a fatal blow to the mine owners on the Padstow Plateau. The large amount of ore ingots smelted in the mines could only be stored in the warehouse. As the businesses in Padstow City closed down one after another, the mines on the Padstow Plateau began to lack various materials, even including elf slaves. It was for this reason that the mine owners on the Padstow Plateau colluded with the headhunters on the plateau. For the half-blood elves who settled on the plateau, it was a disaster. Until the appearance of Boss Roy, a large number of elf miners on the Padstow Plateau regained their freedom. Augustus has always been reluctant to develop the magic herb market on the Padstow Plateau. In fact, he is a little concerned about the chaotic situation on the plateau. He has always focused the work of the magic herb business on the Blackwater Swamp. He knows many half-blood elf collectors, who collect magic herbs in the Blackwater Swamp. As a magic herb buyer, Augustus is good at maintaining personal relationships with these collectors. In the past few years since the Partington Plain portal was closed, a large number of primary magic herbs have become like wild grasses, and no one cares about them. The magic herb collectors living around the Blackwater Swamp are also having a very difficult time. It was during the most difficult time for these half-blood elves that Augustus took out his savings from the past few years, bought some daily necessities in the city, and personally delivered them to the Blackwater Swamp. Because of this relationship, Augustus controls at least half of the herb procurement channels in the Blackwater Swamp area. The magic herb market is getting more and more popular, so he has suddenly become the largest magic herb buyer in the Blackwater Swamp. As long as Augustus says that he wants these magic herbs, those magic herb collectors will never sell the herbs in their hands to others. It's not that no other business houses have approached Augustus, but Augustus doesn't want to sell magic herbs to other trading houses at all, and he has his reasons. When he was in the most difficult time, it was Boss Roy who reached out and helped him. The carriage that Boss Roy was riding in had disappeared at the end of the long street. Augustus retracted his gaze and prepared to leave the restaurant. "Mr. Augustus, I am the person in charge of the Castletown Trading Company in Padstow. I heard that you are the most famous magic herb merchant in Padstow. We just want to purchase a batch of magic herbs, so we want to cooperate with you further." A silver moon elf walked up to Augustus politely and said this. Augustus nodded slightly, with an apologetic smile on his face, and then said, "I am willing to cooperate with you, but unfortunately I don't have any extra magic herbs at the moment, so I'm sorry." He didn't even ask the silver moon elf merchant about the purchase price of the magic herbs, and decisively refused. The silver moon elf merchant was not annoyed. He took out a note from his arms, quickly wrote a line on it, stuffed it into the merchant Augustus and said, "This is the address of our company. If you change your mind one day, you can come here to talk." After saying this, he did not continue to pester Augustus, and turned away calmly. The three investigators originally thought that it would not be too difficult to find a temporary residence to settle down in the Plateau City. They set up 3 simple tents in a remote corner of the free market. They originally thought that they would only live in the tents for one night, and then move into a more comfortable environment. Unexpectedly, they lived in the tents for more than 10 days, and could not rent a suitable house. The 3 investigators found that almost all the half-blood elves in the city were avoiding them. Especially in some alleys, as long as they appeared at the entrance of the alley, the half-blood elves that were originally moving around in the alley would scatter in a flash, leaving only an empty alley, without even a fly. Before the investigators came, they also thought that the half-blood elves in the Plateau City would reject them. But they didn't expect that the half-blood elves here would simply treat them like snakes and scorpions. Sometimes, when some vendors saw them appear, they would hurriedly pack up their stalls and slip away. Recently, the 3 investigators have hardly collected any information about Boss Roy. The half-blood elves here are very wary of us. One investigator leaned against the wall a little disappointed and said to the other 2 companions. Another investigator also had the idea of retreating. "We can't find any useful information here, otherwise we can go somewhere else. But we are not familiar with this place at all. If we want to go somewhere else, we must at least find 2 guides. Could it be that the half-blood elves in the city have already known our identities, and are threatened by the forces behind them, so they dare not approach us? That may be the case. I didn't expect that Boss Roy has such a strong control over this Plateau City. The more this is the case, the more I feel that there must be some unspeakable secrets here." The 3 investigators chatted casually on the corner of the street. They leaned against the wall. This was another narrow alley, and the location was a bit hidden. While they were talking, suddenly a few half-blood elf children ran in from the other side of the alley. They were chasing a ball. All the elf children were staring at the ball, so much so that they ignored the 3 investigators standing at the other side of the alley. Until the ball rolled to the feet of an investigator, then the ball stopped, and an investigator bent down and reached out to pick up the ball. A group of half-blood elf children saw the investigator holding the ball, but they didn't dare to approach at all. Seeing that the half-blood elf children didn't dare to come over, the investigator handed the ball over, but before he could say anything, several half-blood elf children were scared and burst into tears. At this time, they could only bite the bullet and pass the ball over. A tall boy picked up the ball and took 2 steps back in a panic, wanting to tell the other half-blood elf children to leave quickly, but another investigator stopped him and asked, "Why are you so afraid of me?" Several half-blood elf children also shook their heads and said nothing, with tears hanging in the corners of their eyes, looking pitiful. The investigator saw that even the children did not talk to them, so he had to withdraw his hands with an embarrassed look. The tall elf child picked up the ball, turned around and ran, and called out to the other companions in childish words, "Run faster." A group of half-blood elf children ran out and returned the same way. The 3 investigators couldn't understand why these elf children were afraid of them. They stood in the alley and said to themselves, "Why are they so afraid of us?" Just as the 3 investigators looked at each other, a skinny half-blood elf old man leaned against the entrance of the alley and said to them, "In the eyes of these children, you look similar to the former Silver Moon Elf mine owners. They think you are also mine owners who buy and sell slaves, so they are particularly afraid of you. In fact, it is rare to see Silver Moon Elves on the plateau. It is normal for them to be afraid of you suddenly appearing in the plateau city." The 3 investigators thought of many reasons, but they did not expect that these half-blood elf children would mistake them for mine owners on the plateau. "We are not mine owners, but we just want to know if there are any mine owners who died accidentally here." An investigator immediately stated his position. The skinny half-blood elf old man raised his eyes and said strangely, "You ignored them when they were alive, and now that they are dead, you come to investigate their cause of death. Haha, isn't it funny?" This sentence made the 3 investigators speechless. The half-blood elf old man paused for a moment. "You don't belong here. Currently, in addition to the half-blood elves, there are only a group of headhunter prisoners living in this city." The half-blood elf old man didn't say anything more, turned around and left the alley. The 3 investigators walked into the market again. They planned to buy some food. The merchants in the market were also very cold to them, and it seemed that they didn't want to say a word. "Why don't we go somewhere else to investigate?" The investigators stayed in the plateau city for nearly 3 weeks, but unfortunately they could not get any useful information. The 3 investigators could only walk to the street corner silently. A few hundred meters away from the city wall, Mu Lin stood on the observation deck of the Arrow Tower, holding the parapet with one hand, and looked at the 3 Silver Moon Elves in the alley not far away without saying a word. Caravans from afar entered the plateau city one after another, and the city was gradually becoming lively. Almost at the same time, the Silver Pegasus military headquarters in Padstow City. Roy pushed the door and walked into the lobby on the first floor of the Silver Pegasus military headquarters. He first ran to the counter in the lobby to sign in and handed a request for assistance to the Silver Moon Elf receptionist at the front desk. He had already prepared this application, and this time he came to the military headquarters to submit the application. In fact, he didn't have much hope, but it was not a big deal to write an application. It was better to try than not to try. Then Roy ran to the military headquarters material logistics department, which was originally under the charge of Captain Berkeley, but now Captain Berkeley has been transferred to the City Defense Guards. Another Silver Moon Elf officer replaced Captain Berkeley, and was responsible for managing this place. Roy comes here every quarter to settle the income of the mines in Pagisto Plateau. At the beginning, he agreed with Earl Swinburne that half of the income of the mines would be kept in Roy's hands to build a mine guard group, restore the normal operation of other closed mines, etc., and the other half would be handed over to the Silver Pegasus Corps. This time Roy came to settle this amount. The bill Roy brought over only counted the number of mithril ingots, magic black iron ingots, and some ordinary metal ingots. The head of the logistics department held a stack of lists in his hand and stared at Roy hesitantly. "Captain Roy, are you going to hand over half of the metal ingots this time?" Roy said, "I brought some magic crystals this time. Can I use magic crystals to settle the bill?" The head of the logistics department looked more relaxed and replied, "Of course." Then he paused again, as if he had thought of something, and said to Roy, "Of course, if there are mithril ingots at the mine, you can pay part of them, but you don't need the other metal ingots. The Legion is not short of metal ingots at the moment. Currently, only 3 mithril mines on the plateau are operating normally, and the amount of mithril ingots mined each month does not exceed 1,000. Roy said. Then Roy took out a few boxes of magic crystals from his magic waste bag and handed them over. The head of the logistics department looked much better and said to Roy kindly, "This amount of magic crystals was delivered in a timely manner. The Legion just needs to go to Buena City to purchase a batch of military supplies, and is preparing to raise more magic crystals. You sent these here, so you don't need to apply to the headquarters. If you need any help, just say it. The logistics head seemed to be in a good mood. Nothing, just any new news about the Partington plane? Roy asked casually. Oh, speaking of this, you have to be mentally prepared. I heard that the higher-ups want to open the portal to the Partington plane. The logistics head whispered to Roy. Chapter 516. Roy didn't expect that the Partington portal that had been sealed for 6 years would be released at this time. In order to better manage the half-blood elves on the Partington plane, the Silver Pegasus Corps blocked the portal from the Partington plane to the elf continent. In recent years, the economy of the Partington plane has been getting worse and worse, but the Silver Pegasus Corps has not lifted the ban on this portal. Now, the magic herb market on the elf continent is getting hotter and hotter, and the Silver Pegasus Corps controls the middle and high-level magic herbs in the entire plane. If it weren't for the fact that the magic herb business on the Partington plane has been profitable, the Silver Pegasus Corps would probably have been in financial crisis after the naval battle in the Queen Uni Islands. Unbanning the portal at this time is equivalent to actively sharing the big cake of the Partington plane with others. Roy estimated that his primary magic herb business would be affected to some extent. Is it finally going to be lifted? The logistics leader nodded and said, It's all because of the magic herbs. Many nobles heard that the Partington plane is rich in magic herbs, so they have been asking the Legion's top leaders to open the plane. The day before yesterday, the ruling of the Buena Silver Moon Elf Elders Council was delivered, ordering the Legion to open the plane portal before the end of the year, so you have to be prepared. The head of the logistics team told Roy the news, naturally hoping that Roy could control the magic herb trade on the Padstow Plateau. Roy nodded. Once the plane portal is unblocked, some businesses will definitely enter Padstow City to compete for the magic herb business. As the governor of the Padstow Plateau, Roy's control over the plateau is unquestionable. As long as Roy can support the Legion business a little, the medium and high-level magic herbs on the plateau will definitely flow into the hands of the Silver Pegasus Legion business. In fact, Roy was quite excited when he heard that the plane portal was unsealed. Although some of the magic herbs cake was destined to be divided, it also meant that the half-blood elves on the Elven continent could freely enter the Partington plane. This was a good thing. Roy passed through the portal overnight and took a boat back to Castletown at the Partington Island Pier. He found that Castletown and Padstow were not far apart. If the portal went smoothly, he only needed to sleep on the supply ship of the Silver Pegasus Legion for one night. The supply ship will arrive at Castleton City at dawn. This time Roy returned to Castleton City to hire a second-level warrior from the Mercenary Guild in Castleton City to deal with the Sea Beast Priest on Sun Island. In Castleton City, the half-blood elves living in the lower city rarely become second-level warriors. So Roy planned to let Claire go to the Mercenary Guild to hire a second-level warrior who could defeat the Sea Beast Priest. Roy did not expect that he would arrive in Castleton City on the last day of the semester at the Elf Academy. Starting tomorrow, the students of the Elf Academy will have a 2-month vacation. However, according to past practice, the Elf Academy should hold a final dance tonight. Roy walked from the pier to the intersection of Brown Street, and saw several young half-blood elf students getting off the long carriage. As they walked, they discussed about the dance tonight. Roy was not in a hurry to find Claire. This time should be Claire's busiest time. At every final dance, Claire would play a few songs. At this time, he should be preparing to attend the dance, so Roy didn't want to disturb him at this time. After the rainy season in Castletown ends, the cold wind from the frozen sea will make Castletown's climate quickly cool. The cold sea breeze blows on the sea, and the sea surface is steaming with light mist. Standing by the Darney River, looking out at the sea outside Castletown Port, Roy suddenly realized that he had not paid attention to this sea of Castletown Port for a long time. Because it is not the rainy season, the water level of the Darney River has dropped significantly. A row of large ships are still moored at the deep-water dock of the port, and almost all of these ships are flying the sword, shield, eagle and lion flag of the Green Empire. Roy returned home. The house was cleaned up, but Ms. Belinda still hadn't come back. It should be that Moira and Sabrina helped to clean it. There was no one in the yard next door either. Sabrina and Moira were not at home. Ms. Jillian was not there either. She should be at the fish market at this time. There is a tree of life on the main island of Queen Awini Island, which is one of the reasons why the Silver Moon Elves insisted on occupying this island. This tree of life is located halfway up the island, and its canopy covers 1/5 of the area of Queen Island. It is this tree of life that exudes vitality here, making the 3 main islands of Queen Uni Islands appear green. Building tree houses on the trunk of the tree of life is a tradition passed down by the Silver Moon Elves. The headquarters of the Silver Pegasus Legion is located on this tree of life. With the end of the war in Queen Uni Islands, the Legion has been continuously absorbing the dividends brought by the victory of the war in the past 2 months. In the meeting room at the top level of the Legion headquarters, 3 Legion leaders are sitting around a round table, looking at a hand-drawn map. The map shows the entire Pagisto Plateau, the hills and mountains in the south of the plateau, and the valley between the Griffin Barrier Mountains and the mountains in the south of the plateau. At the end of this valley is the narrow Chiern Mountains, and further south is the vast Sun Island Bay. Earl Swinburne stood silently in front of the round table, pursing his lips and looking at the large territory depicted on the map without saying a word. On his left is Earl Macaulay, the deputy commander of the Silver Pegasus Legion. Earl Macaulay looks very young, with a fair face and no beard, but his wise eyes make people reconsider his age. The third high-ranking officer of the Legion is Earl Reginald, who likes to wear priest robes, and is an elder of the outer hall of the Moon Temple. Earl Reginald rarely participates in the affairs of the Legion. Only when fighting will Earl Reginald ask the Moon Temple for support from the priest group. If Earl Swinburne is behind the royal family of the Silver Moon Elf Kingdom and His Majesty Ansel, then Earl Macaulay is behind the Silver Moon Elf nobles. Behind Earl Reginald is the Moon Temple. The 3 earls are discussing the issue of opening the portal to the Partington Plain. This issue has troubled them for a long time, and now they have to make a decision. Since we can't withstand the pressure from above, then just open the portal. Earl Macaulay said, as long as we have the high-level magic herbs in our hands and establish connections with the herbalists here, the market for magic herbs will still be in our hands. Once we open the portal, a group of merchants will inevitably come in. If we want to maintain the competitiveness of the magic herb trade, in addition to attracting those magic herb merchants, we also need to add a threshold. All materials entering and leaving the portal must pay full commodity tax. Deputy Legion Commander Macaulay continued. He said this because he wanted the Silver Moon Elf nobles in the Legion to have a certain competitiveness when doing magic herb business in the Partington Plain. Earl Swinburne thought about the private letter from His Majesty Ansel, hesitated for a moment before saying, in recent months, the policy of using half-blood elves to govern half-blood elves in the Partington Plain has been quite effective. Once the Partington Plain opens the portal, it will not only attract a group of merchants to Partington, but also attract half-blood elves from other regions to come here. As long as the restless half-blood elves on the elf continent can be attracted to the Partington Plain, the contradiction between the half-blood elves and the Silver Moon elves can be greatly reduced. In fact, in recent years, the boundary between the upper and lower city areas in Castletown has become more clearly demarcated, and conflicts between the Silver Moon elves and the half-blood elves in the city have become more frequent. Many half-blood elves are dissatisfied with the various privileges of the Silver Moon elves. This kind of conflict occurs in almost every elven city. In order to ease the relationship between the Silver Moon elves and the half-blood elves, His Majesty Janries Ansel thought of leading those restless guys among the half-blood elves to other planes. Obviously, the Partington Plain is a good place to go. If it weren't for His Majesty Ansel's idea, Earl Swinburne felt that the Partington Plain portal would never be opened at this time. The 3 of them circled around the map, looking at it while walking, and occasionally discussing it. Among the 3 earls, Earl Swinburne and Earl Macaulay both agreed with this plan, and Earl Reginald didn't say anything else. The date for opening the portal is set at the beginning of next month. After discussing this matter, Earl Swinburne said, let's discuss the next thing, which is still about the Partington Plain. At present, Captain Roy is leading the mine guards to be stationed in the Sun Island Bay. At present, the Partington Plain has opened up a vast area. There is a valley between the southern part of the Pagisto Plateau and the western part of the Griffin Barrier Mountains. At the end of the valley is the 1,000 People Mountains. Going further south, it is said that this is a natural fishing ground, which is called the Sun Island Bay by the local half-blood elves. There is a sea beast priest on Sun Island at present. Partington hopes that we can send a second-level strongman to get rid of the sea beast priest. Earl Swinburne glanced at Earl Macaulay and said to him, Earl Macaulay, this matter is left to you to arrange. See who happens to be free to go to the Partington Plain and get rid of the sea beast priest. Okay, Earl Swinburne. Although I don't agree with mobilizing the second-level strongman to go to the Partington Plain, since it is your order, I will do it. Earl Macaulay frowned and said unceremoniously. Earl Swinburne looked at Earl Macaulay, trying to find a reason from him to resist the military order. Earl Macaulay frowned and said, in the Partington Plain, this Captain Roy has grown from an extra staff guide to the governor of the Pagisto Plateau in just 2 years. With such a terrifying promotion speed, I am thinking that if he occupies Sun Island Bay again, can we still let him continue to serve as the manager of Sun Island Bay? But once Sun Island Bay is occupied, can we send other managers to govern Sun Island Bay? Captain Roy is currently under investigation by the investigation team, so I hope the war in Sun Island Bay should be slowed down." Earl Swinburne looked at Earl Macaulay and Earl Reginald, and was silent for a moment before saying, "If you want to go to Sun Island Bay, I can let Roy's Mine Guard group withdraw to the Pagisto Plateau." The two earls were immediately speechless by Earl Swinburne's retort. Earl Macaulay could mobilize some troops, but at this time, no Silver Moon Elf regiment would be willing to go to the Partington Plain. And Earl Reginald would not mobilize the priest group to enter the plain battlefield, especially since the Partington Plain was full of half-blood elves, and the priest group could not go there. The two earls had no interest in the Sun Island Bay, so Earl Swinburne spread his hands and said helplessly, "So if no one is willing to fight for the Sun Island, let the Plateau Mine Guards occupy it." A meeting would take at least half a day. When he walked out of the conference room, Earl Swinburne heard someone chasing him and stopped. He turned around and saw Earl Macaulay. Earl Macaulay said breathlessly, "Recently, the war in the Partington Plain has spread widely in the Elf continent. Many half-blood elves will talk about Boss Roy saving the half-blood elf miners in private. Once the portal is opened, a large number of half-blood elves will pour into the Partington Plain, and Roy's influence in the Partington Plain will be further increased. Although he is managing the mines on the Pagisto Plateau for us now, when he includes the Sun Island Bay in his territory, the territory he controls in the Partington Plain will be more than the Guy Alves, and all the mines are concentrated in his hands. Swinburne, don't you worry that he will become the second Alves?" Earl Swinburne smiled and said, "All the supplies for the mine guards need to be supplied by the Silver Pegasus Corps. In addition, this unit is destined to be confined to the Partington Plain. So as the rising star of the Silver Pegasus Corps, we only need to make him understand these interests, so that he can become a sharp sword and manage Partington for us." Earl Macaulay heard Earl Swinburne say this, still a little worried, and said, "I just hope it won't cause us trouble." The two earls walked out of the conference hall, and several adjutants immediately surrounded them. There are still many things that need to be dealt with in the follow-up of the Queen Uni Islands naval battle, especially the movements of those Grey Dwarf bandits, which have always been a special concern of the Silver Pegasus Corps. Chapter 517. In the city of Silver Moon Elves, various grand dances are held every year. The Castletown Elf Academy Final Quarter Dance is one of the favorite dances for many young elves. The school playground is filled with melodious music. Every year, the Final Quarter Dance is undertaken by the music students of the Academy, and occasionally the music teachers of the Academy are invited to play one or two songs. The highlight of this year is still the Academy's celebrity, the youngest musician in Castletown, Wagner Clare, who performed his new work Whisper of Autumn. This piece of music was played at the Castletown Opera House half a month ago, and it has become a trend in Castletown recently, as if you don't understand the trend if you don't discuss Autumn Whispers at a party. Claire will also play this piece of music at the final dance this time, in addition to the two other pieces, Eagle Song and Blue River Dane. As dusk approached, the college playground was already crowded with students attending the dance. After a while, a large number of elves in formal dresses continued to pour into the college gate, and the huge college playground seemed a little crowded. At this time, carriages continued to stop at the college gate. Looking at the surging crowd, there are a lot of outsiders among the people walking into the playground. The Academy doesn't have so many students. Moira was wearing a dark purple princess dress, a pair of half-high-heeled lambskin dancing shoes, a delicate crystal hairpin on her head, and her long black hair fell like a waterfall. Although her skin was a little gray, it was also close to blue-gray, and her face was slightly cold. A hand passed through Sabrina's arm and followed her sister into the Academy playground along the crowd. "Sabrina, this way." Amid the noise, several girlfriends stood together and waved vigorously at Sabrina. As the most outstanding sword dancer in the Elf Academy, Sabrina is now considered one of the celebrities in Castletown Elf Academy. Sabrina wore a set of exquisite magic pattern constructed leather armor. Her two round long legs were tightly wrapped in tight leather pants, and the patterns carved on the long leather boots were consistent with the style of the constructed leather armor. Even if she didn't have a sword on her waist, her upright posture gave many elves the feeling of a sharp sword that had not been unsheathed. During this year, Sabrina used a very heavy ironwood training sword to chop down countless elf students who dared to challenge her in the sword training field. Originally, the elf students in the academy were used to practicing sword skills with wooden swords similar to the elf longsword. But since Sabrina took a heavy wooden sword and won the first place in the sword fighting field for 3 consecutive months, the atmosphere in the entire sword training field has completely changed. The elf longsword is no longer the first choice for students to practice swordsmanship. Almost more than half of the elf students have begun to try to practice heavy swords, and a small number of elf students have chosen to use stabbing sabers to try to break Sabrina's heavy sword with a light sword style. Sabrina is now the most outstanding student in the swordsman class of the Elf Academy. Compared to her sister Sabrina, Moira is a little inferior. Under the guidance of Miss Tiffany in the past few years, Moira, who was originally a little autistic, has become much more cheerful. At least she is no longer opposed to attending the Academy's dance. Moira thinks that the dark style of dressing can make her look more mature. Black eyes, crimson purple lips and dark purple princess dress, a dark girl. But the elves are all face control. When facing Moira, who looks sweet and cute, with her tender face, she can always arouse the desire to protect the male elves. So even if Moira followed her sister with a stern face and walked into the playground of the Elf Academy, there were still many young elves who wanted to come over and extend a friendly invitation to Moira. But those young elves were scared away by Sabrina's sharp eyes before they opened their mouths. As a sword dancer who has dominated the sword fighting field for many years, there are few elf students in the academy who don't know Sabrina. Sabrina is half a head taller than ordinary Silver Moon elves. Her wood elf blood gives her a tall figure and fair skin, making her extremely dazzling among the elf students. On the way to the dance, some elves who wanted to invite Moira to be their dance partner were scared away by Sabrina. There were also elf swordsmen who trained with Sabrina in the sword training field. They mustered up the courage to run to invite Sabrina to dance together, but were also rejected by Sabrina's eyes. Sabrina and several of her best friends stood together, chatting near the stage. The elf students who were rejected by Sabrina would puff out their chests and say to their companions, "See, no elf can invite Sabrina to dance together. She is the #1 in the Elf Academy Swordsman Combat Power list." When talking about Sabrina, many elf students who study swordsmanship have a common topic. I heard from instructor Virgil that Sabrina is the elf with the best chance of breaking through the second level among our students. Whether it is talent, understanding, or hard work, she is the best among our students. Where did she learn her sword skills? What's the matter with the holy light radiating from her body? Under the light, I don't dare to draw my sword. If I can also learn the sword style that emits dazzling light, I think I can also stand at the highest position in the sword fighting field. I heard a few Silver Moon elves say in private that it is the Dance of Radiance. I heard that the Dance of Radiance is the sword skill of the Ellington family, but Miss Edith doesn't seem to know much about it. Hush, keep your voice down. Are you dying to talk about Miss Edith in this situation? Look over there. Although she has successfully graduated from the academy, Miss Edith still often attends the final dance of the Elf Academy. Now Miss Edith has officially joined Princess Ophelia's guard. After graduating from the Elf Academy, she was promoted to the captain of the guard in just 1 year. This time, she caused a sensation as soon as she walked into the gate of the Elf Academy. Miss Edith wore a silver armor and walked into the campus with several members of the guard. The fierce momentum made the elf students blocking the gate retreat, leaving a path to the playground music stage. Miss Edith walked into the academy calmly. Although she had graduated from the Elf Academy, the name Edith Ellington still made many elves retreat. Along the way, it was basically some Silver Moon elf noble students who came forward to greet Miss Edith, and then followed Miss Edith and walked into the academy playground together. Soon the team gathered into a torrent. The half-blood elf students in the academy would take the initiative to make way. Sabrina and several of her best friends also followed the crowd to move aside. Sabrina's tall figure was very conspicuous in the crowd. Miss Edith happened to pass by Sabrina. She turned her head to look at Sabrina, suddenly stopped, looked up and said to Sabrina, "Sabrina." The moment Miss Edith spoke, the surroundings immediately became quiet. Have you ever thought about what to do after graduation? If you don't have any plans, would you like to join us? Miss Edith's voice was very clear. She handed the invitation to Sabrina, and some elves around immediately exclaimed with envy. Ah! Everyone knew that Miss Edith was now the captain of Princess Ophelia's guard, and she invited Sabrina to join the Princess Guard. Even several of her besties were happy for Sabrina. At this time, Sabrina looked at Miss Edith seriously. "Can you let me think about it?" "Of course," Miss Edith said, and continued to walk towards the music stand. Many Silver Moon elves following Miss Edith would look at Sabrina curiously when they passed by here. A soothing melody came from the music stand. Then, the place near the music stand was the first to move. Many elf students have begun to dance to the music. The free dance steps spread out immediately, as if they were contagious. Sabrina pulled Moira and made a pleased gesture to her. Moira smiled and knelt to respond to her sister, and put her other hand on Sabrina's outstretched hand. The two of them slowly spun together with the soothing music. At the same time, Roy and Woods also came to the gate of the Elf Academy. Roy stayed at the alchemy workshop for a while in the afternoon. The workshop was refining secondary life potions in large quantities. Since the magic herbs used to refine potions are very common, this low-level life potion has the highest cost effectiveness. After the workshop refines it in large quantities, it is almost all sold to the Green Empire's merchant group. Roy came here to meet Claire after the dance and ask him to go to the mercenary union to post the hiring task. Woods didn't want to come, but Roy pulled him here. Seeing the crowded crowd on the playground of the Elf Academy, Roy was a little dumbfounded. If he had known there would be so many people at the dance, he might as well hide in the alchemy workshop. Why are there so many people? The end-of-term dances at the academy have been like this for more than a year. Most outsiders come here just to listen to Claire's performance. You may not be able to imagine how popular this guy is now. Woods chuckled. The two followed the crowd into the academy playground. Several half-elf girls in magic robes saw Woods in the crowd and immediately waved to him. Although Woods was a little impatient, he took Roy to walk over. They are interning in the alchemy workshop. I think if they are encouraged well, the alchemy workshop can add at least one qualified potion master in less than a month. Woods whispered to Roy. A round-faced magic elf girl smiled and invited Woods to dance with her. Without waiting for Woods to refuse, she pulled Woods' sleeve and rushed into the dancing crowd. The magic robe was used as a dress, which really had a strong college style. Seeing that Woods couldn't get away for a while, Roy ignored Woods and squeezed towards the music stand alone. The other magic girls didn't know Roy and didn't talk to him. There were many Silver Moon elves gathered in the area near the music stand. Roy looked out of place among the Silver Moon elves. Many elf students in the academy knew Roy, but no Silver Moon elf took the initiative to greet him. Just as Roy was about to squeeze under the music stage, he suddenly heard a familiar voice behind him. Roy, why are you here? Roy turned around with difficulty in the crowd. Miss Christine left, walked behind Roy, patted his shoulder, and stared at him with a smile. I'm here to find Claire, Roy said. Have you returned from the Queen Uni Islands? Now that the battle in the Queen Islands has come to an end, I will also take a vacation in Castletown, Christine said with a smile. As expected of the daughter of Earl Swinburne, even if she joined the Silver Pegasus Corps, she seemed to have endless vacations. Christine glanced at the music stand and told Roy, Claire hasn't come yet. It will probably be a little later. At this time, Roy realized that there was a group of Silver Moon elf friends standing behind Christine. Among these young Silver Moon elves, Gigolo stood at the back with an embarrassed look. He didn't come over to greet Roy. When he saw Roy looking at him, he just smiled reluctantly and nodded to Roy. After Christine greeted Roy, she invited him to join their group. Roy had nothing in common with these young Silver Moon elf nobles, so he declined politely. He walked slowly toward the buffet table, following the melodious music. Although there were only some fruit plates, it was not too boring, and some of the fruits were very good. The buffet table was in the four corners of the playground, and Roy could only move slowly with the flow of people, and unknowingly came to the area where the Half-Blood Elf students gathered. Many Half-Blood Elf students were dancing here, and some Half-Blood Elf students were standing on the periphery. Although the Silver Moon Elves and the Half-Blood Elf students were at the same dance, their social circles were completely separated, so even the dancing areas were separated. Roy had not planned to stay here, and he wanted to go to the buffet counter to get some berries. But just when he was about to leave, he saw a pair of familiar figures coming out of the dance floor, and Roy stopped in his tracks. In the crowded crowd, Sabrina pulled Moira out of the dance floor, and Roy squeezed towards them. When she saw Roy, Sabrina was slightly startled. She pulled Moira beside her and pointed to where Roy was. Moira turned around and saw Roy trying to squeeze towards her. She was so surprised that she quickly covered her mouth, and her big eyes blinked. Seeing Roy coming over, Moira asked him excitedly, Roy, are you here to pick us up? Roy promised Moira and Sabrina that he would arrange a supply ship to send them to Partington Island immediately after the semester ended. Today happened to be the last day of the semester. Moira was so happy to see Roy keep his promise. Of course, Roy couldn't say that he came back to find strong support from the Mercenary Guild. He could only rub his nose and say, I came to Castletown to do something, and I took you there. Moira stood in front of Roy and smiled. Sabrina was not as cute as Moira. Seeing Roy's expression, she asked, How is the situation in Sun Island Bay? It may be a little more difficult than I thought, Roy said tactfully. Don't worry, Sabrina, and I will come to help you soon, Roy, Moira said optimistically. Her eyes on Roy clearly conveyed let's dance. Roy certainly would not refuse Moira. He stepped forward. Beautiful Miss Moira, can I dance with you? Roy bowed and extended his hand to Moira. Moira had a bright smile on her face, and happily placed her hand in Roy's palm. With the sound of soft music, the two quickly slid into the crowded dance floor. Sabrina stood quietly beside the dance floor, pursing her lips, her eyes always following the two figures slowly moving. Chapter 518. Claire walked out of the carriage in a gorgeous dress. A group of elves waiting at the entrance of the academy surrounded her, and everyone looked at Claire with admiration. Some elves in the crowd shouted, "Claire, what is the music tonight?" Claire still had one foot on the pedal of the carriage, looking at the elves blocking the entrance, and smiled and responded, "Autumn Whisper, Blue Dane River and Eagle Song, you must not pay much attention to me, the list of music was drawn up 3 days ago." Another elf in the crowd immediately asked quickly, "Claire, will you hold a concert this year?" Claire spread her hands and said with some regret, "I will go out to travel this holiday to find some creative inspiration, and I will not hold a concert." The elf immediately asked, "Do you have a travel plan? Where are you going this time?" "The beautiful Partington Plain," Claire said without hesitation. A group of elves showed a look of "sure enough, it's like this again. Is Partington so good? You seem to go there every year." An elf took the opportunity to ask. Claire immediately nodded and said, "Of course, the climate is pleasant, the scenery is beautiful, and my best friend is there." After a brief chat, Claire's guards also squeezed in from the other side. These Silver Moon Elf guards stood in front of the carriage and shouted to the elves surrounding the carriage, "Please make way, Claire still needs to go backstage to prepare for the performance, please cooperate." After that, 2 shield-holding elf guards immediately broke through the crowd and opened a passage. Claire nodded to the elves crowded around the carriage, and walked into the academy with a smile. The academy's playground was crowded with elves, who came to attend the dance. The commotion at the academy gate had obviously attracted the attention of many elves. These elves looked at the academy gate, and just saw Claire walking into the playground of the Elf Academy surrounded by a group of people. The sensation caused by Claire was even more violent than Miss Edith. Many elves surrounded Claire. Fortunately, the guards guarding him had rich experience, and used the iris shield in their hands to forcibly block a path that could only accommodate one person. Claire walked quickly towards the music stand. As long as he walked over quickly, the commotion behind would soon subside. Belle followed Claire, and saw that the elves were almost rushing over, and almost broke down the human wall formed by the guards. She said with some jealousy, "Wagner, couldn't you come earlier? Every time it's like passing a level." Claire smiled and didn't refute. She walked forward quickly. "Belle, do you want to go to the Partington Plain with me this time?" Claire turned around and asked her sister Belle. Baelier curled her lips and said with disdain, "Forget it, I plan to go to Buenos Aires for a trip during the holiday. Who wants to go to such a remote plain with you?" As she spoke, Claire had already walked to the backstage of the music stage. The organizers of the academy here were relieved to see Claire arrive on time. The naval battle of Queen Uini Islands this summer can be said to be one of the major events in the Silver Moon Elf Kingdom. However, few Silver Moon Elves paid attention to this naval battle. The Silver Moon Elves didn't even know that there was a war in the Queen Uini Islands this summer. They liked music, painting, poetry, sculpture and other things related to art. The most popular bards and sword poets in the adventure group, and everyone talks about which musician has created a new work, which sculptor has created a huge sculpture group in which square, etc. Many elves in Castletown know about Claire and his work Autumn Whisper, but they don't know how long the Silver Pegasus Legion fought in the Queen Uini Islands before driving those gray dwarf bandits out of the sea of the Elven Kingdom. After Roy and Moira danced, they returned to Sabrina and her friends. There happened to be several half-elf youths there, and they formed a small circle at the edge of the dance floor, chatting about the latest news in Castletown. A half-elf youth was talking about going to the opera house last week to listen to an opera. Sabrina stood with her friends and listened quietly. Her friends asked about the situation of the opera house with Indy. It would be nice to be able to participate in a performance at the opera house. A half-elf girl said with some Indy. The opera house recruits actors every year, you can try when the time comes. Although the half-elf youth was a little impatient, he still patiently suggested, but before applying, you better make some preparations. They need actors with basic singing and dancing skills. Actually, I think I'm quite talented in this area. After saying that, the half-elf girl laughed. Sabrina, why don't you come with me? Sabrina rolled her eyes at her bestie, feeling a little speechless for her knowingly asking, well, I don't have such an idea for the time being. After graduation, I plan to go on a plane training with the adventure group. The half-elf youth immediately interrupted and asked, Sabrina, you never told me the name of the adventure group you joined. Zach Aram. Sabrina said sparingly. Can you introduce this adventure group to us? We are also very interested in the adventure group. The half-elf youth took the opportunity to say. He brought a few friends over just to talk to Sabrina and take the opportunity to dance. All the other elf students who came over to invite Sabrina to dance failed without exception. Only he came over and did not actively invite Sabrina to dance, but found a few topics that everyone was interested in, and everyone chatted for a while. It was not until the half-elf youth felt that the time was right that he said to Sabrina, "Sabrina, can I invite you to dance? We can also talk about the Zakaram adventure group." Moira just pulled Roy back from the dance floor and stood next to Sabrina. Roy ran to the shelf full of drinks and took 2 glasses of honey liqueur with lemon slices. He handed one to Moira. Just as he was about to pick up the other glass to taste, he saw Sabrina's clear eyes staring at the liqueur in Roy's hand. Roy quickly handed the glass over and asked, "This liqueur is not bad. Do you want to try it too?" Sabrina took the wine glass and handed it to her best friend. She took the opportunity to put her hand on Roy's hand and said apologetically to the half-elf youth who invited her, "I'm so sorry, someone invited me." Then, in front of a group of best friends and half-elf youth staring in amazement, she took Roy, who looked surprised, and walked into the dance floor where the music was gradually rising. The best friend holding the wine glass shrugged at the half-elf youth and gave him a helpless look. If you can beat her once in the sword fighting arena, you will probably leave a little impression in her mind. Do you think it's possible? Seeing Sabrina and the half-elf boys sliding into the dance floor, several half-elf youths looked a little embarrassed. Soon the dance party reached its final stage. When a string of soothing music like flowing water sounded on the music stage, all the elves dancing in the dance floor stopped, followed by a tide of cheers. Soon the cheers died down, and the faint sound of the piano floated across the playground of the Elf Academy. The entire dance scene instantly turned into an open-air concert scene. Everyone was quietly listening to the beautiful piano music, as if they were in the warm sunshine of an autumn afternoon, and a group of elves were intoxicated by it. Only at such times would everyone forget their identities. Whether they were half-blood elves or silver moon elves, they were all immersed in the ocean of music. After the 3 songs were played, the elves at the dance were still immersed in the moving melody. Everyone started to applaud when Claire appeared in front of the music stage. Roy, Moira, Sabrina, and Wood stood together. Although there were many elves at the party, the area where half-elf students could move around was limited, so Woods, who had gotten rid of the half-elf magician, quickly came over. "Is he so popular now?" Roy couldn't help but complain. Woods looked at Roy speechlessly and asked him, "Do you have any misunderstanding about the golden signboard of the youngest musician in Castletown?" Seeing a large group of elves crowding in front of the music stage, the 4 friends did not push forward. Woods led everyone to leave the dance playground against the crowd, and came to the gate of the college. He pointed to a remote intersection outside the gate of the college, and said to Roy, "Claire's carriage usually stops over there. We will wait for him there." Claire quickly left the college surrounded by a group of elf guards. Many elves followed Claire, and the scene was very chaotic for a while, but he had experienced this kind of scene many times. As long as he walked quickly into the carriage, the surroundings would immediately quiet down. Although he knew that there would be many elf students participating in the final dance, Claire did not realize that it would be so crowded. If we don't rush out of the crowd decisively, it will be difficult to rush out once the elves surround us. The guards came to the carriage first, and pushed away the elves blocking the door before opening it. Claire was wearing a cloak that covered the gorgeous dress on his body. He walked quickly to the front of the carriage, grabbed the handle of the carriage door with one hand, and leaned in. "Hey, Claire!" The very familiar voice made Claire stop in her tracks. Claire looked in the direction of the voice, and saw that Woods was blocked outside by 2 guards with shields, and was crowded with a large group of elves. And there was a familiar figure beside him. His human face made him stand out among the elves. "Ha! Why are you here, Roy? When did you come back? Come on up quickly." Claire ran over and asked the elf guards to move aside, and pulled Roy, Woods, Moira, and Sabrina into the carriage. Several friends were sitting in the carriage, and Claire kept complaining that she should have gone to the music stand to find him at the dance just now. At this time, the carriage finally moved. The street was crowded with all kinds of carriages, and it was a bit congested. Claire leaned out of the window and told the coachman, "Go to Castletown Port." The coachman agreed. Claire untied the heavy cloak, looked at the elves outside who kept waving at him, and asked Roy with a smug smile, "How do you feel, I mean this song?" Roy, Claire, and Wood sat side by side, and Sabrina and Moira sat opposite them. "It's pretty good," Roy said. Claire wanted to continue listening with anticipation, but Roy only said this. "Hey, I say, you wouldn't just give me a simple compliment, right?" Claire asked speechlessly. Roy laughed. How else do you want me to compliment you? Seeing that Roy didn't plan to say more, Claire gave up and asked casually, Tell me, what's the matter with you coming back this time? I want to go to the mercenary union to hire a strongman who has the ability to hunt sea beast priests. Roy took a few berries from the fruit bowl, put them in his mouth, and said lightly, Puff. Claire was drinking lemon tea. When she heard Roy say this, she couldn't catch her breath and quickly sprayed the water out of the window. Claire's eyes widened and asked in disbelief, Roy, didn't you offend a sea beast priest? That's about it. We met a sea beast priest in the Bay of Sun Island, but his situation is also very special. He should have been cursed by some kind of curse, which prevented him from leaving Sun Island. But he does have a powerful sea beast by his side. Roy wanted to explain that this was for the dying sea beast priest, but he didn't know what the situation was with this sea beast priest. Claire waved her hand and said to Roy, If I were you, I would stay as far away as possible and never confront this sea beast priest head-on. Actually, I was thinking, is there any good way to get rid of him completely, such as hiring a second-level strongman from the mercenary union? Speaking of which, the Sun Island Bay is really important to the half-blood elves in the Partington Plain, Roy explained. Hearing Roy say this, Claire knew that persuasion would be useless, and Roy must do this. After thinking for a while, she said to Roy, I find a way, give me 2 days. Okay. The carriage arrived at Brown Street, Roy and his companions got off, and Claire took the carriage back the same way. At this time, Sabrina asked Roy, Did you offend a sea beast priest? He offended us. He occupied the Sun Island Bay in the Partington Plain, not only enslaving the fishmen, but also constantly squeezing the living space of the half-blood elves in the Sun Island Bay, so I wanted to use the mercenaries in the mercenary union to get rid of him. Roy stood at the intersection and explained to Sabrina. Chapter 519. Claire has a wide network of contacts in Castletown City, and she also has some friends in the mercenary union. Soon, some news came from the mercenary union. In fact, there are not many second-turn masters registered in the Castletown Mercenary Union. Most of the second-turn masters of the Silver Moon Elves have been recruited by the military and become a member of the regular Silver Moon Elves Corps. The rest of the second-turn masters of the elves will also be recruited by the upper-class elf nobles. Therefore, there are only a handful of second-turn masters who can form a mercenary group. This type of mercenary group undertakes a wide range of tasks, and is also very popular in the mercenary union. Mercenaries with second-level warriors are almost all on missions outside. Currently, there is no mercenary group that agrees with Roy's request in the Castletown Mercenary Union. Even so, Claire still got a piece of news from the insiders of the mercenary union. There is a second-level warrior currently living in the lower city of Castletown. He was originally a member of a mercenary group, but the adventure group has now been completely disbanded, and the second-level warrior is living a life of drunkenness and debauchery in the city. Claire heard the news and ran to Brown Street to find Roy. The two of them prepared to go to the residence of this second-level strongman and ask him for help. According to the address written on the note Claire took out, Roy found that the address on it was actually the tavern at the end of Brown Street, which made Roy somewhat speechless. Roy still clearly remembered that when he was working part-time as a guide 7 years ago, he took a group of sailors to that tavern. The group of sailors killed Jefferson in the tavern and then fled. Since then, Roy has almost never been to this tavern. Now he and Claire stood at the door of the tavern again. For a moment, Roy felt as if he was in another world, and those long-forgotten memories seemed to be slowly awakening again. What's wrong, Roy? Let's go in. Claire stood at the door of the tavern, looking at the simple door plate and the old wooden corridor, and said to Roy, Okay. Roy quickly sorted out his messy thoughts and agreed. Through the corridor like a bridge, from the terrace to the tavern, the interior furnishings of this tavern have not changed. The tavern owner hadn't changed at all, still dozing off behind the bar, with only a waitress standing inside the bar, greeting customers. I didn't expect this tavern to be so close to your home, Claire complained to Roy as they walked. I didn't expect that there was a rank 2 strongman living in seclusion nearby. Hee. Roy laughed dryly and looked around. The tavern was still so deserted, with only a handful of drinkers in the tavern. Roy glanced around casually and found that the owner of the Brown Street grocery, Duke, was also drinking here. He was obviously drunk. Sitting alone in the corner, the bottle in front of him was half empty, and there was a plate of dried fish on the table. Boss Duke took a sip of rum, squinting his eyes, and looking a little comfortable. Roy stopped and greeted Boss Duke. In any case, Boss Duke was half a teacher to Roy. He not only taught him how to drive a flying fish boat out to sea, but also taught him how to fish at the seaside, which made his childhood very happy. "Come on, Duke," he heard Roy's voice, raised his head, and opened his eyes slightly after seeing Roy, with a little bit of drunkenness. While inviting Roy to sit down, he said to him, "Roy, long time no see, I heard you went to Partington Plain to develop?" "Yes, I manage several mines on the plateau for the Silver Pegasus Legion," Roy answered, and sat down opposite Boss Duke, introducing him to Boss Duke. "This is my good friend Wagner Claire." Boss Duke saw that Claire was a Silver Moon Elf, and just nodded to him, without saying anything. Instead, he asked Roy, "I have heard some things from the Partington Plain. I heard that some Silver Moon Elf nobles were trading slaves there. In the end, they were so chaotic that they were cleared out by the Silver Pegasus Legion?" Roy didn't expect that the news about the Partington Plain would be distorted like this when it reached Castletown. He quickly told Boss Duke about the major events that happened in the Partington Plain in recent years, including the slave trade of the Silver Moon Elf nobles, the riot of the oppressed half-blood elves, the Silver Pegasus Corps taking the opportunity to go to the Partington Plain to quell the rebellion, the outbreak of the Queen of Winnie Island's naval battle, and the Plateau Headhunters taking the opportunity to take revenge on the half-blood elves. In order to resist the Headhunters, the half-blood elves in the Partington Plain formed a guard corps, etc. Almost every event could be described for a long time, but Roy only briefly introduced it. Boss Duke listened with great interest. At this time, he was a little sober, and was drinking a glass of lemon tea with ice cubes. "So you had such a wonderful life in the Partington Plain," Boss Duke said to Roy with a smile. Roy smiled bitterly and said, "After all, the Partington Plain is not Castletown in the Elf continent. It is not that easy to live there. This time I encountered a problem, so I wanted to ask a second-level strongman in Castletown to go there to help." After saying this, Roy approached Boss Duke and said in a low voice, "I heard that there is a second-level strongman here, so we came here to try our luck." Boss Duke opened his eyes, and hesitated for a moment before asking, "Are you here to find Byron?" Roy nodded quickly. He had just entered the tavern, and was still worrying about how to find Byron Thor, whom he had never met before. Now, Roy heard Boss Duke say this, and immediately asked back, "Byron Thor, Boss Duke, do you know him?" Boss Duke curled his lips and snorted, "We have been friends for many years, but if you ask him for help, I think you may be disappointed this time. This guy has been in a bad mood recently. He often curses, and loses his temper for no reason. It may take some time for him to adjust himself before he can return to normal." Roy didn't expect Boss Duke to say this, and hurriedly said, "Even so, I still want to try." "Look, that's—" Boss Duke saw that Roy insisted on meeting Byron Thor, so he could only say to the half-blood elf sitting back to back with him at another table, "Byron, there is a young friend who wants to talk to you." The half-blood elf looked a little sloppy, with messy hair, and a strong smell of alcohol. He sat in the chair without saying a word, and had no sense of existence. If it weren't for Boss Duke reminding Roy wouldn't even notice that there was an elf sitting behind Boss Duke. He drank silently, and seemed to turn a deaf ear to what Boss Duke said. He didn't even raise his head, and ignored Roy and Claire at all. Roy walked over, looked at Claire, stood in front of Byron Thor, and said very formally, "Hello, Mr. Byron Thor, I am Roy, the mine owner from the Pagisto Plateau in the Partington Plain. I would like to ask you to help." "Go away!" This short word, bursting out from Byron Duke's mouth, seemed murderous, making Roy have a strong feeling that this guy is a killer who walked out of the battlefield. Although he is a half-blood elf, the bloodshot eyes under his short hair are full of murderous intent. Roy took a half-step back. "Byron, where is your demeanor?" The voice of Boss Duke came from the side, dispelling Byron Thor's hostility. Byron Thor smiled coldly and responded, "Buried in the dark place, ha." Boss Duke sighed, "You have to try to come out. Don't bother with me, leave me alone." Byron Thor grabbed the bottle on the table, stood up and walked out of the tavern. When Roy and Claire chased him out, Byron Thor had already disappeared. Roy didn't expect that he would be turned away before he could say a word when he came to visit this second-level strongman. Claire's face was not very good. He was now a celebrity in Castletown. Not only was he ignored by Boss Duke, but Byron Thor didn't even look at him. Having failed to invite the second-turn expert, Roy and Claire could only leave the tavern disappointed. Before getting on the carriage, Claire said to Roy, "I go ask other Silver Moon Elf nobles. I heard that many second-turn experts are working for them. If it doesn't work, I go to the Mercenary Guild in Buenos to hire a second-turn expert. As long as the reward is enough, it should be easier to hire a second-turn expert there." Roy was also a little depressed. He thought that he could get something done with a magic crystal, but he was rejected. "The reward is not a problem. I have to attend a misunderstanding tonight. I'm leaving first. Claire got on the carriage and waved goodbye to Roy. Roy didn't know where these merchants from the Imperial merchant ship found out about him, and stood outside the yard. A row of carriages were parked by the Dane River opposite. When Roy walked to the door, these Imperial merchants saw Roy and immediately swarmed around him. They knew that Roy was a junior magic herb merchant in Castletown City, and they greeted Roy warmly as soon as they came up to him. "Boss Roy, I am a magic herb merchant from the Green Empire. If you have junior magic herbs for sale, please consider us. Our company is looking forward to cooperating with you. Boss Roy, please consider our company too. Our company supports barter, and all goods shipped from the Green Empire can be sold at the lowest price. Boss Roy, I think you should select a few more junior magic herb merchants. We can also become one of the magic herb buyers, and our offer will definitely be the highest price." Roy stood at the door and waited for a moment. After the Imperial merchants had revealed their identities, Roy took a breath and then refused. "The contract for this business has been signed. I hope there will be opportunities for cooperation next time." Roy stood at the door of the courtyard and refused tactfully. After hearing the translated words, a group of Imperial merchants left in a carriage in great frustration. Roy pushed open the door and walked in. Tomorrow he planned to take a supply ship with Moira, Sabrina, and Woods to Partington Island. Claire would be fully responsible for hiring the second-level strongmen in the mercenary group. Moira and Sabrina spent the whole day preparing things for the trip. They ran to the magic shopping street in the upper city in the afternoon and have not returned yet. Roy took 2 apples and lay on the rattan chair on the terrace. He felt that the sacred power in his body was always stirring recently. But every time he carefully felt what it felt like, that wonderful feeling disappeared without a trace. There were several pots of light flowers on the terrace, and Roy's lounge chair was right in the middle of the pots. He originally thought that he needed to purify a few more demons before he could find a breakthrough. But now Roy only felt that the rich holy light almost made his whole body translucent, and as strands of holy light power peeled off from his body, like a spring silkworm spinning silk, it formed a layer of light cocoon around his body. Roy finally realized that he might break through the shackles of the 10th level priest tonight, and be promoted to a first-level great priest. Originally, a group of sacred trees condensed in his body, but now this holy light tree was actually wrapped in a vortex of holy light. Roy's body burst out with countless holy lights. Countless holy light particles floating in the air around the small courtyard continued to gather towards the holy light tree in Roy's body at this moment. The light cocoon outside Roy's body was also getting thicker and thicker. Roy, trapped in the light cocoon, did not need to breathe, and did not feel a bit of suffocation inside. Roy felt as if his body was about to be assimilated by countless holy lights and become transparent, and the holy light tree was also rapidly growing countless branches and leaves. These holy light forces were constantly rotating around Roy. The next moment, he saw from countless bizarre sacred auras that the world in front of him seemed to be changing. In Roy's eyes, all colors seemed to become extremely bright, and the extremely subtle sounds around him could be transmitted to his ears without any hindrance. The surrounding magic vortex continued to shrink and slowly condensed in Roy's body. It was a wonderful feeling that was extremely natural and came naturally. The holy light tree in his body seemed to disappear, and it seemed to have merged with him. A naturally formed magic vortex had taken shape around Roy's body, and the lush tree appeared behind Roy when Roy's faith moved. This holy light tree no longer had only 9 roots, and the treetops were even more lush. The roots of the tree were now wrapped by the vortex outside the body, and holy light continued to penetrate into the holy tree. Roy stood on the terrace with a surprised look on his face, watching himself advance smoothly. Roy stretched out his right hand, and with a slight movement of faith, a dazzling white light appeared in the palm of his hand. What surprised Roy even more was that the holy light tree that had merged with his body actually bloomed at this moment. Chapter 520. The shadow of a sacred tree emerged from behind Roy. After absorbing a large amount of holy light power, the sacred tree suddenly bloomed with flowers of light among its lush branches and leaves. The rich sacred breath began to drift outward with the sacred tree. Roy stood under the tree, and his body was also emitting a faint holy light. He raised his arm, and found that there was a faint sacred breath flowing between his sleeves. Roy stood in place, carefully feeling some subtle changes in his body when he was promoted to the first level. Feeling an inexplicable power quickly injected into his body, Roy was overwhelmed with emotions at this moment. The first thing he thought of was High Priest Reed, who was in the Dark Land. He still remembered what High Priest Reed said to him before he went to the Golfio headquarters. High Priest Reed told Roy that he might have to grope his way forward on his own in the future. At this moment, He was standing on the terrace and suddenly had an urge to shout out loud. It took Roy 7 years to be promoted from an apprentice priest to a first-level high priest. Then Roy's mind appeared with the faces of Priest Theodore and Priest Anderson. At the Castletown Statue of Liberty, Priest Anderson could not feel the blessing of the Statue of Liberty. He probably felt that he had no hope of promotion in this life, so he decided to break through his own level at the risk of his life, and finally died of complete exhaustion of vitality. Unlike Priest Anderson's despair, Priest Theodore took risks to steal the Holy Grail of Wisdom in the temple, in order to break through the shackles of his body. Unfortunately, the carefully planned theft was accidentally destroyed by a group of slave traders, who docked at the port for supplies. Priest Theodore and Priest Anderson were both devout believers of the Statue of Liberty, but their deaths were more or less related to the inability to get a response from the Statue of Liberty. Roy felt that his body and the sacred tree were slowly merging into one. This tree did not absorb the surrounding sacred power through its roots, but a small magic vortex formed in Roy's body, which was now rotating around the sacred tree, and countless glimmering holy light particles almost all belonged to the sacred tree. Roy felt that after his body was cleansed by the holy light, his 5 senses became sharper than before. Roy found that the sounds that were hard to hear before gradually came into his ears. In the dark night, the scenes hidden in the darkness now appeared very clearly in Roy's eyes. He flipped open the Book of Judgment on his waist, and a hammer of judgment, which was purely condensed by the power of holy light, appeared in his palm. The silver hammer exuded a strong sacred breath. In addition to teaching Roy the concentration blessing spell, High Priest Reed also taught him the 3 offensive spells of Hammer of Judgment, Hammer of Punishment, and Hammer of Sanction. After the Hammer of Judgment is summoned, it will have very strong penetrating power. After the Hammer of Punishment is summoned, it will spread outward along a spiral trajectory. The small holy light hammer carries an unstoppable force that can force away all enemies around. In fact, Roy has never been able to master the Hammer of Sanction. Although he is very familiar with the divine runes and prayers, he rarely uses this spell. The main reason is that even if Roy uses it, the success rate is extremely low. The Hammer of Sanction is the most difficult to learn of the 3 spells. Now, as Roy's mind moved, his fingers actually drew a magic rune array like flowing water. Along with the prayers hummed in his mouth, a small silver dark-patterned hammer appeared in Roy's hand. Roy stood in front of the terrace, holding a silver hammer with a faint sacred aura in each hand. Behind him, a sacred tree with a tree of light flowers appeared, and a sacred aura enveloped Roy's whole body. His eyes passed through the Dane River and looked at the dark sea in the distance. Roy threw the Hammer of Judgment in his hand, and the silver hammer turned into a silver glow, flew out of the courtyard, and fell into the Dane River across the street. The Hammer of Judgment flew out with a faint sacred glow. Under the illumination of the weak holy light, Roy suddenly found the black-clad assassins hiding behind the courtyard wall with black masks on their heads. They were also staring at Roy on the terrace at this moment, but they didn't expect their bodies to be revealed. 5 black-clad assassins jumped over the courtyard wall and came to the bottom of the terrace in a few jumps. At this time, Roy had just taken a shower and was not wearing a magic pattern structure. He was holding a heavy Book of Judgment in his hand. Roy saw 5 black-clad assassins spread out in a fan shape and surrounded him. He immediately threw the Hammer of Punishment in his hand. The small hammer with silver dark patterns hit silently and flew directly in front of a black-clad assassin. The black-clad assassin dodged the silver hammer sideways. The next second, the silver hammer suddenly disappeared. When the silver hammer appeared again, it was only a finger away from the black-clad assassin's forehead. With a bang, the silver hammer hit the black assassin's head. The black assassin's waist, which was originally bent forward, suddenly leaned back and lay straight on the ground. Although Roy knocked out one black assassin, the other black assassins had already rushed over. They jumped onto the terrace, quickly adjusted their direction, and surrounded Roy tightly in the middle. Roy had calmed down at this moment, and then he found that although these masked black assassins had their faces covered and were wearing tight black clothes, it was very obvious from their body outlines that these black assassins were not elves. They looked more like humans. Roy's eyes narrowed. Neither Moira nor Sabrina next door were there at the moment. Mrs. Winnie's Nightblade Leopard also followed him to climb the Partington Plain, but did not come back this time. So, at this time, Roy could only rely on his excellent adaptability to rush to the door behind him, and he also took the opportunity to inject divine power into the Book of Judgment in his hand. The black-clad assassin held a black dagger in his hand, and the moment he approached Roy, he stabbed him in the back, and the dagger turned into a white light in an instant. Roy took the opportunity to raise the sacred scepter to block, and the dagger stabbed the handle of the scepter fiercely, causing Roy to hit the door of the terrace. The wooden door shattered. Roy fell into the room on the second floor, and several black-clad assassins followed him. Then, he heard a series of shattering sounds from the window. Jumping into the living room on the first floor, Roy opened the Book of Judgment again. A small silver hammer appeared in Roy's hand again. Roy turned around and threw the silver hammer out. A silver light hit the black-clad assassin who was chasing him. Roy took the opportunity to run to the door. The assassin was very powerful. He calmly dodged the silver hammer thrown by Roy at such a close distance. Under the pursuit of the black-clad assassin, Roy was forced to retreat step by step and had no power to fight back at all. The black-clad assassins behind him had already cut several bloody marks on Roy's body. Roy staggered out of the courtyard and ran along Brown Street towards the port pier. There were elf guards on the pier, and he could find some helpers as long as he ran there. Unfortunately, the black-clad assassins behind him were like springs. Every time Roy shook them off, by being familiar with the terrain, they would catch up with him immediately, and their bodies were full of explosive power. Every time he tightened his body, he could use the explosive power gained by stretching his body to rush towards Roy like a cannonball. They were obviously running faster than Roy. Roy rushed from the yard to the street. Before he could run 2 more steps along Brown Street, he found 2 black-clad assassins in front of him and stopped him. These black-clad assassins surrounded Roy again. This time, he had several wounds on his body, and the blood stained his clothes red. Roy leaned against the wall of the yard, panting and looking at the black-clad assassins around him. He didn't expect that he had just been promoted to the first-level high priest, and didn't know much about his own abilities, but he was surrounded and killed by the black-clad assassins. These black-clad assassins surrounded him, almost all staring at Roy. The daggers in their hands stabbed at Roy's body, and Roy could only hold the Book of Judgment to barely resist the stabbing daggers. At this time, a dagger just stabbed the Book of Judgment, and Roy hit the wall hard. The other dagger stabbed at Roy's throat, heart, and lower abdomen without hesitation. This time, Roy didn't figure out who sent such a group of black-clad assassins. Seeing those daggers stabbing from all directions, a sense of despair quietly surged into his heart. Just before the dagger reached his neck, a dark light flashed across the night sky and pierced the head of the black-clad assassin. It was a black feather arrow that flew silently and passed through his body without any hindrance. An arrow in the dark shot through the head of an assassin, and he fell straight to the ground, and his bloody head fell heavily on the stone slab on the street. Scared the other black-clad assassins, Roy took the opportunity to grab the Book of Judgment and pushed away the assassins in front of him. Then another arrow flew from the darkness and hit a black-clad assassin steadily. In a blink of an eye, 3 black-clad assassins were hit by arrows flying from the darkness. The last remaining black-clad assassin did not chase Roy anymore, but rushed straight to the Dane River. But before he could run a few meters away, a black arrow pierced his back and made him fall on Brown Street. Roy leaned against the courtyard wall on the street, breathing heavily. His whole body was stained with blood. Although it looked like he had lost a lot of blood, none of the wounds on his body were fatal. Although each of the black-clad assassins was hit by only 1 arrow, all of them were fatally wounded. The bodies of the black-clad assassins lying on the ground even began to cool down. 1 shot killed them. Roy looked towards the shadows with some horror. The black-clad assassins that he had tried his best to get rid of were not worth mentioning in the eyes of the other party. Byron Thor walked out slowly from the dark corner, holding a bough wrapped with cloth strips in his hand. He walked slowly to the bodies of the black-clad assassins lying on the street, and carefully pulled out the black arrows stuck in their bodies. Although he was still drunk and his eyes were bloodshot, the murderous intent in his eyes was still surging. After picking up all the arrows, he looked at Roy, nodded to him, and turned away. Roy hurriedly followed him, and after a few steps, he shouted breathlessly, "Sir Byron Thor, thank you for your help." Byron Phil waved his hand quickly, and then walked forward without looking back. Roy endured the pain in his body and followed Byron Phil stubbornly. Byron Phil stopped in front of a black-clad assassin, squatted down, and took off the black mask on his face. Roy found that the assassin in black was indeed a human. It's not easy for you to offend these human assassins. You should be as careful as possible when you go out. Byron Phil muttered vaguely, and then said to Roy, "Don't follow me anymore. If you follow me again, I will shoot an arrow at you. I heard that the mission you accepted before was to fight against dark creatures in the Dark Land, so I want to ask you about an elder. He is a half-elf and a great priest. He went to the Dark Land a few years ago, and there has been no news recently." Roy said, standing behind Byron Phil. Byron Phil's body trembled slightly. He turned around and stared at Roy with a pair of sharp eyes. Roy did not retreat and said directly to Byron Phil, Can you tell me about the situation in the Dark Land? One of my elders is over there resisting the army of dark creatures. Who? Byron Phil hesitated for a moment before asking. Great Priest Reed. I wonder if you have heard of this name. Roy answered casually. I have met Reed. He is also a human priest. Byron Phil said calmly. Roy had not heard from High Priest Reed for a long time. Hearing Byron Phil say this, he immediately became excited. Do you know him? Byron Phil's eyes fell on Roy's face, and his expression was not as sharp as before. He said in a heavy voice, Of course, he is the High Priest of the Statue of Liberty. During the days in the Dark Land, there was a period of time when we were in a unit, fighting against those dark creatures. When he said this, Byron Phil paused, as if he had thought of something bad, and his face was terribly gloomy. Can you tell me about the situation over there? Roy asked again. Byron Thor paused for a moment before saying, Their situation over there is very bad. Not only is the living condition there very difficult, but even the supply of various materials is completely insufficient. During the time in the Dark Land, I was fortunate to get some help from the Great Priest Reed, but later we were besieged by dark creatures, and most of the mercenary group members died in that battle. I was also injured. I came back from the Dark Land almost alone. Not many of that group of mercenaries were able to walk out of the Dark Land alive. His voice was extremely dull. Standing on the street, he began to tell Roy about the battle in the Dark Land. Roy then realized that it was not only the priests in the Statue of Liberty who entered the Dark Land. In fact, some mercenary groups also entered the Dark Land with the priests after accepting the mission.